#C208 Dongguanyueu. This time, Chu Yuan led his troops to leave the martial realm to expand the territory. When he wants to leave, it doesn't mean that he is going somewhere alone to fight alone, but that he wants to start a business again, and he needs to do a lot of preparation. First of all, officials must be selected from the entire military domain, which requires a group of shrewd and capable officials. After all, when you arrive in Dongguanyueu, you need to occupy the site as a base, and you need someone to manage it. This preparation will come a month later. Majestic and arrogant, an army of 50 million Shenwu appeared outside the Dao Imperial city. They are wearing bright Xuanhuan armor, and all of them have reached the realm of supernatural powers. An army of 50 million supernatural powers. Even if it is placed in the High Star Dynasty, it is an absolute elite. They will join Chu Yuan to fight the Dongxian region and conquer a bigger country. This time, Zhu Fengfeng and Ji Fuling also left with Chu Yuan. Originally, Chu Yuan wanted Zhu Fengfeng to go to the demon domain to be the domain owner. However, Zhu Fengfeng asked Chu Yuan to take her there with her. It is difficult for her to increase her strength while staying in Wanyaoyu. Only by going to a more powerful and prosperous place can she increase her strength. Since Zhu Fengfeng didn't want to go, Chu Yuan asked Purple Scale Thunder Dragon to be the lord of the demon domain. The Purple Scale Thunder Dragon is not the weak little dragon that was a few years ago, and its cultivation has now reached the realm of gods. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan also smiled. There are also dragons and phoenixes in Dao now. As for Ji Fuling, she was going to set up the Dao Chamber of Commerce there, to take care of various supplies for Chu Yuan. Conquering the Dongxian region in person. He took out the war army chessboard and put in the 50 million army. Although the Zhangjuan chessboard is only a spiritual artifact, there is a huge space in it. After advanced, it is divided into small spaces. Although it cannot move freely, it can be practiced in its own small space. There is a war army chessboard, and it is very convenient to carry the army around in person. 15 sky warships were suspended in the sky, and Chu Yuan also led a large number of masters in, and immediately flew towards the sea area of Southwest Prefecture. The sky battleship consumes a lot of god stones when flying, but Chu Yuan did not save it, but directly used the Kinggrade God Stone, which was always in the sky, flying fast in the void. After all, for him, instead of wasting time on the road, it is better to reach Dongguanyueu sooner. Dongxianyu is very far away from the martial realm, even the masters of the gods have to fly for several years. But Chu Yuan has a battleship in the sky, and the speed is extremely fast, as if it is shuttled in the void. This sky battleship is amazing. Tang Feng was also deeply shocked by Chu Yuan's sky battleship. His Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce also has the Qiankuan treasure ship, but compared to the two, they are garbage. On the way, Chu Yuan did not encounter any danger, because the sky battleship was not on the sea, but in the extremely high cloud layer. When it reached the dangerous Gangfeng layer, there were violent and destructive storms of the gods everywhere. Ordinary masters can't fly so high at all. Emperor Wu, the sky battleship is flying in the wind layer. This is a height that can only be reached by a master of the gods. If you fly a few layers high, you can even rush out of the eternal world and reach the endless cosmic starry sky. On the main ship of Chu Yuan, Tang Feng looked at the emperor who was standing in the turbulent wind with his hands on his back, and said in awe. Beyond the great world of eternity, is the universe. There are rumors in the universe that there are many powerful worlds. Chu Yuan said. Yes, but if you want to get rid of the gravitational force of the eternal world, you must at least have the strength of a god, that is, the real god realm. Tang Feng said, at the current speed, we will be able to reach the Dongguanyueu in dozens of days. Okay, then continue to speed up, this speed is still too slow. Chu Yuan burns the Kinggrade Divine Stone and moves at a high speed. and his direction seems to be chasing the direction of the sun. The sun and the moon alternate, and the light shines. The body of the sun does not know how big it is, and it can illuminate the incomparably huge eternal world, which contains extremely mysterious laws. And 10 days later, Xuanhuan looked down and looked down. It was no longer an endless sea. There was a huge and boundless land in front of it. That was Dongguanyueu. The 5 domains of Xuanyu, Dongguanyueu, Baixuanyu, Sixuanyu, Nangshuanyu, and Zhongshuanyu. Dongxian region is the region closest to Dao. Your Majesty, the front is Dongguanyueu. Zhu Fengfeng and a group of high-ranking Dao leaders also walked in front of Xuanhuan, their faces hard to hide their excitement. They know that there are countless gods in the East Profound Territory, and there are also gods, and the false god is the master of the East Profound Territory. This is a wider world than Wuyu. I have seen that the battleship in the sky is flying slowly, still flying in the wind layer. Find a suitable place to descend, preferably a place that can be built as a port, and use this as the foundation of great martial arts. There is the existence of false god realm here. Xuanhuan said. The battleship in the sky exudes a power that actually scans the face of the earth below. This time he brought so many people, so naturally he had to find a place where he could stay. Flying slowly along the coastline, the sky warship landed on a plain near the sea, where there happened to be a huge plain. Although there are many cities on this plain, they are not big cities, and the strongest ones are only gods. Boom! 15 sky warships slowly descended. Dongguanyueu, I'm here. Xuanhuan flew down from the sky battleship. He took a deep breath of the spiritual energy of Dongguanyueu. The spiritual energy of Dongxianyu was at least 10 times stronger than that of Wu Yu. Moreover, he is still in a remote location in the Dongxian region. Through his spiritual energy, he can know the martial arts level of a region. It is indeed a large region with false god powerhouses. Fu Ling, you asked the craftsmen who came with the army to quickly build the great martial god city here, and then prepare the port, so that the ships of the Great Wu can be docked in the future. This is the closest to the Wu territory. The domain came to get the ship here, and contact us. Xuanhuan is ready to establish a foundation here. Although he left the martial realm, the Tai pill stove was on his body, and the medicinal pills had to be transported back to the martial realm. Moreover, the resources he obtained in Dongxianyu will also be transported back by ship. In order for the people in Wuyu to come safely, a new order must be established here, and it will become a transfer station for communication between Wuyu and Dongxianyu. This coastline is to be firmly in your own hands. It's your Majesty. Ji Fuling handled these things very well. Immediately, no less than hundreds of thousands of craftsmen were seen disembarking from the sky battleship, mining materials on the spot, and soon saw the prototype of a city. Emperor Wu, since I have arrived in the Dongxian region, I can also quickly contact the branch established by the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce and ask them to send someone here. Tang Feng also acted immediately. There was an extra token in his hand, and a signal was immediately sent out. Dongguanyueu is incomparably huge, hundreds of times larger than Wuyu, where there are virtual gods of Qianquan merchants, which can allow Xuanhuan to obtain more resources and create various war weapons. King Zhongyong, Commander Feng, you send people to learn about the situation here, the situation of the powerful branch, and you can also send people to recruit various refiners, or even directly recruit troops on the spot to form a Dongxian soldier. It doesn't matter. Xuanhuan said, when I come here, I will obviously cause a conflict with the forces here, but I have already prepared for all this, and I will gradually expand and search for the resources of Dongxianyu. When he arrives at a place, it is necessary to understand the situation. Although he knows that this is Dongguanyueu, he is not too clear about the division of forces in Dongguanyueu. A few days later, a big city stood on the plain in front of you. Wuching. #C209 The ground, He also brought a lot of craftsmen this time, and with the help of a large army to build it, a city was surrounded in just a few days. Although the construction was only a few days ago, the defense was not bad at all. Xuanhuan brought the second level of the National Protecting Array over, which could resist the power of the false god. After all, it is based on the foundation of Dongxianyu, and its defense cannot be weak. He immediately built the National Fortune Altar, dug a moat around the city, and poured the spiritual fluid into it. After these preparations are completed, it is the stage of stable development. Although this is only the edge of Dongxianyu, there are also many family sects. As soon as Xuanhuan arrived in Dongxianyu, he was not in a hurry to expand his territory, but first recruited a refiner to understand the situation. Yes, it is recruiting refiners. There are a lot of basic materials on his body, but he suffers from the lack of high-level craftsmen to refine. This time, he offered extremely generous conditions. As long as he joins Tiao, not only will there be spiritual stones, but everyone can get different divine pills according to their own contributions. As soon as this condition was spread, all parts of the place were very interested in this sudden arrival. After learning about it, some refiners came to Wuqing, and after Xuanhuan's test, they got what they wanted. The news of the supply of magic pills is real. A lot more really. And they can sometimes get something called Tianyuan tea. After drinking it, they have the benefits of enlightenment. 1/10/100. Many artifact refiners do not belong to a certain faction alone. What they value is interests. Xuanhuan offered generous conditions, and naturally, they came one after another. Among them, even artifact refiners with god level came. Without him, Xuanhuan would be able to provide the spiritual pills. Such rich conditions also made Xuanhuan's great Wu dynasty famous in this area in a short period of time. In addition, even many low-level warriors came to Tiao. They knew that Tiao was recruiting troops. Many of these people were loose cultivators, and there was no powerful force behind them, so they naturally hoped to obtain the protection of powerful forces. Xuanhuan did not refuse either. This is the first city opened by the Great Wu dynasty in the Dongxian region. It needs a large population to fill it as the first battle to lay the foundation. There are only 50 million Shenwu troops in the city today. With the arrival of these people, the city can be more lively and expand to form a new territory of the empire. Your Majesty, I have probably figured out the situation here. Lu Qianfu arrived in Tiao City, in Xuanhuan's palace. This place is called Guihai Mansion, and it is the closest to the sea, and the situation in Dongxianyu and Wuyu is very different. Lu Qianfu said, there are many sects in Dongguanyueyu, dynasties coexist, and there are many cities. There are two strongest six-star forces, one is called the Dongyu dynasty, and the other is called Xuanxingzong, and there are many virtual god kings. Six-star power, Eastern Dynasty, Xuanqing sect. Xuanhuan digested this information. The power star level, the higher you go, the harder it is to improve. 4 or 5 stars is still relatively casual. If you have a god position, you can also be called 5 stars, and if you have a god, you can also call it 5 stars. But at the 6-star level, there must be an existence at the level of the false god king, and even if there is a true god, it is only 6-star. It is too difficult for the forces to think of the 7 stars, and there are none in the Dongxian region. Not even the 5 profound domains. The situation in Dongguanyueyu was more complicated than he imagined. In addition to the Dongyu dynasty and Xuanxingzong, there were some other forces that also possessed false god kings. But this is exactly what Xuanhuan wanted. If Dongxianyu was a completely unified domain, and his great Wu dynasty suddenly came in, wouldn't it be directly targeted, as if there were forces suddenly coming to Wuyu? Xuanhuan would not let them develop. In the complex and chaotic realm, he was able to gain a firm foothold and develop slowly. The situation in Guihai Mansion. Qi Yuan asked. Although Guihai Mansion is only a marginal mansion, there are many large and small forces, and none of them can really dominate. The area of this mansion is about half the size of the martial realm, and there are 4 strongest forces. Spirit Sect, Wild Wave Sect, Thunder Sword Sect, Earth Spirit Sect. Lu Qianfu said, these are the 4 major sects in Guihai Mansion with spiritual existence. Oh? One Guihai Mansion has 4 powers of divine power. Qi Yuan's expression changed slightly. These 4 psychic forces control a large number of resource sites in Guihai Mansion. Lu Qianfu said, my minister believes that if I want to develop Dao in the Dongxian territory, the first thing is to have a stable site. This Guihai Mansion is not bad. It is close to the Wu territory. After our ships come to the Dongxian territory, they can dock directly. In the port of Giheifu, if you can hold it firmly in your hands, you can open up the two-domain route. That's right, Guihai Mansion can indeed become Dao's first territory. Qi Yuan said. His Majesty. At this time, after asking for instructions, Zhu Fengfeng walked in and said, I just received news that the 4 powers of psychic powers have shown great malice towards the arrival of Dao. Even at the cost of coercion. Although De Wu arrived for a short time, a huge wave was set off in Guihai Mansion. As long as you go to Dao to be an artifact refiner, you can obtain medicinal herbs to practice, and Dao does not need you to refine the artifact, as long as you purify the materials. This is very simple, for some refiners, much easier than working hard to refine a finished artifact. Ordinary medicinal pills are not worth it, but Qi Yuan also provided a large number of spiritual pills. How cherished the spiritual pills, even if the 4 powers possessed the power of the gods, it is impossible to supply them in large quantities. And as soon as it spreads, even if they hear the offerings in their sect, they can't stand the temptation and come to Dao one after another. And they are still planning to deal with my great martial arts. Zhu Fengfeng said. This is their resistance. The 4 major forces are very powerful in Guihai Mansion. They want Dao to be excluded and isolated, not to let people come, and not to exchange any transactions with us. They have even planned to send strong men to test Dao's strength. Lu Qianfu added. I don't have the patience to play with them slowly. Since there are many sects in Dongguanyueu, I will take action directly to deal with these 4 sects, and save time with them, and which of these 4 sects is the most powerful? Qi Yuan said. If you talk about the strongest, it should be Thunder Sword Sect. It is said that there are as many as 4 or 5 people who are capable of psychic powers. They practice a Thunder Sword technique and are extremely domineering. Is your Majesty going to attack Thunder Sword Sect? Lu Qianfu said. Yes, although Guihai Mansion is only a remote mansion in the East Profound region, its strategic location is too important. Once this mansion falls into our hands, it will also have a base in the East Profound territory. Huan, let's cut them first. Qi Yuan sneered again and again, order 15 sky warships and come directly to the Thunder Sword Gate. There is no need to talk nonsense with them. Those who obey will prosper, those who oppose will perish. Crush the past with strength. I have to keep a low profile. The craftsmen of Guihai Mansion must be concentrated in Dao, and the materials from one mansion are enough for me to build a lot of sky soldiers. Qi Yuan stood up abruptly. This time, I will go to the Thunder Sword Gate first and see what they are using to block my great martial arts. #C220 Lei Daomen Fong Lei. Thunder Gate. One of the 4 major forces in Guihai Prefecture, and the strongest among the 4. Thunder rolls. Their sect is in a place where thunder gathers, and the air is filled with violent thunder elements. Like a sea of thunder, countless sect disciples practice the technique of thunder knives. And in a hall filled with thunder, there are 5 figures sitting. Between these 5 people whistling, Li reached the gods, and with a slight movement, it seemed as if countless thunders were rolling in, and they were all supernatural powerhouses. Humph. Sect Master, what is the origin of that great Wu? I have never heard of it before, and I heard that their emperor is called Emperor Wu. It seems to be a sudden arrival. A psychic supreme elder said gloomily. Dongguanyueu seems to have never heard of the Dao dynasty. It is very likely that they came from the outer regions. They were dishonest when they arrived. They recruited refiners with extremely rich conditions and produced a large number of divine pills. Nowadays, many refiners are the teachers couldn't stand this temptation, so they all went to Wuqing. Another supreme elder said. The dynasty is different from the sect. They have their own laws. In my opinion, Emperor Wu is definitely not a safe person. It is very likely that Giheifu will be included in their rule. It's not very likely, it's inevitable. Although we have ordered that others are not allowed to go to Wuqing, but the opposite side can come up with many spiritual pills, and it will be unstoppable for a long time. Sect Master, we must find a way to curb the development of this great martial artist. It is best to let him leave Guihai Mansion forever. When they spoke, they all looked at a burly middle-aged man above the main seat with lightning in his eyes. This middle-aged man is the sect master of Lei Daomen, Feng Lei, the existence of the seventh layer of psychic powers. The threat of Dao is indeed great. One thing is certain, they are not from Dongxianyu. Feng Lei's voice was calm, with a domineering arrogance, and this sect already has a way to deal with it. I will invite the 3 sect masters of Yuling, Quanlong, and Diling to discuss the matter of dealing with Dao. Although they and my Thunder Sword sect are deadly enemies, they will naturally unite with foreign enemies. To deal with a great martial arts, you need 4 sects to take action at the same time? Elder Taisheng frowned and said, actually, it is not as good as my Thunder Sword sect to take the initiative to attack. I heard that they have a lot of magic pills, and they took all the benefits, and even this time, we killed the other 3. Great time for the sect. Madness. Feng Lei said, I've seen the fate of this great martial arts. It's strong and pure, and contains monstrous dangers. If it is so easy to deal with, the other 3 will not do it? The sect master said it very well, I was confused. The elder Taisheng said quickly. Okay, the invitation card has been sent out. In the next few days, the 3 sect masters will come to the Thunder Sword Gate to discuss important matters. Just as Feng Lei was talking, he raised his head suddenly, his face changed suddenly, and he shouted, Who is it? Could it be the Great Wu Dynasty? What, the Great Wu Dynasty is here. Although these people were in the hall, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound, and an extremely oppressive force swept in. Immediately, they left the hall and looked up to see a scene that shocked their hearts. 15 sky warships lined up, covering the sky and the sun, appearing above the Thunder Sword Gate. The 50 million Shenwu army exudes monstrous killing intent, densely suspended in the sky. What are these things, are they warships? The people from Thunder Sword Gate looked at the battleship in the sky and felt the horror of this thing. They had never seen such a silver-white, exquisite warship, and their hearts were shocked. My Thunder Sword Gate's ship is similar to this one. Then, it's rubbish, vulnerable. The Great Wu Dynasty, come to my Thunder Sword sect so aggressively, are you going to fight? Feng Lei reacted very quickly, burst into the sky, and his eyes were extremely dignified. I'm here to make your Thunder Sword sect go along. With a wave of Chu Yuan's hand, 800 thunder cannons were lined up on the battleship in the sky. Seeing the opening of the Thunder Sword Gate's guardian formation, he immediately let people fire. Boom! The thunderbolt that destroyed the sky and the earth poured out, and the guardian formation was torn apart in an instant, as fragile as tofu. This bombardment made the people of Lei Daomen feel a shock, like destroying the world. This kind of terrifying cannon has never been seen before. Even the false god forces will not have such a terrifying cannon. Chu Yuan looked at it casually and found that there were many thunder pools in this thunder sword gate. He just waved his hand casually, and the thunder water in the thunder pool was suddenly pulled, and disappeared in such a strange way. Your Excellency is Emperor Wu, such a terrifying strength. Feng Lei's eyes became extremely cold. Since De Wu came to Guihai Mansion, he has never underestimated De Wu's strength. But what he saw at the moment, the battleship suspended in the sky, such a terrifying cannon, such a menacing army, and the strength of Chu Yuan's wave, let him know that this person's strength is more terrifying than he imagined. If you don't want life to be ruined, then quickly surrender to my great martial arts. Lu Qianfu exudes the strength of the gods. Return to Dao. The roaring sound of those with a cultivation base of 50 million or more magical powers would pierce the eardrums. It's impossible to make my Thunder Sword sect surrender. A supreme elder was suddenly oppressed and roared. With me here, nothing is impossible. Chu Yuan waved his palm lightly, and saw that in the void, a shattering shot appeared and grabbed the elder directly. Lightning strike. The elder had just fought back, but he was horrified to find that the lightning mana in his body emerged uncontrollably. In an instant, the lightning turned into a big hand and slapped himself. Puff. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. The elders and disciples of Lei Daomen were also stunned when they saw the scene. What was going on? The elder who was in the spiritual realm hit himself and seriously injured himself. The Emperor Wu seemed to just wave his hand at will. Lightning Sanctioner, sanction controls all lightning. This elder is only in the realm of the first level of spirituality, and Chu Yuan's spiritual sense can control the lightning mana in his body with a casual movement. The art of controlling thunder. Feng Lei's pupils opened wide, staring at Chu Yuan. He was shocked that Chu Yuan's control of thunder and lightning was so deep that the elders couldn't resist. In his heart, there was a feeling of fear. Sect Master of Thunder Sword, Feng Lei. This voice is extremely powerful. Exist. Feng Lei replied in a meaningful way. A terrifying aura was transmitted. When he looked forward, Chu Yuan seemed to teleport in front of him. The infinite majesty made a tall and majestic voice appear in his soul, and his heart trembled with fear. Big Thunderbolt Technique. In an instant, Chu Yuan directly used the supreme supernatural power of the Great Thunderbolt Technique, stepped on the mountain gate of the Thunder Sword Gate, directly dealt with Feng Lei, and cleaned up the sect master with the strongest cultivation base, and the Thunder Sword Gate would completely fall to him. In control. #C221 Scared. The thunder of sanctions, the power of control. Chu Yuan took an extremely terrifying vision and smashed it into the Thunder Sword Gate. Feng Lei was shocked when he saw this scene. He felt an extremely dangerous aura from Chu Yuan's body, but as a 7th level psychic, he was not afraid, and believed that he would definitely be able to compete with the great martial emperor within the sect. Thunder Knife Slash. Boom. He attacked with a single strike, and the rolling thunder light came with a slash of the sword light, killing him with all his strength, without making any reservations, and his strength was also the strongest and most domineering in the entire Guihai Mansion, and there was no one fighting alone. Will be his opponent. But Chu Yuan shattered the thunder with one move and directly hit the light of the thunder knife. There is an endless power of thunder and lightning in his palm. Under this blow, Feng Lei trembled wildly, the knife almost couldn't hold it, and the whole person quickly retreated. Big Thunderbolt Technique. There was a huge thunder sun above the sky. Yes, this is the Lei Ri that Chu Yuan deduced with the law of the divine position. The light of this thunder shone on Chu Yuan's body, making him so splendid and brilliant. He is the only holy emperor who is the only one. Anyone who dares to stand in front of him will be crushed into powder by the rolling force. Lei Dao Changhe. He slapped away, and the rolling thunder road condensed by the law of divine position slapped fiercely and washed directly on Feng Lei's body, causing him to make an extremely painful sound in an instant. Although he has also practiced lightning magic, Chu Yuan's lightning ferocity has exceeded his limit. He couldn't absorb and transform himself at all, and the whole person fell into endless pain. At this moment, Feng Lei was not only attacked by the turbulent Thunder Dao River, he seemed to be trapped in a small chaotic world, bombarding frantically, but the bombardment could not be broken. This is the five elements void created by the Great Five Elements technique. The power of the five elements reciprocates. All the elders and disciples of Lei Daomen were stunned when they saw this scene. Their most powerful suzerain, in front of Emperor Wu, was so weak. Just the power, between the wave of his hands, left Feng Lei without the power to resist. The obedient will prosper and the disobedient will perish. All the sky cannons of the sky battleship turned, brewing terrifying brilliance, and aimed at the Thunder Sword Gate. All the thunder cannons also activated the strongest lightning strike, which could take away the entire Thunder Sword Gate in one wave. The aura of destruction descended on the entire Thunder Knife Gate, and everyone was shivering. It was Feng Lei's choice whether to die or live. Sect Master! Someone shouted. Shun! Shun! I, Lei Daomen, are willing to submit, and I also ask Emperor Wu to show mercy and let us live. Feng Lei saw that Chu Yuan's terrifying equipment was going to destroy the Thunder Sword sect, and at the last moment of its impending demise, he screamed with all his strength. He was afraid, and he was also afraid of death. He cultivated to the 7th level of psychic power, and opened up the Thunder Sword Gate. I don't know how many dangers I went through to become one of the top 4 in Guihai Palace. I didn't want to die in such a worthless way. Isn't it just surrender, as long as it can survive? Emperor Wu, I am willing to bring the entire Thunder Sword sect to submit to His Majesty and await your dispatch. Feng Lei roared. You chose the path of giving birth. Those of you who are above the level of psychic powers, drip your blood essence into our chessboard. After that, Thunder Sword sect will become part of Dao, and the disciples of Thunder Sword sect will be included in the army. Chu Yuan waved his hand to remove the lightning that enveloped Feng Lei. Feng Lei's face was full of bitterness, and the 4 supreme elders also came over and looked at each other. Not long ago, they were the supreme elders of Thunder Sword sect, controlling the lives and deaths of countless people, but in the blink of an eye, they became subjects of Dao. But they didn't dare not drop the blood essence into Chu Yuan's chessboard. The Zhangjuan chessboard cannot directly control their life and death, but it can supervise their minds. Now that it has been upgraded to a spiritual level, as long as they dare to betray Chu Yuan, they can immediately kill them. King Zhongyong, immediately take over the entire Thunder Sword sect, list all the disciples, and compile them into the Wuxuan army. The Wuxuan army was the first army prepared by Chu Yuan in Dongguanyueyu. Since the beginning of Wu Yu, Chu Yuan has been receiving the forces of conquering others, and doing this kind of thing is even more methodical and orderly, saying, Fuling, you go to the warehouse of Thunder Sword Gate to clean up the materials, make a list, all the materials are returned to the Imperial court and distributed uniformly. Although Ji Fuling did not take the Tongshan pill like Lu Qianfu did, but with the resources of Dao, he also broke through to the realm of gods. He knew that when he came to Dongguanyueyu this time, he would conquer more forces, so he decisively brought Ji Fuling out. The resources of Guihai Mansion are much more abundant than those of Wu Yu, and some of them can be used to refine the divine elixir. Chu Yuan is now going to refine a large number of Wangpin Shendan to increase the strength of everyone again. Now the closest Dao is to the gods is Zhu Fengfeng. After all, her bloodline of the immortal phoenix has gradually developed, making her cultivation speed faster and faster. If there are more Wangpin Shendan, Zhu Fengfeng will soon be able to be enlightened. Cultivation is a resource. Without resources, talent is useless. His Majesty. At this time, Fang Lei came to Chu Yuan's side no matter how much he was unwilling, and hurriedly said, "In addition to my Thundersword sect, there are Yuling sect, Crazy Wave sect, and Earth Spirit sect in Guihai Mansion. Are we going to let them go too?" "Oh?" Chu Yuan said lightly, "You have surrendered to me, and I want to see the same fate for the other 3 sections." "I cannot." Fang Lei did have a plan to gloat in misfortune. "Whether you dare or not, the other 3 sects are all to be subdued. Since you have surrendered to Dao, you should understand the situation of Dao. This Geheifa must be firmly in your hands." Chu Yuan waved his hand, and a sky soldier appeared. "This is?" Fang Lei looked closely at the soldier in silver and white armor. "Sky soldiers, mechanical soldiers." Chu Yuan said, "Fang Lei, you should accompany King Zhongyong to the other 3 sects and tell them that those who obey will prosper and those who are disobedient will perish, and you will come to our Wuqing within 5 days, otherwise the cannon will be leveled." "Yes, Your Majesty." 15 sky warships flew into the sky and flew towards the 3 sects. Now, the most important thing is to conquer the 4 most powerful sects in Guihai Palace, gather more materials and refiners to Dao, and complete the 3 branches of the system. The situation in Guihai Mansion was different from that of Wuyu. There were many forces here, large and small. As long as Chu Yuan had Guihai Mansion in his hands, Wuqing would naturally become the center, drawing countless people into Dao. The Sky Battleship and the Shenwu army went to the other 3 sects. At this moment, Chu Yuan asked Ji Fuling to stay in the Thundersword Gate to count the supplies, and he returned to Wuqing. Most of the elder disciples of Lei Daomen also followed Chu Yuan to Wuqing. They had just returned to Chu Yuan. Unlike Wu Yu, they did not understand Dao's situation, legal system and various benefits. Now let them understand. And after 5 days, outside Wuqing, dozens of people appeared, with bitter faces, and they came here one after another. #C222 Both kindness and grace. The dozens of people who appeared outside Wuqing were all the experts from Yuling sect, Quanglangmen, and Earth Spirit sect. They didn't even dare to fly like a pilgrimage, but honestly walked towards Wuqing. The sect masters of the 3 major sects felt extremely bitter in their hearts. Originally, they were still planning how to deal with De Wu and clean up this sudden arrival. But suddenly overwhelming soldiers appeared in their sect, and 15 terrifying battleships were suspended in the sky, and the huge cannons erected on them could blast their sects. What they never expected was that Fang Lei had already joined the Great Wu dynasty. This made them all bewildered. Dare to move? These 3 sects did not dare to move at all. If they dare to move, the Sky Battleship will directly smash their sects to level, and even the powerful ones with psychic powers will be killed directly. You actually came too. We're here too. You also came to see Emperor Wu? It's all the same idea. Alas, the only way to go is to surrender. Let's go see Emperor Wu together. The bosses of the 3 major sects met outside Wuqing, and their expressions were very bitter. Sect Master Yuling is here. Sect Master Crazy Wave is here. The Earth Spirit Sect Master is here. In Chu Yuan's palace in Wuqing, several announcements sounded. Xian. After Chu Yuan let the 3 sect masters in, he said lightly, "The 3 sect masters came to Wuqing today, and it seems that they have already made a decision and figured out what to do." "I've already made a decision. Starting today, all the ancestors will submit to Dao, willing to become a part of Dao, obey His Majesty's orders, and become His Majesty's minister." Sect Master Yuling was the first to speak. He looked up at Chu Yuan on the throne. Although Chu Yuan did not deliberately radiate power, he was closely linked with the great Wu Guiyun. In his eyes, it is a radiant existence, an incomparably dazzling, powerful and invincible holy emperor, who holds the supreme power. "I am also willing to surrender to Dao." The Mad Wave Sect Master and the Earth Spirit Sect Master hurriedly said. Since you have surrendered, you are the people of Dao, and you are your own. Chu Yuan waved his sleeves. 3. This is the medicinal pill that I gave you. Take it back and be loyal in the future. The more contributions you make, the more you will be rewarded. This is? The three of them opened their respective jade bottles, and there were not many pills in it, only a few pills, but their expression suddenly changed, and they were shocked. This is the Wan Pin Shindan. How precious Wan Pin Shindan is, even if they are the masters of a sect, it is difficult to see one. You must know that ordinary people cannot refine this kind of elixirs, and they need a king-level alchemist. But there are many king-level alchemists in the Dongxian region. Each of them is a splendid existence. Wan Pin Shindan is nothing. As long as you listen to my will, I can let you get more. In fact, the most difficult part of Wan Pin Shindan is not the material, but the refining. But Chu Yuan has a Taidan furnace. As long as the materials are sufficient, there is no such thing as failure. Although there are not many medicinal materials on his body, he can refine some in a small amount, so that he can be rewarded to the spiritual realm for cultivation. There are more spiritual pills here, and those who are obedient will be rewarded. You can go back first, help King Zhongyong well, and return to Haifu, so that the great martial law can be unimpeded. Chu Yuan seems to have given them the king and spirit pills, but it is the means of the emperor. The three sect masters all know that this is a means of using a big stick and a sweet date. They came to Wuqing obediently today, which naturally gave Emperor Wu a good impression, and Xing Yanxian rewarded them, but if they dared to resist, they would be completely raised to face them. Yes, Your Majesty. The three sect masters withdrew, with mixed feelings. The three major sect masters are also obedient and honest, especially when they came to Wuqing to meet Chu Yuan in person. They put away all their careful thoughts, and cooperated with Lu Qianfu wholeheartedly to implement Dao's laws and regulations throughout Guihai Mansion. In Guihai Mansion, there were originally many large and small forces. That's because the four major sects check and balance each other, and no one will let the other sect dominate, giving them room to survive. However, as soon as Chu Yuan's Dao dynasty came, the four major sects surrendered, and these forces either left Guihai Mansion or surrendered to Dao. And there are indeed many strong people in Guihai Mansion. There are as many as 14 people in the four major sects combined, but most of the realms are in the first and second levels of spirituality. With the resources of this place, this is their limit. If there is not enough Wangpin Shindan, you can only use time to slowly cultivate. The combination of grace and power can not only subdue the strong, but also subdue the hearts of the people. Lingyuan rice is also being promoted to the whole house at the fastest speed, and the resources of the four major sects have been integrated by Chu Yuan, and many medicinal pills have been refined and distributed to ordinary civilians in various cities. Dynasty and sect are different. The dynasty pays attention to the hearts of the people and the way of all living beings, unlike sects that only pay attention to the top powerhouses. There used to be countless forces in Guihai Mansion. In order to compete for territory and resources, I don't know how many wars broke out. Therefore, the common people here are not as good as the common people in Wuyu. But as soon as the great Wu dynasty came, it dominated Guihai Mansion, all resources were taken over by the imperial court, all fighting was forbidden, and all kinds of resources were given to the common people. It didn't take long for these people to know who was really nice to them, and the people's hearts were quickly conquered. In fact, of the four former sect masters, Fang Lei was the one who admired Chu Yuan the most. Fang Lei was beaten badly by Chu Yuan that day, and he really understood how powerful Chu Yuan was, and was completely convinced. Moreover, Chu Yuan is proficient in the lightning technique, and has the title of lightning sanctioner, and Fang Lei is a supernatural power majoring in the lightning system. For his subordinates, Chu Yuan will not be stingy. He gave Feng Lei the method of comprehension of the big thunder and lightning technique, and with the power of thunder and lightning sanction, he summoned the rolling thunder and let him experience the way of supernatural powers. As for how much he can comprehend, it all depends on his creation. As for the Thunder Sword Gate, it was originally focused on cultivating the magical powers of the Thunder Dao, but there were a lot of materials used in the construction of the thunder cannons in the sect. Chu Yuan also handed over some of the newly built thunder cannons to Feng Lei. What surprised Chu Yuan was that Feng Lei was also a ruthless man. He actually used the thunder cannon to practice the great thunder and lightning technique, allowing people to shoot directly at him, using his own mana to counteract the power of the lightning strikes. Chu Yuan smiled at Feng Lei's actions. As long as he is loyal to Dao and the Saint, Chu Yuan can be willing to use any resources to improve the strength of his subordinates. He is now firmly in control of Guihai Mansion, and the Wuyu side also knows the news here, so he also dispatched ships and began to build a sea route where the two domains can sail unimpeded. As for going to another government immediately, he doesn't have that idea yet. Chu Yuan's current main task is to create more sky battleships, sky soldiers, and thunder cannons. Guihai Mansion is only the edge of Dongxian domain, so it won't be too noticeable. Your Majesty, the elder of my Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce is here. Tang Feng hurriedly came to see Chu Yuan after being reported to him. #C223 Businessman. The people from the Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce are here. Chu Yuan has been waiting for them for a long time. Oh? Are they here? Chu Yuan looked at Tang Feng and said, since you are here, I will also meet them in person to express my sincerity in Dao. You, Fuling, come here too, and the details of various transactions with the Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce still need you to come. Talk to them in detail. Outside the Wuqing Palace, several figures were coming at this time. Walking in front was a middle-aged woman. She was wearing a treasured dress, with an extraordinary temperament. There was a shrewd look in her eyes. It seemed that no one could take advantage of her when talking about any business. And she can always keep all the initiative firmly in her hands. This middle-aged woman is also a powerhouse. The few people who followed her were also divine beings. President, this great martial artist is extraordinary. Next to the middle-aged woman, there was a younger-looking woman who watched Dao's luck with a unique way of looking at the air. Although Wuqing was only established after Chu Yuan came to Guihai Mansion, it was built together with the luck of the entire empire. In her eyes, a furnace of heaven and earth appeared, and a pillar of fire rose up, interpreting the ruler of humanity. It's really extraordinary. Although Guihai Mansion is only a small mansion, the fact that Emperor Wu can dominate this Guihai Mansion when he first arrived shows that he has the means. The middle-aged woman said, in Tang Feng's letter, Dao is in the airspace. No, it should be Wu Yu who has cooperated with my Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce many times, providing a large number of divine pills, and Lingyuan rice is also shipped from Wu Yu. Yes, this rice is so powerful that even I have never seen it in Dongguanyueo. This great Wu has some secrets. Someone said. There is no secret, and I will not come in person. Originally a 5-star dynasty, just send a branch of the gods to come, but this great martial art has some ways. This president wants to meet in person this time. The middle-aged woman said. Everyone of the Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce, the visitors are guests, and they are talking inside. Chu Yuan's voice came. The Emperor Wu is inviting us. Let's go, let's meet the Emperor Wu. The middle-aged woman smiled and was led by several eunuchs to Chu Yuan's imperial study. Presumably this is Emperor Wu? Although the middle-aged woman saw that Chu Yuan was very young, she could not underestimate the aura of the Holy Emperor conveyed by him. That's right, it's me. A few people have come from afar, and it's been hard work. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty Emperor Wu, this is Elder Ning Wan from the Covering Moon Mansion. Tang Feng quickly introduced. Covering Moon Mansion? That is indeed a long way from here. Qu Yuan had heard of the Covering Moon Mansion, where the strongest sect was called Covering Moon Sect, and it was said that there was a real false god king in charge. The current suzerain is even more of a fairy who has conquered the country and the city, not comparable to Guihai Mansion. That Ningwan came from the Choihui Mansion and came to Guihai Mansion in person. President Ning, you should be tired too. This is the unique Tianyuan tea of Zhendao, which has the effect of relieving fatigue. With a wave of Qu Yuan's hand, someone brought a few cups of tea. What kind of tea does this great Wu Hui have? The elders who came with Ningwan looked at the teacups, and there were only 7 or 8 pieces of tea in each cup of tea, exuding a thick mist of Tianyuan, and wisps of clouds formed a vision. If someone with a high level of cultivation looks carefully, it turns out to be an intertwined law. Good tea. Ningwan was just a polite compliment at first. But after she took a sip, her face changed suddenly. This tea made her pores open, and the speed at which she was able to absorb mana was accelerated, and a world of laws was intertwined in her eyes, so she took a few more sips. This tea can actually see the power of the law and understand the power of the law of God. Ningwan was shocked. As the president of Covering Moon Mansion, she has drunk countless good teas, but this is the first time she has drank tea that can understand the law of God. This tea is called Tianyuan, and the production is very small, only tens of thousands of tea leaves every year. When President Ning leaves, I can give some to President Ning as a gift. Qu Yuan smiled lightly. Thank you, Emperor Wu. Ning Wan's eyes moved. This kind of tea has a great effect even on the false god king. It doesn't matter if the output is small. The less the tea, the more precious it is. You can hand it to me, the Chankuan Chamber of Commerce. I have a way to auction it for a sky-high price. For the false god king, as long as it is useful for cultivation, no matter how much it costs, they are willing to do so. This Ningwan is also amazing. 3 words are inseparable from business. When Yuan tea was put into her hands, it could really fetch a sky-high price at auction. We'll talk about this later, don't worry, this time I have a lot of business to discuss with President Ning. Qu Yuan gave him a look and said, Fuling, give President Ning the list of what my great martial arts need. So many things. The list is very long. Ningwan glanced at it and said in surprise, whether it is high-level materials or low-level materials, Emperor Wu, you want a very large quantity, especially some high-level materials, such as void crystal. I am covering the moon. There is not much to mobilize in the palace, unless it is reported to the Dongguanyueyu branch, or even the headquarters of the 5 major Xuanyu, can satisfy the appetite of Emperor Wu. If I didn't ask for a lot, I wouldn't bother the Chankuan Chamber of Commerce. Qu Yuan said, or is the Chankuan Chamber of Commerce unable to satisfy my appetite? The words of Emperor Wu are just joking. As long as Emperor Wu can afford the price, my Chankuan Chamber of Commerce can mobilize the goods. When Emperor Wu was in Wuyu, he was an honored guest of our Chamber of Commerce. We must also take this into consideration. Ningwan said, I don't know what Emperor Wu is going to trade. Lingshi, or other materials, I will accept it. Zhendao's unique Lingyuan rice, ordinary Tianyuan tea. Qu Yuan said. Although Lingyuan rice is good, Emperor Wu must also know that this rice has a great effect on ordinary people, but it is not so useful for strong people. Unfortunately, the ordinary Tianyuan tea that your majesty brought out is better than the one I drink. This is much weaker, and can only be exchanged for low-level materials, and high-level materials are still difficult to exchange. Ningwan is a very shrewd person in business. She knew that Qu Yuan had more treasures. Qu Yuan nodded. Of course, he knew that Lingyuan rice was not attractive to the strong, and it was a powerful weapon for the country. But it is not very attractive to the kind of sect with a small number of people. Therefore, he has other preparations, which are enough to make Ningguan completely willing to collect materials for his great martial arts without any complaints. What if it's an elixir? Xuanhuan said. Pills? It's okay. Emperor Wu might know that there is no competition in the martial realm. Ordinary medicinal pills are not very attractive. Ningguan said. I naturally know this, so I won't come up with ordinary medicine pills. Xuanhuan smiled, but if it is Wang Pin Shendan, I wonder if President Ning can be moved. With a wave of his hand, several jade bottles appeared on the table, and when they were opened, they were filled with Wang Pin Shendan. #C224 Chu Heixin. Wang Pin Shendan. Ningguan's expression changed suddenly, but she returned to normal immediately, and said lightly, although Wang Pin Shendan is precious, if it is a few, it is not a big deal. I can also get it from the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, and Emperor Wu wants to establish it. Long-term cooperation? If there are only a few, I will not trade it. Xuanhuan smiled and said, since I can take it out, it means that I can take it out in large quantities for a long time. Tang Feng and I have traded in Wuyu, and he knows this. In Wuyu, we provide materials to Emperor Wu, and Emperor Wu will give us divine pills. There has never been a single problem. President Ning can rest assured. Tang Feng said quickly. What Emperor Wu means? Ningguan said in surprise. Well, the meaning is also very simple. You can still use the trading method in Wuyu, and President Ning will provide me with medicinal materials. After I refine the Qingdan, I will trade with the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce. No matter how successful the success rate is, it belongs to the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce. Part of it will not be less. Xuanhuan repeated the old technique. I get 30% of the 10 materials? Ningguan said. President Ning is joking, you should know better than me the preciousness of Wang Pin Shendan, and it is impossible for the false god king to take it every day. Although I have a way to refine Shendan, it is impossible to make ordinary pills. For the distribution of the medicine, you must get one of the 10 Wang Pin Shendan materials. Xuanhuan spoke about the new method of distribution. 1/10? Ningguan's face instantly turned cold. Emperor Wu, you are too greedy, and the materials for refining the king-grade pill are also extremely cherished. Think about it, this ratio is quite a lot. Although the materials are cherished, it is not worth mentioning if they can't be refined into medicinal pills. A pile of waste, even if the alchemist of the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce comes to refine, the success rate of 1 in 10 is it? I am afraid that 100 ingredients can only be refined into a few pieces, and this is 1/10 of the stability. Xuanhuan has everything in his hands. But, just as someone next to Ningguan was about to speak, Ji Fuling said lightly, and this is a long-term transaction, 1 or 2 times does not seem to be much, and the Guishan Guild must have stored a lot of medicinal materials, and the refining of Wang Pin Shendan requires a lot of money. Great mind, it is difficult for your alchemists to refine them every day, but we have top-secret methods, so we have accumulated them. Your Chamber of Commerce will make big profits and will not suffer losses. Spiritual product Shendan can give you 2/10 of the distribution. Xuanhuan said. The ratio is a bit low. Ningguan frowned. It's not too low. With the strength of my great martial arts, I can also buy medicinal materials in one area. Your Majesty is looking for the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, mainly because the supply of your Chamber of Commerce is stable, which will save us a lot of time to search. Of course, President Ning can also refuse, but Idao has a lot of experience in alchemy, and with this technology, he is not afraid of finding cooperation. After all, it is a treasure of Wang Pin Shendan, which makes the gods and even the virtual gods go crazy. Ji Fuling said, we are not enough, because we earn some hard work. Emperor Wu, who is this person? Ningguan looked at Ji Fuling. This is the president of the Dao Chamber of Commerce, Ji Fuling, who is in charge of the business. Qu Yuan smiled. This President Ji's words make me unable to veto. If it is as His Majesty said, with such a high success rate, I will not lose money, and I will still make money, or I can transfer a batch of medicinal materials to Emperor Wu. Let's try it out first. If Emperor Wu really does what he said now, it is possible to establish long-term cooperation. Ningguan was a little crazy and couldn't grasp the initiative at all. But Qu Yuan's conditions gave her no reason to refuse. I am satisfied with this cooperation, and the advanced materials will be sent continuously in the future, which can be exchanged for various divine pills. Ningguan continued. Fuling, discuss the details with President Ning, and finally make a list for me. Qu Yuan smiled. He is the real white wolf with empty gloves, and the restoration of the Taidan furnace to the king level will bring him a lot of wealth. What a 1/10 ratio, Ningguan thought he was earning a hard fee. But as everyone knows, with the Tai pill stove, his success rate in alchemy is 100%. After the Wangpin divine pill is refined, 90% of the pills will fall into his pocket continuously. Then use these refined medicinal herbs to exchange for those advanced materials. He doesn't need to pay a price. If Ningguan found out, she would definitely slander how there could be such a black-hearted person, and she would scold him for being so black-hearted in her heart. He wouldn't tell Ningguan that he was 100% successful. However, 1/10 of the ratio is a lot in the Wangpin Shendan, unless it is an emperor-level alchemist who reduces the dimensionality and refines it. However, what the emperor-level alchemist pursues is the emperor-grade Shendan, and occasionally refining it is similar. How can there be so much effort to refine it for you? The agreement was quickly settled. Although Ji Fuling was not very talented in cultivation, she was a good businessman, and she and Ningguan quickly settled the transaction of the first batch of materials. Materials were quickly delivered to Dao. As promised, Qu Yuan handed over the first batch of spirit items and Wangpin Shendan to Ningguan. Ningguan tasted the sweetness, and quickly mobilized more materials to Qu Yuan, and also sent a lot of advanced materials. This is the genius of Qu Yuan. With Wangpin Shendan, Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce could not leave him, and it became his logistics firmly, providing him with various materials. As long as the transaction continues, not only the Eastern Profound Territory, but even the 5 Profound Territories will become the supply place for his materials. With so many materials, the Wangpin Shendan refined by Qu Yuan can be used by a few Dao psychic powerhouses to practice every day. The suzerains of several major sects who had surrendered to Qu Yuan before got this good show, and they were all overjoyed. Fortunately, Qu Yuan sent a battleship to go to their sects, otherwise he would not surrender. How would he get such a many kings or divine pills? This is the benefit of joining Dao. Zhu Fengfeng got so many divine pills, almost taking pills as a meal, and cultivating very fast. After reaching the 10th level of the divine position, Qu Yuan directly consumed the water of luck to raise her cultivation base to the realm of spirituality. As soon as she arrived at Tongshan, the bloodline power of the undead phoenix within her body became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 months since Qu Yuan came to Guihai Mansion. In the past 3 months, after trading with the Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce and refining materials himself, he has built 30 sky battleships, 20 sky soldiers, and as many as 2,000 thunder cannons. He also used the power of Guihai Prefecture to form a large number of Guihai Navy to cooperate with the Shenwu Legion. On the other side of Wuyu, the route was also initially opened. Although there are many pirates at sea, Qu Yuan directly sent sky soldiers to clear a safe and unobstructed route, and established supply points on the islands on the route, which can supply unimpeded. His development in Dongxianyu was gradually on the right track. Continue to develop. It won't take long for the 3 branches to be completed. At that time, you can get more fate points. If you can create a sky soldier with the strength of the virtual god, the strength of Dao will be even stronger. Xuanhuan also carefully studied the method of creating false god sky soldiers. However, the treasure of such materials is more than 1,000 times more precious than the sky warriors, and he also mentioned it to Ningguan. But Ningguan also said that as long as she had this kind of material, she would definitely send it to Xuanhuan as soon as possible. It seems that these high-level materials cannot be completely relied on by the Quanhuan Chamber of Commerce. I will also recruit powerful refiners to purify the materials myself. Xuanhuan thought. Your Majesty, there is a woman outside the palace who wants to see you. The guards outside the palace suddenly reported to Xuanhuan. A woman wants to see me? Xuanhuan wondered. #C225 Two princesses. A woman wants to see me? Xuanhuan frowned slightly. Which woman would come to see him? What name did she leave behind? She said her name was Qianyao. The guard said. Qianyao? Could it be the second sister Huang? Xuanhuan was also surprised. Quickly welcome her into the palace, and I will go see her in person. At this time, there was an additional woman in Xuanhuan's palace. She was beautiful in front of her, wearing an elegant white robe, and there was a mark covering the moon on her clothes. Looking at the palace, she asked with a puzzled face, will it really be the great Wu in my memory? I hope so, but is it possible? I didn't expect it, it's really the queen's second sister. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the woman. He looked at the woman. Her face is very similar to Chu Xiaonyang, but she is much more mature than Chu Xiaonyang, not that naughty, but has a fresh and elegant temperament. You are Emperor Wu. The woman suddenly looked at the man in front of her, and when she saw the overlap in front of him and her memory, she covered her mouth and said in shock, Yuan. Brother Yuan, it's actually you. Yes, this woman is the second princess of Dao, Chu Qianyao. She left Dao more than 10 years ago, but she did not expect to appear in Dongguanyueu. I didn't expect to meet second sister Huang in Dongxianyu. Xuanhuan smiled. I'm more surprised than you are. Chu Qianyao hurried to Xuanhuan and looked at his face with a look of disbelief. Although Dao was an imperial family, the first emperor had only 3 daughters and 1 son, and no other heirs. Therefore, the relationship between them was very good, and they were not as ruthless as other royal families. In Xuanhuan's memory, this second imperial sister was more like an eldest sister. Because the eldest princess had left Dao long before the founding of the country. Now missing, no sound. Why did the imperial sister come to Dongxianyu and come here? Xuanhuan took Chu Qianyao to his imperial study and brewed a cup of Tianyuan tea with his own hands. I also want to ask you, how did you come to Dongxian territory, brother Yuan? Xiankong territory is extremely far away from Dongxian territory. Back then, I only got here after dying, and how did Dao dominate Guihai Palace? I remember Dao. Should. Chu Qianyao wanted to say that Dao should not have such strength. After all, in her memory, Dao was just a dynasty of 1 star, and putting it in Dongguanyueu was nothing. It's a long story. Xuanhuan slowly told Chu Qianyao what had happened in the past few years. I didn't expect my father to die 5 years ago, but I didn't know it. Chu Qianyao looked sad. In her memory, her father was loving. The death of the first emperor is extremely strange, and there are 300,000 soldiers of the gods and martial arts buried with me. Although I have been investigating, but I have no clue, but I believe that as long as my strength increases, I will be able to know the strangeness, and those with great power can even do it. Go back in time and see what happened in the past. Xuanhuan said. Although the death of the father is strange, what amazes me even more is that it is you, brother Yuan, that you were able to unify the airspace in just a few years, and even come to the Dongxian region to let the 4 major sects in Guihai Palace surrender. You are truly amazing, the second sister can't see through you. Although Chu Qingyao did not see many battles in the airspace with her own eyes, but just hearing it, she felt shocked and unbelievable. What kind of strength was Dao when she left, and what kind of strength is Dao now? He has dominated the airspace and changed his name to Wu Yu. Now he has come to the Dongxian territory again, and in just a few months, he has occupied the land of a mansion, making Tongshan want to take refuge. This is completely different from the great Wu in her memory. But she didn't stupidly ask Chu Yuan what adventures she got, she only knew that she was the second princess of De Wu, and De Wu was the backer behind her. In front of Chu Yuan is not only her younger brother, but also the emperor of Dao. This is enough. It's no wonder that I have cultivated so quickly in recent years, and actually reached the 10th level of Yunshan in just a few years. I thought it was because of my own enlightenment. It turned out to be because of Brother Yuan. Chu Qingyao said. Huangjia is the second princess of Dao. Although she is not in Dao, Dao is now a 5-star dynasty, with a strong national fortune. It is recorded in the royal family. Naturally, Huangjia was favored by the national fortune, so she quickly broke through the realm, but Huangjia was able to reach Yunshan so soon. He is also talented and intelligent. Chu Yuan smiled. This is the power of national fortune. Chu Qingyao, the second princess of Dao, has such a noble status. As for the eldest princess, Chu Yuan had no impression at all. Brother Yuan, you compliment me too much. I still know how much I have. Chu Qingyao said. But looking at the logo on the clothes of the emperor, it should be from the Covering Moon Mansion. It seems to be related to the Covering Moon sect. Chu Yuan looked at the logo on Chu Qinyao's clothes. Ningwan came from Covering Moon Mansion. Brother Yuan Xingming. Chu Qingyao said, I really came from Coveryway Mansion, and I am also the outer sect elder of Coveryway sect. I suddenly knew through the Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce that there was a great martial dynasty in Guihai Mansion. I originally thought it was the same name, but I haven't been home for many years, so I wanted to take a look, but I didn't expect it to be the right one. It really is Dao. It turns out that the Emperor Wu of the people of the Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce is you. Actually, after I said goodbye to my father and mother, I went out to sea from the Myriad Beasts mountain range, and encountered a storm on the way. I was only in the supernatural power realm and almost died in the sea. Later, the sect master of the Covering Moon sect happened to pass by here and brought me to Covering the Moon House. Chu Qingyao also spoke out about her past years. If there is no sect master covering the moon, I will never see the second sister, and the mother will be very sad when she finds out. It seems that I will also visit the door to thank the sect master covering moon in person, and thank her for taking care of the royal sister over the past 10 years. Chu Yuan said. The sect master is a master of the 10th level of spirituality. Although she is only a woman who has practiced for dozens of years, she is already the suzerain of the Covering Moon sect. After the previous old sect master abdicated, she took over the position, thinking that she would be the covering of the moon sect. The next false god. Chu Qingyao said, this is a strange woman. Wonderful woman? Chu Yuan said, I am interested in seeing her. I will soon return to the sect. As a younger brother, I can recommend it to the sect master. Chu Qingyao laughed. If Chu Yuan was just an ordinary emperor of the 5-star dynasty, then he would hardly see the sect master covering the moon, but Chu Yuan was the overlord of Guihai Palace. Although Chu Qingyao didn't know how powerful Chu Yuan was, she always felt that Chu Yuan was unfathomable and seemed to have an indescribable power. Going to meet the sect master of the moon sect as the overlord of Guihai Mansion is also equal, and will receive the hospitality of the entire sect of the moon sect. Looking at the appearance of Huangjia, I am afraid it is not just as simple as a recommendation. Chu Yuan could see the slyness in Chu Qinyao's smile. The sect master doesn't have a Taoist companion yet. I don't know how many people in the entire Dongxian domain fall in love with the sect master. After all, the sect master is the future false god. Chu Qingyao's words were astonishing, and suddenly said, I don't think there is a concubine in the harem of the younger brother Yuan. If this younger brother can make the sect master fall in love and become the imperial concubine of the younger brother, it will be a good thing. If the mother knows, she will also very happy, the whole Big Wu's happy event. #C226 Good Sister. Empress? After Chu Yuan heard it, he smiled and said, what is the imperial sister talking about? The mother never mentioned the matter of the imperial concubine. I'm not joking. The queen mother has an elegant temperament. She doesn't like to interfere in anything, and she doesn't like to ask anything. Only she can stand the father's character, who only knows how to cultivate all day. Chu Qingyao said earnestly, as your imperial sister, I naturally have to be concerned about this matter. I have few members of the Dao royal family. Brother Yuan, you should also put the matter of the imperial concubine on the agenda. I think our suzerain is very good, and only the sect master is worthy of you. Haha, I haven't seen that sect master covering moon yet. Chu Yuan said. All this time I will recommend Brother Yuan to see the sect master. If I can develop a relationship, it will be great. Chu Qingyao's eyes were fiery, and she wished that Chu Yuan would immediately go to see sect master Choyue. If it wasn't for the fact that Dao's national power has skyrocketed to this level, she would not have had this idea. She is also very enthusiastic about this kind of thing. Seeing the heat in Chu Qingyao's eyes, Chu Yuan was also a little speechless. The second sister Huang, who he had just met, was too worried. She was actually looking for a concubine for him, and she was also the suzerain of the Covering Moon sect. Almost become a matchmaker. This is a really good sister. I'm not in a hurry to go to the Covering Moon sect for the time being. The Imperial sister just came back today, and I also give the Imperial sister a great gift. As he spoke, 108 rays of light suddenly shot out. These 108 rays of light revolved like a star, and the pure medicinal power radiated out, all of which were spiritual pills. These are all spiritual pills? Chu Qingyao asked in shock. Today, I will let the royal sister directly break through to the realm of the gods. If only relying on Chu Qinyao's hard work, it would take a long time to break through to the divine position, but Chu Yuan directly used the spirit product to help her shorten the process. At this moment, Chu Yuan popped out 10 more Wangpin pills. Chu Yuan waved his hands. The medicinal power was completely dissolved, and the strong power of the law of divine position flowed. After Chu Qingyao was violently exposed to this force, her realm increased rapidly, and the law of divine position in her body continued to be generated. The realm of the gods. It didn't take long for Chu Qingyao to break through to the divine position. I'm on the throne now? Chu Qingyao was still in shock. Just now, that was Wangpin Shindan? This kind of pill is very precious even in the Covering Moon sect. Yuendi, you actually took out this kind of pill. It's amazing. Once you become a god, you can become an inner sect elder in the Covering Moon sect, and the status is not the same. Even the Hidden Moon sect did not have such luxury, and directly took out so many medicinal pills to break through cultivation. The emperor has a good understanding of the realm power after the gods. There are more spiritual pills here that can help the emperor to consolidate the realm. Chu Yuan said, in addition, I still have a few artifacts here for the emperor. A bracelet, a long sword, a soft armor, a pair of boots, and a hairpin. These 5 things are actually spiritual artifacts. They were all given to me? Chu Qingyao sensed the power in the spiritual tool, and said in surprise, it's actually a spiritual artifact. It's too precious, I can't ask for it. It's all a family. Does the queen need to be polite to me? With only these few members of the Dao royal family, Chu Yuan would naturally not be stingy with a few spiritual artifacts. Okay, since Brother Yuan gave it, the second sister will accept it. Chu Qingyao vowed, for the sake of De Wu and to thank Brother Yuan, I will choose the imperial concubine for Brother Yuan. She is still thinking about this matter, and she is really a good sister who cares about her brother. Sister Huang, I haven't returned to Dao for many years. I have opened up the voyage between Geheifu and Wuyu. Sister Huang can go back to Dao first to see my mother and Chenxi. Chu Yuan said. I really want to see my mother and pay homage to my father and emperor. When I left, Chenxi was still a little old. I'm afraid she has grown into a big girl now. My sister is too incompetent. Chu Qinyao recalled. I will immediately arrange a sky battleship to escort the royal sister back to Wuyu. Chu Yuan nodded. He had just arrived in Dongguanyueu and had a lot of things to do, so on the next day, he arranged a sky battleship to send Chu Qinyao back to Dao. The sky battleship is extremely fast. If you don't count the consumption of the divine stone, it will not take a month to come and go. After sending Chu Qinyao away, Chu Yuan continued to stabilize his rule in Guihai Mansion. The current Guihai Mansion has changed a lot compared to the previous period when the various sects were fighting, especially the life of ordinary people, which is even more peaceful and stable. The Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce. After several transactions with Chu Yuan, only 10 materials can be obtained to obtain a Wan Pin Shindan. But this success rate is much better than theirs, especially since there are still a large number of spiritual products in the account, which makes them happy. You must know that the higher the cultivation base, the more inseparable from the medicinal herbs. For example, Fang Lei had the Wan Pin Shindan provided by Chu Yuan, and he had broken through to the 7th level of psychic power in just a few months, and other psychic powerhouses had also made some breakthroughs. Without medicinal herbs, you can only rely on your own self-cultivation. How long will it take to cultivate? Therefore, the Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce in the Dongxian region is doing their best to supply the medicinal materials to Chu Yuan, and they only need to operate a little and auction it, and they will earn more than these medicinal materials. And the more materials they sent, the more medicine Chu Yuan had. It's a win-win deal. Of course, this is because Chu Yuan has a good reputation and has never lost their elixir. This is just Wan Pin Shindan. If he gets the Imperial artifact, he can upgrade the Tai pill stove to the Imperial level, and the refined medicinal pills will even be moved by the powerhouses of the True God and Heavenly God realm. With the pills, the Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce can be firmly locked, and they can provide me with a large amount of materials needed by Dao. Every day, the overall strength of Dao will increase with each passing day, which is what I want to see. Chu Yuan is very ambitious. And more than a month later, Chu Qinyao also came back. Brother Yuan, I saw my mother this time. I paid homage to the first emperor in the Imperial Mausoleum. I accompanied my mother for a few days, and I also saw Chenxi. I have grown up, and I also explained the situation here to my mother. I'm also very happy, and she's very supportive of my suggestion. As soon as Chu Qinyao returned to Dongxianyu, he immediately found Chu Yuan. After she went back, she found that Wu Yu's situation was completely different from what she was before. I couldn't feel it in Guihai Mansion, but when I arrived in Wu Yu, everyone's belief was Emperor Wu, and everyone respected Emperor Wu the most. Countless people believed in Emperor Wu day and night, and they had no other thoughts at all. The entire martial domain is completely unified. The emperor really told the Queen Mother. Chu Yuan said. Of course, this is a big matter of my great martial arts, how can I not discuss it with my mother? Chu Qinyao said, although I am the second princess of Dao, and also the elder of the outer sect of the Covering Moon sect, I have to return to the Covering Moon sect after I have been away for several months. Brother Yuan will accompany me to return to the Covering Moon sect this time. Covering the moon sect can form a friendly relationship with Dao, which is also beneficial to my Dao. Since it is the invitation of the royal sister, I will follow the royal sister to the moon covering sect this time. #C227 Hidden Moon Sect. Covering Moon Sect is located in Covering Moon Mansion. Covering the Moon Sect has a long history. Among the sects, only women are accepted, and it is also a sect with a virtual god king, and it is enough to rank in the forefront of the entire Dongxian domain. After the old sect master of the previous generation of false god realm abdicated, he handed over the sect master to the new sect master. Xuanhuan and Chu Qinyao went directly to the Covering Moon sect, and he saw that there were many misty fairy mountains in front of them, planted with a large number of flowers, plants, and trees, and many female warriors flying around, as if they were flying in the fairy air, especially pleasing to the eye. Brother Yuan, the Covering Moon sect has arrived. People who are not from this school cannot enter the sect, but you can enter after following me. I have already mentioned it to the sect master and told the sect master that the master of the great martial arts will come to visit the Covering Moon sect today, and the sect master has already responded, I agree, and let me take you to the palace of Covering Moon. Chu Qingyao pointed to the immortal mountain in front of him and said, Okay, since that's the case, let's go ahead and cover the moon sect. Chu Yuan looked at the continuous immortal mountain, as expected of a 6-star sect with a false god. Under this immortal mountain, there may be more than one king-grade mineral vein buried. Walking into the Covering Moon sect, there are many women coming and going. Since it is a sect, there are people in almost all realms, but Chu Yuan is advanced in the outer sect, and only when he reaches the peeping god can he become an inner sect disciple. Chu Qingyao was brought back by sect master Coveryu himself, so she also has some status in the sect. Hello, Elder Chu. Those disciples saluted Chu Qingyao, and curious eyes fell on Chu Yuan from time to time. Men are generally not allowed to enter the Covering Moon sect, and almost all men who can enter the Covering Moon sect are earth-shattering beings. How about Brother Yuan? In terms of strength, although my Covering Moon sect is not ranked first in the Eastern Profound region, I do not know how many people are envied by my Covering Moon sect, and the sect master is even more visible to countless people in the Eastern Profound region. Unattainable targets, including false god powerhouses. Chu Qingyao said with a smile. Although I have never seen sect master Covering Moon, I have learned that although sect master Covering Moon is a 10th level psychic, it is rumored that she has fought against the false god king. Obviously, there is no way to get sect master Covering Moon. Chu Yuan said slowly, I am afraid her strength is comparable to that of a false god. The strength of the sect master, the general virtual gods can't help her. Chu Qingyao nodded. Let's go to the palace of Covering the Moon first. Chu Qingyao pointed to the highest immortal mountain in the Covering Moon sect. Chu Qingyao, you're back. You haven't returned for a few months. I thought you died outside. Fortunately, you didn't have an accident. Otherwise, senior sister will miss you very much. Just then, a woman's voice sounded. Then, in front of Chu Yuan, a tall and slender young woman appeared with a mole on the corner of her mouth, sneering and looking at Chu Qingyao with a very bad face. Who is she? Chu Yuan asked. Her name is Wufang, and I have always had some conflicts with me. She is also an elder from the outer sect, but she is quite powerful in the Covering Moon sect. Her Zhou family has a spiritual elder in the sect, but I was brought back by the sect master. Don't dare to do anything to me. Chu Qingyao said lightly. Who is this man? Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yuan, swept over him, and said disdainfully, when will the sect be able to bring men in and out at will? Who is this man? Is it the little white face you found outside? No wonder you have been for months. If you don't return to the sect, your behavior is against the rules. You. Chu Qingyao said with an ugly face, Xuanhuan, let me tell you, his identity is. Chu Qingyao, now that I am an inner sect elder, you dare to call me by my name? Suddenly, Xuanhuan exuded a divine aura, interrupted her, and said oppressively, in the few months since you left, I have already broken through to the divine position. You are relying on the protection of the sect master, you don't practice well, and you follow the rules. The elders of the outer sect must bow when they see the elders of the inner sect. You're the only god? Chu Qingyao said disdainfully, I am also a god. God realm. Xuanhuan's face changed greatly, and he said in surprise, impossible, you have only broken through to the realm of Yunshan for a few years, and you have cultivated to the divine position? Is it the magic pill given to you by the sect master? Speaking of this, she also had a strong look of envy on her face. Why is it impossible? Chu Qingyao said coldly, get out of the way, don't get in my way. Wait a moment. Seeing that Chu Qingyao didn't want to pay attention to her, Xuanhuan rolled her eyes and suddenly said, since the junior sister has broken through to the divine position, let the senior sister experience your strength. After all, the junior sister is a big celebrity in front of the sect master. Originally, she was the most eye-catching in the Covering Moon sect. However, with the sudden rise of Chu Qingyao in recent years, it robbed her of all the limelight and overwhelmed her. Now that she has broken through to the status of God, and she has not been compared with her, Xuanhuan has a strong jealousy in her heart. Chu Yuan's expression did not change. The suppression of each other in the sect is a battle of the gods, which is normal. Let the emperor have fun with her, and personally slap that Xuanhuan in the face. Pick up flowers and shadows. Xuanhuan didn't listen to Chu Qinyao's willingness or not, and suddenly started. Her movements were extremely elegant, her slender body stepped in the air, and petals fell, and these petals contained terrifying power. Xuanhuan, if you want to fight, I will fight with you too. Although Chu Qinyao's character is not as aggressive as Chu Xuanhuan, but like the name of Great Wu, she takes the lead in Wu and is not afraid of any challenges. The two elders actually fought. This is the power of the law of the gods. It has always been rumored that the two elders have a bad relationship, but now they have both broken through to the gods and fought again. Both elders have been fighting for several years. Many disciples came together. Chu Qingyao, you can't possibly be my opponent. This Xuanhuan suddenly took out the moon plate, which radiated hazy moonlight, but the moonlight was the power of the domain, intertwined into dense laws, to trap Chu Qingyao inside. Inue Pan? That psychic elder valued you very much, and gave you this spiritual artifact. Chu Qingyao did not panic at all. She pulled out the hairpin on her head, and with a light stroke, it was extremely sharp, and a golden light tore out, directly breaking the moonlight field. The jade bracelet in her hand radiated a galaxy-like light, which trapped Xuanhuan inside. Spiritual artifact. Xuanhuan's pupils dilated violently, and she said in shock, why do you have so many spiritual artifacts? Could it be given to you by the sect master? No, this is not from my Covering Moon sect, but the man who came with you. Who is this person? Who? She would never have imagined that Chu Qingyao was a spiritual artifact. After she broke through to the divine position, she was only given one piece by the psychic elder from the Zhou family, but when she compared with Chu Qingyao, she was immediately compared with her. She was like a beggar, still complacent. She was already full of jealousy towards Chu Qingyao, but now she is pressing her head again, making her even more jealous. Humph, I'll tell you who he is. Chu Qingyao said proudly, he is the master of the Great Wu dynasty, Emperor Wu, and the current master of Guihai Mansion. This time, I'm here to visit the sect master. You dare to stay here? Presumptuous here. Great Martial Emperor. Xuanhuan shouted sharply, isn't Guihai House the master of the four sects? When did a great martial artist come? Presumptuous, Xuanhuan, don't retreat quickly. Suddenly, a power of the gods came, and then an old woman appeared and glared at Xuanhuan. The old man is Xuanxi, the elder of the Hidden Moon sect. This Xuanhuan is accustomed to being spoiled by the old man. crash into Emperor Wu. Hashtag C228 Luo Yueying. This old woman was wearing a plain white robe, but her cultivation was not low, reaching the 8th level of psychic power. Xuanhuan may not know Emperor Wu, but Xuanxi, as the great elder who manages the inner and outer sects, has no choice but to know. In the past few months, the name of Emperor Wu has been spread in Dongxian Mansion. The 4 sects of Guihai Prefecture took refuge, and something called Linjiwanmi appeared. It was said that there were extremely terrifying warships in their dynasty. I don't know what is the relationship between Emperor Wu and the elders in my sect. When she was speaking, a tyrannical thought peeped away, trying to test the depth of Chuyuan. But what surprised her was that as soon as her mind extended out, it disappeared inexplicably, as if it was swallowed up by a mysterious force, which made her face awe. This martial emperor was even more terrifying than the legend. This is my imperial sister, the second princess of Dao. Chuyuan said. It turns out that Qin Yao still has such an identity. Qin Yao, you have never mentioned it before, and there is such an existence as Emperor Wu behind you. Elders she was stunned. Chu Qinyao's face was also a little helpless. When she left, Dao was only a 1-star dynasty. What was the use of speaking out? And Dao's sudden rise was only a matter of recent years, and even her princess had just known about it. I heard that Emperor Wu is coming, and the sect master has been waiting in the palace of Covering Moon. If there is any negligence, please forgive me. Although the Covering Moon sect is a false god-level sect, Chuyuan's great Wu dynasty has been too strong in recent months, and even she can't ignore it. She immediately waved her hand and led the master to the Covering Moon palace. In the hall of Covering the Moon, the whole body is bright, especially the sky above the hall, like glass. You can see the starry sky. At this moment, there are some elders sitting on both sides. Chu Qinyao also took a look. Although she has joined the Moon Covering sect for more than 10 years, this is the first time she has seen so many psychic elders. It was hard to see one before. This person must be Emperor Wu. Qinyao, don't you introduce me first? Suddenly, a pleasant voice came over. In the position of the main seat, a woman is sitting. She was wearing the robe of the sect master of the Covering Moon sect, like a peerless fairy who walked out of the moon palace. Between her eyebrows, there was a brilliance of the moon. It adds to a fierce sense of mystery. She is the sect master of the Covering Moon sect. Chuyuan looked at the sect master of the Covering Moon sect and was a little surprised. When he was in the Imperial city, the Mu Rou he had met was a beautiful woman with a dazzling city and a country. And the sect master of the Covering Moon sect is a feeling. She looks very comfortable at first glance, and there is always a feeling that you can only look at it from a distance, just like a fairy in the sky. You can only look at her in the mist and appreciate her fairy appearance. Speaking of Muru, when she was 32 years in Dao, the Miao Yinfeng suddenly disappeared. Metropolitan. Chu Qingyao nodded and said, he is the great martial emperor, who came from the martial realm. At this time, Chuyuan also sat on a large seat, on the same level as the sect master of the Covering Moon sect. This kind of hospitality is already of a very high standard, which shows the importance that the Covering Moon sect attaches to Chuyuan. Brother Yuan, the sect master, is called Luo Yueying. Chu Qinyao whispered a voice transmission. I would also like to thank Sect Master Luo for the incident back then. If it wasn't for Sect Master Luo, I would have been buried in the sea, and I would never see her. Today, when I visit Cover Moon sect, I will come to thank you in person. Chuyuan said. I didn't expect this Chu Qinyao to be the second princess of Dao. She was hidden deep enough before, and no one knew. This great martial arts can make the 4 Guihai sects take refuge, which is enough to demonstrate the strength of great martial arts. Looking at the extraordinary bearing of this Emperor Wu, there seems to be a mysterious color on his body. The sect master has never received guests. We handle it all. But today, when I meet Emperor Wu in person, I can tell that even the sect master is very curious about this Emperor Wu and values him very much. Look at this Emperor Wu, he shouldn't be very old. The elders of the Covering Moon sect exchanged their spiritual thoughts one after another. Back then, this sect just happened to pass by and rescue Qinyao at will. Emperor Wu is very polite. Luo Yueying's voice was gentle and pleasant, making people immersed in it. Her beautiful face and smile made people calm down and said, Emperor Wu doesn't have to be so polite. I didn't disappoint this sect when I saw Emperor Wu today. At this time, someone also brought tea. This tea is different from Tianyuan tea. It is a scented tea. When you shake it, there will be a round of understanding, and the fragrant taste will come out. Sect Master Luo. Chu Yuan smiled lightly. Although it is a trivial matter to Sect Master Luo, it is a major event for me, and I am not someone who does not know how to repay my kindness. This time I came to visit, this is a gift from me to Sect Master Luo. He took out a jade bottle. What's in this? It turned out to be Wang Pin Shendan. What, Wang Pin Shendan? Yutian Qingling pill. This pill is extremely difficult to refine, and it is the best of the Wang Pin Shendan. The biggest effect is to make the 10-level psychic comprehend the law of false gods and break through to the realm of psychic powers. The old sect master also took a few jade days. Only the Qingling pill has the opportunity to break through the false god king. Emperor Wu actually sent Yutian Qingling pill. There are actually 5 Yutian Qingling pills in it. When the elders of the sect saw that Chu Yuan had sent out such a treasured medicinal pill, their expressions changed. This is the Yutian Qingling pill, and even if there are a large number of king-grade god stones, it is difficult to buy. I cherish it so much. Yutian Qingling pill can improve the success rate of false god. Almost no one will sell it. Yutian Qingling Dan. Luo Yueying was also surprised. Emperor Wu sent out such a treasured elixir, I am afraid that this sect will not be able to accept it. Unexpectedly, when Luo Yueying faced Yutian Qingling pill, she could still stick to her heart and remain unmoved. Sect Master, this is Emperor Wu's gratitude, just accept it. Chu Qingyao hurriedly said, it wasn't the Sect Master who saved my life was buried in the sea. Compared to some medicinal herbs, I care more about the life-saving grace of the Emperor. Chu Yuan said. If that's the case, then accept this sect. Luo Yueying pondered for a moment before slowly nodded. Seeing that Luo Yueying accepted the Yutian Qingling pill, those sect elders breathed a sigh of relief. With this Yutian Qingling pill, Luo Yueying's time to break through the false god king will be greatly shortened, which is a good thing for the Covering Moon sect. After all, each additional false god king has a completely different status. At this time, they were also very pleasing to the eyes of Chu Yuan. Luo Yueying has a gentle nature. Her unintentional act back then saved Chu Qinyao. Even she never thought it would bring this kind of reward. My Imperial sister, I have been taken care of by the elders over the years, and I have also brought other gifts. Between Chu Yuan's fingers, more than a dozen jade bottles flew out and fell into the hands of the elders. Although they were not as precious as Yutian Qingling pills, they were also Wangpin pills. Emperor Wu, you're welcome. These psychic elders were all smiles. Seeing this, Chu Qinyao naturally knew that Chu Yuan was attracting people's hearts for her, laying the foundation for her, and later gaining a higher status in the Covering Moon sect. The sky above the hall of Covering the Moon is transparent and you can see the outside. At this time, Luo Yueying looked up slightly, night fell, and the stars were coming, and said with a smile, Emperor Wu knows why my moon covering sect is called Covering Moon sect. This is also a great wonder in Dongxian region, moon covering wonders. Hashtag C229 Hidden Moon. The spectacle of covering the moon? Chu Yuan said. It is the spectacle of covering the moon, this is a great spectacle of the Covering the Moon sect. Luo Yueying's clear and melodious voice sounded. Emperor Wu came by coincidence. The spectacle of covering the moon appears every 10 years. Tonight is the opening time. If Emperor Wu is not in a hurry, you can stay and watch the spectacle of covering the moon. I'm not in a hurry. Xuanhuan said. Elders, open the spectacle of covering the moon. In this step, Luo Yueying left the covering moon hall directly and appeared in the void. The starry sky is very bright tonight. Luo Yueying waved her hands like an immortal in the air, casting out starlight. Xuanhuan is keenly aware that the void here has changed, and there is actually a bright wave that appears in the sky like a vast ocean. The secret realm of hidden moon has opened. Chu Qingyao whispered beside Xuanhuan. Like a bright moon rising from the sea, the light turns into the ocean, and a moon emerges from the sea of light, looming, but only half a circle appears. In that half-moon, a palace still appeared faintly, like a moon palace. At this moment, Luo Yueying's figure seems to be merged with that covering the moon. From a distance, she looks like the moon fairy in the moon palace, with clouds lingering around her, as if she had transformed into an ancient fairyland, which is extremely beautiful. The immortal tower of the moon palace, the fairy, and the beautiful lady, this situation is like a heavenly palace. Xuanhuan also praised. No matter how beautiful the moon-covering spectacle is, it also needs the foil of a fairy. After the spectacle of covering the moon was opened, Xuanhuan clearly felt that an extremely pure energy was transmitted from the moon covering the moon, and he saw that many elders and disciples in the covering moon sect were running the exercises, and these energy is inhaled. This spectacle of covering the moon seems to exist in a secret realm in the void. Xuanhuan looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him and came to Luo Yueying's side. Reflected on the cover of the moon. The Emperor of Heaven. At this time, under the brilliance of the moonlight, the words Emperor of Heaven appeared in the hearts of many elders of the covering moon sect. Xuanhuan seems to be the master, and the Emperor's temperament is too strong, which makes them feel awe in their hearts. As expected of Emperor Wu. Luo Yueying said, that hidden moon is indeed a secret realm, which was opened and left by a strong god of the gods. Later, the founder of the hidden moon sect accidentally found this place, entered the secret realm and inherited it, so I opened a sect here. The word covering the moon also came from this. God strong. When the strength reaches the gods, it is the god's mansion that is enough to break the sky. With a wave of his hand, he can destroy the stars and run rampant in the universe. The strength is unimaginable. The illusory god is just a god of nothingness. The gods have surpassed the true gods. There is no god in the entire 5 profound realms. Even in the middle profound realm, it is very far away from the gods. Luo Yueying continued, the secret realm of covering the moon is opened every 10 years, which is to accumulate the power of the moon spirit. This power of the moon spirit is extremely beneficial to the disciples of this sect. This sect is able to cultivate to the 10th level of spirituality, and it is also because of this hidden moon. The credit of the secret realm. The secret realm opened up by the gods is amazing. Xuanhuan nodded and said, fixed in the void, absorbs the essence of the void, and transforms it into the power of the moon spirit. Xuanhuan practiced the great cutting technique and was very sensitive to the fluctuations in space. What Emperor Wu said is quite right. You can only see the moon from the outside, but you can feel the whole secret realm inside, and once every 10 years is just a small scene. This year happens to be 100 years, and it will be more mysterious than usual. Is Emperor Wu interested? Go get acquainted. Luo Yueying said. Option 1. Refuse the invitation of Luo Yueying. Do not enter the hidden realm of the hidden moon. Get 500 fate points, random lottery chance x1. Option 2. Accept Luo Yueying's invitation, enter the hidden moon secret realm, get 500 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. Since Sect Master Luo has invited a century-old wonder, I naturally have this curiosity. Ding. The host makes the second choice, gets 500 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. The secret realm of covering the moon is open, and all the disciples enter the secret realm. Although Luo Yueying is like a fairy, she is a headmaster after all, so she naturally has a majesty. Emperor Wu, please. Before Luo Yueying and Chu Yuan spoke, they stepped into the secret realm first. Brother Yuan and Sect Master entered the secret realm at the same time. Seeing that Chu Yuan and Luo Yueying entered the secret realm like angels, Chu Qingyao's mouth also opened wide, and then a smile appeared. The secret territory of the hidden moon is about 10,000 miles in size, filled with the rich moon spirit energy. There is a slightly cold atmosphere here. The palace towers seen outside are not phantoms, and there are indeed pavilions inside. And here is not completely desolate, there are also trees planted like crystal moonlight. This is the moon spirit tree. The elders of the secret realm here guessed that it may be a place of ascetic cultivation for a strong god, which is very ancient. Luo Yueying looked at Chu Yuan beside her, and curiosity flashed in her eyes. When she invited Chu Yuan this time, she also felt that this man had a mysterious temperament, which was different from the people she had seen in ordinary times. And giving away the Yutian Qingling pill at will, this kind of handwriting is not something ordinary people can do. And he was Chu Qingyao's younger brother who could occupy Guihai Mansion, so he had something to do with the Covering Moon sect, and it was worth making friends with. As the sect master of the Covering Moon sect, Luo Yueying has more and longer-term considerations. Taking care of a sect is no more difficult than managing a huge empire. Phoenix? Suddenly, Chu Yuan saw a phoenix with the color of moonlight flying by in the secret territory of Covering the Moon, and exclaimed, "This is not a real phoenix, it should be the power of the law." Sect Master Luo said that it is seen once in 100 years. The wonders should have something to do with that. This is the moon spirit phoenix. Luo Yueying waved her hand, and the phoenix came to her side, turned into the power of the law, surrounded her like a beam of light, and then flew away again as a phoenix. This is indeed a law. The power of the law is difficult to touch, but it is transformed into an entity in the secret territory of the moon. When Yinshan sees and comprehends this law, it will be easier to perceive the realm of the gods. Luo Yueying said, "You can breathe the power of the moon spirit in 10 years, and see the existence of laws, but in 100 years, you can see the existence of the gods who opened up the secret realm." For the sake of God's brand, one can more intuitively understand the power of God, which is of great benefit to cultivation. That's why Sect Master Luo invited me to show me the power that belongs to God. It's a courtesy exchange and repaying the gift of the medicine pill. Chu Yuan said with a smile. He sent the medicinal pill to Luo Yueying. Luo Yueying reported back to him to see the imprint of the gods. The power of the gods is hard to see. Although I don't know how helpful it is to Emperor Wu, I think this is an opportunity. When Luo Yueying was talking, the moon spirit tree planted in the secret territory of Covering the Moon suddenly burst into full bloom, and then intertwined, as if touching the imprint of the gods left here, and evolved into a great existence. #C230 God's Brand. Inspired by the brand of God. A majestic moon spirit brilliance gathered together, forming a phantom of a god's mansion. This phantom is shrouded in a haze, and it is impossible to see the real appearance. It is extremely blurred, but it can be vaguely seen that this is a woman. Sitting on a god lord, her eyes seem to be able to penetrate hundreds of millions of time and space. Like the ruler of the moon palace. Even if it is just a brand, every move has the power to arouse the great forces of the world, as if it can break through the air and leave this world at any time. The power of the gods is unpredictable. They are already real gods. They can open up small worlds. It is rumored that there are gods with extremely terrifying mana, and they can even open up a huge world. With the appearance of the phantom of the gods, inside the secret realm, more rich moon spirit essence sprayed out. In the breath of Chu Yuan, he realized that these essences contained the power of the law of the existence of gods, which made his breath move. This should be the imprint of the gods, deliberately left by the existence of the gods. It absorbs a lot of power every 100 years and manifests its imprint. It contains a strong inheritance and hides traces of Taoism and Dharma. Xuanhuan sighed. It is indeed the power of the brand of God. The power of God is extremely terrifying. Even if it is just the power of the brand left behind, it has infinite mana. There is the will of a god. The master once said that who can refine the brand of God, there is hope for the achievement of the true God in the future. Luo Yueying said that the master is the old suzerain of the previous generation of the Covering Moon sect, the false god king. However, even if the brand of God is a master, the false god king can't be refined. If God doesn't recognize you, you can't absorb it. Let you have the ability to reach the sky and destroy your shape. Luo Yueying smiled lightly and said, and this is the first time this sect has seen the brand of God, and everyone is only qualified to refine the brand of God once, that is, when they become a false god, they have successfully cultivated by leaps and bounds, and they are expected to be true gods. Although Luo Yueying is the suzerain of the Concealing Moon sect, she is extremely young. He has only practiced for a few decades, and in the 5 profound domains, he can be regarded as a world-shattering genius. The true God, the true mansion of the gods, is a powerful existence that is not found in the entire Eastern profound domain. At this moment, the hazy moonlight shines on Luo Yueying's delicate face, which makes Xuanhuan's expression change and smiles. With the talent of Sect Master Luo, I hope to be a true god. Then borrow Emperor Wu's auspicious words. Luo Yueying said. The brand of God existed for a few hours or so, before gradually fading away. This kind of direct face to the brand of the gods, even if Xuanhuan saw it, he also benefited a lot. It made him more intuitively understand the power of the gods. It was an existence that was enough to create a void, and a brand could not be erased for 10,000 years. After the secret realm is opened, it will last for several months, but the power of Yuehua in it has little effect on the spiritual power and above, and will let the disciples absorb it inside. At this time, within that round of Covering the Moon, Chu Yun and Luo Yueying seemed to fly out of the moon under the reflection of the moonlight. The spectacle of Covering the Moon is indeed extraordinary, and this trip is worthwhile. Xuanhuan and Luo Yueying fell into a pavilion. Due to the appearance of the spectacle of Covering the Moon, clouds and mist rose up, and the entire Covering the Moon sect was transformed into a fairyland. Sect Master, the people from the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce are here. At this time, Xueshi came over and said. The spectacle of Covering the Moon is like the legendary Moon Palace fairyland, Sect Master Luo, I will not disturb you this time. The voice of admiration came, and it was also a woman. It was actually Ningguan from the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce who came and said with a smile, it was a coincidence that I was able to see such a beautiful sight. If there is a beauty like Sect Master Luo, even I will be jealous. President Ning is here as a distinguished guest. This sect is very happy. Elder Zhua, serve tea. Luo Yueying said. Sect Master Luo seems to have guests here. Ningguan came to the pavilion, looked at Xuanhuan, and said in surprise, Emperor Wu, it's actually you. Yes, it's me. Xuanhuan said, I am also a person who loves to watch the scenery. Naturally, I will not miss the wonders of Covering the Moon. I think this scene is better for people. Ningguan had an interesting taste. No matter how good the scenery is, you need someone as beautiful as Sect Master Luo to look good. Xuanhuan laughed. Looking at this, President Ning and Emperor Wu are still very familiar? Luo Yueying asked. Familiar, how could it be unfamiliar? Emperor Wu is still a big client of my Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Ningguan also curiously said, Emperor Wu should not only be here to cover the wonders of the moon, but there seems to be other relationships. The royal elder sister is the elder of the Covering Moon sect. Back then, Sect Master Luo had saved her life. I came here to pay tribute to Sect Master Xiao Luo this time. This is no secret, Xuanhuan said. It turns out that, and this relationship, it seems that the relationship between Dao and the Covering Moon sect is really unusual. Ningguan suddenly realized. President Ning seems to have something important this time. Do I need to do this to avoid it? Xuanhuan said. It's not a secret, it's the invitation of President Ning from this sect. Luo Yueying said, recently, the Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce has added a batch of Wanpin Shendan, which is very popular. Zhongmen dynasties from other houses have also come to order here, so I discussed with President Ning to order the Shendan. How precious is Wanpin Shendan? The Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce suddenly released a large number of Wanpin Shendan, which naturally caused many people to rush to buy it. If you don't rush to buy it, people from other sects will get it, and the strength will be stronger than you. Emperor Wu, who should I sell this Wanpin Shendan to? Ningguan was amused and looked at Xuanhuan. From my point of view, since the branch in charge of President Ning is in the Covering Moon Mansion, it is natural to have a lot cheaper Covering Moon sect. After all, business is a win-win situation, and Sect Master Luo will definitely come up with enough divine stones, so that Qiankuan will not let Qiankuan go. The Chamber of Commerce suffers. Xuanhuan is deliberately helping to cover up the Moon sect. That's what I mean, too. Ningguan nodded and said, I can make the decision to take out a part of Wanpin Shendan, and supply the Moon Covering sect at the normal price. This part does not need to be bid with other forces, and it will be given first. So simple? Swashi was surprised. Even Luo Yueying's mouth opened slightly, a little surprised. During this period of time, since the Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce in the Choihui Mansion had brought out much more than usual Wanpin Shendan, many forces had come to negotiate deals with them. Luo Yueying had already prepared for a big hemorrhage, and she also had to take orders for a batch of Wanpin Shendan. After all, medicinal pills could be transformed into strength, and she could not let it go. This time I was ready to have a long negotiation with Ningguan. But she did not expect that Ningguan would make a decision so quickly. The normal price of Wanpin Shendan, but it is difficult to buy, and now it can be bought at a premium of 20 to 30%. She couldn't help but look at Xuanhuan, becoming more and more curious about this man. What a smart person she is, she naturally knows that Ningguan's attitude towards him is very unusual. It is not as simple as ordinary business dealings, and even belongs to the kind who dare not offend, but instead coaxes Xuanhuan. Of course she could see that Ningguan's preferential treatment to the Covering Moon sect was all because of what Xuanhuan said just now. Business people, but the most important interest. Obviously, Xuanhuan gave Ningguan an advantage that could not be refused. Sect Master Luo, don't be surprised. Those king-grade pills were all refined in the Emperor Wu's dynasty. My Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce is just producing some materials and selling some hard money. Otherwise, how could there be so many king-grade pills? Ningguan said with a smile. Her words caused all the elders of the Covering Moon sect to look at Xuanhuan in astonishment. #C231 Great news. Are all medicinal pills made by Emperor Wu? This news is really amazing. It was so shocking that the occult moon sect couldn't believe it. No wonder there are so many more Wanpin Shendans on the market recently. That's right, these king-grade pills are indeed from my hands. I have some unique skills in refining pills. If Sect Master Luo wants to refine any king-grade pills in the future, you can find me directly. Will help. Xuanhuan is helping Chu Qinyao to improve his status in the sect. After all, Chu Qinyao had practiced in the Covering Moon sect for more than 10 years, and she was definitely unwilling to return to Dao directly to be her Princess Anqing. Otherwise, she would not have left the sea regardless of the danger. In this case, it is better to let her stay in the covering moon sect. Through this relationship, Dao can also get an ally with a false god powerhouse. Then the sect is here to thank Emperor Wu. Luo Yueying said. No wonder Ningguan's attitude towards Qu Yuan was very unusual. I heard that the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce recently wanted to auction the King-grade artifact. President Ning might as well sell my face and keep the King-grade artifact, and I will use the King-grade divine pill to convert it. Qu Yuan now also needs a lot of King-grade artifacts to unseal the human sovereign sword. The required population is enough, but the King-grade artifact is far from enough. The spiritual artifact is fine, but the King artifact is made by a powerhouse above the false god, but it is difficult to obtain. Emperor Wu's business is better than mine. That Wangpin Shindan is still a medicinal material provided by my Qianquan merchant, and now he wants to buy my Wangpin artifact. Emperor Wu is going in and selling it, but not a penny. The empty-gloved white wolf is considered the ultimate when used to this extent. Ningguan was also a little helpless. Who made Qu Yuan's Wangpin Shindan refining efficiency is far higher than her Qianquan Chamber of Commerce. Even if she knew Qu Yuan's plan, she couldn't refuse. This is technology, and she is firmly calculated to death. If President Ning is in trouble, I will not force it. Qu Yuan said. Whoever sells the King-grade artifact is not for sale, as long as Emperor Wu can get the magic pill. It is also possible. Ningguan would not refuse. Recently, a large number of Wangpin Shindan has made her Qianquan Chamber of Commerce in the limelight and robbed a lot of business of the Chamber of Commerce. I have also seen the spectacle of covering the moon, and Sect Master Luo has also seen it, and I will also return to Wuqing to preside over the overall situation. Qu Yuan said, Sister Huang, if you don't want to go back, you can stay in the Covering Moon sect to practice. I want the elders of the Covering Moon sect to be kind to the elder sister, and Sect Master Luo is also very good. When you want to go back, send a letter, I'll have someone pick you up. I will practice in the Covering Moon sect first, and the secret realm of Covering Moon is very helpful for my cultivation. Chu Qingyao said, Brother Yuan, you should go back first. Emperor Wu can rest assured, Qingyao is also a genius in my sect, and the old man will take good care of her. Xuanhuan said quickly. This sect may also visit Dao. Luo Yueying said. Since that's the case, let's take a step first. Our Wuqing also welcomes Sect Master Luo to be a guest at any time. We are waiting for a big driver in Wuqing. After Qu Yuan said goodbye, he left the Covering Moon sect. Send Emperor Wu. Luo Yueying said. As for the first batch of divine pills needed by the Moon Covering sect, I will deliver them as soon as possible. Ningguan also left. Metropolitan. After the two of them left, Xuanhuan couldn't help but said, I didn't expect that the unintentional act of kindness by the sect master back then would bring me such huge benefits to the Covering Moon sect. This Ningguan is a very shrewd woman. If it wasn't for Emperor Wu, the Shindan transaction will not be so easy. Benzong did it unintentionally back then, watching Qingyao struggling in the sea. Luo Yueying said, raising Qinyao's position of authority and letting her become an elder in the inner sect. The reason why Emperor Wu is so polite is entirely because of Qinyao's face and repaying this sect, and this sect cannot let him down. Maintaining a friendly relationship with Dao is beneficial to the occult moon sect. Yes, the old man agrees. Xuanhuan nodded again and again. In fact, the rise of Dao is very mysterious, as if it suddenly became stronger, and the source of power is only because of Emperor Wu. No one knows why Dao has become so powerful, but with the relationship of Qingyao, if things go on like this, maintaining a friendly relationship with Dao will be beneficial to my concealment of the moon sect without any harm. Emperor Wu is really mysterious, and the sect can't see through him. This person's realm and strength are very strange. Luo Yueying said lightly, Wuqing? Ben Gong will visit. Wuqing. Chu Yuan is back. Everything is fine now, Dao is developing rapidly, and Chu Yuan has no plans to use troops for the time being. A few days later, Ningguan also sent the first royal artifact. Of course, Chu Yuan also paid a lot of Wangpin Shendan. However, these king-grade pills were also made with the medicinal materials of the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce. He just threw them into the Tai pill furnace and made them automatically. Ningguan thought that Chu Yuan was just earning hard money, but she actually didn't know that he could get 9 out of 10 Wangpin Shendan, which was really a black heart. However, the king-grade artifact is also a very cherished treasure in Dongguanyueu, and it is impossible for the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce to provide Chu Yuan a lot, but it shows that as long as there is a king-grade artifact that can be sold, it will bring great martial arts at the first time. After all, for the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, although the Wangpin artifact is precious, it is not unsellable. A king-grade artifact can be exchanged for a large number of divine pills. With divine pills, more powerhouses can be cultivated and more king-grade artifacts can be refined. However, Chu Yuan also discovered that the king-grade artifact that was sent was only refined by the false god king, and the quality was average. The real god made it more cherished than the false god king. Chu Yuan didn't care either. The unsealing of the human emperor sword only required a king-grade artifact, and there was no mandatory requirement that it must be made by a true god. 7th level of divine position. Chu Yuan had a large amount of Wangpin Shendan, and after practicing for a few months, he finally reached the 7th level of the gods. This made Chu Yuan feel that the speed of cultivation was too slow, and it took a few months to improve the realm of the first layer, which was far less fast than the speed at which he devoured others and used his fate points to improve. However, compared to the breakthrough in the realm, Chu Yuan was even more delighted. 3,000 thunder cannons have been built. The number of sky battleships has also broken through to 35, and there are as many as 30 warriors of the gods and gods. In addition to the sky warriors at the level of the gods, there are also a large number of people under the gods, forming a sky corps. This corps will be Chu Yuan's absolute killer. The biggest problem now is the lack of refiners. There are a lot of various materials in the treasury, but it is difficult to purify what I need. At the moment, the sky battleship is not in a hurry, and the sky soldier needs too much trouble. Thunder cannon, it's the easiest to build. 10 birds in the forest are worse than 1 in the hand. Chu Yuan thought about completing the side quest of the thunder cannon first. Your Majesty, great news. At this time, Zhu Fengfeng's voice sounded outside Chu Yuan's palace. What good news? Chu Yuan asked Zhu Fengfeng to enter the hall. Just yesterday, Chinadal found a king-grade or vein in Guihai Mansion. It was originally a spiritual grade or vein. With the excavation, I didn't expect that there was a king-grade or vein buried underneath, and besides the king-grade or vein, there are a lot of other veins as companion mine. Zhu Fengfeng said, those associated mines are exactly the thunderstones that Dao needs, as well as a large number of true astral rocks. King Zhongyong has already brought people over. Thunderstone, true astral rock. Chu Yuan's expression lifted. This was really drowsy. Someone brought a pillow, and shouted, pass on the Imperial edict, strictly protect the mine, and kill anyone who comes close. It is not enough to have the king of loyalty and brave, let Feng Lei rush over and quickly mine, no delay. #C232 Kill without mercy. The place where the Wangpin divine vein is located. Layers of mountains. This place used to be a place where the spiritual veins were mined, belonged to the junction of the 4 palaces, and was always controlled by the Thundersword sect. But with the return of the Guihai Mansion, it naturally became the territory of Dao. But no one knew that when the land of the gods continued to dig downwards, it suddenly collapsed, and there was no cave, and a king-grade mineral vein appeared. Wangpin Shenmai produces Wangpin Shenshur, which is hard currency. But the Wangpin divine vein is nothing but the thunderstone, which Chu Yuan has been acquiring all the time, and is the most important material for building the thunder cannon. The thunder cannon has been slow to increase production. The main reason is that there is not enough thunder stone. This is a kind of ore with special properties, which can only be cultivated with the thunder element for a long time. In the face of Chu Yuan's large demand for materials, even the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce could not provide him with more in a short period of time. True astral iron can be purified from true astral rock, which is also an important strategic material. At this moment, a large number of strong warriors appeared here, surrounding the place. Speed, Your Majesty has a purpose. Don't rush to mine the king-grade divine stone. The most important thing is to mine the thunder stone and the true astral rock. Every time you mine a piece, Your Majesty will reward you. Lu Qianfu and Fang Lei came here and immediately presided over the overall situation. It is to see that there is thunder in the mine veins, and there are pieces of stone walls filled with thunder light on the stone wall, mixed with purple color. These stones are extremely hard and difficult to mine. They must be excavated with artifacts and sent back to be smelted and purified. Fang Lei, are you being too cautious? There is the Tao of the Powerful. What do you know? What Your Majesty cares about is not the king-grade ore veins, but the ore. Fang Lei sneered, we don't need to ask why, the servants only need to do it, and the king-grade veins appear. That unique Wang Pin's breath can't be concealed. I can guarantee that in a few days, there will be people who smell fishy smell. Swish swish. Just a few days after the mining of the Wangpin vein. Sure enough, as Fang Lei said, an uninvited guest came. The breath of the king-grade mineral vein is completely different from that of the spirit-grade mineral vein, and it cannot be concealed at all. They are here. Everyone is on alert, Your Majesty's decree, no one is allowed to approach. Fang Lei carried the thunder knife, murderous, and looked at the hundreds of figures escaping from the distance. The weakest of these hundreds of people are all at the level of gods, and the few who are headed in front are even more spiritual. They wore 3 different costumes, apparently from 3 factions. Yuping, Lezhang, a person from the 3 houses of Tsongshan. Fang Lei coldly looked at the 3 powerhouses who came, and shouted, this is my Dao or vein, and the idle people are not allowed to approach. This king-grade mine is really in the place of the 4 battles, and it is the junction of the 4 palaces. Fang Lei naturally knew this group of people. The Yuping mansion exists in an alliance situation. In order to avoid fights, many forces, large and small, set up a mansion, elect the person with the highest reputation as the mansion master, and then send elders from the major sects to occupy a seat to govern together. Lezhang Mansion was much more chaotic, similar to the previous Guihai Mansion. Among the 3 houses, the strongest is the Tsongshan Mansion, which is respected by the Tsongshan sect and dominates the entire mansion. Fang Lei. The strong man of Tsongshan Mansion took a step and said coldly, I think you are also the head of a sect. A good sect master is not right, but you are willing to degenerate and run over to be a dog for others, and this dog is still very loyal. What is it? Do you still want to monopolize a royal vein? Yes, Wang Pin's divine veins can't be swallowed by Guihai alone. The strong man of Yuping Mansion said, the mine is divided into 4 parts, and each mansion gets a share. Otherwise, the people of my 3 mansions will join forces and let you Fang Lei not even drink a sip of soup. That's my opinion too, said the Lezhang Mansion powerhouse. The people of the 3 houses came here at the same time. The purpose is to seize this king-rank divine vein. If it was normal, a king-grade divine vein would not be enough for them to start their careers, but there are more precious ores here, and the price of mining them is sky-high. Haha, this is the place of my great power. My Fang Lei has been mining here for hundreds of years. When did you come to take a share? Boom. The overwhelming coercion swept out, and Fang Lei's order was to firmly control the ore veins in his own hands. All the psychic powerhouses also released terrifying coercion. The power of one government wants to fight against 3 governments at the same time. Even if you take refuge in the Great Wu dynasty, it is impossible. The eyes of the strong man in Xuanhuan mansion were cold and stern. For your veins is part of it, and it is part of testing the details of Dao. In recent months, the sudden appearance of Dao, various measures have brought a lot of pressure to them, because the 4 houses are too close. So when they learned about the Wangpin mine, the 3 houses hit it off, and at the same time sent strong men to oppress the Dao dynasty. Your Majesty, Feng Leixin, Yuping, Lezhang, and Songshan are united by the 3 houses, constantly sending out strong men to put pressure on them. Feng Lei is leading the strong men to stalemate with them, but depending on the situation, the strong men in the 3 houses will not easily retreat. At the same time, in the Chuyuan Palace, a guard reported the latest information to Chuyuan. They are courting death this time. Chuyuan said coldly, "Tell Feng Lei, before the arrival of the sky soldiers, if they have not retreated, don't leave, and kill them all without mercy." Within the mine. People from the 3 houses, I think you are tired and crooked. Anyone dares to offend anyone. I will give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to die, get out of here as soon as possible. Feng Lei sneered. Death? Just rely on you, Feng Lei? You are a person in Guihai Mansion, but in the eyes of Tsongshan Mansion, you are just a dog and nothing. The strong man of Tsongshan Mansion said coldly. Coming. Feng Lei suddenly looked towards the sky, and a large piece of silver-white brilliance formed in the distance, and then turned into tens of thousands of soldiers. The Holy One has a decree to kill Yuping, Lezhang, and the people of the 3 Tsongshan houses, and leave none of them behind. The sky soldiers conveyed the Imperial edict. Kill. Feng Lei showed a cold and ruthless expression, and slashed the thunder knife in his hand. Damn, how could they be so bold and dare to attack us? Feng Lei, you offended our 3 houses. What are those things? How can there be so many psychic powerhouses? The powerhouses of the 3 palaces were shocked and angry. I never thought that Dao's order was so decisive, and he didn't tell them much. The moment the soldiers from the sky came, they massacred them directly, without caring about the massacres behind them. Don't do it, we'll leave immediately. You are so cruel. Ah. Feng Lei, you are going to die. Although the 3 houses sent a lot of strong men to oppress them this time, there were Feng Lei and others who were strong, and there were 30 sky warriors with psychic power. Put Sanfu in your eyes. This is simply a massacre, an unequal battle, and they have no resistance at all. The battle lasted for a very short time. The sky warship completely blocked the mine, and all the 3 powerhouses who came to the mine were beheaded, and none were left. Report the situation here to your Majesty. The people of the 3 houses have been killed by the ministers. Feng Lei said, you continue to mine ores and transport them back to Wuqing. Next, we only need to obey His Majesty's decree and act as ordered. #C233 torn apart. The appearance of the Wangpin divine vein has already caused some waves. But the powerhouses of the 3 palaces were all killed by the Great Wu dynasty. The news spread back to the 3 houses, and the 3 houses were in turmoil. Those in power in the 3 palaces were furious, and all of them were extremely angry. They never imagined that De Wu would be so daring. He didn't care about the 3 houses at all, and killed their strong man directly in the mine. This behavior is provocation. Moreover, they were very close to Guihai Mansion. If they continued, wouldn't this Great Wu want to annex them? If they don't fight back, this time they will also become a joke in Dongguanyueu, and no one dares to step on their heads. Therefore, the 3 houses that had always been fighting each other quickly united and issued a gauntlet to Dao. In Wuqing, Lu Qianfu, Zhu Fengfeng, Feng Lei, and others gathered in the hall and looked at a great being on the throne. Your Majesty, the three houses have mobilized a large number of strong men within a few days, and they have united. Countless ships have gathered in the sea, moving along the coast, and are marching towards my Gue High house. It seems that they plan to land from the sea. Return to Haifu to launch an attack. Feng Lei took a step forward and immediately reported. Gue High, Songshan, Yuping, and Lezhang are not far from each other. If the three prefectures want to enter from other directions on a large scale, it will take longer to say, and they will have to borrow from other prefectures. The advance from Songshan Mansion is the closest to Dao, and they can also cover Gue High Mansion into their artillery strike range, land directly on Gue High Mansion's central Wuqing, and avoid blows along the way. In order to open up the route with Wuyu, Wuqing was close to the sea and would directly face the threat from the sea. The vein is just a fuse. Chu Yuan said, when Dao is based in Dongxian, there will be conflicts, and even wars. I have long expected this. Since they issued a war letter and want to provoke this war, I will continue to accompany them. They had a good fight. His Majesty. The minister is willing to fight. Feng Lei said immediately. Choose one, go on a personal expedition, lead the army to tear apart the coalition forces of the three provinces, obtain 500 fate points, and the King-grade artifact earth-shattering axe. Option 2, sit in the center, stay still, order your subordinates to face the coalition forces of the three governments, obtain 500 fate points, and build the Gate of Thunder at 10%. This battle must be fought. I will sit in the Wuqing, sky battleships, sky soldiers, thunder cannons, and a large amount of war materials will all be allocated to you, all the troops and horses. It should be the first battle. When Chu Yuan said, Feng Lei is in command of this battle, Wuxuan army is all dispatched to be responsible for this naval battle, and King Zhongyong and Feng Commander Yu and the Shenwu army to defend the border of Guihai Prefecture. In this battle, Chu Yuan did not intend to play by himself. After raising so many subordinates and giving them so many supplies, it should be time for them to perform. In the past, when Dao was in the martial realm, there were few strong people and there was no way. And he was sitting in Wuqing, and he didn't seem to make a move, but invisibly he would deter the most powerful people in the three houses from daring to act rashly. Dao's most mysterious and powerful person is always him. The minister takes orders. Feng Lei looked excited. I must live up to your Majesty's trust. He knew that this was Chu Yuan's trust in him. After the battle was won, there would be all kinds of rewards. Guihai Mansion is close to the sea, and he is very adaptable to fighting at sea. And this time, he has given him so much equipment, and the alliance of the three provinces will definitely let them be buried in the sea. Ding! The host made a choice, and obtained 500 fate points. The progress of the Gate of Thunder is 10%, and the current construction progress is 40%. The three palaces attacked, and the war machine of Dao was running again. Feng Lei is gearing up, and can't wait to make achievements immediately. A few days later, on the sea area, a large number of ships appeared, equipped with a large number of cannons, and countless figures gathered on it. The coalition forces of the three provinces have gathered together this time for the purpose of great martial arts. Although this Guihai Mansion used to have a lot of infighting, its strength is not weak. How could it suddenly join the Great Martial Dynasty? What is the origin of the Great Martial Dynasty? It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. On the main ship, three powerful figures appeared. These three are the commanders elected by their respective three houses. I don't know, but in a word, this Dao is very mysterious and brought a lot of things that were not available in the Dongxian domain before. Haven't you discovered that since Dao came, the Qiankuan Chamber of Commerce has been very close to them? The commander of Lezhang Palace said. I have heard of this. Our strategy this time is to attack Guihai Mansion and plunder their wealth. The commander of Yuping Mansion said. Yes, this great Wu dynasty is extremely arrogant and kills the powerhouses of our three palaces in the mines. This behavior is already extremely contemptuous. If we don't troop down them, we will suffer endless ridicule in the future. The commander-in-chief of Xuanhuan Mansion was the most murderous, and his eyes suddenly turned to the sea in the distance. It is an endless, obscuring ship. The alliance of the three provinces is ahead, tearing them apart. 35 sky warships fly in the sky, and there are a large number of iron-clad flying boats on the sea. Although Qi Yuan lacked a lot of materials to build a sky warship, he was able to build a lot of ironclad flying boats. Although the ironclad flying boat is far inferior to the sky warship, it can fly in the fierce wind layer, but it is much stronger than the ships of the three houses, especially the huge tonnage, and the ships of the three houses are like small boats. Ha ha ha, get these small boats, and dare to compete with my big martial arts soldiers. The people of these three palaces really don't know whether to live or die. When Feng Lei saw the ships of the three houses, he did not waste his words with them, saying a bunch of nonsense threatening each other, but immediately put on an offensive posture. The sky battleship flew into the Gangfeng layer and came to the sky above them. All the sky cannons and thunder cannons all fired, and the first wave of bombardment. The ironclad flying boat travels within the striking range of the magic cannon, and cooperates with the thunder cannon to fight at the same time. The sky soldiers sit on the sky battleship, and they will kill at any time. Everyone is ready to fight at any time. Feng Lei used to be the master of a sect. Although he had no experience in confrontation with large armies before, he was also a strong psychic, and he commanded this war in an orderly manner. And the thunder cannon is the same. Although only 3,000 thunder cannons were built, there are hundreds of thousands of divine machine cannons. Such intense firepower suddenly poured out. Feng Lei seemed to have seen all the other ships being smashed to dust, and countless people were buried on the bottom of the sea. Screen. Kill. The sky battleship suddenly flew into the Gangfeng layer, and then appeared above the coalition forces of the three governments. The thunder cannons above had already gathered kinetic energy. The other party's ships also entered the range of the magic cannon. The magic cannon is not as good as the thunder cannon, but it is not something that the three houses can have, and the materials are easy to find. Qi Yuan can create many doors and replace the power with more violent cannon fire. Boom! In an instant, countless artillery fire hit the coalition forces of the three houses, tearing them apart. A sea battle is about to begin. #C234 Equipment rolling. The rays of light between the sky and the earth were hot, and the infinite terrifying beam turned into an indiscriminate bombardment of the Thunder Sea, and covered the coalition forces of the three houses. Hundreds of thousands of giant cannons also ejected monstrous artillery fire. The ships of the allied forces of the three prefectures had just entered the attack range of the Great Armed Corps when they were hit by devastating artillery fire. It all happened so fast, so suddenly. The allied forces of the three governments were also stunned. The appearance of this first wave of artillery fire directly covered them all. Before they even responded, countless ships would be destroyed. I don't know how many people evaporated in an instant. What's the matter? At the same time, the commanders of the three houses made a sound of anger. Kill. 35 sky battleships are big killers, unshakable sky fortresses. They directly appeared in the sky above the powerhouses of the three palaces. The sky cannons sprayed, and the thunder cannons were also spraying, and because of their strong defenses, the general shots of the gods were simply ignored, and they could not break the defense at all. The allied forces of the three governments had no idea how powerful Dao's equipment was. Although Qi Yuan used the sky battleship to conquer the four major sects as soon as he came to Guihai Mansion, he did not carry out a large-scale bombardment, and also made the other houses unaware of Dao's equipment. Originally, the coalition forces of the three houses thought that there would be a fierce naval battle at sea, but with the combined strength of the three houses, the opposite side was vulnerable. But who would have thought that as soon as it appeared, it would be a dimensionality reduction blow? The suppressed equipment made the opponent unable to fight back. It was as if the civilization of the allied forces of the three governments was still in the Stone Age, and Dao had entered the Iron Age. The Iron Age crushed the Stone Age. Bombard the strongest, suppress them, and don't give them a chance to breathe. Feng Lei maximized the power of the artillery fire. Don't be in a hurry to attack. He was standing on the sky battleship, and with the help of the crushing of the artillery fire, he bombarded the opponent to his heart's content. The artillery fire that was countless times stronger than the opposite side made the huge artillery equipped by the three government coalition forces on the ship useless. All this is so wonderful. The splendid artillery fire, in Feng Lei's eyes, is like the most dazzling fireworks. He is enjoying this visual feast. Don't mess up. The commander-in-chief of the three houses was shocked and angry. With their own profound mana, they could still hold on, but the army that followed was wiped out in continuous artillery fire, without even touching the opponent's side. Spread apart, don't prepare them for a wave of bombardment. Immediately, I saw countless ships scattered around to avoid the bombardment of artillery fire. I want to disperse, but I underestimate my Dao's equipment. Feng Lei sneered again and again. There are a large number of cannons, and their arrangement is not to kill the enemy, but to block the battlefield. Immediately, under Feng Lei's order, hundreds of thousands of cannons extended the artillery fire around, as if forming a wall. The thunder cannons on the sky warships are what really kill the enemy. Each sky warship is responsible for one place, and 3,000 cannons poured down, turning the ocean into a sea of thunder. Damn, what should I do? Their cannons are too powerful. If this goes on, our people will all die, and we won't be able to hit them. Where did this great martial arts come from, such a powerful cannon? We are living targets at sea. Let them fight, we can't do any countermeasures. Don't panic, strike those warships in the sky first, and destroy these warships. Kill. Although the commander-in-chief of the three palaces was a little panicked, after all, he had a high level of cultivation, and immediately saw that all Dao's attacks were coordinated with the sky battleships. As long as the sky battleships were destroyed, their lineup could be destroyed. Immediately, hundreds of powerful gods and more than 30 gods were killed. This time, for this war, at least 5 or 6 psychic beings were dispatched from each government. With their powerful strength, they tore apart the thunder and flew towards the battleship in the sky, intending to board the battleship. World Destruction Lightning Strike. Feng Lei waved his hand. He can also see that with the top powerhouses of the three palaces rushing out, it is already difficult to bombard with giant cannons in a stable manner. It is better to blast out the most powerful skills of thunder cannons and destroy the opponent's masters in one wave. World-destroying lightning strikes the terrifying thunder light that travels through everything, as if to destroy the world. The voices on the battlefield were also silent. Dozens of gods were struck by the world-destroying lightning, and they didn't even scream, they were smashed into nothingness. Even a statue of Tongshan collided head-on with the world-destruction lightning, and it fell to the sea, not knowing whether to live or die. Such a terrifying scene instantly frightened the powerhouses of the three houses. The dozens of people who died were all gods, and they were not unknown people in the Dongxian territory, but they died like this, and there were no remnants of the body left. Down. Sky Soldier. Before the other party could react from the shock, thousands of murderous sky soldiers were killed. These sky warriors are all mechanical warriors, and they maximize the power of machinery. The 1,000 sky warriors were led by 30 psychic warriors. When they were killed, they were unified as a whole, and the silver-white brilliance suddenly shot out. Within the camp, unprepared for it, a powerful man was hit by thousands of swords, howled out with a heart-piercing scream, and was then torn apart. This. Where did this come from? The powerhouses of the three palaces can see at a glance that the Sky Warriors are not flesh and blood creatures. Ha ha ha, the people of the three palaces, all of you will die. You don't need the Holy Spirit to take action, and my Fang Lei is enough to tear you apart. The Sky Warriors had no thoughts, let alone terror. They entered the enemy's line and immediately tore through the opponent's line of defense. Big thunderbolt. Thunder rolls. He had already cultivated the supernatural power of lightning, and with the help of Xuanhuan, he had cultivated some of the mysteries of the lightning technique. The endless thunder and lightning vortex smashed into the powerhouses of the three houses. Fang Lei was like the god of thunder and lightning. The psychic of Guihai Mansion also followed him and went out. Death to me. Fang Lei's gleaming eyes immediately stared at the commander-in-chief of Xuanhuan Mansion. He could naturally see that the commander of Xuanhuan Mansion had the highest cultivation level in the coalition army. As long as he was killed, the coalition army would lose its backbone and be half of it. The power of the thunder is unstoppable. Boom boom boom. Fang Lei swallowed the mountains and rivers with anger, and the knife in his hand was like the light of a broken mountain, and he directly killed the commander of Xuanhuan Mansion. Fang Lei, your sword can't kill me. The commander-in-chief of Xuanhuan Mansion shouted angrily. His divine weapon was a giant axe, which had the power to open up mountains and waves, and suddenly the infinite power gathered and turned into a rolling torrent. The power of national fortune. At this moment, the power of national fortune originating from Dao blessed him. Fang Lei clenched the thunder knife tightly, and smashed the torrent with one knife, conveying from him a supreme domineering that shattered the sky, fear the hearts of men. Boom. Majestic. Die. Fang Lei's knife was unstoppable, and in almost a 10,000th of an instant, it broke the mana of the commander of Xuanhuan Mansion, with lightning and thunder, and then a knife slashed on his head, directly on his head. Split into two halves. Raymond is sweeping. As soon as the primordial spirit of the commander of Xuanhuan Mansion flew out, Fang Lei grabbed it with one hand, held it in his hand, and roared, "Those who violated my great martial arts will be punished even if they are far away, but they will end up like him." Boom. This primordial spirit suddenly collapsed. In the sky, at this moment, there is also a crimson heaven and earth oven. #C235, come to see me. The moment the scarlet-colored oven appeared, an indescribable mighty force absorbed all of the Xuanhuan Mansion commander's psychic laws. As long as it is where Dao Qiyun is, even if Xuanhuan is not there, he can devour the law of flesh and blood. He has spent so many resources to raise troops, and he has great strength, and naturally it will come when it will pay off. He sits firmly in Guihai Mansion, and when his subordinates kill the enemy, he can obtain the law of flesh and blood. The commander-in-chief of Xuanhuan Mansion was beheaded by Fang Lei with a few knives, which completely frightened this group of people. They were originally a group of rabble, and they were united for common interests. Now that they have encountered such a violent blow, they are naturally chasing each other, and they dare to have a little fighting spirit. The big picture is set. The rabble is the rabble, who can only fight against the wind and cannot bear the blow. After the commander-in-chief of Xuanhuan Mansion was killed, they had completely collapsed. Fang Lei ordered to clean up the battlefield, and then send the news back to Wuqing. In just a short period of time from the beginning to the end of this battle, it completely broke the courage of the coalition forces of the three houses. The news spread back to the three houses, making the powerhouses of the three houses tremble with fear and anxiety. Fang Lei, take a few days off, enter the Xuanhuan Mansion, defeat the Xuanhuan sect, bring the head of the Xuanhuan sect master to see me. I want the Xuanhuan Mansion to belong to Dao. Above the sky, a great existence suddenly condensed. It was Xuanhuan, who came in the incarnation of luck. Yes, Your Majesty. A few days later, the sky warship marched towards Xuanhuan Mansion. the most powerful of the three mansions. The army was overwhelmed, and Feng Lei directly attacked the city and pulled out the village. With the crushing of equipment, the Tsongshan army on the way was terrified. No matter how dared to defend him, each and every one of them could not wait for a few more legs to escape. Your Majesty, the envoys of Yuping Lezhong and the two governments ask to see you. The voice of a guard resounded in Chu Yuan's ear. They also brought down the book. Let those two envoys see me. Chu Yuan said. Immediately, two messengers who had cultivated to the divine position trembled and entered Chu Yuan's hall. Looking at the existence above the throne, the calf is spinning. I have seen His Majesty Emperor Wu. The two envoys fell to their knees in fright, holding a surrender form in their hands. We are willing to admit defeat, and also ask His Majesty Emperor Wu not to send troops to attack us. From now on, we will come to the court every year and pay tribute every year, and we are willing to compensate this time. War losses. It turned out to be Yuping, and the people from the two houses of Lezhong saw that Dao Xiongbing directly attacked and entered the Tsongshan house, and they were scared and sent to the table. Come to the DPRK every year. Chu Yuan said lightly, you all thought that I would accept your offer. If Emperor Wu has any other requirements, we will try our best to meet them. The two messengers also had no choice. They misestimated Dao's strength and launched a war by mistake. The other party's army had only entered Tsongshan Mansion for a few days, and they had already directly attacked Tsongshan sect. You decide whether the war will be fought or not, but it is up to me to decide when I want it to end. What I want is not your coming to the dynasty, but your land and people, Yuping, and Lezhong. I want them all. It must be included in Dao's territory. Chu Yuan seemed to be saying something extremely natural. What? Emperor Wu wants to annex the land of the two governments. After hearing this, the two messengers shook their heads. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible, you two don't leave. Chu Yuan said. The two armies are still fighting, so the Emperor Wu is killing both of us. The two messengers said in fear. I will not kill you, but let you watch a good show, wait for a good news, and send me 2 letters to the 2 governments. At this moment, Chu Yuan, although he was still in Wuqing, had already seen the battle in Tsongshan Mansion through the power of his luck. When the Dao Emperor's flag stands, where is Dao's territory? Although Tsongshan Mansion was the strongest among the 3 mansions, they had already experienced a battle at sea, and the scene of the destruction of the great martial army had long ago made them tremble. Tsongshan Mansion is the most abundant and richest place in spiritual energy. 35 huge sky battleships appeared in the Tsongshan sect. There is also a majestic army that appears at the same time as the sky battleship. The Tsongshan sect majored in as high as the 9th level of enlightenment, but after seeing this scene, he couldn't help trembling. In a short period of time, the great martial army corps entered their sect directly. Feng Lei. The Tsongshan sect master also said sharply, "Today, your great martial army came to my Tsongshan sect, to force my sect to fight you to the death, not to die? Save your strength and stop talking nonsense. You, Tsongshan house, thought you could destroy Dao with the alliance of the 3 houses, and you were blind and arrogant, but you know that you are just digging your own grave. Today, with the will of the Holy One, your Tsongshan mansion will perish." Although Feng Lei was only at the 8th level of psychic awareness, Dao's national fortune power had blessed him, making his aura no worse than that of the Tsongshan sect master. You. The Tsongshan sect master was angry, but when he saw the sky battleship that oppressed the sect, he still endured. "Today is my confession, I can apologize and compensate Dao, but if you insist on destroying my Tsongshan sect, you will also have to pay a huge amount of money." The price. This Feng Lei used to be something in front of him, but now he is showing off his power in front of him, making him extremely angry. But the feng shui wheel turns, and the form is stronger than the human being. For the sake of the sect, He would rather swallow his anger and admit that this time he was cowardly. The imperial decree I got is to destroy your Xuanhuan sect, not an apology. Feng Lei said that the sky was thundering, and the power of the gods caused the sky to be dyed with a layer of lightning. He pointed to the front. All the officers and soldiers obey the order. Step on the Xuanhuan sect, the great martial arts, inviolable. The Xuanhuan sect is the end. If you dare to make a move, you will be immortal. As soon as the Xuanhuan sect master roared out his words, the whole world shook. In an instant, 3,000 thunder cannons and hundreds of thousands of magical cannons launched a ground-washing bombardment at the Xuanhuan sect, inheriting Chu Yuan's fighting style in the martial realm, and not telling you to fight alone. And restrain you with the most violent artillery fire. How terrifying the cannon was, the Xuanhuan sect couldn't resist it. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains shook, and the entire Xuanhuan sect was caught in a cannon fire, completely covering them. Xuanhuan sect master has lived for so long, but he has never seen such an attack. He directly pulled out so many huge cannons to bombard you, making all the defenses he made useless, and he could only watch the sect being destroyed. Leveled. His roar was like the howl of a defeated dog, without any threat. This is the difference. There were also many other powerhouses who heard about the battle and rushed over to watch the battle from a distance. Their faces were also contorted with fright. In their memory, even the sect with the false god king in the Dongxian territory couldn't pull out so many terrifying cannons. Dao is not easy to provoke, it is an extremely terrifying existence. Feng Lei is now watching the artillery fire pounding Xuanhuan sect, and he is not in a hurry to rush in. Although he is radical, he is not reckless, and he can make them feel unbearable just by washing the ground with artillery fire. Finally, the Xuanhuan sect powerhouse couldn't bear it anymore. The mountain gate was washed away, and the other party made it clear that he wanted to destroy the sect. Kill, destroy sect Xuanhuan. Feng Lei shouted loudly. #C236 Titans. Countless large armies have entered the Xuanhuan sect. There are troops everywhere. Originally, the Xuanhuan sect had placed numerous restrictions and traps in preparation for a desperate battle with Dao, but with the bombardment of the thunder cannons, it was completely leveled and reduced to a battlefield. The Guihai Mansion's army all wore mysterious light armor, and held the unique rocket crossbow, god-destroying crossbow, and flaming sword of Dao. This vision of the gods is just like the god of Muyuan in the previous Muyuan Legion, and it is the condensation of beliefs and beliefs. If it was in the past, the Zoman melee, then it must be that countless people swarmed to kill them, but since they were incorporated into Dao, they have started systematic training, and formed a terrifying battle formation with Dao's belief in Emperor Wu. A brutal battle begins. In terms of strength, the Xuanhuan sect was the strongest among the 4 palaces, ruling over 1 palace and possessing the most divine powers. However, the Wuxuan army has been reorganized, equipped with the most advanced weapons, and after taking pills for a few months, the combat power has increased by several levels, surpassing Xuanhuan Mansion. Kill, kill, kill. The Wuxuan army attacked as one, calmly and moderately. But the Xuanhuan sect was just a mass of scattered sand, and when it encountered the Wuxuan army, it collapsed quickly, and then tens of thousands of swords of blazing sun appeared from the battle formation, which could directly tear apart many strong opponents. Feng Lei, I'm going to tear you apart. The Xuanhuan sect master saw that the Xuanhuan sect suffered heavy losses, and his eyes burned with anger. Xuanhuan sect has been based in Xuanhuan Mansion for thousands of years, how has it ever suffered such a huge loss? Immediately, as his mana poured out, there were dark fires around him. His tall and majestic body stepped over, like a giant mountain, and the power of his palm slapped Feng Lei directly with a strong force. The earth plate is constantly changing, and this is the terrain that he has changed by manipulating the earth element. The situation is changing, the present is not what it used to be. Xuanhuan sect master, you used to be stronger than me, but your biggest mistake was being arrogant, trying to fight against Dao. And Feng Lei's most correct choice is to wisely submit to Emperor Wu. A proud voice came out of Feng Lei's mouth. He stood upright and sneered, "Today you will surely die." He slashed away with a slash, and the lightning flashed, turning into a violent slash, pouring out endless thunder, directly breaking the power of the Tsongshan sect master. The Tsongshan sect master is at the 9th level of spirituality. Although Feng Lei is one level lower than him, the fighting in several moves shows a more violent power than the Tsongshan sect master. Drawing the ground as a prison. Boom. The ground seemed to be arched with dragon tendons, and under the control of the Tsongshan sect master, it seemed to form a prison, and countless ground thorns violently shot towards Feng Lei. Manipulate the power of the earth, but it can't resist my knife. Feng Lei's face showed no panic. One knife breaks everything. The thorns were broken again and again, and the huge sword light fell on the prison, and there were gaps. However, the Tsongshan sect master also had deep mana and always maintained the terrain of the prison. Do you think I can be so patient? Whoa. The earth turned into a dragon, shuttled continuously, and shot out suddenly. A large earth-colored earth dragon, in the void, directly deduced the wall, enclosing Feng Lei inside. Humph. Even if your sword is domineering, this earth spirit continues to absorb the power of the earth, and its power is endless. If you want to break it, you have to pay a huge price. Tsongshan sect master said coldly. This is the luck of the Tsongshan sect. Feng Lei recognized it at a glance. The state has national luck, the family has family luck, people have luck, and sects have sect luck. Sect master, let's help you kill this arrogant Feng Lei. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the earth spirit, and their cultivation reached the 7th level of psychic power. This is the ultimate move of the Tsongshan sect hidden in the earth spirit. Big army. There is only a glimmer of hope in his Tsongshan sect. He knew very well that Yuping and Lezhang did not take action, and Dao Wudi did not take action. This was to shock each other, and no one would move until the situation in Tsongshan Prefecture was over. If he can defeat Feng Lei, even if he can't destroy Dao, it can still make Emperor Wu dare not act rashly. Feng Lei is in danger. There was also a powerful presence watching the battle from a distance and making such a sound. After all, he is the head of a sect, and there is no hidden hole card. This Feng Lei was still too sharp, trying to defeat the Tsongshan sect directly, but he did not expect to fall into the opponent's trap and put himself in danger. Feng Lei is strong, but he is only at the 8th level of transcendence. Then do you think that Dao only has this ability? Feng Lei didn't panic at all. The Tsongshan sect master faintly felt that something was wrong, but the arrow was on the string and he had to send it. He had no way out, he could only go all the way, and pushed Zongyun's power to the extreme, roaring towards Feng Lei to kill. Coming. Feng Lei looked up at the sky. In 1/10,000th of an instant, a crimson oven of heaven and earth appeared, which directly enveloped Zongyun, showing unparalleled devouring power, pulling that Zongyun into it. Heaven and earth oven, plundering luck. The condensed sect luck was directly captured. Although the Tsongshan sect has the power of the gods, it is still a 5-star sect. If it is less than 6 stars, Chu Yuan can plunder it without waste. Without Zongyun, the prison surrounding Feng Lei disappeared. Zongyun is gone. The Tsongshan sect master looked dazed and was still in shock, but then he reacted and shouted, "No, hurry away, his goal is the 2 of you." What? The Tsongshan sect's 2 great spirits originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that Feng Lei was trapped in the prison, and Feng Lei was seriously injured, and his body had no way to react. It's too late, the tyrannical sword is cut, and it breaks with one sword. Feng Lei had long known that there would be a heaven and earth oven that would devour the sect of Tsongshan sect, and deliberately let him besiege him with zone luck. Therefore, the power of his tyrannical sword has already gathered momentum. With a knife, the gods and demons were terrified, and the world was turned into a sea of thunder. With this knife, Feng Lei turned into the god of thunder and lightning, and he slashed in the middle of a person's head at once, directly connecting the person with the head, and splitting it into two halves. The man's primordial spirit was about to escape, but a torrent flowed out of the heaven and earth oven and swept him into it. "Do not kill me," the other said in fear, watching Feng Lei, like a demon god, kill him. "Die." Feng Lei is extremely cold. This knife of his turned into a thunder and lightning gust of wind, killing him at a speed that could not cover his ears. Although that person was at the 7th level of psychic power, he was already scared to face the bloody Feng Lei, and his realm was not as high as Feng Lei's, his strength was not as strong as Feng Leiqiang, and he did not have the incomparably powerful blessing of Dao Guiyun. This man was cut in half with a knife, his head was separated from his family, and then he was swallowed by the oven of heaven and earth. The two gods were beheaded at the 7th level. Feng Lei did all this easily. He couldn't do it before, but now he has done it. He wants to be the sharpest knife in Chu Yuan's hand, the most ferocious warrior. #C237 Merit, Reward. You killed them. Seeing that the two 7th level Tongshan were killed by Feng Lei, the Tsongshan sect master's eye sockets were split open, and blood was dripping down, which was a tragic and painful bloodstain. He looked around and fell into sadness. The people of the Tsongshan sect were not the opponents of the great martial army at all. They were crushed and killed one by one, and they were killed in batches, as if they were ants, and they were completely powerless. Thousands of years of sects are heading for disintegration. There is no benevolence in war, only success or failure. Winner takes all, loser for co. The losers can only be swept into the rubbish heap of history. Not only them, but also you will die. Feng Lei's body moved violently, and the sword light slashed out, showing the appearance of the giant god of thunder and lightning. Although the two are one level apart, it is not a gap that cannot be crossed. Feng Lei's attack was more domineering, and he was blessed by the great Wu Guiyun. On the other hand, the other party seemed to be a person who was about to destroy the country, and he had reached the end of the road. But the more you get to this point, the more cautious you need to be. A dying person tends to be even more desperate, bursting out with unprecedented power, and pulling people as a backstop before dying. Kill. Sure enough, the Tsongshan sect master laughed sadly. He is now the sect master of the dead sect, and he is sad. The law of the divine position on his body burned like a raging fire, roaring, "Feng Lei, even if I die today, I will let you and me go to Xuanhuan together." Whoa! His weapon is a giant axe, an axe that opens mountains. This time, Feng Lei's sword light was directly broken, and the Tsongshan sect master charged forward with an indomitable attitude. There was a strong psychic law shrouded on it. He seemed to be crazy, and attacked Feng Lei madly. Humph, the beasts are still fighting. Doomed to die. Feng Lei's fighting style was destined for him not to dodge. A knife and axe clashed violently in the void. In an instant, the two of them fought in the Gangfeng lair. You come and go, and no one takes a step back. The entire void is madly stirred by their power. How could this Feng Lei's power become so terrifying? I remember that he had never had such a powerful power before, and he was able to suppress Tsongshan sect master to kill. At this moment, those who watched the battle in the extreme direction were stunned, and even had a faint fear in their hearts. Feng Lei has such a powerful strength, obviously because of the great Wu dynasty. He surrendered to Dao, and in just a few months, this transformation occurred. Great Thunderbolt Technique, Thunder Trial. Feng Lei is indeed a fighting genius. Although he is not like Chu Yuan, who has the title of Thunder and Lightning Sanctioner, but after realizing the mystery of Chu Yuan's great thunder and lightning technique, he actually created the knife of thunder and lightning. Immediately, an unparalleled sword light slashed down from the void, and a strong impact made the Xuanhuan sect master retreat. Thunder 9 swords. His knife was drawn 9 times in a row, each time more fiercely. On the 9th time, the Xuanhuan sect master shot back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sect Master Xuanhuan, if you offend Dao, I will carry your head to meet His Majesty today. Feng Lei stood proudly, and his knife was cut out again, this time even more terrifying than before. The surroundings had turned into a world of thunder and lightning, and his whole person slashed out a shattering sword light in a state of unparalleled strength. The Xuanhuan sect master was going to fight back, but the law of spirituality that enveloped him was shattered with a single knife. There was also a shocking bloodstain on his chest. If he hadn't worn a defensive armor that was extremely close to a king-grade artifact, I'm afraid his entire body would have been shattered. Kill. Seeing Feng Lei kill again, the Xuanhuan sect master no longer cares about his injuries. He already knew that even if he was submissive, the other party would not let him go. De Wu was determined to destroy his Xuanhuan sect, and used him as a tool to kill chickens and warn monkeys. That being the case, he also fought. And he was extremely decisive. Watching Feng Lei's knife fall on him, he actually hit it directly. Puff. The knife hit him directly, but the Xuanhuan sect master also showed an extremely hideous smile, grabbed the long knife suddenly, and roared, Feng Lei, if you want to kill me, I will not make you feel good. He roared like a lone wolf, stretched out his hand, and cast a ferocious spell. Humph. Feng Lei snorted coldly. This spell has exhausted the power of the Xuanhuan sect master, how ferocious. But Feng Lei is also wearing a mysterious light armor, and it is a spiritual artifact that is extremely difficult to refine. Xuanhuan just created a few sets. Just when the force was about to fall on him, the Xuanhuan armor shot out a shield, wrapping his entire body in it. Stimulate the power of the king-grade divine stone, and even at the cost of destroying this armor, the most powerful defensive power erupted. Boom. The Xuanhuan armor was almost shattered and destroyed, but it also defended Feng Lei's desperate counterattack. I'm not reconciled. The Xuanhuan sect master widened his eyes with despair in his eyes, roaring in shock. He could not accept the price of such failure. Die. Feng Lei slashed without thinking. Originally, the sect master of Xuanhuan was going to burn with Feng Lei Yushir, but he never expected that he would bring his head over. Due to the desperate blow, just now, it consumed most of his strength, and he no longer had the strength to defend against this sword. The sword light passed by, and the head of the Xuanhuan sect master flew up. His primordial spirit rose into the sky, turned into a golden beam, and was then swept in by the heaven and earth oven. The Xuanhuan sect master has been beheaded. Feng Lei held the head of the Xuanhuan sect master. Killing the Xuanhuan sect master is to release his powerful fighting power. The other Xuanhuan sect's powerful spiritual masters simply couldn't bear his slashes, and they were slashed to death again and again. The Xuanhuan sect is dead. The next ruler of Xuanhuan Mansion is the Dao dynasty. Those powerhouses who watched the battle from a distance all made such a sound. The dust has settled, the Xuanhuan sect has been defeated, and the battle has come to an end, and the next step is to clean up the battlefield. What terrified them was that the Dao dynasty was extremely ruthless. Those who belonged to the Xuanhuan sect wanted to take refuge in Dao, but were directly hacked by Feng Lei with a knife, and they did not accept their surrender at all. Of course, they also know that this is the Dao dynasty who wants to stand up and tell the forces of Dong Guanyueu, and that's the end of offending the Dao dynasty. Every powerful force was killed all the way. To prove Dao by killing, this is the Iron Law. No powerful dynasty came from weakness, they were all killed, stepping on corpses, to create supreme hegemony. Feng Lei has done a good job in battle, he should be rewarded. And at the end of the battle, a torrent like a galaxy washed down in the oven of heaven and earth, mixed with a large amount of divine pills, and poured onto Feng Lei's body. Your Majesty's gift. Feng Lei looked shocked. He accepts the power of this water of luck, and his realm has directly broken through to the 9th level of spirituality. #C238 Really incense. He knew that this was the reward from Xuanhuan after he won the battle. Not only him, the power of national fortune falls on everyone, and according to the size of the military, they will be blessed by the water of unequal fortune. And this is just a gift of luck, and there will be more generous rewards when they return to China. It can be said that Xuanhuan also rewarded all the luck that was plundered by the Xuanhuan sect this time. The 8th level of divine position. But at this time, Xuanhuan, who was still in Wuching, also benefited, and his realm was also raised to the 8th level of the gods. Although the others were not in Xuanhuan Mansion, the psychic powerhouses that he killed were swept into the furnace of heaven and earth, and turned into a rolling force to be swallowed by him. Xuanhuan smiled, gratified. This battle is the easiest for him. He can break through the first layer realm without taking a shot. This is really too easy. Happy. I have trained my subordinates to be strong, they will go to war, and even if I sit firmly at the back, I can still benefit from it. Xuanhuan said. This is the best place to build an army. After the most difficult time in the early stage, the next time is much easier. At this moment, after the Xuanhuan sect was destroyed, Feng Lei ordered the army to take over the whole house, and then a Dao official came here, brought Dao's law here, and restarted the new order. When the news spread, Yuping and Lezhang were terrified. The powerful Xuanhuan sect only lasted for a few days before being destroyed, and the Xuanhuan sect master's head was hung on the tower. The Yuping house is willing to submit to the great martial sage. Lezhang house is willing to submit to the great martial saint. There was no other choice. All the powerhouses of the two houses trembled and came to Dao Imperial City to face the Holy Spirit. When they thought about the battle of Dao to destroy the Xuanhuan sect, they were almost scared to death. If they do not voluntarily surrender, the powerhouses of the two houses can be sure that Dao's army will immediately break through their sect and chop off their heads. Hanging on the tower. Looking at the head of the Xuanhuan sect master on the city tower, they all felt that their necks were cold. Fortunately, the Xuanhuan sect was the first to break through, otherwise the head above it would have to be replaced. Xuanhuan did not refuse the submission of the two houses. The purpose of killing chickens and warning monkeys has been achieved. Xuanhuan accepted the submission of the two houses. First, he incorporated the two houses into the Zhangjuan chessboard, and then quickly sent people to the two houses to implement the Dao system and take over their territory. With the surrender of the powerhouses of the two governments, the implementation of various laws was very smooth and fast, and there was no rejection. At first, the powerhouses of the two houses were somewhat repulsive, but when they saw Dao's advanced equipment and unimaginable benefits, their mentality changed. The spiritual powerhouse has spiritual pills to eat every day, and even the more cherished Wangpin pills can get a few per month. No wonder Feng Lei is so powerful, it turns out that he can eat divine pills every day. Such treatment is unimaginable. Their eyes are straight. Fragrant. So fragrant. As soon as he joined Dao and obtained many divine pills, these spiritual powerhouses felt that joining Dao was a really fragrant thing. Although they used to be the masters of their respective houses, how could there be so many medicinal pills in such a marginal house? But when they arrived in Dao, they seemed to have come to heaven, and everyone had a fixed medicine pill every month. After cultivating tired, you can drink a cup of Tianyuan tea to relieve fatigue, which is simply too comfortable. And make a greater contribution, there will be more magic pills. Everyone, let you leave Dao now, are you willing to leave? Feng Lei said after seeing the powerhouses of the two houses. If you don't go, even if Emperor Wu pushes us to go, we are not willing to go. Feng Lei, let me tell you how your strength has become so strong. It turns out that there are so many medicine pills in supply. If you told us earlier, we would not be with you. Emperor Wu is right. The two powerhouses shook their heads again and again. Feng Lei said with admiration to Emperor Wu, "These are all brought to us by Emperor Wu. If there is no great martial arts, these treatments will disappear. For the sake of Dao, we have to do our best." The powerhouses of the two governments solemnly said. In the beginning, it was indeed due to Chu Yuan's strong pressure to submit, but after getting such a generous treatment, they were not willing to leave after killing them. They are almost at the limit of being able to cultivate to the point where it is possible to go further. Without medicinal pills, cultivation is too difficult, and Wangpin medicinal herbs are even more expensive. They opened up sects. In addition to wanting to leave their own lineages, they used the power to collect and cultivate things. A big stick in one hand, sweet dates in the other. This is the same truth that has conquered people's hearts throughout the ages. Time flies, to the 35th winter of Dao. It's been less than a year since he came to Dongxian territory, and Dao dominates the land of the four houses, and he is also famous in Dongxian territory. When I grow up, I will also serve for Dao, learn from General Feng Lei to break Songshan Mansion, and take orders from Emperor Wu. Our cultivation base is still too weak, and we will all join the Wuxuan army in the future. Each day has Lingyuan rice to eat, Yaya has pills to take, and a mentor teaches us martial arts. These are the real benefits that Emperor Wu has brought us. Like Wu Yu, Sifu also opened Dao Academy. Chu Yuan, Zhu Fengfeng and others walked around the Dao Academy to inspect, and saw that in the academy, many strong teenagers were sweating like rain, cultivating martial arts under the leadership of one mentor. Although Dao came to the four houses for a short time, the changes he brought were huge. Many of these youngsters have very average talents. They have worshipped sects, but most sects only accept geniuses, not them. There are some who don't even know they have martial arts talent. Not being able to enter the sect is equivalent to breaking the path of cultivation. These teenagers can only be confused in the future, be ordinary people, and live an ordinary life. But when De Wu came, the situation changed immediately. First of all, Chu Yuan ordered the establishment of the Dao Academy. No matter who you are, whether you have talent or not, you can directly enter the Dao Academy to practice and learn martial arts and literature. The poor and the rich. It's not enough to have talent without cultivation resources. However, they have already laid the foundation for their bodies by eating Lingyuan rice every day, and the academies are divided into classes. According to their age and cultivation base, everyone can obtain basic medicine pills according to their own classes, and the better their grades, the more medicine pills they get. More. Even if the talent is not enough, Chu Yuan also set it up that after graduation, he can enter the army to practice. When these people grow up, they are the most loyal people of great martial arts and the most elite soldiers of great martial arts. Martial arts education should start from children. As soon as Emperor Wu came, the situation in the entire four palaces changed. Feng Lei said with emotion, "The sect and the dynasty are very different. I used to be an ordinary disciple of the sect. Later, I got the opportunity to open up the Thundersword sect, but I couldn't be like Emperor Wu. Gather all the young people in the whole house to cultivate martial arts, and there are not so many resources at all. The sect master recruits geniuses and cultivates the strongest. But the dynasty is more to face countless people, the fundamental system is different, and the scene is also different." Chu Yuan was able to cultivate so many people, except that he could use the Taiyudan furnace to make alchemy, and more importantly, he had Lingyuan rice, which was enough to feed all the people. The reason why a human emperor is an emperor, not a human clan. It is precisely because the emperor is the emperor of billions of millions of worlds, the emperor of all races, not the emperor of one sect. The emperor has to face the whole world and is responsible for the people of the world. #C239 Dongxian Messenger. How many people in one government? Although his Thundersword sect is a large sect in Guihai Mansion, there will not be too many people in the sect, and if there are more resources, it will not be able to keep up. The sect concept: cultivate the strongest, the weak do not need resources. The kingdom of the dynasty, the emperor, benefits the whole human race. Xuanhuan was also walking in the Great Martial Arts Academy, and when he saw the youthful young men, he also nodded. Many of these people didn't have the opportunity to practice martial arts before, but now that they have the opportunity, how can they not cheer up and firmly grasp the opportunity to change their fate? Moreover, there are often strong spiritual masters in the Dao Academy as mentors. In the past, in those sects, Tongshan was the supreme elder, aloof and mysterious, and ordinary disciples could not see them at all. But here, there are powerhouses every day, and they are often seen, and they are no longer mysterious. Without him, those who teach these young men and those who are powerful will get merits. Exchanging these merits for medicinal pills is much better than cultivating by themselves. How could they miss this opportunity? And even in order to teach more classes and obtain more merits, they would fight with each other. The powerhouses of the four palaces are now basically integrated into the great martial arts. They have obtained a lot of medicinal pills and let them leave. They can't bear the practice without medicinal pills. After all, they are used to a good life. Outside the house, other houses are very vigilant about Dao, for fear that we will use troops. Zhu Fengfeng is also reporting the recent situation. Let them be vigilant, and it's all up to me to make every move. Xuanhuan sat in a pavilion, watching the group of martial arts teenagers practicing martial arts, and said with a smile, I don't have the idea of mobilizing troops now. The most important thing now is to build more thunder cannons, sky battleships, etc. I have already opened a casting division as instructed by Your Majesty. The casting division specializes in purifying materials, and has assembled all the refiners in the 4 provinces to purify the materials needed by the thunder cannon. This is very good. The casting division has to expand, and can continue to recruit from other governments. Xuanhuan said, in addition to the casting division, everything else needs to be perfected. Fang Lei, Zhu Fengfeng and the others all nodded. The battle to destroy Songshan Mansion made Fang Lei see the terrifying power of such a weapon. As courtiers, they don't need to ask how the sage was transformed into a weapon of war, they just need to faithfully execute it. In addition, the Covering Moon sect also sent disciples to communicate with me, the Great Wu dynasty, led by the second princess. I hope we can trade them a batch of Lingyuan rice and ordinary Tianyuan tea. The quantity is relatively large, and I hope we can help them. Refine a batch of divine pills. Zhu Fengfeng said. They asked Huan Jie to come to tell me that Huan Jie has a very high status in the Covering Moon sect, and I also gave Luo sect master this vase, and gave them a batch of my Dao specialties, so that after their people leave, they can bring a batch of them. Tianyuan tea will go back. Xuanhuan smiled and said, look, those young men are really passionate in the monthly exam. The Dao Academy also has a monthly and quarterly examination system. These are the best young martial artists. Xuanhuan said, Fang Lei, you have ordered that the first full army competition of the 4 provinces will be held in 5 days, and the competition area will be divided according to each realm. There has been no war recently. Holding a legion competition will boost the morale of the entire army, and secondly, it will make the faster people in the 4 palaces forget that they are no longer the people of the sect, but the ministers of the great martial arts. On the martial arts field, it was boiling. With the whole army competition held, everyone is gearing up. If there is no war, it means that there is no military merit, and there is no way to exchange more resources. But the winners of the Legion competition can get extremely rich rewards. The powerhouses of the 4 houses are also preparing. This time, Xuanhuan watched it in person. Although they were psychic, they all wanted to let Xuanhuan take a look at him in the competition and gain His Majesty's love. The fights below the psychic level are just appetizers, and the fights in the psychic realm are good shows. Tongshan is also divided into 3 levels according to the 10-level realm of Tongshan, and whoever can get the ranking can get the corresponding merit. The meritorious deeds in Dao are more valuable than the Wangpin divine stones, which represent the divine pills one by one. In addition to the Tsongshan mansion, there were only a few psychic powerhouses in the 4 palaces, and there were 50 or 60 psychic powers in Guihai, Yuping, and Lezhang. Moreover, Xuanhuan opened the Great National Defense Array and drew out a battlefield for them to fight. In the first battle, the deputy commander of the 1st Battalion of the Wuxuan Army fought against the deputy commander of the 2nd Battalion. After the people from the 4 palaces surrendered, Xuanhuan directly broke them up and divided them into the Wuxuan Army. The commander of the Wuxuan Army was Fang Lei. He adopted the method of mixing up the gods of the 4 houses, breaking up their people. Everyone belonged to each battalion, and represented the honor of each battalion. If it is said that they can get good results in the Legion competition, the treatment of their battalion will be generous before the next Legion competition, which will make them more motivated to cultivate and not dare to slack off. The battle of the gods is indeed fierce. At ordinary times, it is simply impossible to see so many psychic powerhouses gathered together to compete. But through the Legion competition, the gods communicate with each other, which can also allow them to learn combat experience, which is also good for them. One by one the rankings were also quickly lined up. The winners were elated, and the battalion members cheered and cheered. The loser is dejected, and he secretly sighs in his heart, to defeat his opponent in the next competition. It can be said that due to the generous rewards of the Legion competition, these psychic powerhouses have to be encouraged to participate. Not participating? For a long time, others have obtained more medicinal pills than him, and their strength will be dumped by others. Your Majesty, there are people from the Dongxian dynasty coming to visit outside the city. Just as the Legion competition was hot, Zhu Fengfeng reported the news to Xuanhuan. Dongxian dynasty. Feng Lei's expression suddenly changed when he heard these 4 words. The Dongxian dynasty has actually come. In the Dongxian domain, the Dongxian dynasty and the Xuanqing sect occupy half of the Dongxian domain and control the most abundant resources. I would choose this time to come. The Dongxian dynasty, the 6-star dynasty, has false gods in the country, and it is much stronger than the Covering Moon sect. Dongxian dynasty, this time it seems that the visitor is not good. Lu Qianfu said. The good ones don't come. The Dongxian dynasty sent envoys to visit in the name of it, but in my opinion, it's just to investigate the details of the great martial arts. After all, I dominate the 4 palaces, and it should not be underestimated in the Dongxian domain. If the Dongxian dynasty is, it would be strange not to investigate. Xuanhuan said lightly. Your Majesty, let's see, or not. See. Why not? Let them see the strength of our great martial arts. Xuanhuan said solemnly, but if you want to see me, you have to follow the rules of Dao. Xian, Dongxian messenger. There is a sound coming out. The envoy of the Dongxian dynasty visits Emperor Wu. This voice was nominally visiting Xuanhuan, but it was full of arrogance, so he saw hundreds of figures and flew in directly into Wuqing without listening to the announcement. But Xuanhuan also looked at it coldly, waved his hand to mobilize the majestic national movement force, and suppressed it. #C240 Tournament. The arrival of the Dongxian dynasty made people come, but the domineering momentum has already spread out, and the bang swept the Dao city. Outside Wuqing, there are hundreds of figures flying up at the same time, showing the strength from the Dongxian dynasty. This is provocative behavior. Wuqing is equivalent to Xuanhuan's capital in the Dongxian region and the deputy capital of Dao. Anyone who came to the capital could not fly, and had to walk into the city. This was the envoy of the Dongxian dynasty deliberately testing the strength of Dao. If it wasn't for Chu Yuan's domination of the four palaces, their behavior would be even more arrogant and domineering, and there would not be even a single announcement. But Chu Yuan would not be used to them. He waved his hand away, and the power to suppress everything was released from the oven of heaven and earth, as if a sky was pressed against them. Boom! The void of heaven and earth was collapsing. This group of people wanted to break through directly, but after just a few seconds, they felt that this force was unstoppable, and their faces were ugly, and then they landed and walked obediently into the city. This great martial artist is more terrifying than we imagined, with strong national fortunes and a domineering aggression like fire. The group of people looked gloomy. After dozens of minutes, under the leadership of the guards, they came to the martial arts field. Humph! This Dao is so presumptuous. We didn't entertain us when we came, but let us walk on foot and dominate the four borders. Is it so arrogant? Yes, when I meet the Lord of Great Martial Arts, I want to see how mysterious and powerful this person is, and whether he can compare with the Holy One of my Dongxian dynasty. It's just the rulers of the four houses on the edge. If it wasn't for the weird equipment they used to destroy Tsongshan Mansion, they wouldn't be taken seriously. The faces of Dongxian dynasty were very unhappy, because instead of entertaining them in the palace, De Wu brought them to a competition arena. My Great Wu dynasty is holding a legion competition. Your Majesty is in the competition field. If you want to see His Majesty, you can only go to the competition field. A guard spoke to them. Due to the sudden arrival of the envoys of the Dongxian dynasty, the competition was temporarily stopped, and the eyes were squinting at the hundreds of people who walked to the martial arts arena. Presumably this is Emperor Wu. The envoy of the Dongxian dynasty was a middle-aged man with a square face, and a force developed from his body, and he was actually the king of false gods. The false god messenger can see that the Dongxian dynasty is cautious about Dao. He looked at Chu Yuan on the throne, and suddenly flashed in his eyes an ancient shadow, shrouded in a majesty. Even the emperor of the Dongxian dynasty did not have the will of this ancient holy emperor. The envoy of the Dongxian dynasty, what is the matter with me this time? Chu Yuan sat on the throne, standing still, with a tendency to swallow mountains and rivers. I heard that the Dao dynasty dominated the four palaces. As a dynasty in the Dongxian region, the original envoy is the Dongxian dynasty Xuanhuan. This time I specially visited Dao because I wanted to visit Emperor Wu and see the suddenly rising dynasty in the Dongxian region. The name of Emperor Wu can be described as thunderous. This false god king also put away his contempt, and swept his eyes. Today is a coincidence, and it happened to meet the great martial arts competition. This envoy has some ideas. In the world of martial arts are respected. If you don't mind, then the king's subordinates also want to compete with Emperor Wu's subordinates. He actually wanted to make this opinion while the great Wu Corps was competing. The Dongxian dynasty is a real six-star dynasty. It has stood in this Dongxian region for tens of thousands of years, and its strength is so powerful. I welcome anyone to come and compete with Dao. Chu Yuan said, since the envoy of Su is competing in martial arts, in order to fulfill the friendship of the landlord, how can he be ahead of you? If that's the case, let's fight as usual. Suhan's eyes swept away and said, Gu Shun, you go to experience the strength of Dao. Remember that friendship is the first in this battle, and the second in the competition. When you want to show the majesty of my Dongxian dynasty, you must pay attention when you start. Scale up. This will be Gu Shun. A burly man walked out at this time, his eyes swept away at everyone who was fighting with me. This Gu Shun's strength has reached the third level of spirituality. Commander Feng, compare yourself with him. Chu Yuan said. The minister leads the order. The cold Zhu Fengfeng came out, looked at Gu Shun expressionlessly, and said coldly, I am the commander of the Great Wu, Zhu Fengfeng. The first level of transcendence? Gu Shun sensed Zhu Fengfeng's realm, and there was an anger on his face, and said solemnly, just send a psychic first level and want to fight with me, this is not suitable, if you want to send a stronger one, or else that's not taking the fight to heart. He thought that Chu Yuan had deliberately humiliated him by letting Zhu Fengfeng appear. Hearing Gu Shun's words, the corners of Chu Yuan's Tongshan mouth twitched violently. Although Zhu Fengfeng was only a first-level psychic, they had already seen the brutality of the girl in the internal competition just now. Commander Feng is enough. Chu Yuan said, you can do your best. Okay. Gu Shun's heart was also filled with anger, although my realm is higher than yours and you are a woman, I will not be merciful when I do it. If there is any injury then, I will be blamed. I'm going to kill flowers. The battle with the Dongxian dynasty begins. Dao is also boiling over here. Although they were competing in martial arts just now, it was only an internal communication, and it was time to stop, but now they were competing with the Dongxian dynasty, which was obviously more interesting and intense. Xuanhuan fist. Gu Shun stepped out, and the third-level strength of the gods burst out, and the void in front of him sank sharply, and there was a grin on his face, and his hands were extremely fierce. Immortal Nirvana, the power of 9 revolutions. An incomparably dazzling fire of Nirvana rose into the sky, condensing the appearance of an immortal phoenix. Great Nirvana. The flame power after Nirvana instantly enveloped Gu Shun, and a heart-piercing scream continued to come out. In one move, a burning man appeared on the competition stage. Undead Divine Phoenix. Xuanhuan said in shock, I admit defeat, we will admit defeat in this battle. All right. Hearing Chu Yuan's voice, Zhu Fengfeng slowly dissipated the power of the fire of Nirvana, and then saw that Gu Shun's whole body was burned to the core. If it wasn't for the competition, he would have died a long time ago. It's okay for a strong martial artist, after all, he has seen Zhu Fengfeng's brutality before. But the people of the Dongxian dynasty were stunned, they couldn't accept Gu Shun being defeated by Zhu Fengfeng anyway. The red-clothed woman in front of her, although her appearance was cold, her hands were extremely ruthless. Who else wants to communicate in martial arts? Zhu Fengfeng looked towards the Dongxian messenger. I come. After all, he came from the most powerful dynasty in the Dongxian region, and someone who was so provoked by Zhu Fengfeng couldn't bear it anymore. Another psychic powerhouse came out, stronger than Gu Shun just now. However, his strength was not worth mentioning in front of Zhu Fengfeng. After only playing for a while, his whole body was on fire, and he was carried off the competition stage under Xuanhuan's hasty stop. Xuanhuan's face is also very good-looking. This time, he proposed the competition first to attack Dao, and secondly, to test the truth of Dao. But how could he have imagined that the few people he had sent were so humiliating, that they were beaten by an opponent with the first level of spirituality, as if Dao was bullying them, not that they were intimidating Dao. If no one comes up, the 4th or even 5th level of spiritual power can come up to fight. Zhu Fengfeng is a proud, undead phoenix, standing coldly on the competition stage, looking at Dongxian with a pair of phoenix eyes. #C241 can't. After several battles and several defeats, they were all lost in the hands of Zhu Fengfeng, who was nothing more than the first level of psychic power, which had already made the Dongxian dynasty unbearable. I, Jin Xiao, came here to enlighten me. As soon as this Jin Xiao stepped onto the competition stage, he banged. An incomparably dazzling light penetrated through time and space, directly killing Zhu Fengfeng. Zhu Fengfeng's mana was condensed, and he violently waved the power of the undead phoenix, spread his wings, and rendered the competition platform a layer of fire. The power of her primordial spirit burst out, like an immortal phoenix, playing the great Nirvana technique. Great Nirvana, the Phoenix family inherits magical powers. Even though Xuanhuan is the king of the false god, but at the moment he sees the Great Nirvana technique, he is completely absorbed in it, and he said in his heart, however, Jin Xiao is a 4-level psychic, and he is also a fierce general in the Dongxian dynasty. This great martial arts is unique, not only powerful equipment, and even the allegiance of the undead divine phoenix. Boom! At this time, the competition was on the stage. The power of the immortal divine phoenix burst out, like a meteor falling from the sky, and the torrent of nirvana rushed towards Jin Xiao, knocking his body into the air. Although it was not like the previous people who were immediately swallowed by the flames, it was extremely embarrassing. I must not lose here. This is a good opportunity for me to show my face. Defeating this woman, even the false god king will look at me highly. Jin Xiao felt the powerful oppression from the undead phoenix. But when he was about to fight back, Zhu Fengfeng stepped in front of him, and a pair of undead wings suddenly spread out, shrouding him in. Although the Great Nirvana technique is a technique of surviving from death, it also represents a terrifying death. Power. Ah! Jin Xiao let out a roaring voice. Admit defeat. Xuanhuan's face was extremely ugly, and he immediately conceded defeat, not wanting to see Jin Xiao continue to be embarrassed. The 4th level of psychic power has been lost, so do you want to send people from the 7th or 8th level of psychic power to go up? He winked to the side. I come. Another person walked out, but the person he wanted to fight was not Zhu Fengfeng. Instead, he looked at Feng Lei. I heard that General Feng Lei killed Songshan sect master. His strength is like a new star rising. I, Yan Tao, also want to learn from him. I wonder if he can dare to fight. This Yan Tao's realm has reached the 10th level of enlightenment. Feng Lei, fight him. Chu Yuan said. It is good. Feng Lei said, Your Majesty has a purpose. I Feng Lei will fight you, but my sword does not have eyes. My strength doesn't have eyes either. In an instant, the law of infinite divinity spreads out. Yan Tao slammed the palm of his hand, and within one blow, there were hundreds of magical powers mixed in, and the shocking weather wave swept through. With the 10th level of enlightenment, it is already very close to the false god king. The false god king has the power to fill the mountains and move the sea, and the 10th level of Tongshan also has the power to shake the earth and the mountains. Boom! At this moment, Feng Lei's eyes flashed, and the thunder knife in his hand slashed out. A sharp blade of light descended from the sky, with the power to smash the vacuum. That unparalleled edge broke Yan Tao's various magical powers in just one click, and then the edge was about to be headed into Yan Tao's body. What a sharp knife light! Yan Tao stepped back again and again, his eyes solemn. His realm was 1 level higher than Feng Lei, but he couldn't suppress him. And he is from the Dongxian dynasty. According to the truth, the resources he has cultivated should be far better than Feng Lei. Being able to take a knife from me is quite a bit of strength, but if you only have this bit of strength, I'm afraid you can't beat the majesty of my great Wu dynasty. Feng Lei stood with a knife, his voice was as domineering as his knife. Damn, this Feng Lei is too arrogant, what do you think of yourself? Commander Yan, you must treat him severely. That's right, we can't let Feng Lei continue to be rampant. We must show the prestige of my Dongxian dynasty. Hearing Feng Lei disregarding Yan Tao's words, anger appeared on the faces of Dongxuan's envoys. I was just testing you just now. Yan Tao calmed down, and he also knew that he could not lose to Feng Lei, otherwise the Dongxian dynasty would lose face, and they would be completely defeated when they came to the Imperial city of Da this time. The great silent destruction technique, all gods and demons will be destroyed. Boom! His mana was brewed to the limit in an instant. This person shot out with a long spear, it was pitch black, and with a stroke in the void, a ravine-like gulf appeared, and the power of annihilation was cut out. Yan Tao actually realized the essence of the great annihilation technique of the 3,000 avenues of magic. After returning from this battle, he can recommend it to the emperor. Maybe he may become a false god. Xuanhuan's dull face also laughed at this moment. When Yan Tao went all out to use the Great Quiet technique, Feng Lei's failure was declared. I used this great annihilation technique, you can't even control me, you still have to admit defeat. Although Yan Tao was still talking, his power had reached its limit. With a backhand shock, the void collapsed, and a rolling torrent washed away. With his blow, all the breath of life seemed to be annihilated. Destroying the thunder sword. Feng Lei's face was expressionless, and he was not afraid of it. Boom. His power has become violent. The world-destroying thunder knife is a move created by him watching the thunder cannon destroying the world and the lightning strike, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Thousands of thunder lights turned into a world-annihilating thunder light. The dazzling thunder light radiated out, and collided with the great quieting technique. At this moment, everyone's eyes are staring closely, especially the powerhouse, who can feel the strength of these two forces. It seems that after thousands of collisions in an instant, the thunder sword of world destruction actually broke the great quiet technique, and endless thunder and lightning raged. Yan Tao's eyes widened, he used his mana to defend, and the spear stabbed out again. However, the power of the world-destroying thunder blade continued unabated, and it slashed directly on the gun barrel. It turned the gun into two halves, and then a terrifying blade of light slashed deeply on Yan Tao's body. To break all his body protection mana. Yan Tao was slashed and flew out. There was a bloodstain that could be seen on his body. The power of the knife just now caused him to suffer extremely serious injuries. I can't control the power of this knife. Feng Lei put away the knife. It was not his own honor to win Yan Tao, but the honor that belonged to De Wu. Alright, Emperor Wu's subordinates have good strength. It took Feng Lei to surrender to Dao for a long time, and he has such strength. I really admire this envoy. We have not lost wrongly. Seeing Yan Tao's defeat, Xuanhuan didn't even want to see this loser. He also did not expect that Yan Tao would be defeated so badly, and Feng Lei's strength had increased so unbelievably. Then, the strength of this Emperor Wu should be even more terrifying. This envoy is not talented, but it can be regarded as a false god. I wonder if I can learn the power of Emperor Wu. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and looked at Chunyuan. He actually wanted to fight Chunyuan. Competing with other people is fake. His real purpose is to use the envoy to test the details of Chunyuan. You want to learn my strength? I answer you, no. Chunyuan sat on the throne, standing still, a magnificent voice accompanied by an imposing manner, with no intention of shooting at all. #C242 Divine Pill Recipe. Xuanhuan actually wanted to fight Chunyuan. Regardless of whether he should or not, it will do all kinds of harm to Chunyuan. Even if he wins Xuanhuan, what if he can't even win against Xuanhuan? How can he deter many forces in the Dongxian region, and he surrenders himself as the emperor? Humph. I also want to challenge your majesty. Facing the false god king, Feng Lei was not afraid, but took a step forward. You are not qualified to speak to this envoy. The aura of a domineering king swept in. Even if Feng Lei was at the 9th level of psychic power and defeated Yan Tao, he was retreating again and again at this time. The minimum standard for a 6-star power is to have the strength of a false god king. Chunyuan made a soft voice, his eyes opened and closed, and an infinite divine light spurted out unexpectedly, breaking Xuanhuan's aura. Whoa. Chunyuan was still sitting firmly on the throne. He didn't do anything, just a holy light of luck rippling from his heart. With a thought, the incomparable power of national fortune was like a mighty river, cooperating with the oven of heaven and earth. Repressed. The power of this national destiny has been transformed into a divine palace of Emperor Wu. What a strong national fortune! Xuanhuan released his false god power. The falsehood is real, although the false god is not a real god, but he already possesses the power of a false god, and he has the power of a god in every move, and he immediately used his own power to counter the suppression of Dao's national fortune. But Chu Yuan's thoughts swept across like a cosmic storm. Xuanhuan was immediately under enormous pressure. Suddenly, a dangerous aura swept over, and he looked up suddenly, just to see an oven appearing above his head. This oven is like the sky, and the gods have to be refined, and there is no place for burial. Emissary of Dongxian, do you still want to experience my strength? Chu Yuan's voice thundered. Magnificent. Okay, Emperor Wu is really strong, and this envoy has also learned it. Xuanhuan immediately regained his illusory aura and regained his composure. He looked at Chu Yuan, who was still sitting on the throne. Although he didn't make a move just now, he instinctively felt that if he continued, he would definitely be suppressed and refined by that terrifying oven. Now it's better to be honest, and don't mess with this great martial master. Does Dongxuan's envoy still want to stay? Chu Yuan said, if you want to stay, just taste the delicious food of the great Wu dynasty. Thank you Emperor Wu for the hospitality, but this envoy will not stay. Having lost so much face, Xuanhuan has no intention of staying any longer, and said solemnly, let's go. This time he was dispatched to Dao, and he did not test out the details of Chu Yuan at all. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yuan did not do anything, but used the national fortune to suppress it, which made his heart very uncomfortable, and he had to report the news as soon as possible. The people of the Dongxian dynasty are gone. De Wu regained his calm once again. In the next time, Dao entered a period of stable development. Because the battle to destroy the Tsongshan sect was too shocking, there were not many people in the surrounding houses who dared to offend Dao. And as his fame spread far and wide, more and more people came to join Chu Yuan. Knowing that Chu Yuan needed a large number of refiners to purify the materials, the former powerhouses of the four palaces spared no effort to contact Chu Yuan again and again. Not many people can stand the temptation of medicinal pills. After knowing the favorable conditions offered by Dao, many people are naturally attracted. Dao 36 years. Another year has passed. Ding. The host completed the side quest and built 10,000 thunder cannons. The construction of 10,000 thunder cannons has been completed. When Chu Yuan conquered the four palaces and put all his strength into building the thunder cannon, it took several months to finally build 10,000 thunder cannons. The thunder cannon can be said to be the most feared destroying machine in today's Dao. Put one man on it and launch a world-annihilating lightning strike together, and Tongshan will also be directly bombed to death. Ding. The host has obtained 20,000 fate points, an advanced card of the King Grade Artifact. Current Apex Surplus, 22550. King Grade Artifact Advance Card, it can be used to upgrade Spirit Grade Artifact to King Grade Artifact. There is actually an advanced card for a King Grade Artifact. Chu Yuan Xing Yan Daiyue. He now needs to lack the advanced artifact card to upgrade his artifact. Raise the grip of the God of War. Without thinking about it, Chu Yuan immediately chose to upgrade the grip of the God of War. Without him, the grip of the God of War is Chu Yuan's most powerful offensive method after removing the human Emperor Sword, and it can be used in conjunction with various magical powers. After Chu Yuan used the advanced card of the King Grade Artifact, suddenly, a layer of sacred brilliance appeared on the grip of the God of War, and he was undergoing a deep transformation. Ding. The grip of the God of War has been upgraded to a King Grade Artifact. Without making Chu Yuan wait too long, the grip of the God of War was upgraded to the King rank. After the advanced level, the attributes of the God of War's grip have been fully upgraded, and an additional artifact skill has been added. Sacrifice all the God of War troops in the God of War pool to gain powerful power. The duration depends on the energy consumption of the host. This sacrifice. Xuanhuan guessed that the so-called madness should be able to increase his strength in a short period of time, and increase it all. The 50,000 God of War army is in the God of War pond, and since his strength cannot keep up, he has not used it. But now that it is summoned, with the upgrade of the grip of the God of War, there are 10 more gods in the army of 50,000 gods of war, especially the strength of the commander has reached the 10th level of the gods. God of War level 2, the system creates special arms. The maximum number is 50,000 God of War troops, and the maximum upper limit is configured to be 9 in the false god realm and 1 in the true god realm. The current maximum configuration is 10 psychic realms, which can be broken through with the breakthrough of the host realm. If there are cursors on the heads of these war gods, they are now the 2nd level arms. Xuanhuan carefully studied the introduction of the God of War army, and the commander of the God of War army with the highest configuration strength can reach the true god. More terrifying Imperial artifacts can already be refined above the gods. Now it is only psychic, so if you want to raise the supreme commander of the God of War army to a false god, you should wait until your realm is raised to psychic. Although no sacrifice has been used yet, Xuanhuan is naturally clear. The size of the sacrifice power depends on the strength of the God of War army. Xuanhuan is still very satisfied with the upgraded grip of the God of War, especially the power of sacrifice, which is a trump card. When it is used suddenly at the most critical time, even the false god king can fight. If you use it well, this will be a trump card. Xuanhuan said, there are still 2 branch lines that have not been completed, and the next resources will focus on the sky soldiers. Sky warships are now sufficient. But the sky warriors are real psychic combat power, and how many are not enough? Ding! The current branch line has been released, and the host strength has been upgraded to the state of psychic power. Another branch. Xuanhuan still likes the arrival of the branch line very much, and it will represent the fate point when it is complete. Yes, this line came very well. Xuanhuan said, start the random lottery. The complete branch line made Xuanhuan in a good mood, and his hands were a little itchy, so he had to use up a random lottery that he got in the covering moon sect to see if his luck was good. Ding! The host randomly draws a lottery to get the formula of the pill. Divine rank pill formula. Xuanhuan immediately looked at the attribute introduction. Divine rank pill recipe, Wangpin divine pill. After taking the 10th level of Yunshin, the chance of breaking through the god position will increase by 50%, and there will be no danger to life after failure. You can only take 1 tablet in a lifetime, the next time you take it will be invalid. #C243 Meteorite. The elixir of the divine rank pill can actually increase the success rate by 50%. This effect is already very anti-sky, and it can be called terrible. You must know that even if it is 10% of the breakthrough, I don't know how many people will be crazy, and 5th achievement is half the chance. What's more terrifying is that it will not be life-threatening after failure, but it can't be taken again. Xuanhuan knew that if this god-level pill could be refined in large quantities, there would be a large number of god-level existences in his dynasty. I looked at the materials, most of the materials are there, but there is only one thing called Wulingguo missing. It looks like I'm going to ask Ningguan where these 5 spirit fruits are found. Xuanhuan first entered the pill recipe into the Tai pill furnace. In the past, the Tai pill stove did not have this medicine pill, but the medicine pill could be automatically refined according to the proportion, as long as it did not exceed the limit of the current quality. Since Ningguan and De Wu have traded Wan Pin Shindan for a long time, she has stayed in Wuqing for most of the time, which makes the covering moon sect feel a little resentful, but they have a relationship with Chu Qinyao, and their relationship with Xuanhuan is also very good. Huh? This 5 spirit fruit? After being invited over by Xuanhuan, Ningguan said, "What does your majesty need these 5 spirit fruits for?" The 5 spirit fruits are not very useful, but they are very cherished. They are made up of the elements of the 5 elements. I have a use. Xuanhuan looked at the radiant Ningguan. Since President Ning knows the 5 spirit fruit, he can get it for me. To be honest, I know the 5 spirit fruits, but there are too few of them. They exist in a small space in the Nanshan region. The space secret passageway is uncertain, and the approximate location should be here. Ningguan carried a map of the 5 profound domains with her and pointed out a place. There are not many in the 5 spirit fruit chamber of commerce. There are about 50 or 60. They are usually used to absorb the elements of the 5 elements and enhance the law. If your majesty needs, I can bring them to your majesty. Ningguan said. Okay, thank President Ning for providing us with information. Xuanhuan said. As long as your majesty can provide me with a large amount of medicinal pills, some information is not worth mentioning. Ningguan smiled. Of course, I also need a lot of medicinal materials from the Chanquan Chamber of Commerce. Xuanhuan replied. Of course, she also knows that with Xuanhuan's ability, even without her Chanquan Chamber of Commerce, if the news is released, I don't know how many chambers of commerce will madly provide Xuanhuan with medicinal materials. All of this must originate from the transactions within the Wu territory. After sending Ningguan away, in the past few days, Xuanhuan obtained 65 spirit fruits from her and refined 60 divine rank pills. This divine rank pill is really half the success rate. After 60 people took it, only 30 people successfully broke through the divine rank. When Xuanhuan wanted to collect some more, Ningguan bluntly told that there was no more, and this was accumulated over the past 10 years. This also made Xuanhuan shake his head, thinking about the small space. Dao 36 years in February. Xuanhuan originally cultivated in Wuqing. But suddenly, the whole world shook, and the void changed color. What happened? The earth is moving and the sky is shaking. Could it be the end of the world? No, you look at the sky, it's a vision in the sky. There was chaos outside. Seeing such a vision, Xuanhuan also left the palace, looked at the sky, and suddenly saw that it was dark outside. It was a clear sky, but it seemed that the sun was eaten by a dog, causing the sun to disappear. This dimness contained a strong shaking power. Is there a god fighting? Fang Lei said in horror. Under such a mighty change in the world, he also felt his own insignificance. Not a god. Xuanhuan said, it's a star colliding. The sun did not disappear, but the sky where Xuanhuan was located was obscured by dust. Although the sight was blocked due to the shaking of the heavens and the earth, Xuanhuan saw a huge star hit the crystal barrier of the eternal great world, passing through the sky, and the target of the fall was towards the sea area of Dongguanyueu. What a big fireball! Although the stars were burned up and their size continued to shrink, they were still huge. The power of national fortune. Xuanhuan suddenly protected the coastlines of the 4 provinces with the power of national fortune, so as not to cause greater losses. Boom! This star was continuously disintegrated in the void, gradually became smaller, and finally fell fiercely into the sea. The waves that were raised were thousands of feet high, and the falling giant force would also be smashed to death. Fortunately, this star did not fall directly on the Dongshan territory, but on the uninhabited sea. How many people will be crushed to death? At this moment, on the surface of the sea, huge waves surged, triggered by underwater volcanoes, erupted in unison, and turned into a terrifying Jedi. A star fell directly. The crowd was stunned. Even in Wuqing, it can be seen that there is an extra bump on the sea in the extreme distance, which is part of the star after the fall. The cosmic starry sky is boundless, and the eternal world is one of the most powerful worlds. How terrifying the suction is. This star is obviously close to the eternal world and is caught by the suction. This kind of thing is not in the eternal world. Rare. In addition to cultivating, Xuanhuan is also remediating various knowledge. Fortunately, this is in the eternal world. If it was in the world before him. Although this star is constantly disintegrating, the one that falls to the sea is also 1/10 the size of the moon, and I am afraid it will bring about a mass extinction. But in the great eternal world, although it caused violent shaking and thick dust covered the sky, but here are all martial arts experts who can disperse the dust with mana, it will not have much impact. The eternal great world is too big, beyond imagination, even the stars are very small in front of it, like a meteor streaking in. This star brings great wealth. There is a great martial artist. Yes, a large amount of meteorite fine gold in the stars can be mined and mined. On Xuanhuan's side, the consumption of meteorite fine gold is too much. It is an astronomical figure, even if there is a terrifying amount provided by the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce, it is somewhat difficult to support. If you want to leave the eternal world and pass through the crystal wall, you must at least have the cultivation of a true god. You can let people mine meteorite fine gold, so close to Zhenwu City. Xuanhuan said. But as soon as Xuanhuan made a move, he suddenly saw dozens of figures flying over the meteor. Your Majesty, someone from the Xuanqing sect is here. Lu Qianfu reported with a solemn expression, the Xuanqing sect has sent several false god kings, who have blocked the meteor, expelled people from other forces, and are not allowed to approach them. They threatened that the meteor belongs to the Xuanqing sect. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed. The Xuanqing sect was the two most powerful forces in the Dongxian region. One country, one country. It's a good one to kill. This Xuanqing sect is too domineering. Fang Lei's eyes also flickered with anger. Quiet. Xuanhuan was also observing the meteor, and said calmly, I have a general idea of what the Xuanqing sect wants. They want to occupy the star core in the meteor, and the star core is made up of countless elements, which is more precious than the meteor's fine gold. Precious, not only can it absorb the power of the stars, but also can be used as a high-level material. Choose one, think of ways, use any means, seize the star core, get 500 fate points, and the progress of building the Gate of Thunder is 10%. Option 2, give up the competition for the star core, get 500 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. Hashtag C244 Xuanxingzong. The star core is the most precious thing in a star. Those meteorite fine golds are just incidental minerals, and their value is different from cloud and mud. At the beginning of the birth of a star, the core is the star core, which constantly rotates and absorbs the most precious substances in the universe. That precious substance is deposited in the stars, and it is all kinds of hard-to-get metals. The basic materials of Xuanhuan's sky soldiers, virtual gods, and even true gods need to be purified from the star core. Only the true god can escape the world barriers of the eternal great world, but it is only able to survive and travel in the universe, and it is far from reaching the point of catching the stars and destroying the sun. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible for Xuanhuan to obtain the star core, and it is difficult for the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce to provide it to him. After all, if there are no special circumstances, it is necessary to go to the universe to bombard the stars slowly and hit the core to obtain it. Let's wait and see what happens, don't move for the time being, I already have an idea. At this moment, Xuanhuan's eyes traveled through the void and saw a distant place. At this moment, on the meteorite, there are hundreds of powerhouses of the Xuanqing sect, and there are even 3 false gods. They arranged a series of formations, and put all their mana into it. It's not that easy to get a star core, even if it's just a small star. Xuanxingzong also knows that they can block it for a while, but not forever. Although they had a premonition of the fluctuations before the meteor fell, they quickly dispatched strong people to seize the opportunity and arrived here first. But although the star core is endless in the universe, it is too difficult to obtain, and it will definitely attract many people. Although the Xuanhuan is a powerful force in the Dongxian region that can rival the Dongxian dynasty, the temptation of the star core is not that no one dares to offend them. Xuanhuan is very calm, his eyes have been locked on the meteor. Soon, 5 days passed. The star nucleus was born. Suddenly, a huge wave was once again set off above the sea. At this moment, the falling meteor suddenly cracked again, and the volume 1/10 the size of the moon collapsed suddenly, and countless pieces of stars sank into the sea. The terrifying pressure from within the stars turned into magma soaring into the sky, and the dust it brought up covered the sky. This is the method used by the Xuanhuan sect to activate the forbidden law, disintegrate the stars, and take out the star core. I saw that after the star disintegrated, another incomparably hot light appeared in everyone's sight with the power of the bright stars. This thing is very huge, hundreds of miles long, extremely heavy, and contains violent power, as if a world is blocked inside, and it has the stalwart of the world. This 100-mile-sized thing is the star core. It looks very huge, but in fact it is nothing for the huge volume of a star, which contains a strong cosmic power. Countless rays are emitted, and at this moment, the dust in the sky is also dispelled. This is the star core. When everyone in Wucheng saw the star core, they were stunned and opened their mouths wide. The star nucleus was born, and the movement is huge. It is not so easy for the Xuanhuan sect to take away the star nucleus. Xuanhuan said lightly. Shifting star array, get up. At this moment, hundreds of Xuanhuan sect powerhouses shouted loudly. With the 3 false god kings as the first, more than 20 gods as deputy, and 70 or 80 gods as assistants, they jointly exerted a huge mana, turned into a big hand, and grabbed the stars. A false god has infinite power, and a mountain range of hundreds of miles can be easily moved away. However, it is very difficult for hundreds of powerhouses to take away this 100-mile star core. Because this is the accumulation of countless substances and heavy metals in the universe, it is too heavy. Even if they have space-like artifacts, they can put them in, but the artifacts can't bear this kind of weight, so they can only be moved to the side of the Xuanhuan sect. Good stuff. There are countless precious materials in the star core. If you want to swallow it all, the first one in this seat will not agree. A sky-shattering rainbow swept in. This was an old man in dark blue clothes, and he was also the king of false god. Seeing the star nucleus, his eyes lit up, blocking the front of this group of people. Lord of Luling Island. Seeing the old man blocking the way, the false god of Xuanhuan said coldly, if you don't stay on your Luling Island, you don't dare to grow your eyes and block our way. Are the laws of the gods taken away? Xuanhuan is really domineering. Luling Island master smiled instead of anger, and said lightly, Brother Wenyuan, Sister Lu Lan, the 2 of you haven't appeared yet. Ha ha. 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared. The man is as rich as jade. The woman is a peerless beauty. Their mana also reached the false god. Wenyuan, Lu Lan. These 2 people are well-known immortal companions in the Dongxian domain, overseas scattered cultivators. There is no power behind them, and they are weak, but they also have no power. Although the 3 of you are false god kings, it won't end well if you go against my Xuanhuan sect. The false god of Xianxingzong made a gloomy voice, to tell you the truth, we are just 1 step ahead here, and more of our strong people are still behind, false god. It is not that my Xianxingzong has not killed, and I am interested, then step aside. What a big threat. That Wenyuan sneered, your Xuanhuan sect is just using the method of stargazing to predict the fall of the falling star in advance. Come first, the longer the time delays, the forces in other domains will also notice it, and quickly send the strong to participate in this competition. Hey, as for your powerhouses, there's no need to scare us. They won't do anything casually, after all, they have to deter other powerhouses. The island owner of Luling also laughed and said, "This seat has a suggestion. The three of us don't want much, as long as 1/3 is given to us. Not only will it not be an enemy, but also a friend. The three of us will escort you to leave. After all, although we are not as big as the Xuanhuan sect family, we are still false gods." He also knows that he can't eat such a large star core with his own appetite, and only wants to divide up a part. "I want some more." Xuanxingzong false god's face became more and more gloomy. "Yes, only part of it." The three people of Luling Island Lord released a terrifying false god breath and bombarded the star core. "I see that you are courting death." The face of the Xuanxingzong false god suddenly showed the expression of a successful conspiracy, and said disdainfully, "This seat has long known that there will be young people who will snatch them without knowing their lives, and they have already made various preparations. Now it seems that there is nothing wrong. You three have no self-knowledge, yet dare to rob my Xuanqing sect." Suddenly, he slapped on the star core. The star core spurted out endless trains of starlight, each of which swept across the sky. In an instant, the mighty storm, carrying the surging cosmic rays, turned into a tyrannical killing technique and swept away. The Xuanxingzong powerhouse came here early, not only to lay out the star core, but also to arrange a terrifying formation on it. This formation evoked the violent power within the star core. #C245 Don't miss the chance. Boom. Tens of thousands of violent torrents spread out like a volcanic eruption, all of which are the power of the rolling stars. It turned out that the Xuanxingzong had long expected that this time would not be so smooth, so it also arranged a formation when collecting the star core. They use breathing and exhaling the power of the stars as their exercises, and they are more proficient in the use of star cores than anyone else. However, when the three of Luling Island Master saw it, their expressions were not in a hurry. Island Master Luling said, "Hey, I have long known that the Xuanqing sect cultivates the starry sky. How could it not guard against yours?" Around him, the void was distorted, like a mirror, forming tens of thousands of pieces in an instant. Each torrent washed over him and was refracted away, seemingly causing little harm. "Since you know that my Xuanqing sect cultivates the way of the starry sky, then you should know that the way of the starry sky is vast and terrifying." However, the false god of Xuanxingzong sneered, "You are too arrogant." In an instant, the star core somehow became violent, and the star power surging inside was 10 times more turbulent than before. This Xuanxingzong false god made a mark with both hands, and pieces of array discs flew above the star core. Star formation. The faces of the three changed in shock. That array plate is a king-grade artifact, which can maximize the power of the stars. Immediately, the island owner of Luling shouted, "No, fast back, you can't face it directly." They never imagined that this person would bring the group of stars, which is the sacred artifact of the Xuanqing sect. Want to retire? It's not that easy. But just as the three of them stepped back, the star formation exuded bursts of violent star power. The energy in the star core seemed to be extracted, turned into a red light, and suddenly exploded among the three of Luling Island Masters. Open. Suddenly, the three bodies seemed to explode layer by layer, and they made a sound of anger. This burst of power actually caused the three false god kings to be embarrassed. At this time, there was a pale color on his face. Although he was not seriously injured, it was also very uncomfortable. The star formation is really amazing. The Lord of Luling Island looked solemn. Looking at the star core, but if it weren't for the power of the star core, there would be no such power. Yes, the sect master and others are guarding against stronger opponents. To deal with the three of you, we are enough. With a great formation of stars, the king of the Xuanxingzong sneered again and again, "You three, don't retreat, even if you are the king of the false god, but with the power of the star core, it is very likely that you will be suppressed or even killed today." Hearing this sentence, the faces of the three island masters of Luling obviously showed fear. Kill. But it is impossible for them to retreat so easily. The power of the three false gods erupted, destroying countless stars. Their power distorted the space, and fluttered out of streaks. When Luling Island Master raised his hands and feet, the sea seemed to buckle down, trying to use the power of the sea to fight against the star core power on the opposite side. Damn, these three people. The false god of Xuanhuan also cursed inwardly. He knew that for the sake of the star core, these three people were not the only ones who wanted to capture, and there were many more people hiding in the dark. If Luling Island Master could not be defeated as soon as possible, then I don't know what powerhouse would suddenly come out. This star core is too useful for the Xuanhuan sect, and it can even cultivate several false gods again, overpowering the Dongxian dynasty. The Xuanhuan sect master did not take action. In fact, he was guarding against the Dongxian dynasty. The Dongxian dynasty would also not sit back and watch the Xuanhuan sect be strong. The great array of stars, the great star technique. The three false gods of the Xuanhuan sect also roared again and again. The big star technique gathers the power of billions of starlights, and with the help of this star core, the power of the three false gods is connected into a big star hand, and grabs it from the front. Boom! Although the three Luling Island Masters are extraordinary in strength, after all, the other party can use the power of the star core, and they can also lose consecutive defeats at this time, and there is an unwilling voice in their mouths. Humph! The mana was condensed again, and the stars grabbed the star core like a huge pillar and collided with the three people of Luling Island Master. Every sound was earth-shattering. If this goes on, the star core will be taken away by the Xuanhuan. Lu Qianfu said beside Xuanhuan. The three false gods of Luling Island Master will definitely not be able to last for long. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the entire sea was blown up, and the aftermath spread for an unknown number of miles. The three Luling Island Masters were covered in blood. Although they were still struggling to support, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before they retreated. Thing. The star core has a great effect on me, and this opportunity cannot be allowed to be lost. The opportunity must not be lost and will not come again. As Xuanhuan spoke, his figure seemed to have stepped directly into the void and disappeared. A humming ripple spread out, and a big hole appeared, and then a tyrannical big hand was suddenly grabbed from the big hole and slammed into the star core. Unpredictable, all the false gods present did not sense that someone would suddenly make a move, but they saw that the false god of Xuanhuan suffered a violent backlash, and the star nucleus slammed into them uncontrollably. Hold on! The Xuanhuan powerhouse shouted angrily, who dares to shoot? Stellar core stay! A voice came from the big hole. Then, I saw a figure shrouded in the apocalypse's natural disaster phenomenon emerged. Around him, there are countless pitch-black destruction thunders, exuding an extremely strange aura, and his appearance cannot be clearly seen. Who are you? The strangeness of this person's aura made the experts of the Xuanhuan sect extremely cautious. Who is this guy? This power is like doomsday, like natural disasters, weird and weird. No matter who it is, he is also here to compete for the star core. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. The sudden appearance of this person made the three of Luling Island Masters heave a sigh of relief. That Xuanhuan turned his eyes and laughed loudly. Haha, my friend, it seems that you are also here to capture the star core. We might as well join forces together, then everyone will share equally, and if there is something good to share, it will be better than being swallowed by the Xuanhuan. Powerful. I want the star core. This person did not answer directly, but directly waved a big mana hand and grabbed the star core directly. This person who just appeared is naturally Xuanhuan. He used the Great Calamity technique to cover up his identity, and would never appear as the Great Wu Emperor. After all, the Xuanhuan is not an ordinary false god force. Xuanhuan wants to get the star core, but he will not foolishly reveal his identity in front of his own house. Of course, he has to hide his true identity. This time, he cut off the connection with Guiyun, so that others could not recognize who he was. In Dongxianyu, he has not really made a full effort, and no one knows his magical powers. With Chu Yuan's shot, a terrifying battle force burst out. This big hand not only carried the power of natural disaster destruction, but also brought a strong power of devouring. The grip of the god of war, the artifact of the king's grade, and the sacrificial skill are instantly activated. #C246 Devour in charge. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan immediately activated the sacrificial skill of God of War's grip. In an instant, he saw that the 50,000 God of War army in the God of War pool evaporated out of thin air. A pool of water appeared in the war god's pool, which turned into an invincible force to bless him, so that he now has his own combat power, and even has a combat power comparable to that of the false god king. Every time he casts a blow, his power is quickly depleted. As soon as he opened the sacrifice, an unparalleled pressure shocked the audience. What's the matter with this person's strength, so much stronger than before? The face of Luling Island Master changed, and he felt a deep depression. When Yuan said, what this person means is that he wants to swallow the star core, and he won't even give us a cup of soup. The star core is not so easy to obtain. Anyway, it is not on us. We will wait and watch it and retreat to the side to watch the show, and let him fight with the Xuanhuan. When both sides are injured and exhausted, we will take action. The three people exchanged their thoughts instantly and stepped aside at the same time. Big Star Technique. The false god of Xianxingzong suddenly shouted, and once again absorbed the starlight. The huge star technique bombarded Chu Yuan. But Chu Yuan just swiped his palm away. His war god's grip was originally a sacred color, but under the influence of the Great Calamity technique, it turned into the color of dark gold, and then swiped it to break the opponent's stars. Technique. This sacrificial skill greatly increases strength, and the god of war's grip is worthy of being the top king-grade artifact. Chu Yuan knew that the artifacts that had been upgraded with the advanced card of the king-grade artifact were all top-notch, and their power was close to that of the emperor-grade artifact. However, he just swung a random blow and consumed 1% of the energy in the God of War pond. That is to say, he can only maintain such an attack for 100 times. If he uses a more powerful magical power, the speed will be even faster. So he must fight quickly. This person's realm strength is very strange, even more difficult than Luling Island Master. The false god of Xuanxingzong communicated again and again, and suddenly shouted, Vientian Starry Sky. They know that they can't continue to delay, and now there is a strange powerhouse, like Chu Yuan. If they continue, they will have trouble. As soon as the starry sky appeared, the sky turned into dazzling stars, and countless stars fell down, as if bombarded by hundreds of millions of stars, bringing unparalleled heavy pressure. Breaking thunder. The infinite power of thunder followed Chu Yuan's shattering hand. With the sound of continuous explosions, Chu Yuan was invincible at this time. As soon as he waved his hand, countless natural disasters rolled down. He incarnated as the monarch of natural disasters, took charge of the power of destruction, and killed it. The violent power turned out to make the false god of the Xuanqing sect retreat again and again. What a powerful destructive power! The three of Luling Island Master said in surprise. This blow consumed another 10% of the god of war's energy. Xuanxingzong didn't want to entangle with Chu Yuan, but Chu Yuan also didn't want to entangle with them. He only had the power of a virtual god through sacrifice. If the power of the sacrifice dissipated, it would be difficult to capture the star core. He stepped forward, and his shot became more and more fierce, and the thunder of the rolling natural disaster came down. Big Star Sword. The three false gods of the Xuanqing sect are also shouting angrily at this moment. Infinite starlights gathered together, coming from one door, and they practiced the same technique, so that when they shot, a huge star sword appeared and directly killed Chu Yuan's head. At this moment, Chu Yuan grabbed the big star sword with the grip of the god of war. The power of Bang increased sharply again, and the great starry sky divine sword was directly captured and destroyed by him. The sky is full of stars. Seeing that the great starry sky divine sword was broken, all the powerhouses of the Xuanhuan sect surrounded Chu Yuan in the middle. Although those gods and gods do not directly join the battle, they also silently run the exercises, instilling their own star mana into the bodies of the three false god kings. Starry Sky Giant. Boom. Mana erupts again. A tall starry sky giant appeared, walking on the steps of dominating the starry sky. He seemed to have turned into substance, pointed to the sky and stepped on the ground, and pressed Chu Yuan with his huge body. This Xuanhuan sect is worthy of being the strongest sect in the Eastern Profound region, and there are so many different kinds of Qimeng spells. The three of Luling Island Master also retreated one after another. Now we will see how the man responds. It is best to quickly lose both. But Chu Yuan is also the only one who respects me. His power has also turned into a huge giant, the power of the great five elements technique, and turned into a five elements monarch. In the palm of his hand, he performed the thunder of doomsday at the same time. 3 magical powers, 3 visions. This time, the two giants actually fought in the void at the same time, and then a strong wave broke out, which turned into countless light spots at the same time and collapsed. The power of sacrifice in the god of war pawn dropped again, and only 60% remained. Fighting against the false god king would consume too much mana. He stepped towards the false god of the Xuanhuan sect at once. With his current strength, he can only resist, and absolutely cannot defeat. However, a flame jumped in Chu Yuan's palm, turned into a palm, and slapped at one person. Snort. With a cold snort, one of them slapped Chu Yuan against each other. What? But suddenly, this person made a screaming sound. A big hole was burned in the palm of this person, and a flame was spreading towards him. The divine fire of the Buddha, the more powerful, it burns when it encounters mana. Not good. The false god of Xuanxingzong immediately suppressed the Buddha's fire with his force. He looked forward again and shouted. He grabbed the star core. Don't worry, he can't take it away, even if there is a king-grade artifact. However, all the false gods present were not in a hurry. The mass of the star core is very large, how heavy it is, and the inner space of any king-grade artifact will be crushed, unless it has a royal-grade artifact. But those who own the Imperial artifact don't look down on the star core, and it's even more of a waving thing to deal with them. How could they come here? It is necessary to know that such artifacts cannot be refined even by true gods. They are meant to be true emperors of the gods. At this moment, Chu Yuan's huge mana palm also suddenly grabbed the star core. This star core is heavy, making Chu Yuan feel that his flesh and blood are about to shatter, and he grabs a star in his hand. But there was also a smile on his face. The Great Devouring Technique. A terrifying vortex devoured from his hand and expanded rapidly, covering the entire star core. Humph, is it so easy for you to collect the star core? The false god present disdainfully. Do you think you are a true god? With the power of a god, you can easily take in the star core. However, in the next second, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The huge vortex engulfed the star core, and in their naked eyes, that behemoth, the star core actually disappeared. There are hundreds of miles of star cores, and they just disappear, which makes them unable to believe their eyes. But the eyes are empty, except for the figure of the man. Where there is a trace of the star core, it really disappeared. What the hell happened? Where did the star core go? Not only the false god of the Xuanhuan sect, but also the 3 people of Luling Island Lord all made angry voices. #C247 Nanqianyu. Chu Yuan directly took away the star core with the big phagocytosis technique, which made the false god powerhouses stunned, and all of them were blank and did not respond. Because they don't believe that someone can directly take away the star core. They don't have any artifact directly into the star core. However, Xuanhuan is different. He has a system space and can put anything in it, even if it is billions of stars, there is no pressure to put it in. There is a huge world inside, which is unimaginable. The star core is gone. After all the false gods reacted. Xuanxingzong false god and Luling Island Lord all looked at Xuanhuan with shocked and angry eyes. As soon as this person appeared, he was extremely mysterious. The star core was taken away. Get back the star core. The false god of Xuanxingzong was furious, and the overwhelming magical power swept in. Snort. But Xuanhuan just let out a faint cold snort. 50% of the sacrificial power remains in the God of War pond. In an instant, all of them are consumed, and a large cutting technique is performed. Xuanhuan swiped his finger in the void in front of him with the divine artifact of Wang Pin, and a black hole appeared. The whole person exerted the power of vertical and horizontal void, and walked in lightly, and then the split black hole also healed in the blink of an eye. He is gone. All fluctuations dissipated in this instant. The power of the void. Xuanxingzong's false god's eyes were blood red, and he was furious to kill. I didn't expect that after a hard fight, I still won't get anything, but what makes me comfortable is that the Xuanqing sect didn't get it either. I'm still a little happy, but I don't know who that mysterious person is. The strength is so strange. The island owner of Luling shook his head. This is really a mysterious and powerful existence. This person directly opened the void channel to leave. This power alone is frightening. It seems that he is good at Space One. Although Wen Yuan was regretful, it was not unacceptable, seeing the furious Xuanxingzong and his party. Lord Luling, let's go too. Our husband and wife have just brewed a jar of good wine, so let's go to your Luling Island. Take a seat and share the way of the false god. Hey, it makes sense. If we don't leave, this group of people will vent on us. The three of the island masters of Luling left. Check. Thoroughly check, who is that mysterious person? The Xuanqing sect powerhouse said angrily, who has such a profound way of space in this eastern profound realm, or even in the 5 profound realms. We must quickly remove this. Report the matter to the sect master. And at this moment, in Wuqing, His Majesty has just sent the Imperial decree. He will not come back now, but will leave for a period of time, so that we don't need to care. We must also prepare to salvage the remains of the stars. Lu Qianfu was shocked and conveyed Xuanhuan's will. Feng Lei and others knew that the mysterious person was Xuanhuan. Seeing Xuanhuan grabbing food from the tiger's mouth and forcibly taking the star core from the false god powerhouse, this terrifying strength made everyone in awe. The stronger Xuanhuan is, the more stable Dao's national fortune will be. They do things more recklessly. Ignoring the anger of the Xuanqing sect, Xuanhuan was in the void, and the place where he appeared at this time was an uninhabited island. Ding! The host completed the choice one, obtained 500 fate points. The progress of building the Gate of Thunder is 10, and the current progress is 50. Star Core. After Xuanhuan arrived on the island, he immediately looked at the star core emitting bright starlight in the system space. He could see that the so-called starlight was the various elements when the star nucleus condensed. The star core in front of him can only be regarded as a material, and an extremely advanced craftsman must separate all kinds of materials before he can use it. With this star, the main material of the false god Sky Soldier is there. Xuanhuan said in his mouth, feeling happy. He could feel that in addition to the material, there was a thick starlight in the star core, which turned into a thick water-like liquid. In fact, it is the source of a star, which contains a strong world power, and when it is emitted, it is breathing the source power of a world. If the star core is obtained by a true god, or even a powerhouse at the god level, it can even be directly refined into a solid small space. If the Xuanhuan sect master wants to get the star core, he also needs to absorb the source and walk out of his true gods. The power of the stars, the world's aurora. At this moment, Xuanhuan is sitting upright, and he uses the great devouring technique to continuously extract starlight from the star core. His body is shrouded in brilliant brilliance, like the stars in the sky, dazzling. The starlight in this star is all the source of the extremely rich, vast and strong world power. It is almost difficult for ordinary people to refine it, and it will even be riddled with internal rays. Because it's not pure. However, Xuanhuan transferred the origin of the star core to the jade seal with the great devouring technique, leaving an empty shell. Immediately, the star core became more and more dim. After extracting a large amount of origin, Xuanhuan saw that the space inside the jade seal he carried with him was getting bigger and bigger. The jade seal was originally gathered with the 5 elements of spiritual roots. The power of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and 5 elements is the basic element that condenses a world. This jade seal is getting heavier and heavier. Although the jade seal in Xuanhuan's hand is not big, it seems to be holding a world, and if you throw it out, you can press a psychic into a meat sauce. At present, Xuanhuan's Great Wu is still 5-star. If he is promoted to 6-star, the strength of the 6-star national fortune will be comparable to that of a king-grade artifact. This jade seal is the seal of the Great Wu Kingdom, but it is also a special space artifact. However, it will take a month to condense the 50,000 God of War army again. Although Xuanhuan provided a lot of divine stones, it still took a month. That is to say, this sacrificial skill could only be used once a month. But even so, it is strong enough. You must know that when he makes a breakthrough in his realm, there will be an army of virtual gods and war gods, and it will be even more terrifying for me to sacrifice. The biggest role of the God of War army is not to fight the enemy, but to sacrifice. I should have left Wucheng a long time ago. Xuanhuan left the island, flew out, compared the surroundings, and secretly said, I didn't expect to leave so far this time. The distance in the void can't be compared with the void. From the outside, it's not too far from Nanxianyu. He said with bright eyes, it's just right, there's nothing to do in Wucheng. Why don't we take this opportunity to go to Nanxianyu, just as she said. The small space where the 5 spiritual fruits can be cultivated is also in Nanxianyu, so I just went there to look for it and try my luck. Xuanhuan is very eager for the 5 spiritual fruits. This is the main material for refining the divine rank pill. Once a large-scale refining of divine statue pills will definitely change Dao greatly, many more divine statues will exist in a short period of time, enhancing the background. Although Dao's current strength is not weak, he still cannot dominate. And Xuanhuan must also accumulate enough national strength to promote Dao to the 6-star dynasty. Once he reaches the 6-star dynasty, Xuanhuan will definitely get 60,000 fate points, and the entire national fortune will also change, like a dragon turning into a dragon. Released the sky battleship and flew directly into the Gangfeng layer. Xuanhuan headed towards Nangshuanyu. #C248 small space. The orientation of the 5 profound domains is like a circle. Within this circle, the 5 profound domains are 5 plates that border each other. The 4 domains of the south, north, and west are on the 4 sides, and the middle profound domain is in the middle, enclosing it. This time, Xuanhuan went directly to Nanxianyu. As soon as he arrived in his Nanxianyu, he smelled a different air from Dongxianyu, and the aura here contained a smell of grass and trees. The 5 profound domains each have their own characteristics. Dongguanyueyu has the most minerals, Baixuanyu has the most ice and snow, Zixuanyu has the most divine stones, and Nangshuanyu has the most medicinal materials. As for the middle profound realm, it contains the characteristics of the 4 profound realms. Like the doctrine of the mean, it is neither outstanding nor backward, but it is the strongest among the four profound realms, and there is a realm that is dominated by true gods. Compared to the four distinct seasons in Dongxianyu, this Nanxianyu has 4 seasons like spring. The climate is warm and humid, virgin forests, jungles and mountains can be seen everywhere, and all kinds of medicinal materials can be seen everywhere. Enter. Qu Yuan sat in the sky battleship, looked at the primitive terrain of Nangshuanyu, and sighed, if this Nangshuanyu belongs to me, it can be used as a supply base for medicinal materials, and if there are mines in Dongguanyueu, it is simply the most complete material base. These 5 profound domains are interesting. During his contemplation, the sky warship has come to a wild place full of primitive jungles. This is where the little space marked on the map is. This place stretches for thousands of miles. Although it looked wild, Qu Yuan saw a lot of people walking in the wild jungle. They were all aimlessly walking around. He knows that the entrance to the small space is erratic and difficult to find. Sometimes it only appears suddenly, and if you are lucky, you can enter and get a chance. It is for this reason that Ningguan doesn't have many 5 spirit fruits. Of course, although the space entrance is difficult to find, but when there are too many people, the blind cat will always encounter dead mice. After all, there is a trace of law in the 5 spirit fruit, which has a certain effect on the powerhouse above the god level. I have already sensed a weak spatial fluctuation this time, and the entrance to the small space must be in this area. Qu Yuan made the sky warship stand still in the Gangfeng layer, and his eyes suddenly saw that there were more than a dozen people in this jungle, men, women, and children. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation base is an old man in the divine realm. He held a bronze compass in his hand, and the needle kept turning to guide. This is the positioning compass, which can detect the fluctuations of the void. Although the success rate is not high, it is better than a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. Found it. At this time, this group of people walked around in the jungle and came to a place, and suddenly saw a crack in the space ahead, which gradually evolved into a channel. There are treasures everywhere in this small space, and there are many cherished medicinal materials. As long as we can bring out some treasures, we have developed this time. The leading old man repeatedly confirmed that he walked into the space crack. What? Shortly after the group walked in, there were screams. Qu Yuan shook his head. It was indeed a passage into the small space, but this passage was not stable, and the layers were intertwined. Due to the crushing of the small space, let alone a divine position, even a weaker psychic, and is likely to die in it. His eyes turned into the eyes of the void, and he saw the old man and others whose bodies were cut in half in the turbulent void in the passage. Martial arts cultivation is extremely cruel, especially those who have no background, and they have to pay the price of their lives for a little resource. That's why the gods of the 4 houses will follow Qu Yuan with all their hearts after they get Qu Yuan's medicinal pills. This is much happier than finding resources on their own. People die for wealth and birds die for food, nothing more than this. Even just a 1% chance is enough to make countless people scrambling for it. Although the jungle is wild, there is a big city outside the jungle. After all, there is a small space here, and there are jungles and mountains that stretch for tens of thousands of miles. Naturally, there will be people who buy it, so in the long run, a city will be formed. There are many people in the city, and many of them are from other mysterious domains. He even saw people from the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce working hard to acquire materials here. Of course, these materials will eventually be sent to Dao to work for Qu Yuan. Qu Yuan has no plans to enter the city now. He wants to enter the city and wait for him to appear from the small space this time. He put away the sky battleship and descended directly into the jungle. Although the small space is hidden, it has strong spatial fluctuations, and I can open this entrance. Qu Yuan looked around. He used the Great 5 Elements technique to stimulate the power of the 5 Elements spiritual root, and then performed the Great Cutting technique. His eyes kept scanning. A force of the void of the world spread out around, and soon a different fluctuation was noticed. The void in front of him was extremely calm, but Xuanhuan suddenly stretched out his finger. His fingertip was like a carving knife, and he cut it hard in front of him, and an oval passage, the size of a person, immediately appeared. Within that passage, there is an extremely violent spatial turbulence, but within this turbulent flow, there is a trace of sparkling and bright light. Void is vertical and horizontal. Others want to try their luck, but Xuanhuan steps directly into the turbulent void. The turbulence in this space is extremely ferocious, and the slightest carelessness will lead to death without a burial place, but Xuanhuan ignores it, as steady as a mountain. He activated the title of Void Aspector, as if the space was his back garden, and he could break in at will. That's a small space. A thick crystal wall appeared in front. That is a crystal that covers the outer layer of the small space. The concentration of void energy is so thick that it has been transformed into substance, and it is all crystals within reach. This void crystal is also an extremely precious substance. A lot of supplies. Void crystals, the power of the world. Xuanhuan's eyes were also a little hot. The void crystals in front of you can be used to create sky soldiers. The reason why the sky soldier is slow to build is because there are several main materials that are difficult to obtain. Void crystal is one of them. And if you want to create a virtual god-level sky soldier, the void crystal used is of a higher level. Although his eyes were hot, Xuanhuan didn't stop there. He knew that the most precious things were still inside. This time, he directly opened a passage into the small space. At this time, he walked over, boom. The small space suddenly trembled violently, and an unparalleled void storm roared out, shattering the surroundings. It's not that small space is deliberately targeting him. But this small space is already in the process of forming, it is extremely unstable, and it is an instinctive repulsion. It is precisely because of this instability that its traces are elusive, and it cannot be controlled by the major sects in the southern profound region. Open! Xuanhuan said softly. The moment the space storm hit, he flew in one step, and directly merged into the crystal wall with vertical and horizontal strength, and then entered the small space. Boom! This time, Xuanhuan clearly felt that he had broken into another space, a completely different feeling from that in the eternal world. This isn't a small space? It's really unstable. The darkness in Xuanhuan's eyes dissipated, and endless rays of light pierced through. #C249 Transfer Origin. This is the word that has come to the small space. Xuanhuan looked around. This space is very low, and the void is also very unstable, as if it can break away at any time. And there are fluctuations of ground fissures, volcanic eruptions all the time, endless dust cover, lightning, and strong winds. Everything is still in the most primitive generation. The small space that is parasitic in the eternal big world can't even be counted as a small world. It is still in the initial stage of formation. After 1,000,000 years, it may become a natural small secret realm. The sound of the system answering came. It's really difficult to hear your answer once. Xuanhuan shook his head. The system ignored Xuanhuan's greetings, and only sounded when answering. This small space is still very unstable. Absorb the space power of the eternal world and strengthen itself. 3,000 big worlds, countless small worlds, this universe is very magnificent. Xuanhuan sighed. He could feel it. This small space is not large, the vitality of breathing is also violent, and the extremely low sky makes people feel very depressed, completely lacking the vastness and freedom of the eternal world. It should be the 5 spirit fruits there. His eyes penetrated the layers of dust, and he saw that in the center of the small space, there was an incomparably huge tree, and its countless elements turned into a hazy and dangerous brilliance. Where is the 5 spirit fruits? Xuanhuan moved quickly and moved towards the big tree. Although this world is dangerous, the void is very unstable, and cracks often appear, but this level of danger, even without the power of the void, will not hinder him. After only a few minutes, Xuanhuan really saw this big tree. What a big tree! Xuanhuan had never seen such a big tree before. This tree is hundreds of miles in size, with thick branches, like spar, and luxuriant leaves. Among the leaves, there are 5 spirit fruits shining brightly. It's really huge. Xuanhuan exclaimed, in my perception, this is not actually a tree, but it seems to be the gathering of countless void energies. That leaf is an element of the world, and it contains the most basic power of law. It can be called the origin of a space. If the laws of small space are not perfect, the origin cannot be hidden. For example, in the eternal world, there is also its origin. Those origins are so huge that it is unimaginable, and it is easy to kill the true God. The system is like an encyclopedia, explaining, for Xuanhuan. The origin of space has formed the shape of a tree, and the 5 spirit fruits are subsidiary products, which contain a strong power of law. I feel this too. Xuanhuan nodded. He looked at the bottom of the tree, and there were still many bones, all of which were lost in the small world to get the fruit. First take a large amount of 5 spirit fruits and go back. Xuanhuan flew towards the big tree. Buzz. It seems calm, but there are endless space storms around the big tree, mixed with very terrifying and fierce space debris. The more you fly up, the more terrifying it is. Void is vertical and horizontal. As Xuanhuan flew upwards, he swallowed a lot of airflow, and many fruits along the way fell into his hands. These were all materials for refining the God rank pill, and dozens of them were easily harvested. It's already the sky above. There is a terrifying spiral storm here, and the false god will encounter strong suppression. But Xuanhuan was in a leisurely manner. His eyes looked at the top of the big tree, and he found that there were no 5 spiritual fruits here, but the fruits of the color of glass, emitting a faint glow, and the fluctuations emitted were even more intense. Space fruit, the essence of space origin condenses. The system voice said, the more powerful the world, the more powerful the space source fruit condensed, and the higher the level. Okay, since that's the case, I'll take all the fruit out of this space. With such a good thing, how could Xuanhuan let it go? As his big hands kept grabbing, dozens of space fruits fell into his hands. And he suddenly looked at the sky. The sky was a thicker crystal wall, emitting a coveted light that could be touched with only one hand. The host can try to absorb all the power of space with the great devouring technique, and then shape it into the spiritual root of the 5 elements, the power of space, and condense the basic elements of the world. In this way, you can get all the resources of this small space. The system said, but in this way, this small space will be destroyed. I have this intention. If the spiritual roots of the 5 elements want to grow stronger, they must absorb the power of endless space, and a hazy void world has been formed in it. In this way, to condense into a real inner world, time will also greatly shortened. Xuanhuan has this intention. If there is no 5 elements spiritual root, even if he has the great devouring technique, it is in vain. For example, the earth spirit root in the 5 spirit roots can even be turned into a star by absorbing enough earth elements. Not to mention that the 5 elements are now converging, and the 5 most basic elements that condense the world are gathered together. In fact, it has become the foundation of a small space, and it is simply a template for a small space. To put it simply, the 5 elements spiritual root is a foundation, and what Xuanhuan wants to do is to add bricks and tiles to it. 5 elements spiritual roots, Great Martial Seal. What Xuanhuan did this time was to use the 5 elements spiritual root as a carrier to extract the source of space and transfer it to the 5 elements spiritual root. Boom! An unparalleled storm. Suddenly, as Xuanhuan urged the 5 elements, the jade seal was radiant, and the rays of light were bright. With the cooperation of his great devouring technique, a terrifying suction force roared out, and many fruits flew towards Xuanhuan first. Not only this kind of change, but also infinite energy is continuously instilled into the jade seal. The so-called 5 spirit fruits are nothing but the aggregation of the 5 elements. Since I have the 5 elements spiritual roots, I can condense the 5 spirit fruits by myself. Of course, to condense a large amount of the 5 spirit fruits, a large amount of space is needed to convert the source into the power of the 5 elements. The advantage is that you can do it yourself. Xuanhuan had a bigger idea. As he extracts the source power of this small space at this moment, he saw a chaotic void in the jade seal, like opening up the world. It was unimaginable, and the visions of all kinds of lightning and thunder were extremely bright. In the most central position, there is a pillar that supports the sky. The wood spirit root in the Wuxingling root seems to be about to transform the Tianzhu into the tree of the world, and bear 5 spiritual fruits. Of course, if you want to truly produce the 5 spirit fruits, there is still a long way to go. Even extracting all the source of this small space may not be enough. But Xuanhuan is also very satisfied with this. After all, he has the tree of origin, which is equivalent to having a golden mountain. He farms on his own land, and he, the master, can produce food by fertilizing it. As for fertilizer, it is the origin of various spaces. #C250 Xuanhuan Dynasty. At the same time, there was a flash of brilliance in the small space, and another group of people appeared. There are only dozens of people in this group, although there are not many, but all of them are powerhouses in the spiritual realm, and there are even such powerful existences as the 10th level of spiritual communication. If this small space were given 1,000,000 years, it would almost become a small world. This group of people dresses luxuriously and is distinguished, and it seems that they come from a powerful force. Finally arrived here safely. I almost died in the turbulent flow of that space before. This time, our group of more than 20 people paid a heavy price to explore this small space. Several people died tragically on the spot, and some were exiled in the endless void. I don't know if I can come back. This group of people still has some lingering fears. However, we have finally completed this mission and successfully found the coordinates of this small space. As long as the positioning array is placed here, it will be able to sense the outside world, and then the false god powerhouse of my Xuanhuan dynasty will be able to come in. Take the treasure here as your own. The mission of these people is to find the way. The power of space is powerful and unpredictable, even the false god king cannot ignore it. If you are not careful, let alone being killed by space turbulence, the biggest danger is to be banished into the eternal void. However, if someone locks the space coordinates, it is much safer. Haha, yes, after we go back, we will get a big reward. Did you see that this tree is made up of dense spatial origins? Picking the fruits here, we have also developed. The group laughed and was in a good mood. In the future, this small space will belong to my Xuanhuan dynasty. Forgive them and they will not dare to resist and say more. Yes, what is Mang Xuanyu in front of my Xuanhuan dynasty? It's not enough to be tied together, even if the 4 major Xuanyu are tied together, it's nothing. Great work, this is great work. Let's go. Let's harvest it first. In fact, the 5 spirit fruits are second. The most precious thing is the power of space origin. If you want to refine domain-like artifacts, you must actually use space origin, and various space origins can also be used. Cultivating space supernatural powers. Haha, my Xuanhuan dynasty doesn't look down on these 5 spiritual fruits at all. What I need is the origin of space. This is a golden mountain. But the people from Nanxian you have no ability, and will not use it. They don't have that strength, and they will fall into the hands of my Xuanhuan dynasty. All of a sudden, these dozen people rushed towards the big tree. Boom! But at this moment, the whole small space was shaking, and the endless storm spread and swept all around. What happened? Small space is rampant. Damn it. It was fine just now. Their eyes looked at the big tree, and suddenly their pupils contracted violently. Not good. Someone has already arrived first. He took the lead. He was actually collecting 5 spiritual fruits, and all those fruits were about to fall into his hands. Damn, those are the things of my Xuanhuan dynasty, how can I allow others to get them? They immediately saw a figure shrouded in a black hole, sitting at the top of the big tree. The many fruits gathered towards him in a swirl. This group of people has long regarded the entire small space as something in their pockets. Who are you? Don't hand over all the fruits quickly, leave here, I warn you in the name of the Xuanhuan dynasty, this place has belonged to my Xuanhuan dynasty, no one is qualified to take away any grass or tree, otherwise it will be killed. The group roared. The Xuanhuan dynasty. Xuanhuan looked at the group of people. Of course he had heard of this Xuanhuan dynasty. The Xuanhuan dynasty was the oldest dynasty in the Central Profound Realm. It was extremely powerful and had a true god in charge. It was the top 6-star dynasty and the head of the 5 realms. The most powerful dynasty in the 5 regions, the Dongxian dynasty in the Dongxian region, is a younger brother in front of the Xuanhuan dynasty. The classification of stars in the dynasty is more stringent the further back you go. Without the heavenly god sovereign, it is not even a 7-star dynasty. But Xuanhuan didn't seem to hear their roars, and still sat cross-legged at the top of the tree, doing his own thing. Even if it was the Xuanhuan dynasty, it would be ridiculous to threaten him with only a few dozen people in front of him. Hateful, who is this person? Don't take my Xuanhuan dynasty in your eyes. He's not a false god yet. Yes, let's take action together and knock this person down. Anyone who dares to despise my Xuanhuan dynasty will die without a place to be buried. No one is an exception. These dozens of people saw that Xuanhuan ignored them, and anger appeared on their faces. You must know that the Xuanhuan dynasty, as a true god, can walk sideways in the 5 profound realms, and who will not give them face. Besides, they are all psychic and have a strong lineup. Go. The Xuanhuan dynasty acted recklessly, and since he felt that this person was not a false god, there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the mana of dozens of people joined together, turned into a big hand that covered the sky, and slapped Xuanhuan fiercely. This group of people really didn't take Xuanhuan seriously, and they wanted to kill Xuanhuan directly. He's dead now, the group said. But Xuanhuan remained steady. He sat there cross-legged and watched the big hand slap him. There was a loud bang. What made the group unbelievable was that when the mana fell on him, it collapsed, and even his body collapsed. Not shaken. What's the matter? Seeing such a scene, the group of people also exclaimed in shock. The Xuanhuan dynasty will also die. Xuanhuan did not answer them. One of his hands, trembling in the void, patted the group of people. There was also a jade seal in the palm of the hand, wrapped in the color of chaos. That heavy force, like a small world of 5 elements, directly suppressed them. The pressure of shaking the sky and the earth came down, and this group of people suddenly felt that the sky was falling. Especially the weaker ones felt that their flesh and bones would be crushed to pieces. Imperial Jade Seal. The group said with difficulty. One of them shouted, "Don't do it, we are from the Xuanhuan dynasty." But as soon as his voice fell, the jade seal hit him, directly smashing his whole body into meat sauce. Xuanhuan didn't want to talk to this group of people, so he killed 100 people in the small space, and smashed them with jade seals. With his current strength, smashing people with a jade seal, few of them would be able to get through it. As soon as one smashed one, without taking a few breaths, the dozen people smashed to only one person left. Dead, all dead. Before he could react, the companion around him was the only one left. He looked at Xuanhuan with fearful eyes. He turned around quickly and was about to run out of here. How could he have the courage to shout out the words Xuanhuan dynasty? The Great Destruction Technique. Xuanhuan moved his palm. In an instant, his hand of destruction directly grabbed this person, and the rolling force of destruction was enough to strangle everything and shatter everything. Ah! You dare to kill me! This person also made a roaring sound, and when he saw the hand of destruction coming directly, he suddenly turned around and struck, with the ambition of burning jade and stone. If you kill it, you will kill it, what else can you do? Great destruction! Great thunder! The hand of shattering thunder was directly caught on this person. Even if he had the mana of the sky, he could not escape at this moment. 9 levels of gods. A blood-red mist condensed into a crystal-clear color. Using the Great Devouring Technique to swallow all the flesh and blood laws of this group of people, Xuanhuan's realm once again broke through the 1st level and reached the 9th level of the gods. The people of this Xuanhuan dynasty really came to give away their heads and gain experience. Hashtag C251 Void Twister. Murder is counter-kill. Xuanhuan didn't hesitate to start, no matter who you are, since the people of Xuanhuan dynasty have sent experienced heads, he will naturally accept it with a smile and accept it. The realm broke through to the 9th level of the gods, but Xuanhuan did not have the intention to slowly experience the changes brought about by the growth of the realm. Huh? Lock the array plate in the void. Xuanhuan found a large number of array plates from the relics of this group of people, and said lightly, "Fortunately, I will go first and kill them, otherwise, this small space will be controlled by the Xuanhuan dynasty for a while later, and it will take a while. I won't come to collect it." While he was speaking, the Great Devouring Technique was operating more intensely. The rolling space origin was instilled into the Great Wu Yushi. At this moment, this small space has undergone earth-shattering changes. Boom! Due to the continuous extraction of the source of space, the plates in the entire world are constantly displaced, and then the collision and earthquake are violently generated, and the sky seems to be collapsing. Even the big tree is gradually becoming dull. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the crystal wall covering this space is also rapidly shrinking. Xuanhuan not only devours the origin of the space with the great phagocytosis, but also cuts the crystal wall with the great cutting technique. After a few days of this process, this small space finally came to an end. Without the support of the source of space, the whole world will collapse, as if a person has reached the end of his life, turning into a Jedi. The way of heaven is vague, the reincarnation of life and death, even space has time limitations. The world is falling apart. Xuanhuan had already seen that the big tree supporting the small space was dull, like a tree that had been withered for a long time, crackling, making a shattering sound, and could no longer support the world, and finally collapsed with a bang. "Leave here." Xuanhuan jumped, just to jump out of this small space. The moment he left the small space, the entire world collapsed completely, triggering the violent turbulent flow in the void, smashing the small space into pieces, and countless broken crystal walls rushed towards Xuanhuan, who bore the brunt. The Great Cut. How violent the collapse of a small space. Xuanhuan's face also became serious. He knew that at this time, not only could he not leave in the void, but he had to actively resist. Otherwise, it is very likely that they will be exiled into the eternal void and cannot find the way back. Cut. 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 Countless space storms came before him, and they were cut open again and again. After the small space was destroyed, pieces of space debris like mountains slammed into him. "Yushi, let me see your power." The jade seal exudes the power of the 5 elements, which actually consolidates the surrounding void. Let Xuanhuan stand in the void and not be exiled by the rolling chaos. Great Devouring Technique. After stabilizing his body, Xuanhuan was able to perform the Great Devouring Technique with all his strength, and suddenly a strange scene appeared. as if it were an ancient Kuan, turning the power of space into a torrent and swallowing it into his body. Yes, Xuanhuan is devouring the power of space. His great incision became more and more proficient with continued use. If I reach the realm of the false god, it's just a small space, and I can directly swallow it all with the great devouring technique. Any turbulent flow will be turned into my power. Xuanhuan said proudly. After all, it is just the destruction of a small space, not a small world, and cannot destroy the existence of Xuanhuan. Life and death, how many small spaces are born and how many are destroyed every day in the eternal world. After the turbulence ended, the void calmed down again. Ding! The advanced cutting technique has been advanced, and the host has obtained the title of Void Twister. Void Twister. The Void Twister is upgraded, traversing the void, distorting the space, enhancing the power to control the space, and comprehend the power of space change. Void Twister. Xuanhuan's complexion changed slightly. Even if you didn't take the supernatural power fruit, you even improved your title. He thought about it carefully, smiled and said, "It seems that this time I absorbed the power of too much space, and destroyed a small space, so that I myself can improve the power of the void, and I don't need to take the magical fruit to make this upgrading the title." As soon as he took the lead, he could feel the ubiquitous void, and a space in front of him had turned into a square and then a circle in his hand. This is the power of void distortion. If the void aspect is a second-level title, and the void twister is a third-level title, the harvest this time is not just a title promotion. He saw the inside of Yushi. At this time, in the Jade Seal, the 5-element spiritual roots absorbed a large amount of the origin of the space, and it was like a pillar, which stretched the entire space, and the lightning flashed and thundered, with an infinite chaotic atmosphere, and it was constantly evolving into a world. The stronger the national fortune, the stronger this Jade Seal will be. Now it will evolve into a space. If you can find a large number of such small spaces to devour its origin, the speed will become very fast, and it can even be in a short period of time. 5 spirit fruits grow inside. Xuanhuan kept thinking. The 5-element spiritual root is a good thing rewarded by the system. It is the foundation of a small space and has great growth potential. As Xuanhuan and Dawu grow, it is not impossible for them to become a small world in the future. With a small world, it is a world that has its own secret realm and can still be carried around. But now the most important thing is to develop into a small space, so that the space inside can be stabilized, so that people can enter and cultivate, and create an existence like a holy place. He knew that among the powers that possessed the gods, a secret realm would be opened up to intercept the mysterious power from the universe, so that the disciples could practice in it. Covering the moon sect took a chance and accidentally got a secret place left by the gods. I came here this time, and I have harvested a lot. Not only has the title improved, but I have also gained so much origin, and I have also harvested 400 or 500 space fruits, and the 5 spirit fruits are around 100,000. This is a great harvest. After cleaning up the harvest, Xuanhuan was very satisfied. It's not clear where the space fruit is used, but in Xuanhuan's eyes, these 5 spirit fruits are all powerful gods. Even if there is only a 50% chance, refining them into medicine pills also represents 40 to 50,000. God exists. 40 to 50,000 gods. In the past, there were only a few people in the entire martial realm. But you need to upgrade to the 10th level of Yunshin before you can take it. Of course, this is much simpler than ascending to the divine position. Void distortion. He was still in the torrent of void at this time. As his palm stretched out and his mind moved, the void in front of him gradually distorted into a twist, forming a channel, as if he was traveling directly through the void. These third-level void twisters are much more powerful than void traversers. This is just a function. When facing the enemy, suddenly distorting the space can make the opponent fall into a dead end. Let's go there and have a look first. Xuanhuan twisted the void and saw that outside the vast space, it was the big city that appeared in sight. #C252 Nourishing Medicine One Family. A prosperous city, full of traces of the years. Xuanhuan stepped out of the void, and in front of him was a large city with many people. When you walk into the city, you will see streets everywhere. The most are all kinds of medicine shops. Not only people from the Nanxian region, but also many people from other regions flocked to buy medicinal materials from the people here. Nangshuanyu is the famous field of medicinal materials among the 5 profound realms. Nearly half of the medicinal materials in the 5 profound domains are produced here. This positioning compass only needs 10 king-grade god stones. If you can find the 5 spiritual fruits, you will have a chance to make a fortune in front of you. Haha, the cost price of your positioning compass is only 1 king-grade divine stone. Don't listen to him fooling around. The sun bought this one in my hand. Mine is several times more effective than his, but you only need 5 king-grade divine stones. Doing business is not as unkind as you are. As soon as Xuanhuan entered the big city, there were many people selling on both sides of the street. The positioning compass in their mouths was used by the previous group of people, and a void spar was installed inside, which could sense the fluctuations of the void. However, that small space was destroyed by Xuanhuan, and it will no longer exist in the future. The positioning compass has lost its function here, and those who have come forward one after another will not be able to enter. Xuanhuan was not interested. He has the title of Void Twister, and the exploration space is not comparable to a compass, and he can make it himself. He walked in the city as if he was looking at the scenery, observing the customs of Nanxian region, and he didn't buy any medicinal materials. After all, he has the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce as a coolie for him. The Qianquan Chamber of Commerce has much wider trading channels than him, and has cooperated with many medicinal material stores, which is much better than collecting it himself. As expected of Nangshuanyu, which produces medicinal materials, here you can see many rare and cherished medicinal materials in Dongguanyueu, many of which are placed next to them like green vegetables and radishes. Xuanhuan sighed. At this time, Xuanhuan passed a small booth and caught some of his attention. The one who set up the stall was just a teenage boy with a cultivation base of supernatural powers, and beside him, there were more than a dozen medicinal herbs that could be used to make divine pills. This kind of medicinal material is very common to Xuanhuan, but the spiritual energy contained in it makes his eyes light up, but it is several times more than the same medicinal material. I want all of your medicinal herbs. I'll give you a spiritual stone. Take it. A man clearly dressed as Nangshuanyu came to the boy's booth with an arrogant expression, and threw a spiritual stone on the ground at will, as if giving alms. The young man just raised his eyes, and said coldly, "Not for sale." Shame on you? How many spirit stones do you want to sell? The man looked at the boy with interest. 10 spiritual stones, said the boy. 10 spiritual stones are missing. These medicinal pills can be refined into several divine pills in my hands, at least 100 spiritual stones. Xuanhuan stopped to watch. Haha, as a lowly person, with your lowly status, you still want to sell 10 spiritual stones. I tell you, if I give you 1 piece, it will be cheaper for you. If you don't want to sell it, get out of here, people of your family. It is a great gift for you to let you live here. This person dismissed and waved his hand, disrupting the boy's booth. Our family of nourishing medicine is by no means despicable, but descendants of gods. The boy's eyes suddenly turned red, and his face was hideous, like a furious little tiger, showing his teeth and claws. Yo-yo, I'm still angry when you say a few words. Where did I say wrong? Who doesn't know that your Yao-Yao family has become so weak that you have become slaves to others, you don't even have freedom, and you are still the descendants of gods, bah. The man laughed out loud, causing everyone around him to laugh. Xuanhuan used to be dominated by my family of nourishing medicines. The young man clenched his fists tightly, but finally knew that he was not this man's opponent, clenched his teeth, put away the booth and was about to leave. Teach him a lesson, and then let him go. People of this family are not afraid of being beaten, and they won't kill him. This man was very unhappy with the anger in the boy's eyes, and felt that he had offended him. I want these medicines. Xuanhuan walked out suddenly. He looked at the medicinal materials and said, 10 spiritual stones are missing, I will give you 100. Boy, who are you? This person's cultivation base is to peep at God, and when he sees Xuanhuan, he swears. However, Xuanhuan raised his hand and waved, and this person suddenly disappeared, as if he disappeared out of thin air, but he was exiled by Xuanhuan's distortion of the void just now. Strong. Seeing the means to make this person disappear out of thin air, everyone who looked around knew that this was a real powerhouse. Not for sale. This young man had a stubborn temper, with red eyes. When he heard that Xuanhuan gave him 100 spirit stones, he would not sell it, but he had to put away the booth or leave. You said you belonged to the family of nourishing medicine. Xuanhuan said. You are not from Nanshanyu. The young man turned around suddenly and looked at Xuanhuan. I am indeed not from Nanshanyu. Xuanhuan said. There are not many people in Nanshanyu who don't know about my family of nourishing medicines. The boy's eyes were red. We are not a humble family, but a noble family of nourishing medicines that once dominated Nanshanyu. The vicissitudes of the world, the blooming and falling of flowers, the reincarnation of time, and how many people can get true eternity, who remembers the power of hundreds of millions of years ago. The family of nourishing medicine you said should also be in decline now, but it cannot obliterate the glory of the past. Xuanhuan thought this young man was very interesting and said, What's your name? My name is Yao Song. The young man said proudly. Yao Song, Xuanhuan said, your medicinal materials are very good, and the richness of spiritual energy is several times that of the same medicinal materials. Of course, my nourishing family is good at breeding magical medicines. There are ancient pharmacopoeia. What are those magical medicines outside? The magical medicines cultivated by our nourishing family are several times more effective than others. Our elders, that is even more terrifying. Yao Song raised his head and raised his chest, and the medicine that our patriarch raised himself can achieve 10 times the efficacy of the medicine. So powerful. Xuanhuan was surprised. Of course, and we can shorten the maturation time of medicinal materials, without damaging the efficacy of the medicine, and it can be even more terrifying. Yao Song said, nourishing medicine is not to plant it randomly, but to raise it with a real heart. Every plant and every tree have spirituality, and if you want to know their spirituality and understand what they need, they don't know how to nourish medicine. Since there is a family of nourishing medicines in Nanshanyu, why don't you have the medicinal materials that Ningguan sent me? Do you feel the effect is special? Could it be that there is something hidden in it? This young man's words made Xuanhuan very interested in this family of nourishing medicines. Listening to his tone, the family of nourishing medicines used to be extremely brilliant, but now they are in decline. Can you take me to your family of nourishing medicine? Xuanhuan became very interested. You are going to nourish the medicine family. Yao Song looked up at Xuanhuan. His cultivation base was weak, and he felt an indescribable terrifying force from Xuanhuan's body, but he didn't have any malice, so he nodded and said, well, I'll take you to the nourishing family. Anyway, my nourishing family is not a secret in Nanshanyu, anyone can go, and many people will come to trample on the medicinal fields of my nourishing family. #C253 Descendants of the Gods. The nourishing medicine family is not far from this big city. The mountains and waters are beautiful, the white clouds fluttering, and there is a strong smell of medicine in the air. It's here, after this city is the clan of our family of nourishing medicine. Yao Song pointed to a city ahead. Chu Yuan looked over. The Yao family was in a valley and had to pass through a long canyon. And the city just happened to be stuck at the exit of the valley. You can see that there are many people gathered here. Their clothes are different, and they are obviously from various sects. Humph, these sects bought our family's magic medicine at a price many times lower than the outside world. We worked so hard to cultivate the magic medicine, and they all took it away. Yao Song looked at the people of the major sects with disgust. As for this city, it's just a cage for us. Medicine family. Chu Yuan said, let's go, take me to your family of nourishing medicine, maybe I can give you some help. After passing through this city and walking out of a canyon, it is considered that he has truly come to the nourishing family. After the canyon is huge, and houses are built everywhere. Everywhere I see are medicinal fields, planted with all kinds of magical medicines. Many hardworking people of the Yao Yao tribe are using various unique secret methods, cultivating magical medicines, and in the fields, many children are chasing each other and fighting each other, which is a peaceful scene. Since there are medicinal fields everywhere, even children of the ore-filled medicinal family have a strong cultivation base. Yao Song, I came back so soon. I already told you not to go outside, but you don't believe it. It's a big loss if you go outside. Alas, this is the fate of the people of my medicine family. Go back to wash, the elders of the clan are teaching. When many people saw Yao Song coming back, they all made greetings. However, Chu Yuan, who was beside him, was automatically ignored. It seemed that it was no surprise that outsiders came here. I didn't give Chu Yuan a good look, nor did he give a bad look. To tell you the truth, I know that you want to come to the nourishing medicine family to buy magical medicines, but you may still be able to buy some ordinary magical medicines, but you can't buy one of the ones that you really cherish. The Yao Song said to Chu Yuan. It's because of those sections. Chu Yuan Dong was watching the fire. Well, you're right, it's not that we don't sell it to you, it's that those magical medicines have been occupied by them. Yao Song said with more and more disgust, people from outside the realm can't sell the real medicines of the nourishing family. Yes, we can't even enjoy it ourselves. I see. Of course Chu Yuan knew the meaning. I'm walking around here. As Chu Yuan spoke, his eyes suddenly turned to one place, and he said with a smile, I came here with no malice. I know, I don't feel any malice from you. Suddenly, a woman named Xingyi came from a medicine field. Although she was wearing ordinary clothes, she was wearing ordinary Xingyi, her jet black hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin, and her face was not beautiful, but she looked very comfortable. A pure and thick wood spirit radiated from her body. This woman's eyes are extremely bright, and although she looks young, she has the vicissitudes of life. The cultivation base of the gods. Patriarch. Yao Song saw this woman and said respectfully. Songer, go back, I have something to say to this lord. Unexpectedly, this woman who is approachable and even looks ordinary in the medicine field will be the patriarch of the medicine family. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said lightly, I am the patriarch of the Yao Yao clan, Yao Linger, your excellency should not be from the Nanxian region, and looking at your appearance, it doesn't seem like you are here. By magic medicine. You're right. I really didn't come to buy magic medicine, but I came from Dongxian, the lord of the Great Wu dynasty. When Xu Yuan spoke, there was an awe-inspiring power of the emperor. The Great Wu dynasty. This Xiaolinger looked at Chu Yuan, as if seeing the endless abyss. This person's breath is unfathomable and indescribable, and then calmly said, I can't see through your majesty's strength, and I can't guess what your majesty's purpose is. What? I was just curious at first. I am good at alchemy. I saw that the medicinal herbs of Yao Pine are several times more effective than ordinary medicinal herbs. Chu Yuan did not hide it. My pharmacist family does have some experience in cultivating magical medicines. Yao Linger said, before your majesty leaves, I can send a few magical medicines to your majesty. What if I want all of them? Qu Yuan said. Then you have to ask the sects whether they agree or not me. Yao Linger was calm from beginning to end. The Nourishing Medicine clan used to be brilliant. Qu Yuan said. Yeah, the glory of the past is like that fleeting moment, it only exists in memory and is not worth mentioning. Yao Linger said, in ancient times, the ancestors of my Yao family used to follow Emperor Qingmu Chongqing, one of the 5 emperors. At the peak, there were more than one person in the heavenly god realm, and the splendid Nangshuanyu was also distributed by Emperor Qingmu Chongqing to our clan. However, there is no immortal power in the territory, the 5 emperors have disappeared, and my medicine family has gradually declined over the long years. As your majesty sees, there are only such a few clansmen left, and the ancestral glory has nothing to do with me. 5 ancient emperors, Emperor Qingmu Chongqing. Qu Yuan had the Aoki Chongqing flag refined by Emperor Qingmu Chongqing. The full names of the ancient 5 emperors should be the Great Emperor Gengjin Splitting Heaven, the Great Emperor Qingmu Chongqing, the Great Emperor Heishui Matian, the Great Fire Burning Heaven, and the Great Earth Xuanhuan. Unexpectedly, this nourishing family used to have many gods, but the decline has been so far, which makes people sigh. From the power of the gods, it is indeed extraordinary. Qu Yuan said. What about Bufan? Who still cares about my family of nourishing medicine? Isn't the richest place in Nanxianyu also occupied by other sects? In my generation, it is even weaker to this point, and the clansmen are also there are only a few million left, which is so far from the glorious time difference, just like the bright moon and dust, even I don't know how long the nourishing family can exist. Yao Linger shook her head, not immersed in the glory of the past, but looking at the reality. The glory of the past is already a joke, and it will be ridiculed to mention it. Yao Linger said, although I have the blood of the gods, no one will let me reach the illusory gods, otherwise I will not be able to control it, so over the years, I have been taking medicine, and I haven't practiced much. It's because of some sects in Nangshuanyu, so you can't cultivate, and you don't dare to cultivate. Qu Yuan said. Thousands of years ago, my clan still had false gods, but those false gods have already died in battle. Yao Linger said it in a light-hearted manner, but there must be a hidden meaning. She pointed to the front and said, Your Majesty from Dao, have you seen that city is the cage where we are imprisoned? I bring my people here to raise medicine, and every year those sects will take away the magical medicine, and what I got in exchange was just a place for the people to breathe, they kept us as slaves. That's why you don't dare not to take medicine, and you have to take medicine. Qu Yuan's eyes could see through people's hearts. It's not a secret either. Yao Linger said, exactly, if you don't nourish the medicine, our clan will lose its value, and the few million people left will die, and the blood of the nourishing clan will be completely cut off. Controlling my clan is the sadness of the weak. If you can give me a free place to live, my clan will never be like this, but I am incompetent, I can only do this step. It's not easy for you to achieve this step. Qu Yuan suddenly stared at Yao Linger. I gave you a chance, what if I gave you a place to live? It is easy to find a place to live, but it is difficult to break the prison. I have accepted His Majesty's wishes. For the sake of the people, I can only endure it. Yao Linger shook her head, those people from the sect will not let us leave. As long as there is a slight movement, it will be the disaster of the annihilation of the clan. I am not afraid of death, but I do not want the clan to die in vain. Choose one, bring the Yao Yao family back to Dao, lead them away, get 500 fate points, supernatural power x2. Option 2, avoid conflict with Nangshuanyu sect, do nothing, get 500 fate points, and Tongshan pill x10. Option 3, personally reach an agreement with the Nangshuanyu sect, buy the medicinal herbs of the nourishing family from them, get 500 fate points, and the fruit of longevity x1. #C254 Devour the realm. This time, the system pops up 3 options. If you don't do anything, you can get 10 Tongshan pills and cultivate 10 Tongshan. The third choice was the longevity fruit. Although Xuanhuan didn't know what it was, but only rewarded 1, he knew that it was definitely a good thing. However, Xuanhuan wanted the Yao Yao family to join Dao. Although the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce can provide him with a large amount of medicinal materials, Xuanhuan cannot put all the supply of medicinal materials on the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, as if his neck was stuck in someone else's hand. It's best to plant it himself. Before, there was no such talent under his subordinates, and this nourishing family made his heart move. Common medicinal herbs are provided by the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce. And if it is that kind of cherished medicinal material, he can be cultivated for him by the nourishing medicinal family. These people are all talents, in other words, they are all technical arms. They don't need to fight, they only need to cultivate magical medicines to continuously nurture medicinal materials for Dao. Your Majesty thinks that those sects guarding the Golden Mountain of my medicinal family will let us go? As long as we are still valuable, they will not force us too much, but will allow us to exist, but if the family moves, the first one must not be them. Yao Linger saw very clearly and said lightly. Of course I know. In an instant, an imposing aura of the Supreme Human Emperor emerged from Xuanhuan, causing Yao Linger's complexion to change suddenly. The power of a Supreme Emperor appeared in her mind, as if it were the leader of the human race, and it was worthy of her convincing, her trust, and her loyalty. I can take you away and join my great martial arts. Not only will you not be imprisoned, but I will promise that you can take charge of the Xinyao division. In great martial arts, you have great power, and your clansmen have their own territory, and they will also live better now and have more cultivation resources. Xuanhuan stared at Yao Linger, with a pair of eyes with monstrous majesty, like an ancient holy emperor, who made a promise, and you can also cultivate to your heart's content and become a false god. It took a while for Yao Linger to react from this human sovereign's breath. I believe in His Majesty's promise, but I can't risk the lives of millions of people. After all, I am not only Yao Linger, but also the patriarch of a family. Since your Majesty is in charge of a country, then you know my difficulties. She is also very bitter. The family is both her sustenance and her burden. Who doesn't want to break this closed cage? Is there anything worse than the present? Xuanhuan revealed the imposing manner of the emperor. Your clansmen have been humiliated in Nanxian, you can bear it for the sake of the clan, but how long can you hold on? If you don't change, it will only gradually fade away, and the nourishing family will disappear forever in Nanxian. Domain, I can take you away and give you a new home. This is a choice. If I leave, your family will end up being treated as a slave forever, but if you follow me, the future is unknown, but it will not be worse now. The nourishing medicine family will never be slaves. Even if Yao Linger has an elegant temperament, there is still a raging flame in her eyes at this moment, but the lives of millions of people in a family can't be joked. I would like to submit to His Majesty, and His Majesty needs enough strength to convince me. The migration of millions of people is not a trivial matter, and she is worried that those sects will notice it. This is simple. Give me a drop of your blood essence. Xuanhuan said. It is good. Yao Linger knew that it would be easy to kill her with Xuanhuan's strength. Now that she had an idea, she did not hesitate to drop a drop of blood. The blood of this nourishing family actually contains the breath of the gods, with a strong aura of divine medicine. It is worthy of being the nourishing family. In the past, a drop of blood from the ancestors could turn a barren wood into medicinal materials, and the vicissitudes of life could also be transformed into a rich forest, and I was not far behind. Seeming to see Xuanhuan's surprise, Yao Linger said lightly. It's really amazing. As soon as his mind moved, Yao Linger disappeared in front of him, and then appeared in the space of the Xuanhuan chessboard. Here is it. Yao Linger's expression changed instantly. The inner space of an artifact can allow living beings to exist. Now the head of the medicine family should believe that I can make a lot of people from the medicine family leave. This artifact of Xuanhuan dispelled Yao Linger's worries. This is Xuanhuan's plan, to put all the Yao clan people in the battle army chessboard. Even if they encounter obstacles from other sect powerhouses, they will not be affected. I believe it, and I am willing to leave with His Majesty. Yao Linger took a deep breath. She knew that the opportunity to change the fate of the Yao family had come. However, my clan is still out, and there are still some things to take care of. Can you give me some time? Yao Linger has made a decision. To stay here as a slave, to survive, it is better to fight for a tomorrow, for the Yao family. As Xuanhuan said, can the situation get worse than it is now? Their family was imprisoned in this small place, with no freedom. Their daily task was to give medicine to such a sect, and they did not have any dignity. After a long time, I am afraid that all the clansmen will forget that they have the blood of the gods, and they will only be slaves of this group of people. The glory of the past can be forgotten, but the dignity of being the blood of the gods cannot be forgotten. Yes, I can give you this time, Xuanhuan said. He is not in a hurry. Okay, I'll get things done as soon as possible. In order to prevent the news from leaking, I won't tell any clan now, and let them live normally. Yao Linger is not a weak person, she is definitely a qualified patriarch. Now that she has made a decision, she quickly arranges preparations. Ding! The host makes a choice, and gets 500 fate points, supernatural power fruit x2. After Yao Linger left in a hurry, the system's reward sounded. 2 magical fruit should be able to upgrade 2 titles. In addition to the Void Twister reaching the 3rd level title, the others are only 2nd level. The 3rd level title requires 2 supernatural powers to improve, the 4th level title requires 4, and so on. In addition to the rewards, the mid-level mall can also refresh the purchase of supernatural powers. System Road. It takes double the magical power to improve. Xuanhuan said, what is the title of Supreme Humanity? There is no rank or special title. The Supreme Humanity grows with the growth of the host's strength and national fortune. The system said. Enhancing the Great Devouring Technique. Without even thinking about it, Xuanhuan directly improved the Great Devouring Technique. The Great Devouring Technique has the greatest effect on him. It devours space, devours flesh and blood, and devours power. Everything can be used. It is the most convenient way for him to improve his realm and remove his fate point. In an instant, 2 magical powers were taken, and the familiar scene struck again. On a turbulent long river that devoured the source, countless imprints formed a great and vague shadow. As soon as his mouth moved, a suction force that devoured everything suddenly emerged, and the poor world was swallowed up. This strong feeling seems to have been instilled for a long time, but the reality is only a few breaths. Ding! The Great Devouring Technique has been upgraded successfully, and the host has obtained the King of Devouring. The King of Devouring has been upgraded, the swallowing speed is accelerated, the swallowing range is increased, and the swallowing domain is obtained. Energy, turned into the domain of devouring. #C255 I am your king. Devour the realm. Xuanhuan's body moved, and with him as the center, a strong suction emerged. As long as he is willing, the entire nourishing family will be shrouded in, and any energy can be swallowed by him. In the devouring domain, respect him. The most powerful part of the devouring domain is that the stronger the battle, the more energy it devours, and the wider the range. It is not known how much stronger it is than before. Each upgrade of the title is actually a deeper understanding of the 3,000 avenues of supernatural powers, but the use of supernatural powers to directly comprehend from the source of various avenues of supernatural powers saves this slow process. At this time, Chu Yuan was retreating in the Yangyao clan. Yao Linger's speed was very fast. She quietly let all the clansmen outside come back to the clan brother, and the Yangyao clan was calm, and there was nothing unusual. As long as most of the Yao Yao clan stayed here, in fact, the sect guards who guarded them didn't care about the other party's small actions. After all, even if you have a dog, sometimes you have to let it go out for a walk. Just hand in enough magic medicine every year. About 5 days later, Yao Linger was ready. Of course, Yao Linger didn't talk to the ordinary clansmen, she just let Chu Yuan collect their blood essence and said it was useful. There is no one arrangement for the patriarch, and it is quietly bound to the war army chessboard. At this moment, in the palace of the Yangyao family, Chu Yuan sat on the highest chair, looked at the person next to him, and said lightly, "Are you ready?" Yao Linger and the elder Tongshan, who saw the only remaining fruit, condensed and gathered together. Several elders also agreed with Yao Linger's decision to leave with Chu Yuan. After all, there is nothing worse than the present. Of course, the biggest reason Yao Linger trusts Chu Yuan is because of his supreme temperament, as if he is the emperor of everyone. The emperor's words are like a 9 cauldron, and the collapse of the sky cannot be shaken. His Majesty. We are ready to leave at any time. Yao Linger's heart was also very uneasy at the moment. She didn't say that she wanted to help Chu Yuan. After all, she was just a psychic. This time, she had to face the blockade of the false god. Her biggest role was to cultivate magical medicine. We have discussed it. The elders also said, it is better to fight than to be trapped here. I don't think the ancestors want to see us fall. We are the descendants of the gods, with the blood of the gods flowing. Even if we die, we will die standing up, not so humiliated. Don't be so pessimistic, this time I am bringing you to a new life, and I am your emperor. It is equivalent to Yao Linger's dignified face, his expression is indifferent, and his mind is moved. In an instant, millions of members of the Yao Yao family don't know what is going on, and they are included in the Zhangjuan chessboard. In the entire nourishing family, there is no one except him. After all, he wants to control the array. No, the people of the nourishing medicine family have disappeared. Damn, what happened? I saw them planting medicine just now, why did they suddenly disappear? Did they all hide? This is a major event, report it to the sect immediately. After just disappearing for a moment, the people of the sect who were always staring at this place noticed the movement here. This is a big deal. The nourishing medicine family is the Golden Mountain, but now this Golden Mountain has disappeared from their eyes. Suddenly, 5 or 6 terrifying false god mana squeezed from the mountains and the sea, and immediately saw a person, facing their arrival. He was not afraid. The eyes are good enough, and they come fast enough. Chu Yuan's taking away the Yao Yao clansmen was just a matter of a moment. The other party had 5 or 6 false gods coming, but he could not take himself in, otherwise who would control the chessboard? The nourishing medicine family has been regarded as a commonwealth by the major sects in the Nanxian region. Every year, the major sects will rotate and send out false god powerhouses. The disappearance of the nourishing medicine family is because of you? The 6 false god powerhouses coldly saw a figure shrouded in infinite mysterious light. Right now, there is only Chu Yuan left in the Yao Yao clan, and the disappearance of everyone has nothing to do with him. A moment ago, the Yao Yao people were still here, and they disappeared after a while, and I didn't sense the fluctuation of space transmission. No one can set up a space formation under our eyes without any movement. Maybe someone has cast a blind eye. Unless it's a true god. But it's impossible. Or it was affected by a powerful artifact. They must still be here. Swish. A sword chi was about to break through the void and slashed at Chu Yuan's head. This group of people immediately started without talking nonsense with Xuanhuan. The sword Qi was fierce, as if the Sword King came to kill him, not only slashing at Xuanhuan, but also slashing at the void. The false god sword Qi is indeed ferocious. Facing the slashing sword Qi, Xuanhuan stretched out his fingers, and the sword Qi fell to his fingertips, twisting like a stegosaurus. This person's strength is strange. If you trap him first, I can conclude that he is inseparable from the disappearance of the nourishing medicine family. Boom. These 6 false god kings all know that this matter is too big, and it is the most important thing to arrest this person first. The power of the 6 false gods slammed into Xuanhuan like a raging torrent. Yao Linger and the others in the Xuanhuan chessboard also saw the scene of the 6 false god kings from the outside world attacking Xuanhuan at the same time, and their faces were extremely nervous. If Xuanhuan could not leave, this gamble would be a complete failure. The future will also face more severe pressure. Devouring the realm. Xuanhuan's body moved, and a terrifying aura erupted, and an extremely fierce black hole appeared around the whole person. This black hole devoured all the power of light, and it was about to reverse the sun and the moon. The power of these 6 false gods was suddenly distorted and disappeared almost immediately. What's the matter? Our power has disappeared. The faces of the 6 false god kings changed wildly. This inexplicable power made them unable to guess at all. What happened? Someone was able to reverse the power of the false god. The Great Wheel. A false god king suddenly walked out, he waved his big hand, and a huge wheel appeared, and he slapped Xuanhuan fiercely. Swallow, reverse everything. Although Xuanhuan's current realm is still at the 9th level of the divine position, the superposition of various supernatural powers makes him an ordinary false god whose strength is not worthless at all. Suddenly, the whole person exudes a very deep temperament, and he walks over in one step. His devouring power hit the big wheel and disappeared with the same bang. Before the great devouring technique was advanced to the 3rd level, it was still difficult to devour the power of the false god, but now it is easy to face the power of this group of ordinary false gods. How can his power be so strange? These 6 false god kings are somewhat unable to guess Xuanhuan's power. Weird, really weird. Any power attack that reaches him will disappear inexplicably. You bastard, where did the people from the Yao Yao family go? You took them away, and the people who dared to take away the Yao Yao family will keep you here forever today. Although these 6 false god kings felt that Xuanhuan's power was strange, but they could not let Xuanhuan leave, and the power gathered together again. At the same time, a terrifying formation was also shot out from the city, as if a big hood covered the void. Find out the medicine family. When Xuanhuan was trapped, the formation was also running frantically, looking for the whereabouts of the nourishing medicine family. But what made their faces more and more gloomy was that the millions of nourishing medicines really disappeared out of thin air, and they could not be found in the void. No trace, no clue. Everyone fell into a dull depression. The medicine family, if you don't show up again, if we find them, the whole family will pay the price in blood, and everyone will be slaves and maids, like livestock, and they will never be born. Seeing that they couldn't find where the nourishing medicine family was hiding, the 6 false gods also sounded angrily. Those who dare to hide and nourish medicine are the enemies of the entire Nanxian region. #C256 will be back. The 6 false god kings surrounded Xuanhuan, looked at Xuanhuan, who was shrouded in brilliance at the moment, could not find the anger of the Yao Yao family, and let out an extremely angry roar. Serve as a slave, a beast of eternity. Inside the Xuanhuan chessboard, Xuanhuan did not close their perception of the outside world, and a huge void screen appeared, allowing the Yao Yao people to see and hear what was happening outside. After hearing these words, the faces of the millions of Yao Yao people were also distorted. They used to be the masters of the Nanxian territory, the descendants of the gods and gods. It will be them who are slaves and maids. Xuanhuan's face was pale, and golden flames burned in his eyes. His body stepped out. The 6 false god kings have a luxurious lineup. Let me see if the current strength can suppress the false god, and how much difference there is. He completely used these 6 false god kings as touchstones. Great battle. With a punch to the sky, Xuanhuan is the strongest emperor. There is no king in this world, only he exists. The tyrannical momentum swept all directions and turned into a torrent of chaotic times. The last time he sacrificed the strength of the war god army. This time, he didn't make sacrifices, and wanted to use his own strength to sharpen his magical powers. Humph. The 6 false gods all let out a cold hum. I come. This false god is tall, and his whole body is red. Obviously, the physical body is very polished, and he is also bombarded with a punch. Boom. The fists of the two slammed together, and in a flash, an extremely strong storm of destruction erupted. There is no king in heaven and earth. Between heaven and earth, it seems that he is the only one, and the false god's figure is also retreating again and again at this moment. Looking at his fist, it seems that it has been cut by countless sharp lights, and there are bright red bloodstains. What a powerful force! The man exclaimed in surprise. Crossing the Tianhe. It was another false god. He slashed down with a sword. It was a divine artifact of the king's rank. Suddenly, the sword ripped apart the world, and a torrent of swords appeared. Xuanhuan's face was expressionless, the grip of the god of war, the divine artifact of the king's grade, and the torrent of this sword was grasped. With a wave of his palm, the heavens are mighty, the power is unimaginable, and it turns into a heavy rain. The 6 false god kings took a few steps back at the same time. With my current strength, it is difficult for the false god to compete with me at the 1st and 2nd levels, and I haven't reached the 10th level of the gods yet, and there is still room for growth. Xuanhuan said in his heart. Even if your combat strength is strong, but now we are 6 people, this sky has been closed, the space is extremely stable, you can't escape. Although Xuanhuan's combat power is amazing, these 6 false gods did not panic, but connected the mana again. Everyone, keep him, don't let him escape, I can guarantee that he has a big secret. It is good. The 6 false gods roared through the sky. 6 forces surged out from 6 directions, and countless false god mana circulated. This terrifying attack formed a formation that completely blocked Xuanhuan in the middle. Heavenly Sword Formation. This power was not from them, but from the peerless Great Formation arranged here. Immediately, they saw the countless slashing swords in the sky like raindrops, and they slammed down violently. But at this time, Xuanhuan was still very calm. All the heavenly swords reaching in front of him were swallowed and turned into energy. Devouring the realm is so terrifying. The power of this formation has not reached the power that he cannot swallow. The fiercer the formation, the more devouring power, and the stronger his power will be. Patriarch, His Majesty Emperor Wu, is so terrifying that even the 6 false gods can't help him. Yeah, His Majesty Emperor Wu gave me an extremely mysterious feeling, like an ancient holy emperor. I have the illusion of seeing the ruler of humanity. It's not an illusion, I feel that way too. Yao Ling'er looked solemn and said, in those days, our ancestors followed Emperor Qingmu Chongqing and laid the foundation. Emperor Qingmu Chongqing became one of the 5 ancient emperors, and his ancestors were also ranked in the divine way. Only then did I have a family of nourishing medicines, perhaps our Majesty. It can also achieve the strongest imperial industry. The Patriarch said that His Majesty Emperor Wu can accomplish great things, like Emperor Qingmu Chongqing. The elders were shocked. No, it's even more terrifying than the 5 emperors. If my family can leave here safely, I, Yao Ling'er, swear that I will be loyal to your Majesty forever, just like the ancestors who followed Emperor Qingmu Chongqing back then, serve and be loyal to your Majesty. Yao Ling'er swore an oath. And at this moment, the battle between Xuanhuan and the 6 false god kings has reached a fever pitch, and the sensation caused the mountains to collapse. Can't this suppress him? Even if the 6 false god kings join forces, they will not have the upper hand. And what they found even more terrifying was that Xuanhuan did not exert the power of a false god at all, which means that this person's realm did not reach a false god at all. Fear. Terrible. Here comes again. Suddenly, Xuanhuan looked up and saw that there were several strands of mana that had reached at least the 6th level of the false god. Knowing the fluctuations here, they were traveling through the void at the fastest speed. Haha, finally waiting for help. The 6 false gods also made excited voices and shouted to Xuanhuan, no matter how powerful you are, but you still can't escape, you will be locked here today. You are not only fighting against us this time. It is the sect of the entire Nanshan region. Void twist. But Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed, and the void in front of him suddenly twisted into an oval passage. He didn't entangle with these people, he just stepped in. Twisting the void. The eyes of these 6 illusory gods were straight, and they never thought that Xuanhuan could distort the void. Although they have the ability to travel through the void, if they want to do it, it is almost a means that can only be controlled by the gods. Can't let him go. The 6 false gods reacted immediately, and the 6 big hands grabbed Xuanhuan at the same time. The power of space. However, a chaotic torrent erupted from Xuanhuan's jade seal, resisting the power from the 6 virtual gods. He entered the twisted void in one step. Where to go? Those false gods who rushed to support also sensed the fluctuations here, and their voices became more and more anxious. If this person was released, it would be almost difficult to find the nourishing family again. Boom. The terrifying power is transmitted from an extremely distant place, and it is about to shatter this distorted power of the void. Nangshuanyu does not belong to you. Xuanhuan made a faint voice, the nourishing medicine family will come back. The wings of the mysterious spirit behind him suddenly opened, twice for 5 seconds of nothingness. At the current spiritual level, it can resist a part of the power of the false god, and most importantly, it can also travel through the void twice in a row. Twist the void with the power of the void twister, and then travel away with the void. Xuanhuan's figure seemed to be stretched suddenly, and when the false god king who came to support arrived, he disappeared long ago, and he didn't know where he went. The false god of Nanshan territory also let out an angry roar. They also did not expect that on their own territory, people would take away the nourishing medicine family. Nangshuanyu, leave. Seeing the dazzling light in the void, Yao Linger knew that she had left Nangshuanyu where she grew up and lived, and her face was a little stunned. We will be back in Nangshuanyu. Xuanhuan said, and this time will be very soon, Yao Linger, but I hope you will take it back yourself. #C257 Brilliant with Dao. Dongxianyuwu City. Xuanhuan came back, he went out this time, and brought back the Yao Yao family. For a big city that can accommodate hundreds of millions of people, the few million people of the Yao Yao family are really nothing. We finally left Nangshuanyu safely. After arriving in Wuching, Yao Linger also took a deep breath. Although Nanshanyu was once the territory of the Yao family, it has undoubtedly been like a cage for thousands of years, and it has been extremely tormented. The Great Wu Dynasty, the god of Emperor Wu. This is the belief of hundreds of millions of people. Like the Holy Emperor, countless people actually believe in Emperor Wu with all their hearts. My God, even the most common people in Dao eat this kind of rice. As soon as they came to Dao, Yao Linger and others saw the fate of Dao and the daily life of the common people. Their eyes changed one by one. They had only seen the fate of this empire in ancient books. Thought of. Seeing Qi Luck, Yao Linger can know that this kind of empire cannot be established by insidious and cunning people. The magic empire, the magic lasts forever. Humanitarian empire, humanity will last forever. A country's luck is enough to see the bearing of the emperor. Yes, you are safe. Xuanhuan was already sitting on the throne at this time, wearing a black royal robe that was designed to kill, and looked at Yao Linger majestically. How does your majesty plan to accommodate us? This is what Yao Linger is most concerned about. The nourishing medicine family is good at planting and cultivating magical medicines, and the medicinal materials for our great martial arts are actually obtained from the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, and there is no channel for planting them by ourselves. When you came, I suddenly felt like a tiger with wings. In the future, you will be in charge of the magical medicine department and be the important minister of Great Wu. Enjoy the fortune of the Great Wu Kingdom. Xuanhuan said, I will specially create a place rich in spiritual energy to support the survival of the Yao people. What do you think? Can? Yao Linger nodded and said, Yuan Yao people practice pharmacopoeia and absorb the power of magical medicines. The more magical medicines they plant, the faster their cultivation will improve. We are here to build the country with military exploits. In addition to the most basic benefits, if you want to get better treatment, you need to make contributions. That is to say, the more magical medicines the Yao family turns over to the treasury, the more they can get it from me. There are more things, this point, you need to understand Yao Patriarch. Xuanhuan said. A strong empire must have order, not chaos. There is no order, and there is no need to pay. Whether the empire or the sect is not long-term, I know this very well. Yao Linger said, when the ancestors followed Emperor Qingmu Chongqing, I was also responsible for the cultivation of divine medicine, and the emperor will give us back. Your Majesty, this is the first batch of magical medicines handed in by my Yao family. Yao Linger suddenly took out a space ring and gave it to Xuanhuan. There are tens of thousands of divine medicines, all of which can be used to refine Wanpin Shendan, and the efficacy is 10 times stronger than that acquired by the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce. This year, the medicinal herbs of the Yao clan had not been taken away by those sects, but they were taken away by Xuanhuan and even the entire clan. Yao Linger, go and settle your clan first, and I will let Feng Tong lead you to get acquainted with the situation. Xuanhuan said, also, you will come to see me in 3 days. When he came back, he had already conveyed the Imperial edict through luck. Zhu Fengfeng also chose a place for the nourishing medicine family. The spiritual energy is very abundant, which is most suitable for planting magical medicines. He also asked craftsmen to build houses here to accommodate these millions of people. Millions of people came to the new place, and they also exerted the hard work of the nourishing family. Immediately under the orders of one elder, the medicine field was opened up. 3 days later, Yao Linger also came to Xuanhuan Palace. I have seen your Majesty. Yao Linger was still dressed in plain clothes, wearing an ordinary Xing-yi. After seeing Xuanhuan, she said, I don't know what your Majesty has ordered. Take it, you handed in the magic medicine to the treasury, you deserve it. Xuanhuan handed some jade bottles to Yao Linger. Divine pill? After Yao Linger opened the jade bottle, she was shocked. It turned out to be all Wanpin Shendan? And it was made with the magical medicine of my nourishing family. There are people who are proficient in Dan Tao here, your Majesty. The nourishing family not only grows medicine, but also concocts pills. She knows how difficult it is to concoct king-grade pills. Yao Linger, your magic medicine is very good. The effect of refining is 10 times that of ordinary medicine pills. Xuanhuan really brought treasure this time. The same Wanpin Shendan, but it is 10 times as effective as the magical medicine of the nourishing family, which will shorten the training time. He has already planned that the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce will continue to replace the medicine with pills, and the refining of the nourishing medicine family will not be sold to the outside world, but only supplied to the domestic powerhouses. This is what a minister should do. Yao Linger said. I still have a lot of seeds here, let the people of the medicine family plant them first. Xuanhuan said, just remember what I said, the more magical medicine you hand in, the more medicine you will get. The more there are, the more medicinal herbs will grow along with the Great Wu, and sooner or later they will regain their former glory. I understand. Yao Linger has completely substituted herself into the role of a minister of great martial arts, loyal to the servant. She took the seeds from Xuanhuan and was shocked again. These seeds are many times stronger than the seeds from the outside world. The potency of the magic medicine planted with such seeds will be even more terrifying. Yao Linger was surprised. Well, this is the seed unique to my great martial arts. Xuanhuan has a spirit seed transformer, which can enhance the efficacy of seeds, but there was no talent in this area before, and now there is Yao Linger to fill the vacancy. Also, Yao Linger, your cultivation should also be improved. The various sects in the Nanxian region bullied you and insulted you, nothing more than because of their strength. You don't want the Yao Yao clan to become the master of the Nanxian region again one day, and all the clansmen hold their heads high. Go back with your chest? Xuanhuan knew. Yao Linger's talent is amazing, and under the oppression of Nanchuan's various sects, she can still cultivate to the spiritual realm within a few decades. If she is given a better environment, her cultivation will be like a volcanic eruption, rapidly improving. The bloodline of the strong gods is like the bloodline of the supreme divine beast among the demon clan, which will leave traces of the imprint of the gods. Yao Linger is actually the one with the strongest bloodline among the Yao Yao family, and inherits the most bloodline from the ancestors, otherwise she would not have become the patriarch. Xuanhuan also hopes that there are more strong people in Dao, and Yao Linger can grow up quickly. He didn't want Yao Linger to be strong in combat, but the higher the cultivation base, the higher the quality of the divine medicine cultivated. When he restores the Tai Dan furnace to the Imperial grade, it can be used to refine the Imperial grade divine pill and enhance the power of a country. I see. Yao Linger nodded heavily. I will go back to Nangshuanyu, and I will not disappoint His Majesty's hope. It was His Majesty who brought a new life to my Yao Yao family, and my Yao Yao family will naturally bring rewards to His Majesty. In the future, the Yao Yao family will be as prominent as in ancient times, and with the Great Wu dynasty, it will be brilliant again. In her eyes, she is already like an ancestor, serving a great emperor. She knew that although the Yao Yao family had already left Nanxianyu, if Nanxianyu found them, they would not let them go. Go back and practice well. Seeing the fighting spirit burning in Yao Linger's eyes, Xuanhuan nodded. Yao Linger is very good, mentally tough and powerful, and will become one of his most effective assistants in the future. This time, he is earning blood. #C258 No regrets until death. The nourishing medicine family does not reject the integration of Dao, and even actively integrates into it. After all, it was Xuanhuan who gave them a new home. And when Yao Linger brought all kinds of benefits, they were even more motivated, and they all hoped that one day they would return to Nanxianyu as a master and restore the glory that their ancestors once brought. Let the new family of nourishing medicine stand in the eternal world. Now that Dao has absorbed the land of the four palaces, it has grown continuously, and there are no obscure forces around that dare to offend. Even if it has the power of a virtual god, it must be weighed. Moreover, during this period of time, Dao and the Covering Moon sect have also been very close, and one country and one sect have communicated with each other, and there is a tendency to join forces with each other. 10 levels of gods. After returning to Dao for more than a month, Xuanhuan's realm broke through to the 10th level of the gods. During this period of time, he was taking divine pills made from the nourishing medicinal herbs, which were dozens of times faster than ordinary pills, which saved Xuanhuan a lot of time and broke through the first level realm. Otherwise, it will take a few months to break through. It's no wonder that the Yao Yao family became the most powerful right-hand man next to Emperor Aoki Chongqing back then. Their role was indeed astonishing, and they benefited a country, so it's worth bringing them back from the Nanxian territory. Chu Yuan was in a good mood. Dao 36 years in April. It has been more than a year since Dao arrived in Dongguanyueu. Chu Xuanhuan also came to Dongguanyueu from Wuyu, and practiced beside Chu Yuan. Recently, because of the great martial arts, the occult moon sect has obtained a lot of Wang Pin Shendan, as well as Ling Yuan rice, and Chu Yuan also gifted some Tian Yuan tea to Luo Yueying. And they got so many benefits, and naturally they knew that they had a good relationship with Chu Yuan, and they also sent some things that Dao needed from their own territory. Covering the moon sect is very smart. No matter how strong Dao becomes in the future, with this relationship, her covering moon sect will always remain invincible. Go and have a look at the medicine family. Chu Yuan left the palace and went to the Yao Yao family. In just over a month, things have changed drastically. There are magical medicines everywhere in front of you, and the breath is full of rich herbs. The previously barren land has been opened up into a huge medicinal garden, where millions of medicinal herbs are planting magical medicines. Everyone is working hard and everyone has a happy smile on their face. With their own contributions, they can exchange the finished medicinal pills from Dao. And for this medicine garden, Chu Yuan not only moved a few spiritual veins, but also moved one of the king's veins here. The pharmacists cultivated in the pharmacopoeia. This pharmacopoeia, Chu Yuan watched them cultivate magical medicines, and he also realized some clues. It seems that several kinds of 3,000 avenues magical powers, plus some unique magical powers of Emperor Qingmu Chongqing, were integrated into it. The Great Greenwood Technique, the Great Infusion Technique, and the one that should be the Great Longevity Technique? Chu Yuan did not bother them, but watched from a distance. Your Majesty, this pharmacopoeia was co-created by the ancestors and the great Emperor Aoki Chongqing after he became a god in the past. Yao Linger sensed the arrival of Chu Yuan and came over with a smile. The Great Greenwood Technique, the power of the Great Emperor, is the power of the Emperor of all plants and trees, the Great Infusion Technique, which stimulates the spirituality in the medicinal materials, and the most mysterious one is the Great Longevity Technique. To the ancestors. This medicine Linger speaks. She waved her palm, and a stream of pure blue, like emerald, with the manna of silk glaze, fell on a herb. This herb has absorbed this manna, and it has grown rapidly in a short period of time. Great Longevity Technique. Chu Yuan said. Yes, it is the Great Longevity Technique. If you practice this technique, your power may not be so domineering, but you will become longevity and longevity like grass and trees. However, I have only realized some fur, which is far worse than that of the ancestors. Yao Linger shook her head. Your ancestor was a god, and you were only a god. Chu Yuan looked at Yao Linger. In just 1 month, you have broken through from the 7th to the 8th, and you can break through the 9.5 months. This is very fast. In Chu Yuan's eyes, it seems that he has deciphered the essence of Yao Linger. That jade-like manna lingered around her, she was like a 10,000-wood spirit body, and the blood of the gods in her body was being stimulated. This is the pill bestowed by your Majesty, otherwise the speed would not be so fast. Yao Linger said modestly. You don't have to be humble, I can see that your blood of the gods is very strong. That pharmacopoeia should be left by your ancestors, who is the patriarch, and whoever is in charge can inherit the power of the ancestors and leave Nangshuanyu. You only dare to practice with confidence. Chu Yuan Dong is like watching the fire. See your Majesty. Yao Linger nodded and said, Does your Majesty know why our family is called the Yao Yao family? You said. Chu Yuan said. Because planting magic medicines is just a little trick, the most powerful part of our clan is nourishing medicines, feeding medicines with one's body, raising a peerless great medicine, an immortal magic medicine. Yao Linger seemed to have made the biggest decision in her eyes. A chaotic mana swept out, as if transformed into a field. Then Qu Yuan saw a green lotus like a chaotic bread in the chaos emerging with a shimmer of lightning. This green lotus is an extremely strange magical medicine, and it seems to be another way of changing Yao Linger. Qinglian, eternal Qinglian. Qu Yuan said. With the body-feeding medicine, the medicine-nourishing tribe can cultivate the medicine-nourishing method, just like their second incarnation. This eternal green lotus is the seed left by the ancestors of the year, and only the patriarch can cultivate it. Yao Linger said, but to nurture this medicine, you must use your own blood, spirit, soul, and mana to nurture it, just like our lives. If the medicine is destroyed, the cultivation base will fall at light level, and the serious one will fall. Yao Linger said. It's really amazing. Qu Yuan said. The ancestors raised a great medicine of longevity for Emperor Qingmu Chongqing back then. The reason why Emperor Qingmu Chongqing was able to become one of the 5 ancient emperors has a great relationship with the longevity potion raised by his ancestors. It can be said that Emperor Qingmu Chongqing made the ancestors, but the ancestors also achieved Emperor Aoki Chongqing at the same time. When she spoke, the indelible traces deduced the vision from ancient times. A woman in Xingyi handed the elixir of longevity she raised with her own hands, and she had spent a lot of hard work, and handed it over to a heroic and majestic emperor. That woman is the ancestor of the Yao Yao family. And that emperor is obviously the Emperor Aoki Chongqing. Emperor Qingmu Chongqing only had the qualification to compete with the other 4 emperors after he obtained this longevity medicine. Emperor Aoki Chongqing brought me the splendor of the ancient times for the nourishing medicine family back then, endless glory. Yao Linger looked at Qu Yuan and made a big oath of never betrayal. Today I, Yao Linger, will be like an ancestor. I will be loyal to your majesty forever and ever, and I will always be the most loyal person by your majesty's side. This inner demon oath is not made casually, but involves big inner magic. Once violated, you will encounter the calamity of inner demons. She chose to hand over the Yao Yao family to Qu Yuan, and she has no regrets in her life. This eternal green lotus was planted for His Majesty. I, Yao Linger, would like to spend my whole life planting a magical medicine for His Majesty. It belongs to the great Emperor of Wu, and I will not regret it until I die. #C259 Luo Yueying's visit. I, Yao Linger, would like to spend my whole life planting a magical medicine for His Majesty. This one is planted for the eternal green lotus. This is Yao Linger's promise for Qu Yuan, and it is also the biggest oath of the Yang Yao family. Since she came to Dao, she has made this promise. She is willing to follow her ancestors, be loyal to Qu Yuan, and tie the future of the nourishing medicine family to Qu Yuan. Great Wu Xing, Shi Xing. Dao died, she died. After she made this decision, fate was bound to Dao. I have accepted your oath, and I will also bring glory to the nourishing medicine family. Qu Yuan's eyes turned to Yao Linger, and he extended his hand to her. Dao 36 years in June. 2 more months passed. Every day that passed, Dao's strength would increase by a few points. Yao Linger's cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of psychic power, and it is not far from the 10th level. I'm afraid Yao Linger will be the first person in Dao to break through the false god. Qu Yuan knew that Yao Linger had a tenacious heart. Although she made sacrifices in the Nanxian domain before, she did not forget the glory of restoring her ancestors, just because she had no choice. The stronger Yao Linger is, the stronger the Yao Yao family is. Qu Yuan will be able to get more magical medicines with terrifying effects, refine them into magical pills, and feed back everyone. Gathering the power of the 4 palaces, Qu Yuan's sky psychic warriors have also built 56 statues, and the number of sky warships is as high as 60. Although there has been no war in recent months, Xuanhuan has been recruiting troops to build a stronger core. Occupying the 4 palaces is just the beginning. If Dao wants to continue to be strong, the current territory is not enough, and he must continue to expand. Brother Yuan. This day, Chu Qingyao came back from the Covering Moon sect and said, "The sect master is waiting outside the palace gate, and is here to visit you today." Sect Master Luo is here. Chu Yuan's expression moved slightly. According to my visit, it has been a long time since I visited the Covering Moon sect that day, and I also invited her to return for a return visit. It seems that this time I came to Dao, not only to visit, but obviously there are other things. Now, Luo Yueying was greeted by Chu Qingyao and arrived in Chu Yuan's palace. She looked at a figure wearing a black imperial robe on the magnificent throne, and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for many months. Emperor Wu is already the master of the 4 houses, and this sect hastily visited today. I may be a bit presumptuous, come at this time. This is something to talk to Emperor Wu about." Brother Yuan, sect master, talk about it, I still have some things. Chu Qingyao didn't stay here either, and left soon, leaving only Chu Yuan and Luo Yueying. My sister. Chu Yuan shook his head, and when he looked at Luo Yueying, he was a little surprised. Sect Master Luo has broken through to the realm of false god. A few months passed, Luo Yueying broke the false god barrier and broke through to the false god. Speaking of this sect, I would like to thank Emperor Wu. If there is no Yutianqing Lingdan and Yuan Cha that day that Emperor Wu sent, it will take a few years for this sect to become a virtual god. Luo Yueying nodded. Even though I sent Sect Master Luo's medicinal pills, I was able to become a false god because of Sect Master Luo's amazing talent. When Chu Yuan looked at Luo Yueying, he noticed a different change. A hazy moonlight radiance shrouded her. Sect Master Luo, the imprint of the Taoist god, seems to have been refined. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from Emperor Wu. Luo Yueying didn't hide it. She has indeed been recognized by the will of the gods, refining the imprint of the gods, so that although she is still a first-level false god, her real combat power will be even more terrifying, and her future achievements will be extraordinary. Although her cultivation base has soared at this moment, when she looked at Chu Yuan, she still couldn't see through this man. In his eyes, this person is a majestic holy emperor, shrouded in mysterious brilliance. Actually, Benzong came to Dao today, on the one hand to visit Emperor Wu, and on the other hand to invite Emperor Wu to a place. Luo Yueying stated the purpose of her trip. Where? Chu Yuan asked. The reason I rescued Chen Yao at sea that day was because I was looking for a strange object, the Songhai Profound Pearl, but the Songhai Profound Pearl that I saw at that time was not completely condensed and formed. It is estimated that it is time to be born. Luo Yueying said. Songhai Xianzhu is a treasure in the deep sea. It contains extremely pure water origin, and its value is comparable to that of a king-grade artifact. Chu Yuan said, so Sect Master Luo came to our Dao to invite me to find Songhai Xianzhu together. What Emperor Wu said is exactly what Emperor Wu said. Although that Songhai Xianzhu is secret, there must be a vision when the supreme treasure is born. This sect is worried that others may covet it, and this sect also knows that the place where that Songhai Xianzhu is located is a material that Emperor Wu asked. Yuanshan gold. Song Yuanshan Jin. Chu Yuan's expression was shocked. Song Yuanshan Jin is a precious material used to refine false god sky soldiers. He asked Chankuan Chamber of Commerce to search for it for a long time, but he could not acquire it. Choose one, go with Luo Yueying to find Songhai Xianzhu, get 500 fate points and magical power fruit X2. Option 2, don't go with Luo Yueying, choose to act alone, get 500 fate points, and a random lottery chance X1. Song Yuanshan Jin is indeed very useful to me, but why did Sect Master Luo invite me? Chu Yuan said. Because Emperor Wu gave this sect a very mysterious feeling, I am very curious, and cooperation with Emperor Wu is not harmful to this sect, and it can be regarded as repayment of Emperor Wu's affection for me to cover the moon. Luo Yueying knew. Because of Qu Yuan, she had obtained a lot of medicinal pills during this time. She has to get closer to Qu Yuan. Okay, since that's the case, I will go with Sect Master Luo. Qu Yuan said, I just arrived, Sect Master Luo has just arrived in Wuqing, and I will rest here for the night today, and leave early tomorrow morning. Okay, no problem. Ding. The host makes a choice, and gets 500 fate points, supernatural power fruit x2. It's over, so soon? When Qu Yuan and Luo Yueying walked out of the palace gate, they found that Chu Qinyao was next to the wall, and when they saw them approaching, they smiled. Huang Jia, you can't hear anything when you stick to the wall. Qu Yuan said helplessly. I'm not curious. Sister Huang, Sect Master Luo, will have a banquet here tonight. She and I have something to do tomorrow. It's still early, and Sect Master Luo is here for the first time, so I will accompany Sect Master Luo for a walk. Qu Yuan said. Okay, I'm here to greet the Sect Master and also call Chen Shi, but unfortunately the eldest sister doesn't know where, and the Queen Mother is still in Wuyu, otherwise, it would be better if we were all together, everyone had a feast together, and let the Queen Mother see and save me the Lord of my life. Chu Qinyao said, Sect Master, there is actually nothing to see here. After all, my dog came to Dongguanyueu for a short time. In the future, I will accompany the Sect Master to Wuyu, where is the Real foundation of my Dao? It started from the martial domain, unified the domain, and left many traces. Really? This sect is somewhat interested in seeing the origin of the Great Wu dynasty. Actually, Luo Yueying was really curious about Dawu. Qu Yuan is the second emperor of Dao, and it was from Qu Yuan that Dao began to rise. It took only a few years to grow to this point. Moreover, what surprised Luo Yueying the most was the endless variety of powerful and strange equipment that Dao had. She is also full of all kinds of curiosity about Dao, and it is precisely because of this curiosity that she came to Dao in person. And today, Luo Yueying personally visited, and Qu Yuan also warmly entertained her. This time I chose to get 2 more magical powers, which are just used to improve the 3,000 avenues of magical powers, and this time to improve the big battle skills. If Luo Yueying could personally invite him there, Qu Yuan knew that it was not that simple to get the Songhai Profound Pearl this time. Ding! The host has won the title Battle King and Mad King. Hashtag C260 Songhai Xianju. At the moment when the 2 magical powers were served, Qu Yuan saw a figure standing in the sky, playing an immortal battle, and shattering the sky. Battle King. I am mad as I am mad. Fighting Mad King. The Fighting Mad King came to the advanced level. The God Emperor in the battle comprehends the 9 styles of the War Emperor. The 9 styles are 1, and there is no emperor in the world, only I am the only one. There is no emperor in heaven and earth. Qu Yuan made a sudden move. The 9 style is still the 9 style, but the king has become the emperor, but it is a qualitative change. The power of this world without emperor can even surge tenfold in an instant, killing the false god king. Sect Master Luo, we can go. The next day, Qu Yuan and Luo Yueying met in Wuqing. When he saw her, he smiled and said, this profound pearl of the sea contains a strong source of water, and it is a treasure in the deep sea. If Sect Master Luo can get it, he can break through the second level of false gods, stimulate the power of the imprint of the gods, and the speed of cultivation will be greatly increased. Quick. Luo Yueying did not speak. She suddenly felt a maddening aura from Qu Yuan. Mysterious, so mysterious. In just one night, Qu Yuan's breath became stronger, and even she was in the false god realm and felt great oppression. Okay, let's go, this sect knows the location of Songhai Xianju. Luo Yueying nodded. Sect Master Na Luo will sit on my sky battleship. Chu Yuan released the sky battleship. Although he and Luo Yueying were able to fly fast, flying by himself would cost mana, so there was no comfort in the battleship. This is the famous Dongxian sky battleship. Luo Yueying had heard of Dao's sky battleship. The silver-white hull and the silver bars of the streamlined body reflect the brilliance of machinery. Every part seems to be polished to perfection, without a trace of defects, and it is also equipped with a terrifying sky cannon. Even she was amazed. This is not just a weapon of war, it is more like a perfect work of art. Zhen Dao has something that other people don't have. Chu Yuan smiled. He invited Luo Yueying to the sky battleship, and immediately flew into the Gangfeng layer in the direction of the guide. He brewed 2 cups of Tianyuan tea and pushed it to Luo Yueying's side. Sect Master Luo, this time, the imprint of God has been refined. I am afraid that in the near future, there will be an additional true God powerhouse in this Dongxian region. Even if the imprint of the refining God wants to break through the true God, it is not so easy to achieve. It also needs to fight with the sky, fight with the earth, and fight with people. Among the 5 profound domains, only the middle profound domain has a true God, and the difficulty can be seen to be average. There are too many resources. Luo Yueying sipped the tea lightly. This tea is very strange, you can see the rules after drinking it. Since Sect Master Luo likes me, I will give you a little more. Chu Yuan was not stingy. Then thank you Emperor Wu. As the head of a sect, she knew that only by respecting each other with Chu Yuan could she maintain a friendly relationship. Then he smiled and said, I saw in Dao yesterday that the elites under Emperor Wu's command are not comparable to the soldiers and horses of several countries in the Dongxian region. It will be the day when the 5 regions will compete for hegemony. 5-domain hegemony. Chu Yuan nodded, I have heard of it. The 5-domain hegemony is a grand event that can be attended by all the countries and sects in the 5 regions. The location is in Zhongshuan Prefecture. Each country can send a powerful army to a special place to fight and decide the final winner, but I don't have any participated. Luo Yueying said, the 5-region hegemony is extremely cruel, and the Xuanhuan dynasty will all participate. After all, the sect is different from the dynasty. There was still some distance from Songhai Xianzhu. Chu Yuan was chatting and drinking tea with Luo Yueying in the battleship. If this scene was seen by other people in the 5 regions, they would definitely be stunned. That sect master Luo, who is like a mysterious fairy, would sit with a man drinking tea and chatting, which is something that many people can't envy. Especially Luo Yueying's current cultivation base has reached the false god realm. This status is even more noble. The more Luo Yueying came into contact with Chu Yuan, the more attracted he was by his aura. He is different from other people. It's here, right here. While chatting and rushing on the road, time passed quickly. Luo Yueying made a sound when she saw the scene outside through the sky battleship. Okay, let's find that Songhai Xianzhu. Putting away the sky battleship, Chu Yuan and Luo Yueying appeared in a sea area. Although the ocean in front of him seemed calm, Chu Yuan had already felt the fury from the deep sea. Emperor Wu, that Songhai Profound Pearl is in the deep sea, and that Songyuan God Metal and the associated ore will appear next to the Songhai Profound Pearl. Luo Yueying said. Then we will dive into the deep sea. Chu Yuan said. The profound pearl of the sea will absorb a lot of energy every time it is generated. The surface of the sea appears to be calm, but in fact, the bottom of the sea has long been violent, and there will be an extremely terrifying force of deep-sea tides, stirring the cracks in time and space, resulting in extremely tyrannical distortions. In some places, even false gods have to be careful. Luo Yueying reminded. Space distortion? The last thing I worry about is distortion. Chu Yuan's face was calm. Swish. While the two were talking, they were already wrapped in mana and entered the deep sea. This Songhai profound pearl dived down about 100,000 meters on the very deep seabed, and saw the sea water in front of it twisted into a spiral. The surrounding space was affected, and countless spiral water arms stretched out. This is not an ordinary distortion of space, but it is still in the deep sea. Originally, there was a strong water pressure in the deep sea. This distortion caused a surge of nearly 10,000 times the pressure. Ordinary gods would be directly pressed into meat sauce when they came here. There is a sea of profound beads in that twisted land. This place is by no means a good place, and it is very likely to be transmitted to a Jedi somewhere. Luo Yueying is not afraid of the distortion of the space here, but is worried that the suddenly distorted space will banish them into the unknown void. Space is always mysterious and dangerous. It's okay, follow me. Chu Yuan looked at the twisted and violent sea in front of him, and a power that devoured the realm spread around him, which was also mixed with the attributes of the Void Twister. He stepped over in one step, and suddenly calmed down within 100 miles of the surrounding area. As soon as those twisted forces reached him, they turned into nothingness. Seeing this scene, Luo Yueying's expression changed slightly. Although she used her mana to counteract the power of space distortion, she couldn't be as light as Chu Yuan, with all her power without traces. She followed Chu Yuan into the twisted land of the sea, and enjoyed the incomparable ease. She didn't need to release a bit of mana, she just had to follow the man in front of her. Bang bang bang. The more you move towards the twisted sea area, the more violent the storm in the sea area, but the violent force can be easily resolved by Chu Yuan. It seemed that she was right to invite Chu Yuan to share this opportunity this time. Back then, I just glanced at it from a distance, and left before I saw it was born. Luo Yueying followed Chu Yuan and continued to dive to the depths of the seabed. There was still a storm outside, but it was calm here. It seems that it is close to the Songhai Profound Pearl. Chu Yuan nodded. It's getting close. The two of them dived again for a few minutes. Luo Yueying looked forward. There was a huge sea eye, the water column was erupting, and suddenly said, I saw Songhai Shanzhu. No, there are other fluctuations here. I am the worrying thing still happened. #C261 Kong Mi Dao Kuan. Within the violent and twisted sea eye, the void is like a twist, layer by layer, and it is difficult to stay in the extremely harsh environment for a long time. At this time, Chu Yuan looked at the position of the sea eye, which was an undersea canyon, and the light of Cangyu and Shinjing shone on the surrounding rock walls. The most striking thing is that there is a fist-sized Yuanzhu that emits a deep blue light. That is the Songhai Shanzhu. The Songhai Profound Pearl is a rare thing that is a mixture of pure water origin and space origin. There are still people there, and someone came earlier than us. Chu Yuan saw the position of the sea eye, where dozens of figures appeared, gathered beside the Songhai Shanzhu. The strength of these dozens of people is very tyrannical. In particular, the strength of the three leaders has actually reached the false god realm, and the most terrifying leader, his realm is at least the second level of the false god. In the virtual god realm, the strength of each level of change is very different. For example, the strength of the second level of the virtual god is at least comparable to the 10 gods and the first level, and there are more than some powerful characters. The thing I'm most worried about has happened. I didn't expect someone to come one step ahead. At this time, Chu Yuan and Luo Yueying were still some distance away from this sea eye, and the violent and twisted tidal force just covered them up, so that the group did not find them. Xuanhuan Dynasty. Luo Yueying's eyes were tightly focused on the head of the head, and she said in surprise, I recognize him, his name is Yi Ling, he is from the Xuanhuan Dynasty. This is trouble. The person who came is the Xuanhuan Dynasty, if it is from the Dongxian Dynasty. Better deal with it. The Xuanhuan Dynasty, the strongest dynasty in the Xuanhuan region, has a true god in charge. 3 false gods are here, and it's definitely not just for Songhai Xianju, Sect Master Luo. Let's wait and see what happens. Chu Yuan looked over calmly. This king discovered this profound pearl of the sea 10 years ago. After several investigations, he calculated the date of birth, and the chance here is not just a profound pearl of the sea. Xuanhuan dynasty Yi Ling looked at the few people around him. There is an extremely terrifying thing hidden in the eyes of the sea. Is the formation that this king gave you ready? Haha, Yi Ling, don't worry, you are ready. While they were talking, dozens of people stood in one direction. Suddenly, a dazzling starlight flickered in this dim seabed, forming a six-pointed star formation, which blocked the sea eye, and transmitted a force after another, forming a chain. Six-pointed star formation? Luo Yueying pondered, what are they going to do? Rise. At this time, Yi Ling and others attracted the six-pointed star formation. Boom. In this sea eye, there was an endless violent explosion, and a water droplet erupted from the cave, and more than a dozen beads of bright light were sprayed up. There is not only one Songhai profound pearl, but more than a dozen. Luo Yueying said in surprise. I felt an even more strange aura within this profound pearl of the sea. Chu Yuan said. Songhai Xianju. When the two imaginary gods who came with Yi Ling saw that Songhai Xianju, their eyes were greedy and they said in surprise, Yi Ling, you said that Songhai Xianju belongs to you, you don't want one. Don't worry, this king's purpose is not the profound pearl of the sea, but something else. Yi Ling stared at the cave, his hands constantly mobilizing mana, and suddenly hundreds of violent beads were thrown out. The rumbling, powerful power shook the sea and the ground, turning it into chaos. Shen lazy. After seeing the false gods, their eyes moved. You are really willing. This Shen lazy needs to go deep into the land of thunder tribulation and collect the essence of thunder and lightning, each of which is comparable to Wangpin Shendan. What is it that makes you pay such a high price? This king naturally has the reason for this king to do so. After the divine thunder sun exploded in the sea eye, an angry roar suddenly came out. There are living creatures, the others exclaimed in shock. The underwater cave seemed to spit out bubbles, Yi Ling said solemnly. It appeared. A dark blue, 100 zhong long, fierce beast that looked like a fish but not a fish was bombed out of the cave, and the body flashed with the color of the void, as if it was some kind of illusory beast. The fins on the sides of the body don't seem to be used to swim through the water, but to travel through the void. As soon as it appeared, many void bubbles appeared, colorful. Kuan. Not only the Xuanhuan dynasty, but even Chu Yuan and Luo Yueying made a surprised voice. There is a fish in Baiming, whose name is Kuan. Unexpectedly, there is actually a Kuan hidden in this underwater cave. It's no wonder that there are so many deep-sea pearls here. I understand, this is the result of this Kuan devouring the power of the deep sea. The two false gods looked at this Kuan, their eyes burning hot. Yi Ling, no wonder you don't look down on Songhai Xianju, your goal is this Kuan. Kuan is not an ordinary mythical beast, it is even rarer than the dragon and phoenix dynasties. It lives in the deep sea, or in the void, and perceives the power of space. If it is not born, it must be earth-shattering. This Kuan is hidden in the seabed to practice and sleep. The essence it spit out formed the profound pearl of the sea, revealing its traces. That's right, otherwise this king wouldn't have spent so much trouble preparing the six-pointed star formation and collecting the divine thunder sun. It took me 10 years of work. Yi Ling said coldly, exuding tyrannical oppression. Songhai Xianju can be given to you, but this Kuan belongs to this king, and this king wants to sign a spiritual pet contract with it. Will come to you. What a deep calculation. The two false gods calmed down a lot. You know that the two of us are not your opponents, so you are looking for us. Otherwise, if the more powerful false god in the country finds out, this Kuan will not fall into your hands. After signing the spirit pet contract, there is no way for others to take it. You just understand. Yi Ling's eyes were excited and stared at Kuan. Let's do it. Komi Dao Kuan, self-contained in the void, feeds on space gods, comprehends the laws of space at birth, and has a very high growth potential. The Komi Dao Kuan in front of him is still in his infancy, and when he becomes an adult, he will become a god of heaven, but empty. The Medeo Kuan family has had a hard time growing up, and they are often killed before they grow up. The system prompt sounded in Chu Yuan's ear. Komi Dao Kuan. Chu Yuan's heart moved fiercely. This Kuan Chu Yuan felt extremely tyrannical power from it, but he didn't expect that it was only in his infancy, and he was no weaker than the false god by his own strength. In other words, this is still a child. A child has such terrifying strength. How terrifying it will be after adulthood. This is the future emperor of the gods. Option 1. Conquer Komi Dao Kuan, sign a spiritual pet contract, get 500 fate points, and create Blueprint X1 by Sumi Escape Air Wing. Option 2. Make a space artifact spirit, get 500 fate points, get 500 fate points, Void Gate X1. Choice 3. Ignore Komi Dao Kuan, get 500 fate points, Supernatural Power Fruit X6. Hashtag C262. Let's do it. Looks like it's going to be troublesome to capture the Songhai, Profound Pearl, this time. Luo Yueying furrowed her brows tightly. There were so many profound pearls in the sea in front of her. If she got them all, she would be able to break through to the 3rd level of false god in a short period of time. No trouble, that Kuan is called Komi Dao Kuan, and it feeds on space. Chu Yuan's voice sounded softly in her ear. Sect Master Luo, would you like to play a big game with me and directly kill this group of people from the Xuanhuan dynasty? This time, Chu Yuan not only wanted to get Komi Dao Kuan, but also to kill the false god. Devouring the 3 false gods with the Great Devouring Technique should allow him to break through to psychic powers. This group of people is already his prey. You have to do it. Luo Yueying was also shocked by Chu Yuanji's boldness, and quickly said, why don't you want to? The road to cultivation must be fought every step of the way. This Songhai Xianzhu was waiting for it to be born more than 10 years ago. How can it be taken by others? Even if it is the Xuanhuan dynasty, this sect has to fight them, but Emperor Wu should not be for the Xianzhu of the sea, but the Kuan. Yes, it is for the sake of emptiness. Chu Yuan nodded. Now is not the best time to take action. Wait for my instructions. Afterwards, Luo Yueying sensed that with the 2 as the center, an isolated field appeared, and the aura of the 2 was completely blocked and would not radiate out at all. Devour the realm. If the false god's spiritual sense touches it, it will also be swallowed up, and he cannot be sensed. The breath of the 2 was completely blocked at the moment. You instill mana, and push the 6-pointed star array with all your strength. If I get this Kuan, I will not be without your benefits. Yi Ling shouted loudly. Okay. Kuan is the overlord of the void. Bind it with a 6-pointed star formation, so that it cannot escape into the void. Boom. The 6-pointed star array is fully motivated. The 6-pointed star-like light immediately locked the void. Although Komi Dao Kuan was still in his infancy, but he also instinctively sensed the danger, and when he used his innate supernatural powers, his entire body would become virtual. But the 6-pointed star array immediately shined brightly, that is, it was sealed here. Okay. It's not worth the effort of this king. Yi Ling's expression was shocked. He moved his big hand, and a rushing force slammed into Komi Dao Kuan. If you want to forcefully subdue Komi Dao Kuan, you must first subdue it. Komi Dao Kuan shuddered fiercely and let out a painful roar. Although its power is infinite, even Yi Ling can't compare to it, but because it has not grown up, he cannot fully utilize his power. Its huge body has also become a living target at this moment. Woo 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 woo. It seemed to be very painful. Komi Dao Kuan twisted his body crazily. Humph, evil beast, sign a spiritual pet contract with me, and spare your life today, or I will extract your soul and refine you into an artifact spirit. Yi Ling was threatening Kongmi Daoquan fiercely at the same time as he shot, and passed on his fierce thoughts. The six-pointed star array turned into a huge hexagon, and shone on Kongmi Daoquan's body, using the large array to form a contract. Let's do it. Chu Yuan's voice transmission, Luo Yueying. At this moment, like a peerless assassin, suddenly, a distorted spacetime was formed in front of him, and he crossed the past in one step, violently killed and exploded, raised his palm, and there was no emperor in the world, killing him in Liumeng. Above the array. Although the six-pointed star formation blocked the void, it was twisted out of a channel by Chu Yuan. Boom! The six-pointed star formation was unstable, and Kongmi Daoquan also noticed the weakening of the blockade power, roared, and the terrifying power of the void swept out like a torrent. Bang bang bang! The sudden counterattack made this group of people in control of the formation suddenly suffered a backlash, retreating one by one, spewing a mouthful of blood. Someone is lurking. Yi Ling never imagined that someone was lurking at this time, and he didn't even notice it. Immediately looking at the person who appeared, he shouted, "Dare to take action against this king, you are courting death." Great light technique. Luo Yueying stepped out, and when she waved her palm, endless rays of light surged, forming a brilliant moonlight. False god realm. Yi Ling looked at a woman in the light, and said in shock, "Luo Yueying is actually you. If you dare to do something to this king, are you not afraid of the demise of the concealing moon sect? Kill them all, who knows? Sacrifice." Chu Yuan instantly started the sacrifice of the god of war's grip. There was a powerful force that blessed him. Before, when he was the 8th level god, he could use sacrifice to shake the 3 false god kings. Now it is a 10th level god, and after this sacrifice, his breath is terrifying. "You bastard!" Yi Ling suddenly shouted loudly. It turned out that Kongmi Daoquan attacked him in revenge. Although Kongmi Daoquan is not yet highly intelligent, he knows that this person is the mastermind and has a strong sense of revenge. "Sect Master Luo, you check and balance the Shi Ling, and leave the rest to me to clean up," Chu Yuan said. "It is good." As the head of a sect, Luo Yueying seems to be gentle, but her heart is also extremely decisive, and her strike is extremely strong. She put her palms together and made a mark, which exploded violently, and tens of thousands of rays of light radiated out like sharp swords. Court death. Yi Ling was also inexhaustible. He was about to subdue Kongmi Daoquan, because the killing of this man and a woman made his plan fall short, and he could not wait to cut these two people alive. Although Luo Yueying just broke through not long ago, but her talent is amazing, and she has refined the imprint of God, this Yi Ling can't help him. Let Kongmi Daoquan recognize the master is only one of them, but I still have another goal, which is you. Chu Yuan stepped on one step, the void twisted, and instantly reached the front of a Tongshan. The Tongshan did not respond, just let out a scream. He seemed to be walking with a black hole, and the psychic was immediately swallowed by him. One step at a time, Tongshan was too weak in front of him. In just a short moment, all the psychic powers were swallowed up by him. He. What means did he use to make the psychic unstoppable in front of him? Seeing that every step Chu Yuan walked in front of a god, the god disappeared strangely, and there was an incomparable fear on the faces of the two gods. After devouring all of these spirits, although Chu Yuan had not broken the threshold of spirits, his aura was even more terrifying than before. For a terrifying figure like him, who cultivated the Human Emperor Sutra, the laws were like giant pillars reaching the sky, and it was extremely difficult to break through every major realm. Devouring the general powerhouse cannot let him break through the great realm. Only by plundering the false god law of the false god can truly break the threshold of the false god. He killed all the gods at once. Luo Yueying was also surprised, looked at Yi Ling, and then showed a smile. Whether or not that Songhai Xianzhu can be obtained in this battle depends entirely on Emperor Wu. Before he has dealt with those two false gods, this Yi Ling can't intervene. She hit Yi Ling horizontally. Kill the false god. Boom. It exploded, and Xuanhuan's power began to be violent, surging to the strongest. Fighting Emperor's 9 forms, heaven and earth without emperor, great battle technique, his extremely ferocious power turned into a holy golden hand and immediately grabbed the two false god kings. #C263 Demon. After being blessed with multiple titles and offering sacrifices, Xuanhuan's power has completely surpassed the false god level 1. As soon as he shot out, a huge golden hand appeared, locking and killing everything, showing a domineering color, shrouding the existence of these two virtual gods. So strong. The throats of the two of them were also a little dry, but after all, false gods existed, and in an instant, they also pushed their mana to the extreme, and they did not dare to be careless. It's not that easy to kill the false god. One of them danced wildly with black hair, and the world changed. If it didn't erupt, it would be earth-shattering. Immediately, he burst out with a great magical power, and a palm shadow appeared in the sky, and the mighty force rushed towards Xuanhuan. All have to be killed. Xuanhuan stepped on the bottom of the sea without saying much. His big golden hand shook violently, burning out the golden holy flame, which shattered the palm shadow in the sky. Endless origins. It is the power of origin, and the most ancient origin is played, as if the essence of the universe appeared in an instant. As soon as the two false god mana collided with Xuanhuan, they were subjected to an irresistible force, and they were immediately sent flying out. Hateful. The two false gods also screamed in anger. They looked towards Yi Ling, who was being checked and balanced by Luo Yueying at this time, and the Kuan was still bombarding with the power of space with its tail from time to time. It was impossible to lend a helping hand to help them deal with Xuanhuan. Hateful. Although Yi Ling was one level higher than Luo Yueying's realm, Luo Yueying's fighting power was so powerful that he couldn't help the opponent. Sword of Rebellion. When the cultivation base reaches the false god, one can refine the king-grade artifact. However, ordinary false gods can only refine one piece, and only the extremely powerful ones can refine multiple king-grade artifacts. This Sword of Rebellion slashed with one blow, and the power was disordered, and it fell into chaos. Okay. The Great Bondage Technique. Whip of Binding. Another false god whipped out, and wrapped around Xuanhuan like a snake, trying to create a chance for another person to kill with one hit. The two king-grade artifacts just belong to me. Xuanhuan smiled when he saw the two king-grade artifacts, but in the eyes of the two, it turned into a devilish smile. He grabbed the Whip of Binding with one hand and the Sword of Rebellion with the other. The pair of gloves on his hand is also a royal artifact. The two were shocked. You must know that the grip of the God of War is only the top-level king-grade artifact. The two of them are only refined by the false god, and the quality is so much worse. In comparison, it is garbage. Breaking Thunder. Summoning Thunder, Xuanhuan smashed all the mana of the two with one palm with the power of destroying thunder, and sent them flying directly. Puff. One of them bears the brunt, and the bones on his body will be broken, which is extremely painful. Great battle technique, there is no emperor in heaven and earth. Xuanhuan condensed 9 styles in an instant, and an immortal, bright light burst out. His aura was like a heavenly emperor at the moment, consuming all the energy in the God of War pond, and the extremely strong mana turned into an extinct punch. What? Xuanhuan's body was tall and straight, standing majestically, and he smashed one person with one punch. The false god's mana couldn't resist this kind of bombardment, his body was shattered inch by inch, and in the end there was only one false god Yuanshan left, shivering. Even if the false god powerhouse is shattered, even if it is the primordial spirit, it has a very strong combat power. However, even his fleshly body was shattered, leaving only one primordial spirit left to do. Kill. Chu Yuan twisted the void with a palm. The Dao Yuanshan wanted to escape, but couldn't escape at all, and fell into his palm with a scream. Great phagocytosis. This primordial spirit was directly swallowed by him, and the rolling false god law turned into higher energy and filled the whole body. Devil, you are the devil. Seeing that Chu Yuan devoured the primordial spirit, the remaining void god's expression was distorted and fearful to the extreme, and he turned around and ran away. Late. How fierce is Chu Yuan's power? He stepped over in one step, and the mana burst out. Battle Emperor 9 forms. The 9 forms came out in unison. The power was like a wave, and one wave was stronger than the other, and all bombarded the false god. Although the power of the sacrifice disappeared, Chu Yuan swallowed a false god, and the power has skyrocketed to the limit, even stronger than just now. There is no emperor in heaven and earth. With a punch, the false god slammed into the eyes of the sea. I don't want to die here. This false god made a terrifying voice, and Chu Yuan was oppressed like a god of death. All kinds of magical powers. Chu Yuan displayed all kinds of magical powers at this moment, sweeping everything, under the grasp of the god of war, under the suppression of his destruction. This false god was oppressed, and his body turned into meat sauce. Boom! With an explosion, the primordial spirit mixed with flesh and blood was swallowed by Chu Yuan. The realm of the 2 false gods was directly killed and swallowed by Chu Yuan. He killed 2 false gods. Both Luo Yueying and Yi Ling were stunned in shock at the moment. Both of them were false gods, and they knew that the realm of false gods was difficult to kill, but now Chu Yuan burst out with invincible strength and killed 2 false gods, which made them feel Chu Yuan's tyranny deeply. Emperor Wu, so terrifying. Both of them are dead, you should die here too. He was almost able to break through to the psychic power. Chu Yuan had already calculated that if Yi Ling was cut off, he would be able to break through to the realm of psychic power. With the principle of the second layer of virtual gods, his vitality would be transformed into the most violent force. Power rushes away. You two are ruthless enough, this king has planted this time, and today you will win. Yi Ling's eyes flashed with monstrous anger. He didn't say anything ruthless, knowing that Luo Yueying suppressed him, and Tukong Mi Dao Kuan bombarded him a few times from time to time. If you add a Chu Yuan, he will not be an opponent at all. There's even a good chance of dying here. Don't go, you stay here with them too. Chu Yuan shouted loudly, how could he let Yi Ling leave? Let's not talk about breaking through the realm, just let him contact the Xuanhuan dynasty. He and Luo Yueying will encounter a lot of trouble. Moon Ling Guanghua. Luo Yueying also knew that Yi Ling couldn't escape. If you want to do it completely and kill them all here. Being able to achieve the position of sect master, she is naturally not an indecisive person. I want to kill this king to silence him, ha 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 ha, are you worthy too? Yi Ling laughed loudly, void shuttle, great teleportation technique. Before he came, he also thought of the possibility of failure, so he arranged a void formation. At this moment, a void passage suddenly appeared, and he was about to walk towards it in one step. Playing with the power of teleportation? Ridiculous. Chu Yuan's hands changed, the divine light flickered, and he walked away with one palm, and the void passage in front suddenly appeared distorted, producing extremely unstable characteristics. I also want to distort my void channel. Yi Ling drank sharply. Great sealing technique. Luo Yueying also let out a sneer. She pinched her 5 fingers, and a moon spirit mark appeared, which was the great sealing technique she inherited after the brand of the refining god. The combination of Chu Yuan's great cutting technique and Luo Yueying's great sealing technique directly broke his teleportation channel. #C264 Wheel of Death. As soon as the teleportation was broken, Yi Ling was shaken out of the void passage. His face was also scratched by the void fragments, and his facial features were twisted into a ball, roaring, "You two are forcing me to perish with you." This person was extremely decisive, and the mana became violent in an instant. "You have to die together, you have lost your best chance." When Xuanhuan laughed, he bombarded away with a force of doomsday natural disaster. One after another thunder turned into black, and with Yi Ling as the center, a destruction Jedi was formed. Fight. All language is pale. Yi Ling knew that today was the most dangerous time for him, and if he was careless, he would fall here. Rumbling, extremely violent power exploded on the seabed, and countless volcanoes erupted at the same time because of this fluctuation, interweaving into a splendid scene. Xuanhuan stepped out in one step, swallowing the mountains and rivers with anger, and the boundless luck formed a huge martial emperor god's mansion. He cut off with one finger and turned it into a large cutting technique, which directly cut Yi Ling's body and slashed him out. Supreme humanity. Xuanhuan chased away, with the power of the Supreme, and the tyrannical aura made Yi Ling actually dazed for a moment. The endless origin blasted out again, suddenly transformed into a domain that reversed everything, and Xuanhuan was in it, as if from a distant origin era. The palm of his hand opened up, and the entire seabed trembled for him. Then, he came to Yi Ling in an instant and slapped him. Although Yi Ling tried his best to resist, but at this time, Xuanhuan swallowed two false gods, and his mana had reached a critical point. Yi Ling was blown away again. But Xuanhuan has not given him a chance to breathe. Heaven and Earth Oven, Great Wu Guiyun, Supreme Human Sovereign. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face changed drastically. In front of him, Xuanhuan incarnates as the Supreme Human Sovereign. Like the sky, like the highest belief of the human race, his mana was frozen together at this moment, unable to face this unimaginable existence. Luo Yueying was also startled by Xuanhuan's aura, her eyes dazed. Yi Ling dodged again and used his mana to resist. But Xuanhuan slapped away with his palms. The heaven and earth oven carrying the immortal national fortune completely locked Yi Ling, and then the endless flames were contained in it. "Ah! You're going to burn me alive." The double pain of soul and body made Yi Ling let out a roar of rest. Xuanhuan's big hand seemed to be the furnace cover of the heaven and earth oven, which covered the oven and sealed Yi Ling inside. The heart-piercing screams came out, and as Yi Ling was refined, waves of energy mixed with laws impacted Xuanhuan's body. He himself has reached a tipping point. Yi Ling's energy is the most crucial point for flushing out a reservoir. Under the spirit realm, the huge savings began to be transformed into the infinite laws of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan stood there at this moment. The whole person was a giant pillar that opened the sky, and it was able to prop up the black and yellow of heaven and earth. Able to transcend God, power can transcend God, can already use the power of heaven and earth to suppress, has infinite power. He took a long breath, and the violent underwater turbulence turned into a big dragon, and then returned to calm, and the power of space inside was fully extracted by him. Yi Ling is dead. Seeing Yi Ling disappear into the oven, Luo Yueying's eyes froze. At the moment Yi Ling was refining, she clearly noticed that Xuanhuan's power had undergone a fundamental change, as if it had gone from one extreme to another. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be hanging up. Yes, beheading and refining the three false gods allowed me to break through to the psychic. Xuanhuan felt that there was a fundamental difference between the power of the gods and the status of gods. With the blessing of the human emperor sword, the combat power of the realm was comparable to the virtual god realm. Ding! The host completed the side quest to break through to the gods, and obtained 30,000 fate points, the advanced card of the King Grade Artifact X1, and the supreme supernatural power of the Death Wheel. The current fatality point surplus, 54,050 points. The Wheel of Life and Death, the ancient magical power, that all the heavens and the earth, all existences will continue to cycle with the power of the Wheel of Life and Death, and the cycle of life and death is endless. Immediately, a magical insight, called the Wheel of Death of the All-Life, poured into Chuyuan's mind. The scene in front of him suddenly changed greatly, and he saw an incomparably huge roulette with endless scenes on it, as if the universe was spinning because of the power of this wheel, turning into a twisted spiral. The Wheel of Death. Chuyuan's eyes widened. Although it is not the magical power of the 3000 Daos, it is also an ancient and supreme martial art that involves the heavens. This is a breakthrough in a big realm, a reward made by the system. 30,000 fate points are needed to break through each realm of the spiritual realm. The system prompted at this time. In exchange for a realm. Chuyuan did not hesitate. After deducting 30,000 fate points, his realm broke through to the second level of spirituality. Ding! The current branch has been released, and the host's strength has been raised to the false god realm. After this branch was completed, Chuyuan came to another branch. Come to the branch again. Chuyuan Xing Yan Daiyue. Looking at the advanced card of the King-grade artifact in the system space, I did not rush to improve, but looked at Luo Yueying, Sect Master Luo. All these profound pearls of the sea belong to you, and I will not want any of them. With a wave of his hand, Songhai Xianzhu flew towards Luo Yueying. This time, if Luo Yueying didn't check Yi Ling first, let him swallow 2 false gods, and his mana would increase, it would be impossible to kill Yi Ling. And this is what Luo Yueying deserved. After all, without her information, Chuyuan would not know about it. Okay, then this sect will be accepted. Luo Yueying nodded. As for the treasures of these 3 people, it belongs to Emperor Wu. These dozens of Songhai profound pearls are worth 5 or 6 pieces of royal artifact, and Luo Yueying took a big advantage this time. She waved her hand, and the Songhai profound pearl fell into her hands, causing a smile to appear on her face, and said, "If there is no Emperor Wu this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to get that Songhai profound pearl. I will go to Wuqing to invite Emperor Wu. This move is the right move. Without Sect Master Luo, I wouldn't get such a big benefit." Chuyuan said. "Emperor Wu can just call me Moon Shadow," Luo Yueying said. The collaboration between the two also produced some subtle changes. She and Chuyuan cooperated to kill the false god of the Xuanhuan dynasty. If this is spread out, it will definitely be a big event that will disturb the 5 profound domains, and the entire Xuanhuan dynasty will be alarmed. It is precisely because of this cooperation that not only Dao and Zanyuzong, but even she feels that her relationship with Chuyuan has become closer. "Alright, I'll call you Moon Shadow." Chuyuan nodded. "This time we also cut grass and roots, and we didn't let anyone leave. No one will know, but although they are dead, there is still the greatest treasure here, this Kongmi Dao Kuan." "Kongmi Dao Kuan, where else do you want to go?" Chuyuan shook his hands and looked at Kongmi Dao Kuan, who was about to escape into the void, and a mana that blocked and twisted was suppressed. #C265 Gold Swallowing Beast. Kongmi Dao Kuan shivered all over, and it instinctively felt that this man was more terrifying than the previous group of people. Innate supernatural powers travel through the void. Its body seemed to melt into it, disintegrating like water, and instantly became illusory. Luo Yueying's eyes flashed, and then he saw Chuyuan wave his hand, and the void distorted and solidified, forming a bubble that sealed Kongmi Dao Kuan inside. She is also ashamed of this kind of manipulation of the power of the void. "Kongmi Dao Kuan, don't leave, become my emperor beast." Chuyuan exudes an aura of an emperor that devours the galaxy and traverses the 8 deserts. Kongmi Dao Kuan shivered and made a whimpering sound. Kongmi Dao Kuan feeds on space, and when he grows up, his body becomes a secret space, comparable to the existence of gods. Chuyuan's mind moved. He took out a few space fruits, and said to Kongmi Dao Kuan, "Come, eat this for you." Kongmi Dao Kuan seemed to smell the deliciousness of the space fruit, and fluttered over, as if he had forgotten his fear, opened his mouth, and swallowed the space fruit at once, and then its voice turned out to be cheerful. In that small space, Xuanhuan only got a few hundred space fruits, which are the essence of the power of the void. Kongmi Daokuan's favorite food is this kind of food. Be obedient, as long as you become my pet, you will have good things to eat every day. At this time, Xuanhuan seemed to be coaxing a child, taking out space fruits one by one and seducing Kongmi Daokuan. Although this Kongmi Daokuan has been born for thousands of years, it is really only in its infancy, and it is no different from a child. In order to subdue Kongmi Daokuan, Yi Ling had prepared a high-level spiritual pet contract. Now, in the palm of Xuanhuan, along with a burst of six-pointed starlight, it slowly covered Kongmi Daokuan's head. Kongmi Daokuan did not resist, it was eating the space fruit, and it was Xuanhuan who signed the spirit pet contract. Really a foodie. Xuanhuan originally thought that it would take more effort. Unexpectedly, as soon as this Kongmi Daokuan ate something, he forgot to struggle and obeyed obediently. This Kongmi Daokuan is very talented. It is comparable to a false god in childhood, a true god in growth, and a god in adulthood, but it is too fast. He managed to collect a few hundred space fruits, and in this dazzling effort, he was eaten by more than 30, and he was still wagging his tail, happily asking for it. There is always a price to pay if you want to cultivate Kongmi Daokuan. Xuanhuan thought so. He seems to have harvested a god's combat power in the future, but in fact, he wants Kongmi Daokuan to cultivate until the god of gods. No wonder Kongmi Daokuan is so powerful, but very few can live to adulthood. It is too much to eat, and it is necessary to bring treasures with space power to grow. Ding! The host completes the choice one, gets 500 fate points, and creates a blueprint X1 with the empty wings. Sumi Escape Air Wing, Special Equipment Blueprint. The mechanic master imitated the wings researched by the Kongmi Daokuan clan, inlaid with divine stones that could fly in the sky, and activated the emptiness skills, similar to the Kongmi Daokuan clan melting into the void. This turned out to be an imitation of the construction drawings of the Kongmi Daokuan clan. Xuanhuan took a look at the introduction. The materials used for the creation of the virtual wings are different, and the quality of the inlaid divine stones is different, and the greater the power they possess. That is to say, if it is inlaid with a royal stone and a king stone, the power that erupts is completely different. Although warriors can fly in the sky when they reach the primordial spirit realm, they always have to consume mana. But this void escape wing is different, it doesn't need to spend its own mana, it uses divine stones for energy, it is faster, and it also has equipment skills. Xuanhuan has already thought about how spectacular it would be if he gave each of his army a pair of wings, it would be so terrifying. At this time, Kongmi Daokuan shook his tail and vomited something. However, Xuanhuan saw that it was a dark blue spar that was surging with the power of space. Void spar. Luo Yueying said in surprise, Kongmi Daokuan should have eaten some kind of fruit that contains the power of the void just now. I didn't expect it to eat the fruit and spit out the spar. It's really amazing. Kongmi Daokuan devoured the source power in the space fruit, and condensed the space power into pieces of spar to Xuanhuan to spit out. I didn't expect you to eat the fruit and spit out the spar, which has a big effect. Xuanhuan looked happy. The most basic material for the void escape wing is the void spar. He was also worried about how to get a lot of void spar, and this Kongmi Daokuan brought him a surprise. Now the more he looks at Kongmi Daokuan, the more pleasing to the eye. However, if Kongmi Daokuan wants to eat everything, it must contain the power of space, and it is too cherished. Even I can't supply it too much. This is a giant beast that swallows gold, unless it directly finds a small space for it to swallow, it can make it full, but how can it be so easy to find in a small space? Xuanhuan shook his head. Something that contains the power of space. Luo Yueying thought for a moment and said, I might know where to find it. Moon Shadow, please speak. Northern Profound Territory. Luo Yueying said, Beijing Xuanyu is a bit special. There is a kind of stone containing the power of the void, which exists in the mines, and is often extracted to condense the void spar, which may allow Kongmi Dao Kun to eat it. Something works. Of course, that kind of ore can only be used as ordinary food. If you want to make the Shumi Dao Kun grow rapidly, you still need to devour high-quality space fetishes. Let it eat rocks. Chu Yuan nodded. I think this is feasible. Quantitative change produces qualitative change. There is a small space inside Kongmi Dao Kun, and everything can be eaten. After signing the spirit pet contract, Chu Yuan felt that there was a chaotic small space in Kongmi Dao Kun's alone. If Kongmi Dao Kun reaches the heavenly god realm, it will become a small world where living beings can exist. One flower, one world, one belly, one space. As long as Kongmi Dao Kun goes through the most difficult stage of growth, when he reaches adulthood, even a dozen gods can't help it. I know a few people in Xuanhuan, maybe I can help Emperor Wu. Although Luo Yueying was a little envious of Kongmi Dao Kun, she also knew that she couldn't afford this gold-swallowing beast. It is too difficult, to raise it to adulthood, even more difficult than becoming a god yourself. It is better to help Chu Yuan this time and bring the relationship between one country and one country closer again. That's good. Since that's the case, I will go to the North Profound Territory for a walk, then I will trouble Yueying. Chu Yuan said. No trouble. Luo Yueying smiled. At this moment, Kongmi Dao Kun suddenly fluttered. Oh? You said you could take us to Xuanhuan. Chu Yuan can roughly understand some simple meanings of Kongmi Dao Kun, so he said, Yueying, the sky battleship has also been seated, and this Kongmi Dao Kun has not been seated yet. This time we ride on Kun and take a look at the sky. Color within. Hashtag C266 Prison Army. This time riding a Kun. Although it is young and somewhat ignorant, it also knows that Chu Yuan is taking it to eat. When there is something good, it is naturally happy. Immediately, the void in front of him became hazy. Kongmi Dao Kun directly regarded the interior of the void as an ocean and escaped in, and then Chu Yuan and Luo Yueying saw the bright, beautiful, and dreamy scene inside the void. In that pitch-black environment, there were streaks of colorful streamers, moving backwards towards both sides. This streamer is a crystal of void. Ordinary people, even if the false god wants to walk in the void, have to pay a great deal of mana, and they must also guard against the power of the turbulent flow of the void. But Kongmi Dao Kun does not need it, because it is the darling of the void itself. Just like walking on the ground, it is an instinct. And it also actively condensed a space shield, so that Chu Yuan and Luo Yueying were not affected by the power of the void. Riding a Kun and seeing the interior of the space, this is something that many people envy, and there are beauties accompanying them. Emperor Wu has this Kongmi Dao Kun that is really enviable. This is a divine beast of space, the overlord of the void. With it, it is like a duck to water in the void. Luo Yueying looked at the interior of the rapidly receding void and smiled. Hearing what she said, Chu Yuan felt that there were indeed a lot of mythical beasts in Dao. Not only dragon and phoenix, but now there is Kongmi Dao Kun. I let this Kun spend a few more days with Yueying? Chu Yuan asked. Forget it, Kongmi Dao Kun's appetite is too big, and I can't afford it. Eating ore is just a transition. If you really want to make it stronger, you must eat treasures such as space. Luo Yueying knew that if she wanted to raise this Kongmi Dao Kun, it would definitely bring down the Covering Moon sect, and said, Emperor Wu, this Kongmi Dao Kun can have a name. Kun Kun? Little Kun Kun? Chu Yuan pondered and said with a serious face, the nickname can be called Xiao Kun Kun, and the big name I gave it the Dewu Kingdom surname Chu Kun, and the title can be Emperor Kun. Little Kun Kun? After Luo Yueying heard it, the fairy-like face also smiled. She didn't expect that Emperor Wu, who has always been majestic, ruthless, and domineering, would have such a sense of humor. This little Xuanhuan was truly a joy. Emperor Xuan, Xuan of the Emperor. Emperor Xuan, go to Bike Xuanyu. Yuan fed it a few space fruits. Kongmi Dao Xuan was more cheerful and ran faster. The speed of Kongmi Dao Xuan's shuttle in the void is much faster than that of the sky battleship. After all, it is a cross-regional trip. It will take a while to get to Bike Xuanyu. Yuan is not idle at this time. Looking at the advanced card of the king-grade artifact in the system space, he pondered which artifact to upgrade to the king first. Taste. Option 1, raise the Wing of Profound Spirit to king grade, get 500 fate points and 50,000 Profound Spirit army. Option 2, raise the Suppressing Prison conferring God Steel to king grade, get 500 fate points and 50,000 Prison Suppression army. Yuan knew that if he wanted to obtain special arms like the Grip of the God of War, he would not be able to upgrade with an advanced card, but would need the system to pop up a God-level option. Shanling Army, Prison Suppression Army. Yuan secretly said, improve the steel of Suppressing Prison and Conferring Gods. The Suppressing Prison and Conferring God steel is advancing. Successful advancement of the Suppressing Prison and Conferring God steel. In the system space, the ancient and gloomy colors permeated the steel of Suppressing Prison and Conferring Gods. The 6 ancient steels were constantly rotating, and ripples spread out, just like the most terrifying stone of hell. After the Suppressing Prison and Conferring God steel advanced to Wang Pin, Yuan looked at the skill introduction. In addition to the enhancement of the 2 previous skills, he also discovered a new skill. God's Prison, dedicate 50,000 prison troops, open the realm of God's prison, seal the gods, and suppress all demons. Just reading this introduction, Yuan felt that it was somewhat similar to the grip of the God of War. But one is to bless itself, and the other is to transform into the realm of hell. Ding! The host makes a choice and gets 500 fate points and 50,000 prison guards. At this moment, 50,000 prison guards appeared in the system space. These 50,000 prison guards were all dressed in gloomy armor, like the existence of suppressing hell. Suppressing hell and banning the gods seems to be the purpose of the prison army. Prison Suppression Army, the system creates special units. Taking the steel of suppressing the prison and conferring the gods as the pond for the suppression of the prison, the gloomy atmosphere of hell is cultivated and created. After each prison suppressing army is damaged, they can return to the prison suppressing pool to recover or recultivate, with a maximum limit of 50,000. Remarks: the suppressing prison conferring God monument has been improved, the prison suppressing pool has been improved, and the strength of the prison suppressing army has been improved. And the previous description of the God of War. An incomparably gloomy aura emanated from the 50,000 prisoners at this moment. Yuan saw that the strongest commander had reached the false god realm, and there were 9 other gods. This prison suppression army is also a second-level army. With the improvement of my realm, there will be different improvements. The highest level of the king's artifact will also be a true god. Yuan secretly said. He looked at the 50,000 God of War army, in stark contrast to the prison suppression army. One is invincible, and the other is invincible. In the same way, the strength of the commander of the God of War army has also reached the false god realm. His breakthrough this time is not only the increase in his own strength, but also the strength of the 2 second-level arms rewarded by the system, which can be called the strongest combat power of Dao. However, what he cares most about is not the strength of the 2 armies, but the artifact skills, which are more terrifying than their own usefulness. The false god has doubled. Just after Kongmi Dao Xuan traveled in the void for 5 or 6 days. Yuan looked at Luo Yueying next to him. Her body was shrouded in a hazy moonlight, like a mysterious girl of the moon. After absorbing half of the profound pearl of the sea, she quickly broke through the realm of a false god. To know that she broke through to false god is still a very short time. Although she has the effect of the Songhai Profound Pearl, she can break through so quickly, which is enough to show that her talent is extremely strong, and she deserves to have the possibility of becoming a true god. Congratulations. Xuanhuan said. My small realm breakthrough is nothing. Luo Yueying opened her eyes, shook her head and said, It's Emperor Wu, which makes me more and more incomprehensible. It's unreal and unreal, making it impossible for people to speculate. Haha, my situation is rather special. Xuanhuan said. In the realm of false god, in addition to having talent and opportunity, it also requires a lot of medicinal pills, both of which are indispensable. Luo Yueying said. Pills are easier to solve than chance. If you, Yueying, want to refine any pills used in the false god realm, you can come to Dao to find me. After all, if the occult moon sect is stronger, I will have stronger allies by my side. Xuanhuan and Luo Yueying have been in contact these days, and they also have some deep friendship with each other. Then thank you Emperor Wu. Luo Yueying nodded. Indeed, after beheading Yi Ling, the relationship between her and Xuanhuan became much closer. Kongmi Dao Kuan continued to shuttle in the void, and after a few days passed, Xuanhuan felt a bone-chilling chill in the outside world. Xuanhu has arrived. Luo Yueying has already seen the scene outside the void, where the sky is full of snow. Has the North Profound Territory arrived? Among the 5 profound territories, the North Profound Territory has the most peculiar scenery, which is completely different from the other 4 territories. At this time, Xuanhuan and Luo Yueying left the void and arrived at Xuanhu. #C267 by mine. In the northern profound region, heavy snow is flying. In the sky, snowflakes the size of goose feathers were falling densely. The entire northern profound region is a world of ice and snow, with ice fields everywhere. I have long heard that the North Profound region is a world of ice and snow, which is very different from the other 4 regions. Today, I have seen it. Seeing such a snowflake, Xuanhuan sighed. There are only snow seasons and snow-free seasons in the North Profound region. It snows for half a year. It is said that the reason for this is that there is a force from the source of the ice road that oppresses the void here and transmits the force in. It is precisely in this way, this place is rich in ores, with spatial attributes. Luo Yueying also seemed to like snow. The snowflakes fell on her body, and she did not deliberately block her with mana, but carefully realized the different feelings brought by the snow. It's amazing. Xuanhuan said. Emperor Wu, we are going to Lingxue City this time. City Lord Lingxue and Master are friends, and we need to use her to buy ore. Luo Yueying's situation towards Xuanhu is better than Xuanhuan's. Xuanhuan nodded. Little Kuan, come to the Jade Seal first. Xuanhuan took out the Jade Seal. Since the inside of the Jade Seal has absorbed the origin of the small space, the interior is also a cave of its own. Moreover, Kongmi Dao Kuan constantly breathes out the breath of space, which can also make the small space in the Jade Seal more stable. Walk. The 2 quickly flew towards Lingxueqing. Lingxueqing is also a big city in Xuanhu. I saw a huge city above a vast ice field in front of me, which was completely made of ice that has not melted for 10,000 years. There are also many people in the city. The people here all have an icy temperament. This is because they are basically practicing ice-type exercises. In the special environment in the Beixian domain, it is like a duck in water. It can be said that the entire northern profound region is their natural main battlefield, and they can exert a strength higher than their own realm. Rare guest, how could Sect Master Luo come to visit my Lingxue city today? Just as Xuanhuan and Luo Yueying entered Lingxueqing, a middle-aged woman in a white fur coat came smiling and saw Xuanhuan next to her. Sect Master Luo, who is this friend, don't tell me. Introduce? Emperor Wu of the Great Wu Dynasty in Dongxian region. Luo Yueying said. Great Emperor Wu. Ling Xueqing's major is as high as the third level of false god. At this time, he looked at Qu Yuan with a solemn expression. Would it be simple for a man who could come with Luo Yueying? I'm the city lord Ling Xue. I don't know if Emperor Wu came from a long way from Dongxian this time. What is the need for my help? Ling Xueqing's main road. I also don't go in circles with city lord Ling. I learned from Yueying that there is a mine with spatial attributes in Xuanhuan, so this time I came here for this matter. Qu Yuan said directly. That kind of mine. City lord Ling Xue said, this kind of mine is very common in Xuanhuan. How much does Emperor Wu need? I can give it to you. She was able to get along well in the northern profound territory. In addition to her high level of cultivation, what was more important was that she had a wide range of friends. She had friends in the 5 profound territories. Obviously, she wanted to make friends with Qu Yuan. No, you got me wrong, I want to buy a few mines. Qu Yuan said. You want to buy mines? City Lord Ling Xue was also surprised. Although the ore is not valuable, it is expensive to buy a mine. After all, a mine can extract a large amount of void spar. Void spar is a good thing, and can be used to refine various space fetishes. I won't take it for nothing. What does City Lord Ling want, a divine stone or an elixir? Qu Yuan has a great appetite this time. City Lord Ling, Emperor Wu can get the divine elixir of the king's rank, and the Dao dynasty is good at alchemy, that is, the elixir of the king's rank sold by the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce recently came from the Dao dynasty. Luo Yueying chimed in from the side. Could it be that the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce has come up with a lot of Wang Pinch and Dan recently? Are they all from the Dao dynasty? The business of the Xuanhuan Chamber of Commerce in the 5 profound domains is interconnected. City Lord Ling Xue was also very surprised, and then thought for a while, if Emperor Wu can come up with enough king-grade pills, I can sell a few mines in my territory to Emperor Wu. She wouldn't be able to sell it if it was just divine stones, but divine pills were different. The stronger the power, the more territory you can occupy. In particular, divine pills that enhance their strength are even more rare. That's enough. Qu Yuan took out some jade bottles, which contained the most useful medicinal herbs for false god cultivation. Enough, enough. City Lord Ling Xue carefully took these pills, checked them, and looked overjoyed. She has been trapped in the false god triple layer for a long time, and if there is an elixir, she can even make a breakthrough in a few years. A few mines are nothing for a breakthrough in the realm. Emperor Wu, I'll take you to see the mines. City Lord Ling Xue naturally wouldn't play with Qu Yuan's thoughts. Immediately, the 3 of them came to a mountain that stretched for hundreds of miles. Many people were digging the ice and mining light blue stones. Under the refraction of the iceberg, this mine is also light blue, the crystallization of the void. In my territory, there are 3 such mines. Since they were sold to Emperor Wu can mine them freely. City Lord Ling Xue realized that a good relationship with Qu Yuan was far more important than a few mines. Okay, let your people come out. Qu Yuan grabbed it with a big hand, and with a rumbling sound, he moved a mountain range more than 10 miles into the great Wu Yushi. Kongmi Dao Kuan suddenly saw this mountain range of more than 10 kilometers come in, and the faint space attribute that permeated it made it intoxicated. He quickly ate it, and actually ate half of it in a few breaths. He just stopped his mouth and slowly digested. Qu Yuan glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Buying a few mountains is not enough for this foodie. But what made Qu Yuan's face slightly happy was that Kongmi Dao Kuan quickly spit out the crystal stones. What is eaten is stone and what is spit out is gold. This time, buy a large enough amount at one time, so that you can eat enough, and spit out more void spar for me. How terrifying the power of Qu Yuan. Under the shroud of his great devouring technique, the entire mountain range was absorbed like a dragon, and then rose from the ground, entering into his system space. There are also 2 mines. Xuanhuan used the same method to collect all of them into the system space and store them for Komi Dao Kuan. It's still not enough. Xuanhuan let out such a sigh. The 3 mines are only enough for Komi Dao Kuan to eat for a few months. The gold-swallowing beast is so terrifying. City Lord Ling Shui saw that the corners of her mouth were also twitching. She did not expect that Xuanhuan would directly use this method to take away all 3 mines. Although the false god powerhouse has the power to move mountains and fill the sea, it is enough to see the horror of this person if he can do it as easily as Xuanhuan. She estimates that her strength is not half of this person's. Still, do you still want it? City Lord Ling Shui said, however, there is no more in my territory. I really need it. Since I'm here, I can buy 1 at a time. Xuanhuan said lightly, City Lord Ling, you are more familiar with Baixuanyu than me. You can help me see where there are other mines that can be sold. It will benefit me. I won't treat you badly. For this gold-swallowing beast, Xuanhuan wants to buy at once. #C268 North Night Palace. Just contact other city lords? City Lord Ling Shui said with a smile, that is naturally very happy, as long as Emperor Wu can get the magic pill, I think those city owners will be very happy to sell it. After all, there is no shortage of mines in the North Profound region, but the magic medicine is lacking. Frozen, divine pills are hard to find. I think what Emperor Wu really needs is the origin of space, and I don't have it here, but those big chambers of commerce, such as the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, I know that they plan to hold an auction in a few days, and there are several space fetishes among them. City Lord Ling Shui provided the news. The Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, I am very familiar with it. Although Xuanhuan could go back and let Ningguan help him collect it, it would take time to come and go. Not to mention Kongmi Dao Kuan, even he also needs a lot of void spar to create the void wing. I can lead the way and lead Emperor Wu to the headquarters of Qianquan Chamber of Commerce in Baixuanyu. Ling Xueqing said. But before Xuanhuan went to the Beixianyu branch, a large number of hurrying figures appeared outside Lingxue City. Emperor Wu came to Baixuanyu, why didn't you notify the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce first? And the old man could bring someone to greet him, so he was in such a hurry. The people from Xuanhuan were still in Lingxueqing, and the people from the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce came. Among them, a white-haired old man walked in front, but his cultivation had reached the terrifying 6th level of false god. Seeing Xuanhuan, his old face also bloomed with a smile. There were also 5 or 6 false gods who followed him, and they were all big figures in the headquarters of Baixuanyu. It was no secret that Xuanhuan came this time. There was also a branch of the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce in Lingxueqing. As soon as he knew that Xuanhuan had arrived in Baixuanyu, he immediately notified the headquarters. So grand. City Lord Ling Shui widened his eyes. This is too inspiring. The people from the headquarters came to her city and met Xuanhuan like a saint. For the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, other false gods are just VIPs to them, but Xuanhuan is their god of wealth, and they can't wait to make offerings directly every day. Without him, there would not be so many king-grade divine pills in the 5 great profound realms recently. Don't you think it's a little weird? For the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, Emperor Wu is their big gold lord. You can ignore other forces, but you can't ignore Emperor Wu. You are not in Dongguanyueu, so you don't know the situation. Luo Yueying said aside. City Lord Ling Shui nodded, then said, Today, all the distinguished guests have gathered in my small Lingxue city. Everyone, please come and sit in the hall. I have already brewed the specialty of Beixianyu, Ice Lotus tea for you. City Lord Ling is very polite. After everyone entered the hall, the old man looked at Xuanhuan with a smile, the old man, Bai Yehua, is the president of the Northern Profound Territory. Since Emperor Wu has come to the Northern Profound Territory, it is better to stay for a few more days to see the scenery of the Northern Territory, and the old man is also preparing for the branch. Come down to the banquet, and then you must show your face. I also came suddenly, let's not talk about the banquet. Chu Yuan could naturally see his thoughts and said with a smile, I came to Bai Xuanyu because I have something to trouble President Bai. If there is trouble, it is not troublesome. The affairs of Emperor Wu are the affairs of my Qianquan Chamber of Commerce. Bai Yehua continued, even if Emperor Wu wants to build a capital here, as a capital, this old man can do it for Emperor Wu right away. I can afford to give Emperor Wu any benefits from Dong Xianyu. There was also some resentment in his eyes. It seems that on the day of the grudge, why didn't Chu Yuan come to him directly? 5 profound domains, 5 divisions. The Dongguanyueyu branch has been in the limelight recently because of Chu Yuan's Wang Pin Shendan. Even if he wants to get more medicine pills, he has to look at the face of Ning Wan's little girl, which makes his old face a little difficult to hang. Ning Wan also because of her contribution, the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce headquarters is interested in cultivating her, and is already helping her break through the false gods. Let's talk about important things first, President Bai. I came here this time to ask for some sacred objects that contain the origin of space. I heard that you are going to hold an auction, and there is a sacred object. I am willing to exchange the magic pill. Chu Yuan said, as long as it can meet my needs, everything is easy to say. It's too outlandish to say this. That sacred object will not be auctioned, and will be given directly to Emperor Wu. Bai Yehua waved his hand, extremely lavish. City Lord Ling Shui was also dumbfounded. It was a space fetish object used for the finale. It was worth a lot of divine stones. Bai Yehua said that he would give it away. I am afraid that even a true god would not receive this treatment. What else Emperor Wu needs, the old man can do it for you. Bai Yehua rode. Any space divine artifact in Bai Xuanyu, I hope President Bai can trade it to me first, medicine pill is not a problem. Chu Yuan said. This is not a problem. Bai Yehua's old face also bloomed with a smile. Due to the special environment, the medicinal materials here are poor, but the space fetish is a special product of the Northern Profound region. Bai Yehua will not let go of this good opportunity to directly trade with Chu Yuan. I will personally send someone here to build the Dao Chamber of Commerce, and then I will rely on President Bai. Chu Yuan was already planning to extend De Wu's hand into Bai Xianyu. No problem, I have been prepared by the Great Martial Chamber of Commerce for a long time. I am afraid that Emperor Wu will not come. Bai Yehua agreed immediately. The Dao Chamber of Commerce and the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce do not conflict. They are mainly engaged in transit business. A large part of them are transferred from the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce and purchased through their channels. Mutual benefit. Bai Yehua knew that Dao was a dynasty after all, and even if he set up a Chamber of Commerce, it was only for the benefit of his own country, and he didn't have the heart to set up a big Chamber of Commerce that spanned the eternal world. This sect also has some business that I would like to discuss with the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce. Luo Yueying said. Oh? This should be the sect master Luo of the Covering Moon sect. Such a young false god, less than 100 years old, I am really envious of this old man. In the future, he may become a true god and become a very famous person. Bai Yehua squinted his eyes and said, Sect Master Luo is here with Emperor Wu this time. No problem, what do you want to wrap around this old man? There were other meanings in his words, and a disrespectful smile appeared on his face. It will take some time for things to be ready. If Emperor Wu wants anything else, just talk to the old man, including future cooperation. Bai Yehua is very enthusiastic. Chu Yuan and Luo Yueying's faces were indifferent, knowing that this is a person who can't afford to pay early. After waiting in Lingshuicheng for a few hours, Bai Yehua prepared everything and delivered it to Chu Yuan in person. With a smile on his face, he said, "This time it's too hasty, otherwise there will be more. If Emperor Wu is not in a hurry to go back, but wait a few more days, the old man will continue to collect for Emperor Wu." "I'm not in a hurry." Chu Yuan nodded. "The development of Dao has been on the right track, and it is not bad in the past few days. Is this sect Master Luo?" At this time a few psychic powerhouses suddenly came to Lingshuicheng, with a high-level demeanor. Although they saw City Lord Lingxue, this virtual god powerhouse, there was no fear on his face. "People from Bei Palace." City Lord Lingxue frowned. "In Baixuanyu, Bei Palace is the most powerful, and its status is like the Dongxian dynasty in Dongxian, even stronger than Dongxian dynasty." She was also very bad-looking in her heart. When she came to her Lingshuicheng, she actually broke in directly without reporting it. "What's the matter with you?" Luo Yueying said lightly. "Sect Master Luo, please stay. Our young master of Bei Palace learned that Sect Master Luo came to Baixuanyu, so we wanted to show the friendship of landlords and invited Sect Master Luo to a feast held in Bei Palace. The unique scenery of Xuanhu, the polar night in the northern region." Although these psychic realms seem to be inviting, there is actually a sense of coercion and toughness in their tone. #C269 Arctic Night. This is an invitation from our young palace master, and I also asked Sect Master Luo to give this face. Be sure to accept it, and participate in this grand event in the Northern Territory, otherwise, it will be difficult for us to communicate with each other after we go back. A golden invitation card was brought between these psychic conversations. The North Night Palace has a lot of eyeliner. You will know it soon after Sect Master Luo arrived. City Lord Lingxue snorted coldly. "Haha, this Baixuanyu is the site of our Bei Palace after all. Sect Master Luo is here, how can we not know? City Lord Ling, please don't care. Those who pass the gods." "Humph, when did Baixuanyu become his Bei Palace's territory?" City Lord Lingshue's face was very unhappy. "Tell you the young palace master that his heart has been accepted by the sect, but the sect has other important things, so he will not attend the conference. After all, the sect is not a person from the North Profound Territory, and the event has nothing to do with the sect." An aura from the second layer of the false god suddenly radiated out and was directly shocked away. Luo Yueying did not accept the invitation. False god realm. The complexion of these psychics changed suddenly, and then said, "Okay, we will bring Sect Master Luo's words, but we still hope that Sect Master Luo can go." They also knew that Luo Yueying had become a false god, so it was not something they could coerce, and that the Covering Moon sect was not a force in the Eastern Profound region, and could not scare her. The young palace master also said that he loves Sect Master Mu Luo very much. They left after saying this. Northern Region event? Emperor Wu may not know, I forgot to say that every few decades, there will be a polar night scene in Baixuanyu, which is very strange. I can't say exactly how to say it. Bei Palace is detecting the polar night. It will appear, and a grand event in the Northern Territory will be held. City Lord Ling Shui snorted coldly, but this so-called Northern Territory event is to invite those forces that obey the orders of Bei Palace. In the past 100 years, Bei Palace has increasingly regarded itself as the master of Baixuanyu. I think a war will break out sooner or later. This sect is also not interested in participating in the Northern Territory Conference and helping to enter the Northern Profound Territory. Luo Yueying shook her head. How smart she is, of course she knows the purpose of the young palace master's invitation to her. If there is a real war in the North Profound Territory, I might go to the East Profound Territory to take refuge, and I will trouble Emperor Wu and Sect Master Luo to take me in. City Lord Ling Shui knew that the Northern Night Palace was powerful. It's natural. Chu Yuan said, if City Lord Ling Xue is willing to join our great martial arts, then it will be better. When I can't stay in Xuanhuan any longer, I will consider it. City Lord Ling Xue also said casually, however, the two of you must not miss this polar night scenery. In fact, the reason for this kind of environment in Xuanhuan is because of the polar night in the northern region that has happened once in the past few decades. Yes, if you miss it, you will regret it for decades. Bai Yehua is also inviting. It will take a few days for the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce to gather all kinds of space fetishes. Can Yue Ying stay and accompany me to watch this polar night in the Northern Territory? Chu Yuan nodded, he was also interested in the Northern Territory. Jia. Come together, we should go back together. Luo Yueying did not refuse. TSK, the young palace master of Bei Palace did not agree to the invitation, and Emperor Wu stayed as soon as he agreed. The two are really advancing and retreating together. City Lord Ling Xue said in a strange voice. Northern Territory Polar Night is just a few days ago. Bai Yehua said aside. Then wait a few days. And while waiting for the polar night in the northern region, Chu Yuan fed various space fetishes obtained from the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce to Kongmi Dao Kuan to eat. After eating it, Kongmi Dao Kuan only grew a little in size, and it was not far from the maturity stage after childhood. If he hadn't eaten the space fetish, he would be able to spit out the void spar. Chu Yuan really felt that it was difficult to raise. This Kongmi Dao Kuan does not know how much to eat if it wants to enter the mature stage. It is best to eat a small space like the one found in Nanxianyu. Chu Yuan shook his head when he saw the cheerful Kongmi Dao Kuan in the Yushi space. Kongmi Dao Kuan will sleep for a period of time before entering the mature stage. The system said, it should be early. However, with the Kongmi Dao Kuan, I can use these spar to create a virtual air wing. A pair of crystal wings emitting a hazy blue light suddenly popped out from behind Chu Yuan. When flying, they would bring out the brilliance of the void, as if they were marked with dazzling light and shadow special effects, which was extremely peculiar. Empty space. Chu Yuan tested the special effects of Sunmi Escape. After being activated, the wings will wrap themselves up and travel a certain distance in the void. According to the quality of the God Stone, the distance of the shuttle will be different. Very good skill. Chu Yuan looked excited. Whether it is escaping or chasing, Sunmi Escape Wing is so perfect. Mass production. It must be mass-produced so that everyone has a pair of wings, and everyone has a pair of wings. Chu Yuan said, spit out more void spar, and I will collect more space objects for you. Good. Without Kongmi Dao Kuan, Chu Yuan would have to spend a lot of effort to get a lot of void spar. Now it can not only build the void escape air wing, but also make the void Dao Kuan increase its strength. This is simply the best of both worlds, a two-pronged approach. In the future, Chu Yuan will have an army of void, and he will follow him to conquer the 5 domains, and even the entire eternal world. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. On this day, the drifting blizzard suddenly disappeared. The polar night in the northern region has begun. The originally bright sky dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if someone had pulled down a black curtain and went directly from day to night. But the most peculiar thing is that although it is dark night, it is not dim and has bright colors. Chu Yuan saw that there were countless stars in the sky. The power of the polar night in the northern region has changed the environment of a region. Luo Yueying said aside. There is something strange about this northern polar night. At this moment, countless stars in the sky are getting brighter and brighter. His eyes tried to look at it, and he found that it was not an ordinary void. It seemed that there was a huge force squeezing the universe, affecting the northern profound territory, and a dazzling light like a multiverse spread out. Swish! An extremely bright white light came. The void seemed to be split open, and countless white lights poured out. But if you look closely, it is not a white light at all, it is a white cold air, emitting an extremely icy cold, piercing the bone marrow, and then shattered into a white mist, making the already cold Bei Xuanyu the temperature plummeted again. He spread his spiritual sense into it. He could feel that as soon as his divine sense entered, the invisible power was frozen into substance. That's a long river. Luo Yueying pointed to the sky. A mighty force swept across the sky, as if it was higher in the cosmic space, squashing the universe, as if a white galactic river flowed in the universe. What a cold power! Chu Yuan's expression changed greatly, and he said in surprise, if my guess is correct, it is a long river of origin related to ice in the 3000 avenues, and this is the reason for the polar night in the Northern Territory. #C270 Frozen God Emperor. Chu Yuan has experienced the power of various origins and rivers many times with the supernatural power fruit, and is very familiar with this kind of fluctuation. The so-called source river, that is the source power in each avenue magical power, gathered into a boundless long river situation, existing in a layer of heaven. That's right, although the sky is white, Chu Yuan can clearly see that it is a long river flowing from a distant time and space. The origin of the ice road is long, and you can comprehend the great freezing technique, which can freeze thousands of miles, or even a world. The system said, each source river exists in a special time and space, and contains an incomparably huge power. The long river in front of me overlaps with the current universe when it flows and runs, and it is heavily oppressed to form a special multiverse. Mezzanine. It turns out that there is a kind of magical power, a long river of origin. Chu Yuan nodded. It is amazing to press the void of one side of the universe into the northern profound territory and change the environment of the world. He clearly felt that with the oppression of the source of the ice road, the long river, the void here became shorter and shorter, and the entire domain was filled with a layer of space power. It didn't take long for ice crystals to fall in the sky. This ice crystal is dark blue. Ice crystals mixed with space power. Looking at the vast sky, Chu Yuan has been forced out of multiple time and space. Little Kuan, eat these ice crystals, it will be of great use to you. He patted Kongmi Daokuan's head and let it eat by himself. Those are not ordinary ice crystals, but the origin of the ice Dao, the long river, which crushed the void of the universe and mixed it up and down. When will I grow up? Looking at Kongmi Daokuan, Chu Yuan was clear. If Kongmi Daokuan was allowed to wield the power of the void by himself, it would take tens of thousands of years to reach maturity. However, as long as there are a large number of space fetishes, this time can be shortened indefinitely. Space fetish, it is up to him to collect it, for Kongmi Daokuan. In the sky, there were also figures one after another, collecting ice crystals. There are even some powerful beings who have broken out of the sky, wanting to enter this special time and space. Moon shadow. We still need to wait for half an hour, and this long river will overlap with the current universe to a limit. At that time, a short-term void interlayer will be generated, and then we can enter the interlayer. Chu Yuan looked at this long river of origin and silently calculated the time. The source of the river. Luo Yueying's eyes flashed. In the northern profound territory, the most powerful magical power is the great ice sealing technique. It is rumored that only by seeing the northern territory extreme night can you practice. It was the first time she saw it, and her eyes were full of amazement. Half an hour passed in a flash. The current overlap of the void of the universe has reached its limit, making a sound like a crack in the sky. The space in front of me seemed to form bubbles one by one, and inside each bubble seemed to be a temporary small space. Let's go in. Chu Yuan's body moved, and his big hand was like a knife, and he slammed everything into the void in front of him. Scoff. Countless snowstorms surged out of the void, turned into ice-colored thunders, and slashed over in the most ferocious manner. He clearly felt that the surrounding void was distorted to the limit, and the strength of the virtual god was not enough to get involved here and would die. My dear, this is still the limit of space overlapping and pressing. It is as thin as a piece of paper, otherwise even the gods will never break the barriers to enter the source river. As soon as Xuanhuan arrived here, there was an endless storm, and the terrifying power turned into a heavy fist, and bombarded him fiercely. The polar night in the Northern Territory is a great opportunity, and at the same time, even if there is a fall of the false god, it will not be surprising at all. At this time, Xuanhuan used the grip of the god of war and the heavy fist to bombard fiercely. At the moment when the wave was rolling wildly, a figure broke through the barrier, as if entering a small independent world. Cold. It's extremely cold. Not only is the body cold, but even the soul will freeze. Under Xuanhuan's feet is a long white river, which is the most original ice power. Even the false god powerhouse cannot resist. When you get here, your mana will be consumed very quickly, and you will even be frozen and killed here. Woohoo! The sound of a hurricane roars. The environment here is too harsh. Those hurricanes must condense into substance, roll up the water of the ice road, and shoot them on your body, freezing you to death. It's terrifying. Here should just be the source river and the void squeeze each other, part of the power that penetrates. The power is less than 1/10, 000 of the real source river. It has this kind of power. If you can get a source river, I'm afraid you can completely control a road. Xuanhuan exclaimed. As soon as he came here, the devouring domain opened wide. Boom boom boom. The place where his power spreads, and the power of a stock source is being completely absorbed by him and transformed into the runes of the ice road. This rune is the Great Freeze technique. That's right, the purpose of Xuanhuan's entry here is to understand the Great Frozen technique and create an extra 3000 Dao supernatural power. Konmi Dao Kuan is also here, and the cold here seems to have no effect on it. It happily swims in the water of the source, constantly swallowing it. Xuanhuan saw Luo Yueying and nodded. Luo Yueying sat up in the sky, the hazy moonlight radiance on her body transformed into a vision of a god, making her immune to the erosion of this cold, and the changes in various spells were also comprehending the rune of the Great Ice Sealing technique. After tens of years of practice, one can become a virtual god, and it is recognized by the gods, which is enough to explain Luo Yueying's evil spirit. At this time, Xuanhuan sucked in the Great Devouring technique. A water dragon comes with a violent impact, no matter if you are under the power of ice, as long as you are transformed by the swallowing technique, you will become the most essential divine power perception. Endless origins. Calculate the Great Freeze with endless origins. At this moment, Xuanhuan is the god of origin. He seems to have seen at a glance the origin of this ice path at the beginning of its birth. Frozen world. With his own wisdom, he deduced the mysteries of the Great Frozen technique, and also deduced the frozen worlds, which were filled with the most terrifying blizzard. Time seems to have fallen into a standstill at this moment, making people forget the existence of time. Great Frozen technique. Xuanhuan waved his hand like an endless blizzard, freezing and killing everything. There was a mass of vitality in his palm. The white snowflakes were white, but there were also ice-colored gods and thunder surrounding them, which were extremely dazzling and mysterious. Anyone who is pulled into this group of vitality will suffer the baptism of ice, snow, and lightning. He devoured faster and faster. This opportunity is missed, and the next time you want to see it, you will have to wait for decades. And as Xuanhuan devoured more and more rightly, his perception of the Great Frozen technique became more and more profound. After all, this is the real source of the river, and the speed of cultivation can't be fast. Ding! The host has comprehended the Great Frozen technique and won the title of Frozen Emperor. Frozen God Emperor, master the power of ice and increase the resistance to the power of ice and snow. Under the special ice and snow environment, the power will be enhanced, and you will understand the field of ice. Hashtag C271 Confusion Layer. This time, Chu Yuan realized that after the Great Frozen Operation, he also got the title of Frozen God Emperor. The Frozen God Emperor is very powerful when he hears his name. The Frozen God Sovereign. Chu Yuan secretly said, it takes a few supernatural powers to improve the Frozen God Sovereign. For magical fruits. The system replied. For magical powers are needed, that is to say, the Frozen God Emperor is a third-level title. Chu Yuan nodded. He was not surprised that taking the magical power fruit also directly drew energy from the source river. This time, because of this special opportunity, I achieved this step without using the supernatural powers. When he moved at this time, he was the hegemonic temperament of frozen heaven and earth. An endless frost descended. At this moment, Luo Yueying patted her hands lightly, and a frozen force also swept out. The void seemed to have become glass debris, and it was also displaying the profound meaning of freezing. Oh? I also learned about the Great Freezing Technique. It is not surprising that Luo Yueying is a genius, a phantom god, and a master of the Great Freezing Technique. However, her Great Freezing Technique is obviously not as powerful as Chu Yuan's, but it reveals a different kind of mystery. The same 3,000 avenues, in the hands of different people, have different mysterious temperaments. This freezing technique is really amazing. Luo Yueying made a voice. I can't see the mystery in the ice and snow, but when I go to other places, with my current mana, I will turn into an ice field within 100 miles, and each of the 3,000 avenues will have magical powers. Containing the principles of heaven and earth, it is a great opportunity for ordinary people to comprehend one. Yes, the 3,000 avenues of magic are indeed very magical. Chu Yuan smiled. It was also a coincidence. If Emperor Wu had not come to Baike Xuanyu to prepare food for Komi Daokuan, I would not have come here. Luo Yueying said. Chu Yuan didn't answer, but looked up at the sky. It seems that two different worlds overlap, creating a vision that makes people fascinated. Chu Yuan just saw that the stars that originally looked like only spots of light had become so huge at this moment, as if he could hold the sun, moon, and stars with just one hand. This is the void here, very close to the universe outside the eternal world. The pure colors turn the sky into a mirror, perfectly reflecting the universe outside the eternal world. As long as he breaks the mirror in front of him, he can even leave the eternal world and reach the boundless vacuum of the universe. Of course, it is extremely dangerous to do so. Once there was a false god who wanted to go to the universe to take a look, relying on the magic power of his own false god, and with the help of the spatial overlap of the polar night in the northern territory, he entered the universe. But once he went, he regretted it. Even if he is a virtual god, he can barely survive in the vacuum of the universe, but the rays that permeate the universe make his mana rapidly deplete. If he wants to return to the eternal world, he cannot break the layer that covers the world. Crystal wall. So in the end, the mana was exhausted, and the life was killed by the power of the universe. Only true gods can ignore cosmic rays and penetrate the crystal walls with their own mana. So this realm has only added a real word. Leaving the universe is a sign of a true god. Let's look here. Chu Yuan called out Komi Daokuan. The void in front of him became layer upon layer due to overlapping and squeezing. Komi Daokuan naturally aroused a protective power, taking Chu Yuan and Luo Yueying through the layers of space barriers and swimming in each multi-element bubble. What a gorgeous scene. The rays in the universe were refracted by the glaciers and turned into extremely splendid scenes, dreamy and beautiful. Is that the crystal wall that guards the eternal world? Luo Yueying stood on Komi Daokuan. She saw a blur, shrouded in endless light and shadow. The crystal wall of the eternal world is a glass-like crystal, layer by layer, which is not known how thick it is, defending against the bombardment of various stars in the universe and the refraction of cosmic rays. Let's go up and see. At this moment, Xuanhuan came to the apex of the void where he was. Under his feet is the flowing ice road, the source of the long river, and above his head is a thick crystal wall mixed with violent chaos. By breaking this crystal wall, you can leave the eternal world. It's so beautiful. Luo Yueying said, with my current mana, I can only pass through the Gangfeng layer and barely reach the chaos layer, but at this layer, I may even get lost here, not to mention the highest crystal layer. The heaven and earth of the eternal great world are divided into layers. The confusion layer is the limit that the false god can reach. After the confusion layer is the crystal layer that covers the entire eternal great world, which is the so-called crystal wall. Passing through the crystal layer, breaking the crystal wall, you can go outside the eternal world. At this time, the space they are in is very strange, and it cannot be regarded as a real turbulent layer. It is a space where two layers of heaven and earth are superimposed and squeezed, and they are mixed together. Whoa! The tyrannical pressure, the void shattered, and countless crystals fell from the hard crystal layer. Each of these crystal falls has the power of a virtual god. Kong Mi Dao Kuan was very happy, swallowing these crystals. These are the condensation of space power, and I don't know how much stronger than eating those ores. But Xuanhuan's eyes penetrated into the infinite time and space, and the crystal layer is not so pure. It seems that he sees a motionless figure inside. But they are all dead, as if trapped by eternity. I don't know how many people want to explore the universe outside the world, but more people are trapped in it. Even the true gods sometimes fall into the crystal layer, and I don't know how many stars there are every year. Pulled by suction. Luo Yueying said, so although the crystal layer is dangerous, it is also a place of treasure. Xuanhuan nodded. When the meteor fell down before, at least 90% of its volume burned and disintegrated in the crystal layer, leaving a large number of divine objects in this layer. Even some ancient true gods will leave their chances in the ancient world before they become seated. Boom boom boom. At this time, the ice channel in the river quickly flowed again, and it seemed to be quickly leaving the eternal world. The space that was squeezed and overlapped rapidly expanded and was about to return to its original state. Xuanhuan knew that this was a tributary of the long river of the source of the ice road that had flowed through the eternal world. The polar night in the northern region is coming to an end. Xuanhuan clearly saw this change when the source of the ice Tao was flowing. Leave this void, or when we return to the original state, we don't know that we will be in that layer of time and space, or even enter eternal exile, lost forever, and can't find the way back. Xuanhuan summoned Kong Mi Dao Kuan. The more this time is, the more dangerous it is. There are many false gods who just missed the best time to leave and are trapped here forever. Leaving forcibly will cause a chain collapse of the void. However, Xuanhuan has Kong Mi Dao Kuan, which is the darling of space. It does not hit the void with force, but integrates and shuttles out. Boom. After Xuanhuan left, the layers of void shattered, making people feel the vastness of the power of a long river of origin, and a random flow would bring about the world-shattering and wonderful vision of the Northern Territory polar night. This made Xuanhuan have endless thoughts in his heart. Heaven and earth are heavy, and the chaos and crystal layers of the eternal world are fascinating. At this time, Xuanhuan returned to Baixuanyu. #C272, I don't deserve it, do you deserve it? The light flashed, and Xuanhuan and Luo Yueying returned to Baixuanyu. At this time, the scene of the polar night was rapidly disappearing, as if the curtain covering the sky had been pulled open, revealing the light. Woohoo! The cold wind howls, and the snowflakes are flying. Although the polar night has disappeared, the wind and snow are even more violent, turning this place into a white world. In the coming year, the entire North Profound region will benefit from the arrival of this polar night, the overlapping oppression of the universe, and the frost of the void ice Tao. This is also why the environment of Beixian region is so bad. The population is only half that of other regions, But the strong ones are emerging one after another. After practicing the Great Frozen technique, the wind and snow hit him, but there was no more severe cold, but it could be condensed into one after another rune. This trip to the Northern Territory has benefited a lot, and it is time to return to the Dongxian territory. The transaction between Xuanhuan and the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce has also been completed, and several mines have been acquired in the few days of waiting for Jia, which is enough for Kongmi Dao Kun to eat for a while. For the rest, he only needs to send someone to establish a branch here and transfer the supplies back. Now that he returns to Dongxianyu, he will mass-produce and popularize the Sumi Dun Kong Wing. I'm going back too. Luo Yueying also nodded. She also benefited a lot. After comprehending the Great Frozen technique, she learned a lot of the source of ice and snow. She returned to the Covering Moon sect and retreated for a period of time. With the help of the Sea Profound Pearl, she could break through the first layer realm again. Go straight back. I'm in trouble. I think I'm going to have some trouble to get in the way when I go back this time. Xuanhuan's words just fell. In the snowstorm, a figure in white appeared unexpectedly, with a handsome and elegant face, just like a noble boy. He came to the two of them with a faint smile. This man looks young, but his cultivation has reached the 3rd level of false god. At the same time, 5 people followed behind the man, and all of them were experts in the false god realm. Sect Master Luo. With a smile on his face, the man said with a smile on his face, "Today, I finally saw the true face of Sect Master Luo, which shocked me too. She deserves to be a famous strange woman in the 5 profound realms, and now she has become a false god. It's even more admirable. I was the one who took the liberty before and didn't come to invite Sect Master Luo in person. I'd be rude, and let a few blind men go." The young palace master of Bei Palace. Luo Yueying frowned. She didn't see this young palace master, but when she heard these words, she already knew his identity. When she heard this, she didn't have much expression on her face, and said indifferently, "You Bei Palace are really hands-on, and you know this as soon as Benzong appeared here. After all, this is the site of the North Night Palace. I am Bei Chen, the young master of the North Night Palace. Although the North Territory Ji disappeared, I couldn't watch it with Sect Master Luo. Can Sect Master Luo admire his face, go to my Bei Palace for a chat?" Although he behaved politely, but there is a strong desire for possession deep in his eyes. As the young palace master of Bei Palace, he is also a 3rd-level false god, with a distinguished status and a talent of heaven. He has many women, but no one has ever wanted him to feel like Luo Yueying. Especially Luo Yueying has become a virtual god, which makes him feel that this is his true destiny, and only this woman can match him. Young palace master's mind has been accepted by this sect, but it's fine to go to Bei Palace. This sect still has important things to do, so let's go first. Luo Yueying refused directly. If she really went to Bei Palace, then it would really be my life that he can't help me. Sect Master Luo is not giving face. Bei Chen's expression was also slightly displeased, and he continued, "Is it not enough for me to invite myself? Haha, Sect Master Luo, you should go to Bei Palace for a talk. It's not Longtan Tiger's Denver. Besides, the young palace lord is the future lord of Bei Palace. You two are a match made in heaven. Your identities and strengths match." An old man laughed. He was not from Bei Palace, but a city lord of Xuanhuan. "Today, let's invite Sect Master Luo together. If Sect Master Luo doesn't go, it will be too disrespectful to us." These great false god powerhouses exuded their own aura at the same time, covering the sky and the sun, causing the wind and snow to roar in the sky. They said they were inviting Luo Yueying, but in fact, as long as Luo Yueying refused, they would force their way. It is indeed not the Longtan Tiger Cave, but in my opinion, the Longtan Tiger Cave is not as dangerous as the North Night Palace. Xuanhuan suddenly said. "Who are you, and have your share of words?" As soon as Beichen came, he put all his eyes on Luo Yueying, and when he heard Chu Yuan's words, he paid a little attention to this person. As soon as he looked at Chu Yuan, a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This person was obviously watching the Northern Territory Jia with Luo Yueying. This was a treatment that even he did not get, and looking at the relationship between the two, it seemed that they were familiar with each other. He did not allow any man to appear beside Luo Yueying. It's icy and snowy, Sect Master Luo shouldn't stand here. In order not to destroy his image in Luo Yueying's heart, Beichen forcibly suppressed the killing intent. Option 1. Accompany Luo Yueying to the North Night Palace, get 500 fate points, and a random lottery chance x1. Option 2. Kill them all, get 500 fate points, and build the Gate of Thunder by 10%. Yueying, I don't need to talk nonsense with them, those who stand in the way, don't die. Chu Yuan has already made a choice. Moon Shadow? Such an intimate name made Beichen furious. He had long since called other women in Luoyue film and television. These two words are also worthy of your name? I don't deserve it, do you deserve it? Chu Yuan is a majestic figure. Master, what do you want to do? Feeling Beichen's anger, the false god beside him was also murderous. Emperor Wu, what do you want to do? Luo Yueying's face was also cold. It seems that if we don't get rid of them today, we won't be able to go. If that's the case, let's kill them all, so as not to block the way here. Chu Yuan said casually. Kill them? Luo Yueying knew that Chu Yuan was a person who dared to do anything, and the false god of Xuanhuan dynasty also said that he would kill if he killed him, so he nodded immediately, then kill it. You still want to kill us? When these false gods heard that Chu Yuan was going to kill them, they laughed in anger. This was the northern profound region, their territory. They disdainfully said, it's better to think about yourself, young palace master, we will help you kill this person, and then you can have a good talk with Luo sect master. Okay, kill him. If you ask me to do anything, I promise you all. Beichen also had strong killing intent towards Chu Yuan. Haha, thank you young palace master. These people laughed. There is still a one-country struggle for hegemony in Dongguanyueu. But in Baixuanyu, the Bei Palace is the only family. Remember, you can't be arrogant and arrogant anywhere. In the northern profound territory, even a strong dragon has to be honest with us. You can't offend anyone. If you want to blame it, blame you. Your life is not good. Boom. After receiving Beichen's instructions, these people turned into 5 extreme cold lights and killed them. No, don't kill him first, I'll take him back to Bei Palace. Beichen suddenly changed his mind. Okay, whatever the young palace master does. They didn't care whether it was killed or abolished, they only knew that this man was miserable, and being brought back to Bei Palace would obviously be more painful than living. In Bei Palace, there are countless ways to torture people. I will not abolish you, but will give you a pleasure. When Chu Yuan saw 5 people coming, he shot a huge magical power. #C273 Hell. Torture is so boring. What Chu Yuan needs is to make the best use of everything, devour their primordial spirits and laws, and turn their hard-working cultivation into their own wedding gowns. Young palace master, leave this kid to me. Suddenly, a false god realm old man stepped forward. With a flick of his palm, an extremely cold beam of light rumbled out. The people in the northern profound region are best at various ice-type magical powers. Extreme cold palm. This person is the lord of the extremely cold city. The special environment has created a different pattern. Unlike Dongguanyueu, Baixuanyu is full of big cities that gather the population together. Therefore, the power here is dominated by the city. However, when the extremely cold palm fell on Chu Yuan, it did not cause any impact. Chu Yuan's palm moved, and the great ice sealing technique came after him, and it spread directly to the body of the Beihan city lord, causing his body to be in shiver. Good, so cold. The Frost City Lord's hair was covered in frost. He had already developed an extremely cold body. He didn't know what cold was for a long time, but he was also trembling madly at this time. Chu Yuan's cold had reached the limit that he could not bear. This kid's power is a little weird. The eyes of these 5 people were also looking at each other at this time, and it was obvious that Chu Yuan's attack just now gave them a strong sense of fear. All of a sudden, the 5 people performed the extreme cold spell at the same time, and the 5 magical powers that were frozen in all things were blocked together. These 5 people with the highest realm have reached the 3rd level of false god, and they can even kill a 3rd level of false god in the unique environment of Bei Xuanyu. Chu Yuan was empty-handed, and instead of being shocked, he smiled, showing a smile. It's just right, hand over your laws to me. Frozen God Lord. Frozen field. In the endless snowstorm, Chu Yuan was bathed in divine light, and his domineering power struck out. Went in. He can also do a great freeze. Sensing that there are ice-type supernatural powers that are more powerful than them. The faces of these 5 people changed greatly. This frozen power is so fierce, why have I never seen this person before? But in any case, this time, we will capture him and give him to the young palace master. A world of extreme cold. The mana of these 5 people is also connected together to form an extremely cold world. The power of water and fire combines hardness and softness. Chu Yuan's left hand is extremely frozen, but when it comes to his right hand, it is Buddha fire. Under the use of his mana, the 2 opposing collision forces turned into a torrent of ice and fire, swept across the spot, and directly impacted the 5 people. Fire and water stand side by side. With just one move, the extreme cold world of these 5 people was shattered, and at the same time, they spat out a mouthful of blood and shook them out. Useless things, get out of the way, I'll come. Seeing that these 5 people couldn't win Chu Yuan together, Bei Chen was also a little impatient. He wanted to win Chu Yuan in front of Luo Yueying and tell this woman who made the hearts of all 5 regions. Who is the real king, the real son of heaven, who can be by her side and enjoy her alone? Early night. This Bei Chen is worthy of being the master of the young palace of Beihan Palace. If he is a monster, he will simulate the power of Jia in the Northern Territory. As soon as the sky darkened, it seemed to be oppressed by a long river of origin. Your arrogance ends here. Bei Chen is like the lord of the extreme night, with a cruel smile on his face, he is suppressed with a palm. Chu Yuan didn't say much when he saw that the polar night was coming. Instead, he shrouded him away with a palm, and a black hole appeared immediately. The power of this field spread out, as if it swallowed all the light. This polar night is also a kind of power in the field, but when it encounters Chu Yuan's swallowing power, it is swallowed in a twisted way. A large amount of mana was suddenly swallowed up, and Bei Chen's face was also pale, and he said in shock, how can there be such a strange power? The Great Devouring Technique. In the turbulent situation, Chu Yuan is the only one who respects me, proud of the ice field. He was standing at the height of the snowy area, and an imposing aura that swallowed mountains and rivers was grabbed with one of his hands, and an incomparably terrifying force emerged. When he saw a false god realm king suddenly out of control, he wanted to face Chu Yuan. Fly away. Not good. This false god king is roaring, trying his best to resist this power. It's useless, you're just a false god. The immortal aura burst out of the sky. Chu Yuan enveloped the radiance of the Holy Emperor, and the ruler of the Emperor slaughtered. Everyone saw that this false god was pulled out from the same place, and at the next moment, he was tightly grasped by the neck with a big hand like Chu Yuan's iron pincers. Let me go. These false gods said in fear. But his voice stopped abruptly in the next second, and Chu Yuan shook his whole body, and there was no scum that was swallowed up. A strong false god law violently stirred in Xuanhuan's body. Happy. Xuanhuan enjoyed the power of this false god. Devouring the power of the false god is much faster than slowly cultivating with medicinal pills. Every false god is a peerless medicine in his eyes. It actually killed a false god. Beichen and the 4 false gods were shocked when they saw it. Hateful, dare to kill the false god in my northern profound territory, he is courting death. Don't be afraid, I have contacted the powerhouses of Bei Palace, they will come soon. When Beichen saw such a scene, he also knew that Xuanhuan's power was extremely terrifying, and they might be difficult to deal with. And the more he did, the more he hated Xuanhuan in his heart. Even with the help of Bei Palace's power, Xuanhuan would kill him here, and then force Luo Yueying back. On the territory of Baixuanyu, he is not afraid of the revenge of the Covering Moon sect. Wait for a moment, kill them and return to Dongguanyueu. Xuanhuan's voice was like the god of death in hell. If you can't leave, don't even think that someone will come to save you. Grips of the god of war, sacrifice. Suppressing prison and conferring God's monument, God prison. Of course, Xuanhuan knew that if the powerhouses of the North Night Palace were dispatched together, even he would have to retreat immediately, but he already had a countermeasure. The strongest skills of the 2 king artifacts are activated. The 50,000 war god army and the 50,000 prison suppression army disappeared at the same time. Xuanhuan had already experienced the skill of God of War's grip. However, after he activated the skill, he saw the snowy world in front of him suddenly change color. That terrifying, eerie, color of hell. The ancient underworld came with the chill of hell. The so-called divine prison is a hell where one world will be suppressed by the gods. So he would never let this group of people escape. By beheading this group of people, he can not only harvest several pieces of the king's artifact, but also more likely to allow himself to break through the realm of the first layer. The benefits are too many. Moreover, he also intends to use this group of people to test the power of the divine prison. Where is this place? The faces of Beichen and the others also changed color. It was extremely terrifying. They only felt that they were a cage that could seal everything. Even if they were false gods, they could not break this cage. This is the hell of the gods, the hell that suppresses the gods. Xuanhuan's voice came out like the ancient Hades. #C274 Scary Wheel of Life. At this moment, the divine prison suddenly appeared, and Xuanhuan was incarnated as the ancient emperor to suppress all existence. You are all going to die. After the divine prison is opened, the energy will be consumed rapidly with the struggle of this group of people, and it will definitely not last for a long time. Don't panic. Beichen was still calm, and when he looked up, the 6 ancient steels had transformed into a hell. This is obviously the realm of some kind of artifact. Let's break this realm together. When my Bei Palace master is dispatched, he will be dead. Okay, everything listens to the young palace master. The remaining 4 false gods surrounded Beichen. The frozen sword cut everything. Beichen, a king-grade artifact, slashed ferociously to the steel of the suppressing prison and conferring gods. But what made his complexion drastically changed was that this king-grade artifact didn't actually shake the steel of suppressing the prison and conferring gods, and the 6 ancient steels were still revolving on their own orbits without being affected in the slightest. This is also, of course, the suppressing prison and conferring god monument, which has been upgraded by the advanced card of the king-grade artifact, is the most powerful king-grade artifact, and only the emperor-grade artifact can suppress it. Although he is the young palace master of Bei Palace and has an extraordinary identity, he can't compare with Xuanhuan after he has opened up. Battle King, Invincible. Xuanhuan activated the power of battle and blasted out in a frantic fighting attitude. He is the only one who dominates the world, with his fists slamming at will. The rolling force descends, and that irresistible force is about to destroy everything. Boom. A false god was bombarded by his power at this time, and the bones were shattered into scum. The whole person was difficult to stand up, and his face showed monstrous fear. Boom. A palm fell from the sky, and Xuanhuan smashed his palm on the man's head, seeing the man's body twisting and twitching, obliterating him, and then disappearing completely. In the prison of God, only Xuanhuan is the only one who can do whatever he wants, but others can't bear him. One more dead. Beichen is also difficult to calm down. Damn, what kind of artifact is this? My king-grade sword can't be bombarded. When will the people from Bei Palace arrive? Everyone gather around me, don't give him a chance. But just as his voice fell, he heard a scream, and a person beside him suddenly disappeared. It turned out that Xuanhuan was distorted in the void, grabbed his body directly, and refined it in an instant with the great devouring technique. 6 people besieged Xuanhuan, and at this moment there are 3 people left. Asshole. Beichen was so angry that his whole body was shaking, but he was helpless and felt a deep powerlessness. Don't worry, there are 2 more, it will be your turn soon. The power of hell. The 6 stone tablets were still spinning, but when they suddenly came, they directly killed a false god realm. Beichen and 1 other person were left, both of whom were the powerhouses of the false god Triple Heaven. You still want to kill me? Beichen roared and trembled strongly at the same time. I am the young palace master of Bei Palace, and a noble existence in a domain. There's no way I wouldn't dare to kill. Endless origins. Xuanhuan stood proudly in the divine prison space. He watched one of the false gods, and he suddenly rushed out. The endless origin of his hand showed the chaotic scene at the beginning of the ancient origin, when the creation of heaven and earth first opened. In an instant, his power was condensed into 1 palm. The false god also had a tingling scalp, but in the face of the threat of death, he had to bite the bullet and resist. However, as soon as his power reached the endless origin, it was turned into an air current, and the whole person roared wildly, but to no avail. Die. With a backhand palm, Xuanhuan directly suppressed it with overwhelming force, smashing the person's body to pieces, and then saw a golden primordial spirit escape from the billowing blood mist. But just as the primordial spirit escaped, the power of the divine prison swept down and grabbed him directly. In this divine prison, Beichen no longer had any masters, and he was the only one left. All killed. Beichen's eyes were full of fear, but then he calmed down. After killing so many false gods, I feel that your artifact energy has been almost exhausted, and my strength is much stronger than them, and my Bei Palace's strength is strong. The ones are coming soon. He deliberately said this, just to delay time and disturb Xuanhuan's mind. There's enough time. How could Xuanhuan be influenced by him? He did notice that there were many powerful beings in the void moving quickly, and it didn't take long to get here. But before that, beheading this Beichen is enough. Fight. Seeing that Xuanhuan didn't have any effect, but instead started to become more and more fierce, Beichen also gritted his teeth, and a strong blood sacrifice power burned from his body, and suddenly it turned into a bloody glow, and he was about to break the prison. He passed his breath out, just to position the Bei Palace powerhouse. God and demon blood refinement. He was also extremely decisive, refining the power of his false god with blood, burning himself, ignoring the consumption of the false god's law and the risk of falling in realm, in exchange for a short burst. When he shot, his strength was several times fiercer. Tear me apart. He waved his sword again and again to tear apart this divine prison space. The art of blood refining? Xuanhuan just waved his hand when he saw this scene. The wheel of death. A more terrifying great technique was cast out. A huge roulette wheel, half bright and half dark, seems to deduce life and death, and it rotates slowly. Every time it disappears, time and space will turn into chaos, and huge oppression will come to Beichen's head. What is this? Beichen was so painful that he wanted to vomit blood. He had never seen such a magical technique. Moreover, the rotation of the death wheel of those days made him feel that his life was passing by rapidly. No. I don't want to die. Beichen growled, as long as I persist for a while, someone will come to save me. Who can be born? Heaven and earth are born and die, and all life is the wheel of death. The first time Xuanhuan used the wheel of life and death, he felt that the consumption of this move was extremely huge. The mana in his body was quickly drawn like water, and this terrifying vision could not last long with his power. But killing Beichen was enough. The wheel of death came inch by inch. Do not. He resisted madly. But as soon as his mana touches the wheel of death, it will be wiped out every inch. All days the wheel of death turns, and it reaches the side of death. Beichen's howling stopped abruptly, his vitality was extracted by the side of death, and the whole person was stunned like a puppet, and a strong vitality was also fed back to Chu from the death wheel of all life. Yuan body. What a pure vitality! Xuanhuan discovered that it was the last turn of death in these days, and he could even extract the power of a world to the master and transfer it to a big world that perished. Life and death are an endless cycle of reincarnation. Swallow. Xuanhuan grabbed Beichen with one palm. His body also disappeared, and the transformed law was surging in the body like a flood of beasts. At this moment, Xuanhuan made a breakthrough in the realm, and directly hit the third level of psychic power. #C275 Lingfei. Having devoured the energy of the 6 false god realms, and the ice Daochanghe River and the polar night of the northern territory, Xuanhuan's realm has reached the third level of spirituality. You must know that if you rely on fate points to improve, each level of small realm needs a full 30,000. Ding. The host completed the second choice and obtained 500 fate points. The progress of building the Gate of Thunder is 10%, and the current progress is 60%. At this time, the power of the divine prison and sacrifice disappeared at the same time. Huh? 6 people only have 2 king artifacts. The false god of the northern Xuanyu is much poorer than the Xuanzuan dynasty. Xuanhuan looked at the harvest at random, and was a little dissatisfied. There were only 2 divine artifacts of the king, and it was 10 pieces away from the 15 pieces needed to unseal the human sovereign sword. Yueying, let's go. As soon as Xuanhuan left this place, with Kong, Mi, Dao Kuan, a large number of powerhouses from Bei Yi Palace came. Young Palace Master's breath has disappeared. Who killed the young Palace Master? Check. Find out who killed the young Palace Master, and let him die without a burial. After the Bei Palace powerhouse arrived, there was only a crack in the ground, but the person who shot it could no longer be seen. At this moment, Xuanhuan and Luo Yueying were traveling through the space. This Kong Mi Dao Kuan had a big meal in Bei Xianyu, and his speed was much faster. Within a few days, Xuanhuan returned to Dong Xianyu. Okay, I will send you back to the Covering Moon sect, and it's time to return to the Dao dynasty. Xuanhuan laughed. Emperor Wu will not come in and sit down. Even Luo Yueying was surprised by this trip. She originally thought that this time she was just going to get the Songhai Xianzhu, but she did not expect to kill the Xuanzuan dynasty false god, and then went to see the Northern Territory Jia, and finally killed the young palace master of the Northern Night Palace when she left. Of course she knew that the killing of the young palace master was caused by her, and her gaze towards Xuanhuan also changed somewhat. Just sit down. Xuanhuan only stayed in the Covering Moon sect for half a day. After chatting with Luo Yueying for a while, he left. Although it was only half a day, his arrival also caused a stir in the Occult Moon sect, although everyone knew that the Occult Moon sect and De Wu had a good relationship. However, seeing the sect master and the Emperor of Dao coming together, it also made those disciples think about it and gossip. This Emperor Wu is really a magical man. he is always so invisible. When he is gentle, he is like a spring breeze, and when he is cruel, he is like a god of death. Looking at the direction Xuanhuan was leaving, Luo Yueying said lightly, but this sect has to practice the power of refining the imprint of God. The third level of false god is not far away, otherwise, the current strength of the second level of false god is still not enough. Wuching. Changes are taking place every day. Your Majesty, within a few months of your departure, dozens of psychic gods have come to take refuge in Dao. As soon as Xuanhuan went back, Lu Qianfu reported to Xuanhuan some important events that had come this month. Okay, since joining, then we will incorporate them into the Wuxuan army and the Shenwu army. If they have special skills, they will also report to them and inform them of the rules and treatment of Dao. It is not surprising that these psychics who have taken refuge in Dao know that Dao's treatment is very good, so they have come to take refuge. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Qianfu stepped back. Dao still needs a batch of false god realm combat power. Xuanhuan knew very well that only the false god could stand in the 5 profound realms, otherwise it would only be a petty fight. He looked at the water of luck in the oven of heaven and earth. With the continuous gathering of the strength of the empire and the people's hearts, there are now more than half of the cauldrons, which can be used to quickly reach the realm of the most loyal people in Dao. I have to distribute the refined Sumi Dun Kong Wing. At present, Dao's standing army in Dongxian has billions of people, and everyone has at least the cultivation base of Yuanshan realm, which requires refining billions of wings. Although the material of Sumi Dun Kong Wing is simple, it cannot hold a large number. Kuan, it depends on you, eat more. Xuanhuan set his sights on Komi Daokuan, who was swimming in the Jade Seal. The autumn of the 36th year of Dao. Xuanhuan had returned from Baixuanyu for several months. He has built hundreds of millions of Sumi Dun Kongi, and has installed a part of the standing army. Komi Daokuan has eaten a lot of space fetishes. Although it is still far from its maturity, its size has grown a lot, and its aura is also very vigorous and much stronger. And Wulingguo also made Dao 50,000 more powerful gods, and each and every one's cultivation base is advancing by leaps and bounds in the supply of medicine pills. There are more than 200 people who have come to rely on Dao's spiritual powers during this period of time. In addition to the Sky Soldiers, there are nearly 300 people. Even some weaker 6-star forces will not have so many connections. God's power. It seems that if you want to be promoted to the 6-star dynasty, you must destroy a 6-star power, otherwise it will not be enough to improve. Xuanhuan was thoughtful. At this moment, a vast force appeared in Wuching, the situation changed, the sky and the earth were turbulent, and it turned into an emerald-like brilliance. In that brilliance, there was an eternal green lotus. This is Yao Linger about to break through the false god. Xuanhuan's expression was a bit exciting. He stepped out of the palace and came to the Yao Yao family, and saw that in Yao Linger's retreat, there was a power of a virtual god, which turned into a hazy god's mansion. This hazy god's mansion is exactly Yao Linger's primordial spirit, mixed with the vision produced by the blood of the gods. The realm of the false god. This breakthrough vision didn't last long, and Yao Linger broke through to the false god realm. She felt the breath of Xuanhuan, and she also appeared, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty is down." Yao Linger has seen His Majesty. It's faster to cultivate to a false god with the blood of the gods. Xuanhuan was amazed. Yao Linger is the contemporary patriarch, who is in charge of the pharmacopoeia of the peerless secret book of the Nourishing Medicine clan. Once she has a steady supply of resources, her cultivation speed will be extremely terrifying, even more terrifying than Luo Yueying getting the imprint of the gods. After all, one is a descendant of blood, and this is immeasurable. Without Your Majesty, I would never be able to break through the false god so quickly. She knew that it was Xuanhuan's steady stream of Wangshendan that stimulated the blood of the gods in her body. Otherwise, even if she was a descendant of the gods, it would not be so fast. She was fortunate that she believed in Xuanhuan that day and came to the Dao dynasty. Otherwise, the herbal medicine clan would still be the servants of many sects in the Nanxian region. She looked at the many clansmen who worked hard, and a happy smile appeared on her face. What a life like this! Compared with Nangshuanyu, it is heaven. Don't be humble. Xuanhuan looked at Yao Linger's face. This is a completely different feeling from Luo Yueying. Yao Linger did not have the beauty of the country and the city, but the temperament of Ruoxian, but belonged to the delicate, pure and ordinary, which made people experience different senses. His Majesty. Yao Linger nodded. I have lived for the sake of nourishing the Yao family and tens of thousands of people in my entire life, and secondly, I have lived for His Majesty, assisting His Majesty to achieve godless karma, and serving Emperor Aoki Chongqing just like an ancestor, only for His Majesty. She has already identified Xuanhuan in her eyes, living for the medicine family, and even more, for Xuanhuan. You have to live for yourself, too. Xuanhuan sighed slightly. This serious look of Yao Linger makes people feel a little distressed. No, Your Majesty. Yao Linger said, when I made up my mind to raise an eternal green lotus for Your Majesty, I was His Majesty's person, and the medicine family will always raise medicine for one person and belong to only one person. Only Your Majesty can take this peerless plant. Great medicine. Does it belong to me? Xuanhuan's eyes stared at Yao Linger's eyes and said, from today onwards, you are my woman, the imperial concubine of my harem, and the concubine Ling. He wants to bring Yao Linger into his harem. As the emperor, how can there be no concubine around? He's the emperor, he doesn't like the kinks, it's straight up. Concubine Ling? Yao Linger smiled. When she made the decision to raise a peerless medicine for Xuanhuan, she was ready to become a Xuanhuan woman. Only such a man can make her Yao Linger give everything. She didn't want to ask for too much, she just wanted to silently support the emperor, accomplish great things, and write a legend of the eternal world. I have seen Your Majesty. Yao Linger gave Xuanhuan a concubine salute and welcomed Xuanhuan into her room. Concubine Ling, I will be Your Majesty forever. Xuanhuan did not leave Yao Linger here, but stayed behind and was fortunate to concubine Ling. #C276 Ouyang Ming. Last night, a warm night. On the second day, Yao Linger personally put on the imperial robe for Xuanhuan and fastened the belt. Dao is black, and black is the color of killing. Xuanhuan put on the imperial robe, his body was transparent, and there was a touch of tenderness in his eyes. Looking at Yao Linger, he fiddled with his long black hair. Last night, you worked hard. Serving Your Majesty is a concubine's duty. Yao Linger said warmly. Haha, since I'm already a concubine, I have to sue the world. In the future, there will be one more person in my family. Xuanhuan laughed and left with Yao Linger. Emperor Wu's concubine, a concubine of spirit. This is a matter of country. The whole country rejoices. The entire Dao has entered into the celebration. As the emperor, sitting on the world, how can there be a lack of women around? Drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman, wake up and take control of the world. The beauty of the country, of course, needs all of them. Within the medicinal family, an imperial palace was also built. These few days, Xuanhuan is in the nourishing family. In the field of medicine, the people of the Yongyao tribe work hard. The 5 elements spiritual roots. At this moment, Xuanhuan is also in the medicine field. He spread the power of the 5 elements spiritual root into a land of the 5 elements, allowing the power of the 5 elements spiritual root to change the soil of this land and become more spiritual, suitable for the growth of divine medicine. Your Majesty actually still has the 5 elements of spiritual roots. Seeing that Xuanhuan changed the soil with the 5 elements spiritual roots, Yao Linger also made a surprised voice. The soil changed with the 5-element spiritual roots will be more suitable for divine medicine. In addition, this time I also mixed a large amount of void substances and turned them into cloud mud. This time I want to cultivate a large number of gods suitable for the rapid cultivation of spirits to virtual gods. Medicine. Build strength. Qu Yuan smiled and nodded. Although he is an emperor with extraordinary majesty, his appearance in the medicine field at this time seems to be approachable in the eyes of many herbalists. Back then, the ancient Emperor Aoki Chongqing often lingered in the medicine field, instructing them, and compiling a pharmacopoeia with the ancestors of nourishing medicine. The seeds given by your majesty are also very extraordinary. With me and the elders nurturing, the first batch of this high-quality magic medicine can be harvested in about a month, and then the cycle can continue. Yao Linger rummaged through the soil in the medicine field, sow seeds, and said, and the concubine can also improve the environment of the entire Wuqing, set up a spirit-gathering formation, and plant a special medicinal material, not for alchemy, but for alchemy. Used to distribute inspiration, it will become a feng shui treasure land. In this case, you can let go of the transformation, and I will fully support you in the back. How could he not support changing the environment of the world? During the period of Emperor Aoki Chongqing, his empire was the most spiritual of the 5 ancient emperors, and it was the most suitable for cultivation. Also, you can send some clansmen to Wuyu to improve the environment of heaven and earth. After all, the martial realm is the place where the great martial arts started. Although Qu Yuan was in the 5 profound realms during this period of time, he naturally would not favor one over the other and forget the martial realm where he made his fortune. Although Wuyu looks remote now, he has been improving the world environment of Wuyu, and moving the divine veins into it. No one asks the poor in the downtown area, and the rich have distant relatives in the mountains. If Dao becomes a dynasty with more than 7 stars, then it will be the center, a holy place that everyone must pilgrimage to. The concubine will select some of the clansmen to go to the martial realm. Yao Linger nodded. She is Qu Yuanling concubine, it is even more prosperous, and all losses are lost, and she must do everything in her power to assist Her Majesty. With the nourishing family and the system, Dao Hucho can't be strong. Qu Yuan was ambitious. Looking at Yao Linger, this is not only his concubine, but also his right-hand man. Now there is no war in Dao for the time being. Lu Qianfu, Zhu Fengfeng, and Feng Lei are all doing their best to practice in seclusion. They eat Wangpin Shendan every day and drink Tianyuan tea every day. They eat all the medicinal pills carefully bred by the Yaoya family, and they are faster than ordinary divine pills. The first-level small realm was difficult to break through for several years, but now it can be broken through in a month. Even the Xuanhuan dynasty did not have the luxury of Qu Yuan. After all, they don't have a Taiyidan furnace, and they can't industrialize alchemy on a large scale as long as they have medicinal materials like Qu Yuan. What's more, with the nourishing family, Qu Yuan has a continuous base of medicinal materials. Sister Huang has also cultivated to the point of enlightenment, and Chen Shi has also cultivated to the divine position. Qu Yuan was very happy to see his royal family breaking through the realm again and again. Wait until concubine Ling's cultivation level is sufficient, and let her go to conquer Nangshuanyu. Qu Yuan wanted his concubine Ling to take his clan to take revenge in Nangshuanyu in the most powerful manner, and to regain the glory that belonged to the nourishing medicine family back then. Your Majesty, someone is asking to see you. A guard came to report. He said he wanted to meet His Majesty in person. Did you come to defect to me again? During this period of time, the number of people who took refuge in Dao made the people in the surrounding houses anxious and angry, but there was nothing they could do. He said that his name is Ouyang Ming, he is good at refining tools, and can help His Majesty purify all kinds of difficult to refine materials, but he has a request, and he must speak to His Majesty in person. The guard respectfully said. Yang Ming is good at refining weapons, and he is also a special talent. Qu Yuan's expression changed slightly. His strength was much stronger, but not many were good at refining weapons. Xian, he even sees me. At this time outside Wuqing, there was a man in grey clothes, who looked to be in his 30s, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes, and there was some hesitation and struggle when he looked at Wuqing. I hope Dao will not let me down. After all, this is my last hope, otherwise there will be no chance. This man named Yang Ming has some pain. Xian. A voice rang out. Yang Ming walked into Wuqing. But when Yang Ming just walked into Wuqing, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. The sudden scene made his complexion change greatly, that is, seeing that he was not walking in Wuqing, but came to a vast void. When his eyes changed again, it was in a great hall. Void shift. Yang Ming said heavily, looking at a being in the hall. This being is wearing a black imperial robe. The character Wuji on his chest is like a flame beating, sitting on the throne, shrouded in a mysterious color, that majesty makes people unable to look directly. Holy Emperor! Yang Ming was shocked and said, the mana of Emperor Wu actually made me move into this palace the moment I stepped into the city, and I could hardly resist. His strength is even more terrifying than the legend. He had heard a lot of legends about Emperor Wu, and everyone made him look like a great emperor. Yang Ming has met Emperor Wu. Yang Ming took a deep breath. Yang Ming, you are an artifact refiner, you can purify the materials for me, and bluntly said that you want to see me in person. Qu Yuan said expressionlessly, okay, now you have seen me too. I am indeed an artifact refiner, and I am more proficient in the art of artifact refining than all the artifact refiners under His Majesty's command. Yang Ming said. Fourth layer of false god. This Yang Ming is not obvious, but he is actually a powerhouse of the fourth level of false god. When Qu Yuan's eyes looked at him, a monstrous pressure, like a mountain, suppressed Yang Ming's body. Suddenly, Yang Ming's face flushed red, trying to resist the pressure. The fourth level of false gods is nothing in front of him. Pfft! Yang Ming couldn't hold on any longer, his legs suddenly softened, and he knelt down in front of Qu Yuan. Your Majesty! Yang Ming said with difficulty. Let's talk, the false god is relying on me at the fourth level. I will give you the opportunity to say what you ask for. Qu Yuan asked. Remember the mobile version URL. #C277 talent. Under this huge pressure, Yang Ming had a hard time speaking, gritted his teeth and said, I heard that joining Dao can get a lot of medicinal pills. Even if I am a false god, my cultivation still requires countless medicinal pills, otherwise it will be difficult for me to make progress. This time I'm here to see if Dao can meet my requirements. For the medicine pill, this reason is very good. Qu Yuan said coldly, but I know that this is not your purpose, and you have more requests. That's my purpose. Well, your real purpose is definitely not just for medicinal pills. Qu Yuan waved his hand at will, and Yang Ming's heart was tormented by the power of the wheel of life and death. I say. Yang Ming shouted, pill is only one of them, and my biggest purpose is for the big guns of Dao, the puppet soldiers, and the sky warships, all kinds of equipment that can't be seen in the 5 domains. I think study those equipment. Where are you from? Qu Yuan said. Xuanhuan, I didn't deceive your Majesty. My name is indeed Yang Ming, and I come from the Ouyang family in Xuanhuan. If the Ouyang family does not know, then the item refining city may have heard of it. Yang Ming said honestly. Artifact refining city, I do know something. There are the best artifact refining masters in the 5 profound domains. Many king-grade artifacts come from artifact refining city. Even the Xuanhuan dynasty will ask artifact refining city to create artifacts. Chu Yuan is so eager to recruit refiners, he naturally knows something about the refinery city. And the refining city was originally built by my Ouyang family for tens of thousands of years, bringing together countless refiners. My father was a strong half-step true god, but 100 years ago, in order to break through the true god, he went to Chaos Tian, and went if I don't come back, I lost to the current city owner of refining city, Jin Qiyang. Jin Qiyang was originally the first enshrined in my item refining city, but he took over the host and took over a city. Ouyang Ming said bitterly, if it wasn't for me having some prestige in item refining city, and he didn't dare to kill me in public, I'm afraid he would never leave item refining city forever. You are the master, you young city master, can't hold back Jin Qiyang. Chu Yuan didn't find it strange. It's like in a dynasty, the old emperor died, the little emperor couldn't suppress the situation, and his subordinates seized power, and there were countless things that took his place. So you came to Dao? Chu Yuan said calmly. Yes, I'm here for Dao. Ouyang Ming dared not hide, I learned that your majesty has magical equipment, I want to study those puppet armors, defeat Jin Qiyang in the refining competition, and get more refiners to support me, to regain the position of the city lord that belongs to me, and at that time, His Majesty can also reap the allegiance of the entire item refining city. Refining city is respected by refining. Your reason makes me very moved. Chu Yuan was really moved. In the future, as the equipment created becomes more and more powerful, the required material alloy is not something that ordinary people can purify. It does need a talent like Ouyang Ming. Your Majesty, can I see those equipment? Ouyang Ming asked eagerly. Can. In front of Ouyang Ming, there appeared a cannon, a sky soldier, a blazing sun saber, a pair of empty wings, a god-destroying crossbow, a rocket crossbow, and a mysterious light armor. The sky battleship was too huge, and he didn't release it. This is the great military equipment that makes all the palaces in the East Profound region tremble. Ouyang Ming looked at the equipment excitedly. He is an artifact refiner, and he can see the mystery that others can't see. The equipment in front of me is perfect. But when he looked at these equipments carefully, his face also showed a strange expression. With his knowledge, he could not see through how these equipments were refined. That kind of material was put together in a very wonderful way, flawless, in a way that he didn't seem to know. Your Majesty, can you show me how the equipment is refined? Ouyang Ming asked. You can't see this. There was no way for Chu Yuan to show him. This is a batch production of drawings in the system space, and Chu Yuan is only responsible for providing materials. However, I can let you dismantle and study at will, but the first premise is that you must purify enough materials for me. If you want to be the lord of the artifact refining city and regain your own position, I will also fully support you. Chu Yuan said lightly. If Ouyang Ming can really make his contribution, there is no problem for him to tear it apart. The equipment created by the system blueprint, even if it is taken back to imitate, it can only imitate the shell, and cannot imitate its shape. For example, the sky battleship, it is useless if you make the appearance exactly the same. The countless delicate parts inside are as many as stars, and they are combined in various ways, and you don't know how they are combined. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ouyang Ming said firmly, Ouyang Ming, will definitely make a contribution that will impress His Majesty. Go to the foundry department to report. You need to do what kind of manpower, since you are from the city of refining, give your purification method to others. I don't need you to refining, just need you to purify a lot of materials. Chu Yuan ordered, in addition, give me good management of the foundry department. The minister leads the order. Ouyang Ming withdrew and went to the foundry department. He knew that with his own strength, he couldn't compare to Jin Qiyang. This time he wanted to study the various equipment of Dao and learn the way of refining. I hope this Ouyang Ming can bring me some surprises. Chu Yuan leaned on the throne, thoughtfully. The casting division, as soon as Ouyang Ming left, he immediately suppressed the situation with his false god strength. And as soon as he left, he immediately reorganized the foundry department. Since he has taken refuge in Dao and entrusted him with a heavy responsibility, he is also unequivocal. He called everyone together, and the purification method of refining city is much stronger than those people's wild ways. He was born in item refining city, and the task that Chu Yuan gave him was very simple, that is, to purify and synthesize various materials, which was originally overkill for him. But as he began to slowly study the various equipment of Dao, the more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. The combination of these kinds of materials was incomparably exquisite, and the seemingly ordinary places could exert unimaginable power. No matter how he wanted to break his head, he didn't know how Chu Yuan combined all kinds of materials into these equipment. This fiery sun sword seems to be just a sword, but what are the lines in it? I have also refined many treasures motivated by divine stones, but I can't play it perfectly like this sword. Ouyang Ming felt that his head was about to explode. It would be fine if it was just a small amount, but Chu Yuan equipped the entire army in units of 100 million. I don't know how the materials sent by the foundry department were refined in batches. Must be in a way he didn't know. The method of building the system is completely different from them. Since he couldn't figure out how the equipment exerted its power, Ouyang Ming changed his thinking. He switched to a method that he was familiar with, and used his proficient refining method to imitate pieces of equipment. On Chu Yuan's side, with Ouyang Ming, the purification speed is not only 10 times faster than before. Every day the foundry sends in large quantities of purified material. Ding! The host completed the branch line to build 200 sky battleships, obtained 30,000 fate points, and the advanced card of the King-grade artifact X1. Ding! The host completed the branch line to build 100 sky soldiers, and obtained 30,000 fate points, and the advanced card of King-grade artifact X1. In December of the 36th year of Dao, after recruiting Ouyang Ming for just over 2 months, Chu Yuan even completed 2 major side missions in succession. Remember the mobile version URL. #C278 Sun and Moon together. The sound of the completion of the side quest continued to ring in my ears. This Ouyang Ming is not bad. He is a talented person. After he came, I have a steady stream of materials for building sky battleships and sky soldiers. 100 sky soldiers. 200 sky warships. Without the addition of Ouyang Ming, it would take more than a year for Chu Yuan to complete the construction. This is because the refining masters that Chu Yuan recruited before were all wild, but when Ouyang Ming arrived, he had a systematic and thorough purification method. He opened his own fatality point column to check. The current fatality point surplus is 85550. With more than 80,000 fate points, Chu Yuan suddenly became rich. Using the fate point to enhance the 2 realms. What he did first was to elevate his realm. 4th level of divinity. 5 levels of transcendence. The 2 powerful forces seemed to be swept in from the ancient and mysterious fate, and Chu Yuan broke through the 2 realms again and again. The current fatality point surplus is 25550. It's because of Ouyang Ming that the 2 branches can be completed so quickly this time. Chu Yuan was in a very good mood this time. In his hand, he held the advanced card of the royal artifact that he just rewarded, then shook his head and said, "It seems that this time there will be no options." Sure enough, every time you upgrade an artifact, there will be special arms rewards. Improve the Sun and Moon Light Wheel with 2 King-grade artifact advanced cards. Seeing the several spiritual artifacts that he owns in the system space, Chu Yuan did not hesitate to lift the Sun and Moon Light Wheel up. 1 day, 1 month and 1 month are shrouded in infinite golden light at this moment, and two big invisible hands are transforming them, and two golden light flashes. Ding! The Sun and Moon Light Wheel has advanced to a king-grade artifact. After the advanced stage, the attributes of the Sun and Moon Light Wheel are fully increased. And there is also a new artifact skill, the Sun and the Moon. The Sun and the Moon are shining together. The Sun and the Moon join the wall, exuding the mighty power of the Sun and the Moon, covering the endless light. The previous artifact skill of the Sun and Moon Nimbus was darkness, and now it has added a Sun and Moon. The power of light and darkness. Xuanhuan said indifferently, like fire and water. This is a matching skill generated after the upgrade of the advanced card of the king-grade artifact. He clearly knew that the combination of the Sun and the Moon and the coming of darkness would explode with unimaginable power. Refresh the intermediate system mall. Xuanhuan summoned the mall screen and clicked to refresh. The intermediate system mall consumes 500 fate points each time it is refreshed. There's nothing good about the first refresh. After the second refresh, Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly flashed. False God Pill, the system refined special elixir, which can allow the 10th level spiritual practitioner to immediately break through to the realm of the false god. Because it is a special elixir, the host cannot take it, and the exchange requires 5,000 fate points. Like the previous Tongshan pill, this false god pill is to let the Tongshan 100% break through the false god. It only takes 5,000 fate points to create a false god, but it's not that expensive, and it's acceptable. Xuanhuan was a little stunned. He needs 30,000 fate points to upgrade to a small realm, which is enough to buy 6 false god pills and create 6 false god kings. There is simply no way to compare. Of course, Xuanhuan also knew that there was no way for him to improve the first level realm without killing several gods entirely by devouring the false god. Especially after reaching the 5th level of psychic power, it needs to devour more. Changed. It has to be replaced. It is only 5,000 fate points. This account is not a loss. Ding. The host spends 5,000 fate points in exchange for false god pill X1. The current fatality point surplus is 19050. Now only Fang Lei has reached the 10th level of psychic power. Help him to ascend to the realm of false gods first. Zhu Fengfeng and Lu Qianfu will take some time to cultivate to 10th level, and they will quickly cultivate to 10th level with the power of luck. Redeem them. Xuanhuan has plans. He wants to help his subordinates open up, so that they can conquer the country for him. Boom. An elixir broke through the air and landed right in front of Fang Lei. Fang Lei, this pill is the false god pill. After taking it, you can immediately break through the false god. Take it. Xuanhuan's majestic voice sounded in his ears. Void god pill? Fang Lei was shocked. Your Majesty's reward. Without hesitation, he immediately ate the void god pill. Sure enough, as described by the medicinal effect, after taking the false god pill, Fang Lei immediately broke the bottleneck and broke through to the false god realm, and there was no danger at all during this period. I've reached the false god now? Fang Lei's expression was even more shocked, enjoying the joy of being opened and hanging, knowing that this was the power bestowed upon him by Xuanhuan. He immediately knelt down in the direction of the palace. Fang Lei is willing to die for His Majesty. Very good false god pill. Xuanhuan laughed. The higher the level of the host's national power, the more powerful items can be refreshed. The intermediate store can refresh up to the items used by the gods. The system prompted. There are still more than 10,000 fate points, so it will be refreshed a few times. Xuanhuan also wants to try and refresh what good things can be refreshed. 19,000 fate points is not enough for him to upgrade to the first layer realm. Since the system said there should be a lot of exciting things in the mall. He used 500 fate points to refresh once again. There is even a magical fruit. When Qu Yuan saw the page of the mall, the magical power was on it. And each one only needs 3,000 fate points. One seems to only need 3,000 fate points, but the supernatural power fruit required to upgrade the title is doubled. If the Void Twister is upgraded again, it will need 4 supernatural power fruits, 12,000 fate points, and the next time will be 24,000 fate points. Qu Yuan said, after all, it is not the right way to exchange fate points. It is best to enter the source river as if you were comprehending the Great Frozen technique. Having said that, Qu Yuan honestly exchanged 2 magical powers for use. The current fatality point surplus is 12550. Improve the Great Lightning technique. The 2 magical powers were eaten immediately. Vast and boundless, the long river of thunder, the source of thunder, came from that mysterious sky. He just swam in the ocean of thunder and lightning, and countless thunder pillars descended in the most ferocious manner, smashing everything. Great thunder and lightning technique, fierce to the yang, smashing all the yin and evil. Ding! The Great Lightning technique has advanced successfully, and the host has won the title of Lightning Manipulator. Thunderbolt Rider, the Lightning Sanctioner has been promoted, incarnated as the master of the lightning ride, the power of the sky. Under one move, the sky is rolling, manipulating the power of the sky, turning the power of the lightning into one's own, without fear of the thunder and lightning force. Thundermaster. Qu Yuan immediately realized the changes brought about by this title. He feels that when his power spreads out, even the thunder and lightning in the turbulent layer can be manipulated and controlled by him, and it will change to different shapes according to his mind, which is much stronger than the previous thunder and lightning sanctioners. Lightning sanctions are pure sanctions. However, the lightning driver can control the lightning and turn the power of the lightning into a set of torture tools for trial. Ding! The current branch has been released, creating 50 false god sky soldiers. Remember the mobile version URL. #C279 Jinyan Shenhua. New side quests released. Build 50 false god sky soldiers. Qu Yuan had a headache when he saw the materials he needed. The materials for this false god level sky soldier are 100 times more precious than those of the gods. He has never even heard of many things, and even if there are some, the number is very rare. The Tongshan Sky Soldier will continue to be built, but this false god Sky Soldier must be built as soon as possible. Dao now also lacks false god level combat power. This kind of mechanical soldier is not afraid of death. It is suitable for charging into battle. It is suitable for my use. At this step, Qu Yuan moved the void and left the palace directly. Foundry division, in full swing. Everyone is working hard in exchange for contributions. Because of Ouyang Ming's arrival, he became well organized. In fact, the task in the foundry department is still very easy. After all, Qu Yuan does not need them to bother to build magic weapons, as long as the materials are purified and sent over. At this time, there was a figure covered in stains, holding something and frowning. No, these ordinary materials can explode with 100% power when you hand them over to His Majesty, but why are there only 20 to 30% in my hands? No matter how I transform, I can't break this bottleneck. There must be something wrong. Yang Ming was holding an imitation god-destroying crossbow, thinking. Yang Ming, I am very pleased that you have done a good job during this time. Qu Yuan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. His Majesty. Yang Ming was suddenly startled, he didn't even notice his false god realm perception. When he saw Qu Yuan behind him, he hurriedly saluted, I see you, Your Majesty. Flat body. Qu Yuan raised his hand and looked at the things placed beside him. You imitated these? At random glance, it is a delicate imitation. Yes, I have been researching all kinds of equipment for the past few months. For example, you can see that this Liang saber has been copied exactly the same, and even every detail has been taken into account, but the power has not been able to be mentioned. Only 30% of the original. Yangming handed Xuanhuan a blazing sun saber. Xuanhuan shook it. The weight and length were the same as the original. I have been thinking about it for a long time, but I don't know what went wrong. Yangming said, in addition to the Liang saber, there are also sky warriors. Even the ironclad flying boat ministers have imitated some, but they are all empty shells, and there is no such magic that His Majesty has taken out, and the power is even more incapable of matching. Mention. When Xuanhuan saw what he had imitated, he secretly thought that it was still a talent. However, this was created automatically by the blueprint, and it would be strange if he could imitate it. Okay, I came to the casting department this time. In addition to inspecting it, I have to give you a new task to purify the materials on this blueprint. Xuanhuan handed the list to this talent. Your Majesty, these materials are extremely cherished. Yangming frowned after reading it. You know? Xuanhuan asked. I know all about it, and I have seen some of them. Yangming nodded. For example, this void god crystal is to be purified from a large amount of void crystal, which is very troublesome, and this golden flame god gold, Dao does not have it, but I know where. Oh? Tell me. Xuanhuan said. In a Jedi in the Dongxian region, where is an extremely huge desert Gobi, it is said that it was produced by the great fire-burning emperor and a terrifying existence in the ancient times. Yangming said, however, the place where Jin Yenshin Jin can be extracted is extremely terrifying, and it is difficult for the false god to stay for a long time. There is a kind of Jin Yenshin fire, and the false god can be burned to death, but it is precisely there to extract it. Hearing the words Jin Yenshinhua, the first to react violently would be Buddha Shinhua. The Buddha fire is not a divine weapon, it is a special kind of innate fire that emits a faint thought. I want Jin Yenshinhua. When I got the Buddha's fire, the description said that it can evolve and upgrade by swallowing other fires. Obviously, Jin Yenshinhua belongs to one of them. When Xuanhuan looked at Yangming, he became more and more happy. This is a special talent like a medicine family. Without Yangming, how could the refiners he recruited know about these special treasures? Relying on them, the false god Sky Soldier could not be built for 10 years. And this made Xuanhuan more and more interested in the item refining city. Yangming, I will help you retake the item refining city and let you press Jin Qiang on the item refining city. The item refining city will soon belong to you. Xuanyu was sincere and gave him encouragement. I will. Yangming nodded heavily. Xuanhuan picked up a big treasure this time. He also felt that he was right. In Dao, there are countless materials for him to experiment with, and there are all kinds of equipment that are not available in other places. Let him disassemble and study at will. After getting tired, you can make a cup of Tianyuan tea and eat a few pills as a snack. He felt that his refining skills had improved very quickly. This kind of life is too happy, heaven on earth. Put the refining thing aside, this time you and I will go to the Jin Yenshinhua and prepare the Jin Yenshinhua. If only Jin Chuyuan, the god of flames, would not go there in person, but the god of Buddha needs the evolution of god of fire, so he has to go once. Going there? Yangming replied, I've been there, and I also want to try to get the Jin Yenshinhua. I want to be the exclusive flame of the refiner, but I'm not strong enough, so I can be your Majesty's guide. Okay, it's not too late, go with me quickly. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and Kongmi Daokuan appeared. Kongmi Daokuan travels in the void faster than the sky battleship, and Xuanhuan can't wait to get it. This is... Seeing this Kuan, Yangming's eyes almost popped out. What is this? Kongmi Daokuan, all the void spar you saw were spit out by it. Xuanhuan patted Kongmi Daokuan. Kong Mi Dao Kuan wagged his tail to please Chu Yuan, and he took Yang Ming with him reluctantly, as if he was a little disgusted. Yes, it is disgusting. Feeling Kong Mi Dao Kuan's dislike, Yang Ming also had some breakdowns. I think he is a dignified false god king, and he is a person with status in the 5 domains. Today, he was actually disliked by a Kuan. Well, after all, this Kuan is His Majesty's mount, serving the Holy Emperor, and has an extraordinary status. Go to the Jedi. Kong Mi Dao Kuan suddenly escaped into the void, as if opening a void passage, and the speed was terrifying. If it was said that when he just got it, Kong Mi Dao Kuan only had the strength comparable to the false god, but after following Chu Yuan for so long and swallowing so many treasures from him, his current strength has at least increased several times. As expected of Your Majesty's Kuan, this is a divine beast of the void, able to swim freely in the void. Seeing the scene of rapid reversal on both sides, Yang Ming was in awe, and felt more and more that Chu Yuan was unfathomable. The horror of the emperor in front of him was beyond his imagination. With a Kuan that can travel in the void, even the true god emperor of the Xuanhuan dynasty would not have such a chance. Arrive. Kong Mi Dao Kuan only shuttled in the void for a few days, and Chu Yuan and Yang Ming arrived at the Jedi. Remember the mobile version URL. #C280 merit must be rewarded. It was desolate and dead, and the weather was scorching hot. In front of Chu Yuan's eyes, a scene of desert and Gobi mixed appeared. At first glance, the yellow sand filled the sky, and it seemed to be covered with a layer of golden flames, reflecting the golden brilliance, which was simply a scene of gravel fire flowing with gold. This kind of environment is dry and hot, and no one will stay in this kind of environment for a long time, except for the warriors who practice fire-type supernatural powers. Huh? The vitality here has the power to deprive mana. Although it is slow, it is real. Chu Yuan experienced the environment here. Well, the ancient great fire-burning heaven is the most irascible of the 5 emperors. Whoever offends him will hit him directly. That is a more terrifying existence than the gods, and he has left a mark on his mana, even if the ancient times have passed for a long time. The environment here is not improving, it is still deteriorating. Yang Ming said respectfully, I have been here a few times. I wanted to capture that divine fire and refine it into myself, but I am not strong enough, so I can only retreat. If an alchemist or alchemist can control a wonderful divine fire, his skills will be greatly improved. Jin Yan Xuanhuan is of great use, and I can't give it to you, but you are right. As the director of the Dao Foundry Division, if you don't even have a Xuanhuan, it's really outrageous. Chu Yuan thought thoughtfully, in this way, I will teach you a method, and you can cultivate a divine fire by yourself, called Kongyan Divine Fire. Empty Yan Xuanhuan? Yang Ming was slightly confused. Yes, it is Kongyan Xuanhuan, the Xuanhuan that burns the void. You can cultivate it as a magical power. As for the method of cultivation, I will let Kong Mi Dao Kuan exhale the power of space to help you cultivate. It is not difficult to cultivate your understanding. Chu Yuan's fingertips jumped with a glass-colored flame, constantly twisting and deforming. God fire. Yang Ming quickly knelt down, thank you, Your Majesty. The divine fire that oneself cultivates will be weak at first, but more spiritual, and will become stronger as one's own realm grows. Get up, you will get what you deserve. You deserve it. Chu Yuan also had his intentions for Yang Ming to practice Kongyan Xuanhuan. In the future, Dao will create more terrifying equipment. The materials needed will be massive. If there is a refiner who can refine various advanced materials, it will undoubtedly make him a lot easier. It is not enough to rely on the provision of the Quanhuan Chamber of Commerce. Your lifeline is still firmly in your hands. At this moment, Kong Mi Dao Kuan kept twisting, obviously the dry environment here made it very uncomfortable. Okay, let's go and rest. Its task has been completed. Xuanhuan put Kongmi Dao Kuan into the jade seal. Your Majesty, please come with me. In fact, the location of Jin Yan's divine fire is not a secret. Many people want to take it, but this divine fire already has spirituality and has absorbed the cunning of human nature. Devour each other. Ouyang Ming leads the way. It seems that the divine fire has become refined. Xuanhuan said. With the speed of the wind and the speed of the two, this desert is very large, about the area of several Guihai mansion. It should be right here. Not long after, Ouyang Ming came to a cave, where golden flames erupted constantly, making people feel unbearably hot. Let's go in. Xuanhuan walked ahead this time. This cave is very deep. After going 10,000 meters deep, it has reached the ground. Both sides have become hard rocks. Instead of being dark, it is bright. On the rocks on both sides, there are still deep golden traces, obviously the golden flame god, gold, that Xuanhuan needs. The Buddha god fire has been very active since Xuanhuan entered the cave. It belongs to the extremely powerful innate divine fire, and it also felt the breath from Jin Yan divine fire, turned into a flame, and kept jumping. The more you walk down, the stronger the golden glow and the higher the temperature, as if you have come to the interior of a star. Ouyang Ming was also sweating profusely. Although he was a false god, the temperature was too violent, as if he came to the inside of a star, and he had to consume mana to resist. Your Majesty's power is unfathomable. Seeing Xuanhuan's light-hearted appearance, Ouyang Ming felt more and more unfathomable that this sage was unfathomable. Although the cave is extremely deep, it always has an end. Xuanhuan seems to have come to the center of the earth at once. It is 100 miles in size here. It turned out to be a roaring golden red lake. This golden red lake is not water, but hot magma. This magma seems to be coming out of the heart of the earth. Such a terrifying temperature is 10,000 times stronger than ordinary magma. Goo, goo, goo. The magma is not calm, it keeps bubbling and sputtering. Your Majesty, Jin Yan Xuanhuan, is in this magma. I fought a few tricks at the time, but I quickly retreated. After all, here is the site of the Jin Yan Xuanhuan. Can subdue that Jin Yan Xuanhuan. Ouyang Ming's face was extremely solemn. This magma was left by the great fire-burning emperor and the powerful enemy in the war, and it was contaminated with mana that was more terrifying than the gods, and the virtual gods were unbearable. If Jin Yan Xuanhuan was so easy to conquer, it would have been taken away long ago. Your news is correct, I have already felt the breath of Jin Yan Xuanhuan. Boom. Just as Xuanhuan spoke, the magma suddenly surged violently, and columns of magma burst up, covering Xuanhuan. Jin Yan Xuanhuan. Facing the falling magma rain, Xuanhuan's eyes flickered with the light of the Buddha. If the Buddha's fire devoured the Jin Yan fire, it will inevitably evolve, and ordinary false gods will be directly burned to death by it, and the minerals here are rich, and it will also change. It's a material base, and I want the magma too. While he was thinking, he grabbed the magma with one hand. Turn your hands for the cloud and cover your hands for the rain. The magma fell on Xuanhuan's body. Without the use of the great devouring technique, it could be blocked only by the Buddha's divine fire. He has seen that Jin Yan Xuanhuan has sensed the fluctuation of someone coming here, and is swimming in the magma sea. This magma lake is actually very huge. It seems that it is only 100 miles in front of you, but in fact, the entire desert is filled with magma, which poured here. As soon as he noticed something was wrong, Jin Yan Xuanhuan could escape. A huge golden dragon was swimming in the magma lake and suddenly came out. The whole body was made of magma, especially the pair of dragon eyes, which revealed a humanized color, as if it was a kind of contempt. The flames flickering in the pair of dragon eyes are the body of Jin Yan Xuanhuan. The golden dragon charged directly towards Xuanhuan. In this magma lake, it is not afraid of any existence. Chu Yuan blasted out with a punch, directly hitting the golden dragon's body. At this moment, the golden dragon collapsed directly, and countless raindrops swayed. But this Jin Yan Shenhua is not afraid at all. It is an invisible existence. What if its dragon body is broken up? It has endless energy in this magma lake. In just a blink of an eye, its dragon body condensed again, and the phantoms of 80 golden dragons appeared, forming a golden dragon formation with it. 9981. Fire Dragon Formation. This Jin Yan Shenhua devoured a lot of people. From their memories, they have learned to form formations, but His Majesty's strength is really terrifying. If it were me, I would have fled long ago, or I would be pulled into the magma by the Jin Yan Shenhua. Yang Ming couldn't help much in this kind of battle, he could only watch the battle in the corner. But when he saw 9981 golden dragons besieging Chu Yuan, another terrifying killing intent swept in, causing his complexion to change dramatically, and he suddenly shouted. Your Majesty, it's not good. Remember the mobile version URL. #C281 Shadow Kill Armor to create blueprint. In this magma sea, an extreme killing intent broke out. When Chu Yuan and Jin Yan Shenhua were fighting, they suddenly attacked and killed, and the angle was extremely tricky. This is a phantom that seems to be mixed with the lava lake, and it rushes out violently, and the timing is just right. He was holding a dagger in his hand, and his strength was not scattered at all, but condensed to a point. This is like a blow from Tianyuan, which immediately tears the void. Even if it is in the false god realm, under the assassination of this figure, there will be no burial place, and the horror is extreme. Court death. Although this person was very well hidden, how could he hide from Chu Yuan's perception? He waved his palm away and gathered into the boundless sea. Boom. This person is proficient in the technique of peerless assassination, and has the momentum of an indomitable, peerless strike. But he assassinated the wrong person. And this person did not respond to Chu Yuan's counterattack, and came to Chu Yuan in an instant. The dagger was also a royal artifact, and it was transparent, which could be integrated into the color of the void. Die. His face was already visible, and his mouth moved as if he was saying a dead word. But Chu Yuan's figure is magnificent and immovable, and his stalwart is incomparable. It was bombarded in front of this person at once, and the power of the peerless blow was directly disintegrated by him, and then an even more violent force hit the person's body. The smile on the man's face froze, and he took this tremendous force and slammed backwards. And at this moment, this person's face can finally be seen clearly. This person looks like a young man, his face is pale, and he is dressed in strange clothes. He can change colors like a chameleon, and his strength has reached the 5th level of false god. He was also a little puzzled. With the realm of the false god 5th layer, he suddenly exploded with a peerless blow, which failed to kill Chu Yuan. You are very powerful, I couldn't kill you. The man made a soft sound. As soon as his figure slackened, he was about to disappear from Chu Yuan's eyes. Peerless assassin. If you miss one hit, you will never make a second hit. Do you still want to go? Chu Yuan grabbed it with a big hand, and of course saw that this person had used an extremely profound escape technique. Immediately, one after another thunderbolt beams slammed, and under his control, he turned into a prison, and he exerted the power of the void, which made the man seem to hit the wall at once, and the figure appeared again. Dare to shoot at me, do you just want to leave? Chu Yuan looked at the man. Assassin Tu Jin. And Yang Ming also saw the man's true face, and said in shock, I didn't expect it to be you, but you dare to assassinate your majesty, you are so daring. He had heard of Tu Jin, a famous assassin in Dongxianyu. More than a pair of false gods died in his hands, and he had also successfully assassinated a prince of the Dongxian dynasty, and escaped successfully. He has no choice. Then what do you want? Tuzhen didn't panic at all, but said with a smile, today it seems that I chose the wrong target and encountered a tough idea. It seems that I will be slaughtered by others, whether I live or die. Having said that, he was actually looking for an opportunity to escape. Assassins, when faced with dangerous situations, must remain calm at all times. Your assassination technique is very good. What he said was true. If Xuanhuan hadn't raised his realm to the 5th level of psychic power, he would have had a lot of trouble facing Tuzhen. Thank you for your compliment, Your Majesty. Tuzhen's expression did not change at all. If I guessed correctly, you should be His Majesty Emperor Wu of the Great Wu Dynasty. You know me. Xuanhuan said. As an assassin, there is still some news. At this moment, Tuzhen said lightly, I heard that Your Majesty has a lot of medicinal pills in the country and is recruiting talents. If Tuzhen is willing to join Tiao and become His Majesty's killer, I don't know if I can get those medicinal pills. Yangming's eyes also widened. Unexpectedly, this Tuzhen could not be assassinated, but he still wanted to join Tiao. You must know that this is a master of the false god 5th layer. Choose one, recruit Tuzhen, join Tiao, get 500 fate points, and create blueprints for the dagger of shadow killing X1. Option 2, kill Tuzhen, get 500 fate points, and create blueprints with the armor of shadow killing. You think I will want you? Xuanhuan said lightly. This slaughter is really interesting. Of course, because I am a killer living in the shadows, if I seek refuge with Your Majesty, I will do some things for Your Majesty that are not easy for you to do, such as assassination. Your Majesty can also give me a position. I am willing to create a place for Your Majesty. Legion of Assassins. This, Tuzhen said to himself, my request is also very simple, it is a medicinal pill. Assassins also pay attention to integrity. Your Majesty pays the medicine, and I make contributions. You think too much. But when Xuanhuan looked at this Tuzhen, he acted directly. His aura like the sky was oppressing the past, and he actually wanted to take Tuzhen's life. You are going to kill me. Tuzhen's expression finally changed. He thought that he was so sincere that His Majesty, the Great Wu, in front of him, would accept him. After all, he also has the combat power of the false god 5th layer, and there is no reason not to stay. Could it be that Your Majesty is not thinking about it? Tuzhen yelled. I am indeed recruiting talents, but not all rubbish will be accepted. In my eyes, you are that rubbish, an assassin trapped by me, and you are still here to speak up, and you are still looking for conditions and death. In his big hand, the power of the chakras of life and death has changed. In the current state, it is more terrifying than before. You can't kill me. Tuzhen also noticed that death was coming to him, and he used his mana again and again to escape. Nonsense. Xuanhuan started mercilessly. People he doesn't like will kill even if they are false gods at the 5th level, and people he likes will accept them even if they're just ordinary people. He also told him about conditions and asked for medicinal pills, which was simply stupid to the extreme. If Tuzhen didn't assassinate him just now, but appeared after he subdued Jin Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan would have kept him. But now it is impossible. The wheel of death crushed Tuzhen over those days. Tuzhen was proficient in both assassination and escape, but under the blockade of Xuanhuan's power, he couldn't escape at all. Do not. Tuzhen made a final sound. His flesh and blood, his soul was crushed inch by inch. In the frontal battle, he lost so badly that he had no strength to resist. After being crushed into minced meat, it was sucked by Xuanhuan and completely disappeared. All he was left with was the armor and dagger on his body, which was caught by Xuanhuan. The false god 5th layer was killed just like that. Seeing that Tuzhen was killed by Xuanhuan, Yangming was also terrified. The assassin who made the Dongxian dynasty helpless just died in the hands of Xuanhuan. And he also saw the cruelty of Xuanhuan. The emperor was furious, and the head fell to the ground, and there was absolutely no negotiation. The word emperor is enough to explain everything. Ding. The host completed the second choice, obtained 500 fate points, and the armor of the Shadow Killer made the blueprint X1. Remember the mobile version URL. #C282 Buddha Fire Upgrade. The blueprint of the armor of shadow killing, a special artifact, light and strange, it can be integrated into the void after wearing, and changes with the color of the surrounding environment. Xuanhuan immediately saw the introduction of the shadow-killing armor and found that it was not the hard heavy armor of Xuanhuan armor. It belongs to a kind of light armor. The defense does not look outstanding, but it can change color with the surrounding environment and become a shadow like ghost. This is light armor, specially prepared for assassin killers. Xuanhuan secretly said, the armor of shadow killing? Assassin army? After returning, you can start to form a shadow-killing army, like the ghost on the battlefield, harvesting life. There is no shortage of Xuanhuan's army to collide head-on. However, the Assassin Legion has not yet been established, and the appearance of the Shadow Killer armor has given him a lot of inspiration. Imagine how frightening a group of battlefield ghosts suddenly appeared on the battlefield where the war was stalemate, and they suddenly rushed out. And they could also let them perform some special tasks. 2 King-grade artifacts. The light armor and dagger on Tuzhan's body were divine artifacts, most suitable for killer assassins, and from him, Xuanhuan also obtained a storage ring, which contained a lot of his insights into the way of killers. This Tuzhan also has a good habit of keeping a diary. Xuanhuan was a little stunned. He looked at it at random and found a book full of things he had written down. A truly powerful and loyal assassin must be cultivated by oneself, and the shadow-killing legion will be the dead man of Dao. Xuanhuan said lightly. At this time, the Jin Yenshinhua obviously felt the terror emanating from Xuanhuan, and it actually drilled directly into the magma lake, turned into a flame, and mixed with the magma, but no trace of it could be found. Your Majesty, Jin Yenshinhua ran away. Yangming shouted anxiously. Jin Yenshinhua merged into the magma, and the breath was integrated, and it was almost difficult to find its trace. It can't run. Under Yangming's shocked gaze, Xuanhuan plunged directly into the lava lake. Boom! The terrifying Great Devouring technique is in motion. Xuanhuan formed a devouring domain, and the divine fire of the Buddha seemed to jump in his eyes, and he saw a constantly swimming shadow in this vast magma lake. It seems that he was aware of Xuanhuan's discovery of it, and Jin Yan's divine fire rose into the sky. The magma burst out violently, forming fire lotuses one after another, and in an instant, monstrous torrents were ejected from the fire lotuses. Where else do you want to go? Xuanhuan's whole body was shocked, and a big hand of the Buddha was grabbing against Jin Yenshinhua. Jin Yenshinhua already has a weak intelligence, and at this moment it is also roaring with anger. It continues to charge with magma, but what makes it more and more afraid is that no matter how it fights back, this person turns a blind eye and easily resolves it. Boom! Suddenly, a huge majesty from ancient times erupted. In this magma lake, there is actually a shadow of a towering figure. His body is full of anger, and the supreme being of Yingui is actually the great emperor of burning fire. The generation of Jin Yenshinhua has a great relationship with the great emperor raging fire burning heaven, and there is also the imprint of his great emperor here. The great fire burning emperor is a more formidable and terrifying existence than the gods. After the antiquity, the 5 emperors left the eternal world, but Xuanhuan knew that the 5 emperors were probably not dead, and he did not know where to hide and cultivate. The magma in the magma lake is also rapidly decreasing, condensing the huge body of the great fire-burning emperor. This Jin Yan Xuanhuan is suppressing Chu Yuan with the power of the Emperor. Lie. The great Emperor of Fire burning heaven. Yangming's throat was dry, and he only felt that he was extremely insignificant in front of the great Fire Emperor. Jin Yan Xuanhuan was also forced by Chu Yuan, and no matter how it hid itself, relying on the Buddha's Xuanhua's induction of various flames, it had no way to hide itself. Oh? Turn the magma into a raging fire to burn the sky, but is this useful? Chu Yuan's eyes were always calm and everything was under control. Fist of burning heaven. This raging fire burning heaven emperor shot, a terrifying fist, and the fist that burned everything bombarded Chu Yuan. Yangming's heart clenched tightly. This punch could seriously injure him, and he would never be able to turn over. Supreme Human Sovereign. Magnificent, boundless, and vast, the aura of the Supreme Human Emperor emanated from Chu Yuan. He was like a mountain, like the sea. His eyes looked at the raging fire-burning heaven emperor, and suddenly he punched out, and suddenly this emperor's incarnation collapsed with one punch. It doesn't even count as an incarnation, it's just the breath left behind. Even the incarnation of the great fire-burning emperor has collapsed. Yangming opened his mouth wide and sighed more and more at Chu Yuan's horror. That Jin Yan Xuanhuan was frightened and wanted to condense the incarnation of the emperor. Devour domain spread. Countless magma was swallowed by Chu Yuan. Seeing that the emperor's body could not be condensed, Jin Yan Xuanhuan fell into the magma again. There are countless trails here, and it drilled into those trails. Where are you going? Chu Yuan's method was more domineering. He turned his hands over the clouds and covered the rain with his hands, and overturned the lava lake. A big hand grabbed the infinite space, and actually caught a cluster of golden flames. This is Jin Yan Xuanhuan. Contains the most terrifying temperature. The flame was originally intangible, but Chu Yuan caught it. Jin Yan Xuanhuan. The divine fire twisted and danced, exuding a holy golden color, which was extremely eye-catching. If this divine fire is obtained by a warrior who cultivates fire-type magical powers, it is a supreme treasure, and it is a crazy existence. Eat it and evolve. The glazed Buddha's fire was so happy that it condensed a mouth and ate Jin Yan Xuanhuan directly. This kind of special divine fire can be said to be a great source of nourishment for the Buddha's divine fire. Chu Yuan immediately felt that the power of the Buddha's divine fire was several times stronger than before. He could use the power of the Buddha's divine fire to burn ordinary false gods by himself. If he wants to motivate, it will be even more powerful. If there is a level on the Buddha's head, it means that it has been upgraded from the first level to the second level. If Chu Yuan changed his career to become a craftsman, he would be the best craftsman with the help of the Buddha's fire, but he didn't need it. The casting department would do it for him. Satisfied? Chu Yuan noticed that as it devoured a divine fire, the spirituality of the Buddha's divine fire became stronger and stronger, and it was even able to emit some relatively clear fluctuations. Xuanhuan is rare. If there are other Xuanhua's whereabouts, I will find it for you and let you eat and upgrade. On Chu Yuan's wrist, a Lioli bracelet suddenly appeared. A lot of minerals can be mined here. I will let people come over to mine them quickly, and then send them back to the foundry department. The magma here spreads from the deep underground, and it also contains the attribute power of the great fire-burning emperor. The arrows for making rocket crossbows are very good, and I will also bring them back to Dao. Chu Yuan brought back everything that could be used. Yangming, go back with me. This time you have done a great job. I will reward you greatly and help you condense the divine fire of empty flames. Remember the mobile version URL. #C283 Shadow Kill. Dongxianyuwu City. This time, the harvest has been very fruitful. Yangming, I have given you a task to imitate this kind of dagger and create a batch of them. Chu Yuan asked Yangming to make a dagger. Since we plan to form a shadow-killing army, the equipment is indispensable. With the shadow-killing armor, we naturally need a dagger. If you just install the whole army, that kind of ordinary artifact dagger can be made in a short period of time. This kind of dagger is not difficult to make, it doesn't need too many formations, and it doesn't need a lot of materials. It only needs power. Assassin, looking for one-hit kills. Yang Ming nodded. Okay, Yang Ming, your most important task is to purify those materials. I am afraid that some alloys can only be refined by you in the entire great martial arts. If it is a dagger, you can demonstrate it and leave it to others to do it without delay. Qu Yuan said lightly, Kuan, during this time, help Yang Ming to condense the divine fire of Kong Yen. He temporarily left Kongmi Daokuan and Buddha Xuanhuan in the casting department. With the equipment, you also need a leader who is suitable for commanding the shadow-killing army. Qianfu Lu was not suitable, neither was Zhu Fengfeng, nor was Feng Lei. Due to their personalities, the three of them are suitable for a frontal charge, and they can't do this kind of assassination raid. See you Chen. Qu Yuan suddenly appeared in the Dao Academy. At this moment in the academy, there is a man dressed in gray, who looks unremarkable. He is a very ordinary man who is thrown into the crowd. Even if he is regarded as an ordinary handyman, some people believe him. But this Qin Jian's cultivation level has reached the false god realm, and people will not pay attention to his existence in a low-key manner. When he came, he did not reveal the strength of his false god, and cultivated a method of concealment. But he was keeping a low profile and hiding, and he couldn't hide Qu Yuan's gaze. As soon as this person came, Qu Yuan knew it and set his sights on him. Qin Jian is teaching a group of teenagers in the Dao Academy, silently exchanging contributions, exchanging medicinal pills, and not talking to others. He suddenly heard Qu Yuan's voice. The time and space in front of me suddenly changed, and I came to the mysterious void. Looking at the emperor, I quickly knelt down. Qin Jian, seize your majesty, holy peace. Flat body. Qu Yuan looked at Qin Jian, I gave you a task today, and you will be the commander of the shadow-killing army in the future. He remembered that Qin Jian took the initiative to join Dao, and was very low-key. He taught young people every day in exchange for contributions, but Qu Yuan needed such a person to be the commander of his shadow-killing army, and walk in the dark night. Your Majesty wants me to be the commander of the shadow-killing army? Qin Jian was confused. Yes, the shadow-killing army is the shadow army. It walks in the dark and conducts assassination raids. You have a calm personality, which is suitable for you. Qu Yuan said, take it, these two royal artifacts. He gave Qin Jian two of Tu Zhen's royal artifacts. Wang-grade artifact. Qin Jian was calm, and when he saw the two king-grade artifacts, he was also shocked. Your Majesty trusts me so much. There is currently no one in the shadow-killing army, but you can choose from across the country who are suitable for entering the shadow-killing army. Xiu hides and assassinates one. In the future, you will be my butcher's knife, a butcher's knife that will make people feel scared when they hear it. Qu Yuan said. Yes, Your Majesty, in the future, I will be Your Majesty's sharpest butcher's knife, walking in the dark night. Qin Jian knew that from this moment his fate would change. Practice well. When Qu Yuan left, he left him a few jade bottles. Since you are the commander of an army, this is your elixir as the commander, to choose members suitable for the shadow-killing army, and the equipment of the shadow-killing army is also it will be delivered soon. The void in front of him suddenly disappeared. Everything seemed unreal as a dream. Qin Jian looked at the equipment and pills in front of him, and determined that it was real. Your Majesty's mana is monstrous. The shock just now, Qin Jian has already realized that Qu Yuan's mana is boundless. Qin Jian went to form members of the shadow-killing army, and Qu Yuan's first set of shadow-killing armor was also successfully built. shadow-killing armor, his body is dark, exuding a strong aura, and there is a trembling. After wearing it, people seem to be walking in the dark night of shadows, and they are killers in the dark. The characteristics of the shadow-killing legion are destined not to fight head-on. The shadow-killing corps is different from other standing armies. Xuanhuan does not need to equip the entire army, but only needs to build 1,000,000 pairs, which is enough. Qin Jian did things very quickly, and 1,000,000-person shadow-killing corps was quickly formed. This is the first batch of candidates, and as Dao continues to grow, it will expand. As the shadow-killing legion is a special legion, their training is also different. All of them must practice the way of assassination and be proficient in one-shot kills. In March of the 37th year of Dao. Years are like annual rings, and it has been 2 years since Dao came to Dongguanyueu. Xuanhuan succeeded the throne in Dao's 30 years, and now he has 7 years to expand the weak Dao to this point. After he quickly raised Lu Qianfu and Zhu Fengfeng to the 10th level of psychic power with the national fortune and medicinal pills, he used 2 false god pills to help them break through the realm and achieve the false god king realm. The magic medicine on Yao Linger's side is also growing gratifyingly. Well, as expected of his concubine, she really is his virtuous inner helper. With the magical medicine they carefully cultivated, the efficacy is 10 times that of ordinary people. If these medicine pills are distributed, the powerhouses of Dao will practice extremely fast. Yao Linger led the nourishing family to provide magical medicine for the entire Dao, and he was a virtual god himself. Although ordinary people did not know that they existed, the high-level officials of Dao did. Yao Linger is not only the emperor's concubine, but also the person that your majesty trusts the most, providing magical medicine for Dawu. Your majesty, please review the shadow-killing army. After several months of training, the shadow-killing army took shape. They were wearing shadow-killing armor, with daggers on their waists, and god-destroying crossbows in their hands. Their god-destroying crossbow swords are also different from those of other armies. They are arrows made by Xuanhuan and Ouyang Ming, purifying special materials. At this moment, in the eyes of Xuanhuan, they all have a dull breath, as if they are shadows, they follow like shadows, they do not have the impact force of a frontal army, but they have a kind of terror that will kill them with one hit. Very good, keep training. Xuanhuan was very satisfied with Qin Jian. The shadow-killing army has been formed for a few months, and it looks like this, which is enough to show Qin Jian's ability. He didn't choose the wrong person. What makes Xuanhuan happy again is that Ouyang Ming is really a rare talent. He cultivated his own Kongyan Shenhua with the help of Kongmi Daokuan and Buddha Shenhua. With Kongyan Shenhua, the speed of his extraction of various materials has been greatly accelerated. The first false god Sky Soldier has been created. At this time, Xuanhuan also got the first false god Sky Soldier. More silver-white than the Sky Warrior of the gods, this illusory Sky Warrior has a power of void emanating from it, and it has a sky sword in its hand, which can cut out an extremely terrifying laser lightsaber. In front of the false god Sky Soldier, the Tongshan Sky Soldier will be directly split in half by a sword. Compared with the real false god, the Sky Soldier has no power of law, and it is the mysterious mechanical power that gives it the power comparable to the false god. But it is precisely the machinery that makes them not afraid of death, and can perform some special and dangerous tasks. The Jedi that the living dare not go to, let the Sky Soldiers go, there is no problem. This kind of mechanical soldier cooperates with the real army and kills them at the same time to maximize their power. Remember the mobile version URL. #C280 the whole army is dispatched. Ouyang Ming made a great contribution to Dao. Without Ouyang Ming's refining, Xuanhuan would not be able to obtain so much metal in a short period of time. The former young master of refining city brought Dao an extremely systematic method of purification. With Ouyang Ming's refinement, Xuanhuan fully created 5 false god Sky Soldiers. These 5 false god sky warriors spent all the high-level materials that Xuanhuan had collected in the Dongxian region in the past 2 years, and it seemed impossible to create more in a short period of time. Ouyang Ming said that it would be too difficult for him to purify high-level materials by himself. Moreover, the refining city has a history of tens of thousands of years. There are many refiners in it, and they have collected many god-level materials that no great martial artist has. This made Xuanhuan hot in his heart. It would be nice if this item refining city belonged to him. How good is it to take one city as one company? Xuanhuan must help Ouyang Ming to regain the position of the city owner of the refining city, and let the refining city belong to him. This is for the benefit of the country. On this day, in the hall, hundreds of officials went to court. Although the Cultivation dynasty is based on martial arts and does not need to go to the court every day, Xuanhuan still holds a court meeting every once in a while to listen to the explanations of the ministers. My emperor is eternal. The officials knelt down and bowed. Naturally, they would not call long live my emperor. In this fantasy dynasty, the false god realm can live for 10,000 years, and the heavenly god realm is even more than 1,000,000 years. It is inappropriate to call long live. Only eternity is the pursuit of goals. Reporting to my emperor, now the situation of the 4 houses is good, all the people have returned to their hearts, various national policies have been implemented smoothly, and the people have been integrated into my Dao's life. There are household officials who will report on the latest livelihood. It is true that Dao is strong, the emperor is wise, and the welfare is also excellent. Everyone in the common people can practice. Children in the family, regardless of gender, can practice martial arts in the Dao Academy, and exchange their own efforts for resources. What they need to pay is their own hard work and sweat. Who doesn't love such a dynasty? Who cannot work hard to maintain? When Xuanhuan didn't come. The situation in these 4 houses is extremely chaotic, and the common people are only the objects of arbitrary bullying by the strong. But now, there is order. This is very good. The foundation of the people is the foundation of a country, and the dynasty cannot be separated from the people. On the throne, Xuanhuan nodded when he heard these data. The master of one person, for the sake of one person. The master of a sect, for the sake of a sect. Lord of a country, think for the sake of a country. If you are the master of a big world, then you must think about a big world. If he is the emperor of humanity in billions of worlds, then he must think about countless human races. Your Majesty, just last month, the population of the country was census, and the powerhouses of all realms were registered, as well as the situation of each army, and the consumption of medicinal pills. They are all here. These officials kept talking. Some people even asked, Your Majesty, my army is strong and strong. All the armies are fierce and strong, and their morale is high. They all want to start a war. The soldiers are also eager to fight, to conquer the surrounding territories and expand. After being with Xuanhuan for a long time, the people of Dao have an outward-looking edge, and the 4 palaces can no longer satisfy their appetite. How could Xuanhuan not know their thoughts? It is nothing more than that there has been no war recently, the speed of obtaining merits has slowed down, and they all want to make contributions. It's good to have this idea. Xuanhuan said, I am also thinking about the expansion war, but what I am planning is not the land of several houses, but a domain, and what is the effect of expanding several houses? Not only does he want Dongxuanyu, but he also wants to annex the 5 profound realms. Your Majesty has an accident. At this moment, Zhu Fengfeng hurriedly walked up to the main hall and said, There is an accident on the route from Diheifu to Wuyu. Say. Just today, the route was suddenly bombarded. Zhu Fengfeng said. What's the loss? Find out what force dares to attack my Da route? Xuanhuan asked coldly. The loss is not small. Dozens of ironclad flying boats were bombed and sunk. Fortunately, there were sky warships escorting them. Qin Zhongyong and Feng Lei had already rushed over with their troops, and I had also checked. Zhu Fengfeng reported. In the past 2 years, a large number of ships have traveled to and from the martial realm every day, transporting many medicinal pills and materials back to the martial realm. Fortunately, the welfare of Dao is not a secret in Dongguanyueu, so some people have their eyes on it. Eastern Islands? Someone suddenly said, Your Majesty, I know the Eastern Islands, where there are thousands of large islands, but they have been occupied by a group of desperate villains for thousands of years, and now they have become pirate islands, countless vicious. The place where the gangsters gather, the strongest is Thunder Whale Island. There are as many as 2 or 3 false gods, and they often land and loot for wrongdoing. There are many maritime forces. Just like the owner of Luling Island, he also occupies an island. But the master of the Luling group is gentle, and he has established a force on it and is his master, but the Eastern Islands are looting for a living. The Eastern Islands also left us a letter. Zhu Fengfeng handed over the letter and said, What happened today is just a warning. In the future, Dao will pay tribute to the Eastern Islands every year to come to the DPRK every year, or else my Dao ships will not be able to go to sea, and we will be given a half-month deadline. They even have to land, plunder my 4 great martial houses, and even hit our martial realm. Although Chu Yuan has conquered the 4 houses, there are virtual gods in the Eastern Islands, and there are more than one. Naturally, he is eyeing Dao and is not afraid of them. The situation at sea is complicated. In addition to the Eastern Islands, there are also undersea monsters. The strongest is the Sea Dragon Palace, which is also harassing my Dao ships. The pirates in the Eastern Islands are really brave. Chu Yuan's voice was expressionless. Is this a random meeting of me? Kill, kill, kill. Must kill. I can't bear it anymore. Those pirates are too arrogant. This letter is a book of humiliation. It is to ride on my Dao's neck to make a fortune. Your Majesty, I am willing to go to war and go to the Eastern Islands. At this moment, the great military officials were furious. In recent years, Dao has been very strong. Previously, the 3 governments dared to attack Dao, but they were directly destroyed by Chu Yuan. Now, the Eastern Islands are provoking them and asking them to pay tribute. This is simply the greatest shame. Year-old fart to come to North Korea. Years of a fart tribute. War. Only fight. This letter is the gauntlet of the Eastern Islands. Chu Yuan grabbed the letter in his hand and said coldly, Since war has been declared, how can I not accept it? The Wuxuan army, the Shenwu army, and the Shadow Killing army are all dispatched. I limit you to prepare within 3 days. All the sky warships will be dispatched, all the thunder cannons will be dispatched, and the sky warriors will be dispatched together. Take part in this battle. Chu Yuan said, For those who are attacked, the deceased will be well compensated, and the compensation for the injured will be doubled. Let the soldiers know that if they shed blood for Dao, Dao will not let them down. Since those villainous pirates want to provoke me, I will make them regret appearing in this world. Chu Yuan's eyes swept across the entire court. Your Majesty, in this battle, I would like to be the vanguard. Zhu Fengfeng asked for battle. Raise the troops for 1,000 days, and use the troops for a while. There is no vanguard in this battle. The army directly presses over, and presses all our artillery and battleships, to surround the Eastern Islands, and suppress the group of pirates. Chu Yuan said, In this battle, I want to make sure that there is not a single living pirate on the Eastern Islands. Remember the mobile version URL. #C2851 Breakthrough. Dao, the war machine that had not been in operation for several years, was fully functioning. The total number of psychic sky warriors has now reached 130, the number of sky warships has also reached 240, and there are 5 virtual god warriors. The number of thunder cannons is 15,000, and there are millions of cannons such as magic cannons. The generals were still fighting, wanting to expand their territory, and the provocation of the Eastern Islands followed. Although there were false gods there, they were more fearless when they saw Xuanhuan's calmer appearance. With His Majesty's suppression, the villain pirates in the Eastern Islands are a ball. Xuanhuan, you have eaten enough and rested enough. Go out with the army and tear apart the Eastern Islands. This is the task that I have given you. For those pirates, Xuanhuan did not need to do it himself. Kongmi Dao Kuan was lazy, but when he saw Xuanhuan's cold eyes, he trembled, and immediately followed the army. As for the other forces in the immediate vicinity of the Sifu, seeing Dao dispatching troops, they were also panicked, and they all became afraid. What's going on? Dao is aggressive, and countless troops go out to sea. It seems that they are going to expedition to the Eastern Islands. That group of pirates is not easy to deal with. All of them are desperate people, and they are extremely vicious. How did they fight with the big martial arts? I heard that the Eastern Islands suddenly attacked Dao's ships, and Dao had to pay tribute every year and come to court every year, which angered Emperor Wu, and ordered the army of Qi to clean up the group of things that don't have long eyes. That group of pirates is not easy to deal with. There are false gods in charge, led by Thunder Whale Island. Some people want to deal with them, and they have paid a very painful price. But Emperor Wu is not a person to be provoked. Many forces in the Dongxian region are talking about it, waiting to see how this battle will end. Luo Yueying also sent a message. Do you need her help from covering the Moon sect? Xuanhuan responded that he didn't need it. To deal with that group of garbage, his martial arts was enough. Although they were given 3 days, the soldiers had long been screaming to go out to battle, and it only took more than a day for all the troops to gather and take the warship to the Eastern Islands. The Eastern Islands, thousands of islands are scattered. Like a large formation, countless undercurrents are surging. There is a paradise for pirates. I don't know how many pirates have gathered together to do harm. The largest of the Eastern Islands is naturally Thunder Whale Island. From a high altitude, it looks like a whale, swallowing all directions. From this, it can be seen that the owner of Thunder Whale Island is also an ambitious person. At this moment, in a great hall on Thunder Whale Island, many pirates were reveling, and the gourmet beauties let them enjoy themselves. Islander of Thunder Whale, see if that Dao will obediently send the monthly supply. Haha, we sank quite a few of their ships a few days ago. The Eastern Islands have become a paradise for villainous pirates. In the main hall, they all looked at a dignified middle-aged man, who was the owner of Thunder Whale Island, a master of the 5th level of false god. If he doesn't dare to confess, I'll let him walk around without food. A small martial artist, relying on some equipment, also wants to compete with my Eastern Islands? Lei Jing Island Lord said indifferently, at that time, we will directly attack Don Xianyu, plunder his territory fiercely, take away all the good things, and sit well on his throne. If I am in the Eastern Territory, the archipelago took their equipment and their strength increased greatly. Who would dare to offend us at that time? His words are slamming the powerhouses of other islands and acting as cannon fodder for him. Haha, yes, what kind of thing is this Dao? I don't even know if there is a false god, and he dares to oppose us. It's better for the emperor to kneel down and lick our shoes at our feet. That Dao can have so many medicinal pills. Obviously, there are many alchemists who have also grabbed them and gave us pills every day. Grab everything back, and grab his concubine as well, let us be pampered. Many leaders in the hall were laughing happily. Island Master, the people from Dao are here. At this moment, someone reported. Oh? Are they here? Let's see if they're here to give offerings. These pirate chiefs left the hall and went to the sea, watching from a distance. On the sea in the distance, a large number of ironclad flying boats first appeared, and then 240 sky battleships flew in the sky, and the chilling breath was passed towards the eastern islands at a very alarming speed. Islander of Thunder Whale, I don't think they are here to make a confession, but to declare war. There is a virtual god to the Thunder Whale Island. It's really not here to make an offering. It seems that Emperor Wu doesn't plan to make an offering. He didn't know it when he was about to die. The Thunder Whale Island Master didn't take it to heart. It is to blame that Xuanhuan has not used troops for a while. They don't know that Dao's strength is now advancing by leaps and bounds, not only the false god king, but also the false god sky soldier. Stop. After bringing the Dongyu Islands into the shelling range, Lu Qianfu stopped all the ships and looked ahead. There are the Dongyu Islands, our battleground. King Zhongyong, there are the eastern islands. The islands are densely scattered, and the sea area is complex. The general forces can't deal with them, but their forces can't deal with them, but they don't want to spend the price to entangle with this group of pirates. Fang Lei said, however, these pirates dare to provoke Dao, they are doomed this time. Fang Lei also sneered. The existence of Emperor Wu is something you can provoke. I really don't know how to write the word death. We will break through all methods with one force. We have to give full play to the advantages of Dao. It is these cannons. There is no need to talk nonsense with this group of pirates. The task that your majesty has entrusted to us is to ensure that there will be no more pirates in the eastern islands. Lu Qianfu looked ahead, put up the gun and bombard it there, until the king is leveled. Thunder Whale Island owner, looking at their posture, they are ready to do it directly. On the island master of Thunder Whale, a false god looked there and said, I heard that Dao has a very terrifying cannon, which directly flattened the mountain gate of Tsongshan sect. It seems that this time they want to use it. In the same way, bombard us. How can my eastern islands be compared to that of Tsongshan Mansion? These thousands of islands are our natural defense. The island owner of Leijing was not worried. Have you seen it? That's all wealth, the wealth placed in front of us. That Emperor Wu is really a kind person, and I don't need me to pick it up myself, so I give myself these equipments. It's coming. He is also keen on Dao's equipment. He wants pills, and even more equipment. With these medicinal pills, he can sail deeper into the sea and become the more powerful One Piece. Haha, yes, this is a treasure delivered to your door. Some island owner laughed and said to the battleship, did you guys bring the equipment up by yourself? When will Emperor Wu kneel on my eastern islands? If he doesn't come, we will get it ourselves. That's right, take that Emperor Wu's medicine pill. Take that Emperor Wu's equipment. Occupying his woman again, this is a fairy-like day. They are too arrogant. After Feng Lei heard these words, his face became extremely gloomy. Xuanhuan is the person he admires the most, and the hand holding the knife is turning blue. They'll soon be arrogant, and I'm going to make their mouths silent. Lu Qianfu's face was also ugly. They humiliated the Emperor of Dao like this, and they were humiliating all of them. Only death and killing can wash away. The magic cannon is ready. The thunder cannon is ready. The sky cannon is ready. A bombardment can be attacked at any time. At this time, the news prepared by the various ministries came. Remember the mobile version URL. #C286, the brilliance of artillery fire. Fire. Lu Qianfu waved his hand down fiercely. Open the cannons and blow the pirates to ashes for me. Those who dare to disrespect the Emperor Wu will be killed without mercy. Feng Lei's killing intent was also at its limit. Boom. Earth-shaking. Tear everything. The group of pirates in the distance were still chatting and laughing, talking about the good life. But in the next second, the endless scorching cannon light seemed to come down like a thunderstorm, and all fell on the island. 15,000 thunder cannons, millions of magical cannons, plus countless magical cannons. So much artillery fire immediately bloomed on the islands. In an instant, I don't know how many pirates were evaporated in an instant, even the gods could not bear it, and they were immediately blown to pieces. The eastern islands are very large, and Lu Qianfu knew that it was impossible to cover them all, so when he bombarded, he pushed forward from the most marginal islands, as if washing the ground, driving straight in, hitting the core of the pirates. The pirates were also stunned. Seeing the artillery fire destroyed the most marginal islands almost instantly. Okay, let them experience the power of my Dao artillery. Fang Lei said, King Zhongyong, what are we going to do next? Next, we have to appreciate the splendor of this artillery fire. We are not in a hurry. We have enough divine stones to play with them slowly. Just bombard them like this, and destroy all the pirate dens on these islands for me. Lu Qianfu also said coldly, if they can't bear to come out and seek death, there are two ways to die, one is bombed to death, and the other is killed. He is not in a hurry to let the soldiers land on the island. It is not necessary now. Wouldn't it be better to watch the pirates be bombarded by artillery fire? Okay, as long as they dare to make a move, they will die. Fang Lei also liked this kind of artillery bombardment very much, so he let the enemy taste the horror of their artillery fire. War is all about pressing people down. Let these pirates be as cunning as foxes, my Dao Legion is just a means of crushing you. On the eastern islands, countless pirates set up many traps, but as the artillery fire washed the ground, all the traps were uprooted. The artillery fire did not stop, and the warship slowly advanced. Damn, how can their artillery fire be so fierce? We can only be blocked on the island by them now, and let their fish be slaughtered? The continuous bombardment of the Dao Legion also caused the pirates to roar in anger. They also have guns, but compared to Dao, they are not even trash. The face of Lei Jing Island's owner was also extremely ugly. He had a face full of indifference before, saying that De Wu came to give him equipment, but he was slapped in the face in a blink of an eye. The other party's artillery fire is to kill him. Pirates are not regular legions, and they can fight back under the leadership of their leaders. They are not even as good as the rabble. When they bully those weak forces on weekdays, they are extremely vicious. But when faced with this heroic soldier, it is the share of being completely crushed. King Loyalty, the core of the eastern islands, is on Thunder Whale Island. I have seen the strong pirates gather on that island. Zhu Fengfeng looked ahead. Yes, this king also knows that the sky battleship was ordered to carry the thunder cannons to fly directly over the Thunder Whale Island to destroy the core. His Majesty gave us a lot of cards this time, enough for this group of pirates to die without knowing how many times. Lu Qianfu sent the order, continue to suppress the rest of the artillery fire. 240 sky battleships flew directly above Thunder Whale Island at this moment, pressing down their gun barrels on the deck and aiming at Thunder Whale Island. Bomb their battleships down. Giant cannons were also set up on Thunder Whale Island. As soon as the battleship in the sky came, it immediately came out and went away to the battleship in the sky. But these cannons hit the sky battleship, and they were dissolved by an energy mask. Their cannons were too weak, and they didn't know where they came from looting, and they couldn't break the defense of the sky battleship at all. Wash and destroy. The 240 sky battleships carried 5,000 thunder cannons to suppress them condescendingly. Endless artillery fire tore out, and in an instant, the buildings on Thunder Whale Island were wiped out, hundreds of thousands of pirates were bombarded, and not even the scum was left. Pour away. Enjoy the cannon fire. Thunder Whale Island was completely turned into a sea of artillery fire. The pirates in the eastern islands are crying and shouting. Haha, it's a blast. How can my Dao's national prestige be provocative by this group of pirates? Happy, really happy. The great warriors all let out excited cries. Damn, if this goes on, my Thunder Whale Island will be smashed to the ground. The Thunder Whale Island master was furious. He knew that if this continued, the pirates would all run away, and even he had to give up this hard-earned foundation. Island owners, have you seen it? It's Dao's battleship. They don't have any false god masters. Let's kill them directly, seize the battleship, and then use the battleship to oppose them. If there is no giant cannon, they are not ours at all. Opponent. He is very smart and knows how to use his interests to get these pirate island owners to take action. Yes, these artillery fires are powerful, but they can't deal with us. Just kill them and seize the battleship. Whoever wins the battleship will get it. Don't let them go wild. There are a lot of strong people on the Eastern Islands, and there are as many as 8 or 9 people in the virtual gods, and there are even more people in the spiritual realm. They roared, tearing open the blockade of artillery fire directly, and boarded the battleship in the sky. I also want those ships over there. It doesn't take long for the gods to kill them directly and tear the artillery fire on both sides of them. In the face of the fierce artillery fire of Dao, the Thunder Whale Island master wanted to suppress it with a strong man. Apart from this, he had no other way. Although he was severely bombarded by artillery before, most of the losses were insignificant minions, and the real high-level combat power did not lose anything. Immediately, some came towards the sky battleship, and some came towards the iron-armored flying boat. This king has been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Qianfu sneered. World Destruction Lightning Strike. It was just an appetizer just now, and World Destruction Lightning Strike was the big move planned for them. 15,000 world-destroying lightning strikes are fired at the same time. How terrifying the power is, even if it can't tear the false god, but it can kill the Tongshan, that is, the pirates rushing towards both sides are smashed. Thunder Sea is coming. The sea has turned the color of lightning. The sudden surge of power easily tore the protective mana of those pirates, but in the blink of an eye, those at the front were blank, leaving nothing behind. Yes, it was evaporated, as if wiping it with an eraser on the paper, and it disappeared. And those who were wiped by the lightning strike, many also had broken arms and broken feet, which was horrible to see. These people also had blank heads, and the companions they killed together suddenly disappeared from their side, and then some people looked at themselves, their hands and feet were gone, and then they screamed in fear. Bombard the cover, kill with this king, level the Eastern Islands, and kill everyone. Lu Qianfu took out his weapon and ordered, tell the world with my record that I can't be provoked by great martial arts. Remember the mobile version URL. #C287 You are a thing. The Eastern Islands, led by Thunder Whale Island, thought they could get a big benefit from Dawu, but they did not expect that they would attract a group of killing gods. A salvo of world destruction lightning struck, and the devastating blow immediately made them sluggish. Kill. 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 Behind the countless army suddenly spread a pair of transparent wings, soaring on the sea. The weak immediately formed a kind of war formation, turned into the god of Wudi, and killed the Eastern Islands. Don't be afraid of them, they don't have any false gods. Thunder Whale Island owner shouted. Show them the power of our false god. Lu Qianfu, Zhu Fengfeng, and Feng Lei suddenly released the power of their virtual gods. Although they became false gods not long ago, they had the support of the entire Great Wu Empire's national fortunes behind them, which made their power even more powerful than their realm. At this time, the group headed by the Thunder Whale Island master had already reached the sky battleship. Sky, kill. The more than 100 psychic sky warriors and 5 false god sky warriors turned into silver light, and suddenly descended in front of this group of people, and in an instant they saw more than 100 lightsabers slashed out. What? The sudden burst of power caught a false god off guard, and a silver light flashed in his eyes, and in the next second, his body was cut into pieces of minced meat. As soon as he died, the furnace of heaven and earth swept his body into it. Void God-level combat power. This group of people looked at the sudden appearance of the sky soldiers in shock, and the expressions on their faces changed drastically. No, where can you kill so many gods? On another battlefield, Tiao suddenly killed 50,000 or 60,000 powerful gods. Although a god is not counted in front of a virtual god, there are so many people, and the battle power that 50,000 to 60,000 people burst out at the same time, even the false god will change color. Xuanhuan refined so many 5 spirit fruits and cultivated tens of thousands of gods. As soon as they joined the battlefield, they immediately presented a scene of destruction. Those archipelagos were just a mob, gathered for profit. Where have I seen such a brutal rush of a regular legion? The Tiao army attacked in unison, and the iron and blood charged. The rocket crossbow suppresses from a long distance. The current rocket crossbow is not the kind in the martial realm. The crossbow arrow has been transformed, and it is all magma obtained by Xuanhuan from the magma sea. The god-destroying crossbow is also being transformed. It is an alloy newly forged by Tiao by the casting department. After approaching the people of the archipelago, they immediately used the sun blade to release flames to rush to kill. The rabble, all rabble, disperse as soon as they hit the big military core. Tiao built his country with military exploits. Before the bombardment of the giant artillery, it not only consumed the opponent's strength, but also destroyed the traps along the way. After landing on the shore, the Tiao soldiers shouted excitedly and harvested the opponent's head without mercy. Invincible and invincible. The 50,000 god of war army was also killed. Suppressing prison and conferring gods. The 50,000 prison guards also rushed out at the same time. Although the number of these 100,000 special arms is small, they are all powerful, and as soon as they rush into the opponent's team, they immediately cause devastating killings. Killing, this is a complete slaughter. Lord Thunder Whale, what should we do? At this moment, the major island masters of the eastern islands gathered together. All eyes turned to the Thunder Whale Island master. The expressions on their faces were shocked and angry. They never thought that Tiao would suddenly kill so many ghosts. God's power. The 5 false god soldiers, the leaders of the 2 special legions, and the 3 Zhu Feng, there are 8 false god-level combat powers. What scares them even more is that whether the other party is a god or a god, the number is crushing the eastern islands. Instead of pinching a soft persimmon this time, they plucked a tiger's hair. There is war everywhere, and the sound of fighting is everywhere. Everyone retreats to Thunder Whale Island. Thunder Whale Island master ordered. Their previous charge was forced back by the sky soldiers who suddenly rushed out, and his eyes looked at Lu Qianfu and the others. Boom! His entire body suddenly flashed out like a thunderbolt. With his false god 5th layer's strength, he shot with all his strength, and suddenly it was not difficult to kill a false god 1st layer. Catch the thief first to capture the king. He naturally saw that the commander-in-chief of this battle was Lu Qianfu. Killing this man would cause chaos in the military. Okay, let's go out and cooperate with Thunder Whale Island Master. The moment he went out just now, he had already transmitted the sound to the island owners, and saw many masters launch a counterattack again. Boom! Lu Qianfu was originally leading the army in a fierce battle with the strong in the archipelago, but suddenly, Lei Jing Island Master performed a great move, and immediately a vision of destruction appeared, and Lu Qianfu was shrouded in an instant. The powerhouse of the false god 5th layer burst out with all his strength, and the destructive power was amazing. This time you won't die, you will be seriously injured. The island master of Thunder Whale smiled coldly, but his pupils suddenly contracted violently, making an unbelievable voice, impossible. It turned out that Qianfu Lu was safe and sound, with no injuries on his body. Nothing is impossible, Lord Thunder Whale. If you dare to attack my Da'a route, you are asking for a dead end. Lu Qianfu's eyes were extremely sharp, and he let out a long whistle. Kong Mi Dao Kuan, it's your turn to play. Kongmi Dao Kuan appeared from the void. It has been hidden in the void this time, protecting Lu Qianfu. The huge Kuan looked at the Thunder Whale Island master with a disdainful expression. It is the strongest fighting force in this battle. What is this? Thunder Whale Island owner exclaimed in shock. It also sent out an idea, a buzzing sound, as if to say, "You are a thing." Roar. Kongmi Dao Kuan roared wildly, turning the world upside down, turning clouds and seas, and the void was opened immediately, and the endless violent torrent of the void rushed to the Thunder Whale Island master, drowning him in it. Kongmi Dao Kuan is infinitely powerful, forming a void in its own body, and its mana is unimaginable. Especially during this time, Xuanhuan did not know how many space fetishes he had eaten. If Yiling appeared, he would be able to shoot it directly. Die. Void power. Thunder Whale Island master shouted loudly. Although he is the 5th level of void god, it is impossible to manipulate the power of the void. The next moment, he saw Kongmi Dao Kuan's huge tail like a fish tail slapped over, and the sea water stirred up, causing the Thunder Whale Island master to retreat fiercely. His power cannot be compared to that of Kongmi Dao Kuan, a divine beast that will become a god when he grows up. He looked at the entire eastern islands, and the army of Dao had already landed, and their people could not resist it at all, and they were not opponents at all. Retreat. Exit the eastern islands. The island owner of Thunder Whale was also very regretful, and went to provoke the fierce tiger Dao. He originally thought that although Dao occupied the land of the 4 palaces, he was just a small force that even the false god did not know. Can't stand it. Retire today and make a comeback tomorrow. Although the Thunder Whale Island master was unwilling, he also knew that continuing to fight to the death would only consume the strength he had managed to accumulate over the millennia. Hearing the voice of the Thunder Whale Island master, the crowd was originally a mob, and there was no order at all, and the swarms rushed towards each other indiscriminately. Shadow-killing army, shadow-killing blade. But just as this group of people fled in a hurry, the shadow-killing army hidden in the dark suddenly killed them out, like the ghost death on the battlefield, harvesting their lives with the daggers in their hands. Remember the mobile version URL. #C288 Shadow-killing army. The shadow-killing army hides the ghosts of war lurking on the battlefield. When the people of the Eastern Islands were defeated, the millions of shadow killers seemed to be hiding in the sea, and the armor on their bodies blended with the sea. All of a sudden, he exploded and killed him, and he saw blood and rain flying in the sky, and countless severed limbs were cut off. One shot. The commander of the shadow-killing army, Chen, saw that he suddenly stared at a master of the 1st level of the false god. His strength had already accumulated to the limit, and he was waiting for this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of a person, and he killed the king with a dagger in his hand. Puff. One-shot kill. The false god's eyes widened, covering his forehead, where a blood hole was appearing, bubbling bright blood. His expression was extremely unwilling, but this blow had destroyed his primordial spirit, and the whole person was inhaled by the heaven and earth oven that appeared. The millions of shadow-killing assassins disappeared again after the attack. Although they were gone, the terror they brought was always there. They were the gods of death on the battlefield, always looking for opportunities and bringing people extremely fearful ordeals. The shadow-killing army formed by your majesty has achieved great success in the first battle. Seeing the sudden explosion of the shadow-killing army, at least killing hundreds of thousands of opponents, and a false god, Lu Qianfu was also amazed, asking him to form it, he would not be able to cultivate a group of assassins. Kill all the strong people in the Eastern Islands, will not be left behind. Lu Qianfu and the others killed them. Another false god was besieged by the 50,000 god of war army. He struggled desperately to resist, but the commander of the god of war brought the entire special corps into a big hand and slapped the false god alive into meat sauce. God's prison. The 50,000 prison guards evolved into a hell scene, as if a prison guard appeared and killed a virtual god in it. The 5 false god warriors are connected vertically and horizontally. They are like hard mechas. They ignore the ordinary bombardment and let other warriors divide the battlefield. Then the 5 warriors work together, and they use the lightsaber in their hands to give a false god. Cut for minced meat. Brutal. So vicious. Emperor Wu. You are cruel enough. Thunder Whale Island Master's list is about to be split. This time he is a complete defeat, not to mention losing his own territory. All the island masters in the eastern islands are collapsing. A false god died tragically in front of him. It is simply turned into a bloody sure field. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Besides, I am a false god, not a gentleman. I have tens of thousands of years of life. I remember this account. The Thunder Whale Island Master knew very well that if he didn't run away, he would most likely die here. He let out a long whistle and used a method of lightning escape, that is, to quickly shuttle out. But Kongmi Dao Kuan was extremely disdainful. It spit out colorful bubbles, which actually hit the Thunder Whale Island Lord, and then exploded, and a torrent of void suddenly burst out and drowned him. You bastard! The Thunder Whale Island Master failed to escape, and looked at Kongmi Dao Kuan angrily. Shadow kill. A shadow-killing aura reappeared. The Thunder Whale Island Master was suddenly startled. A figure integrated with the battlefield appeared in his sight, and he violently attacked him with a dagger. His hair stood on end. He immediately slapped the figure. If it wasn't for his high cultivation, his throat would have been cut, but even so, his chest was severely slashed, and his bones were exposed. Slay the culprit. The other armies are chasing the rest of the eastern islands. Lu Qianfu, Zhu Fengfeng, and Feng Lei immediately killed them. God's prison. The 50,000 prison guards suddenly turned into a realm of divine prison, shrouding the Thunder Whale Island Lord. Kongmi Dao Kuan, with rough skin and thick flesh and infinite mana, rushed to the front. It looked at the Thunder Whale Island Master with great contempt, and with a slap of its tail, the power contained in it was so terrifying, and it fell directly to his head. The Thunder Whale Island Master also roared. Thunder Knife Slash. Immortal Nirvana. Dagung Alchemy. The 3 false gods were shrouded in the power of Dao national fortune, and the 3 tyrannical forces attacked the Thunder Whale Island Master at the same time. Just because you want to kill me too. The Thunder Whale Island Master was furious. But the purpose of the 3 of them was not to kill the Thunder Whale Island Master, but to create an opportunity for Qin Jian. Suddenly, they saw a ghostly shadow, which struck Thunder Whale Island Master again, causing heavy damage with the King-grade artifact. The Thunder Whale Island Master was in great pain. The 50,000 prison guards turned into a divine prison, restrained him. Kongmi Dao Kuan relied on his own thick skin to rush ahead, and its power is exceptionally huge, and it is proficient in the power of space, so it has no power to counterattack at all. The 3 of Lu Qianfu are also extremely hateful, creating opportunities for Qin Jian in succession. In fact, it was Qin Jian who caused the most damage to him at the scene. Emperor Wu, let me go. In the face of such a death crisis, the Thunder Whale Island Lord roared up to the sky, You are not recruiting strong people. I am willing to rely on you, become your servant, and wait for your dispatch, as long as you let me die this time. He was frightened, completely frightened, and began to beg for mercy. Kill. The Imperial edict this time is to kill all the powerhouses in the eastern islands, not to subdue them. Kongmi Dao Kuan, use the space domain, create opportunities, and completely kill him. Kongmi Dao Kuan spit out bubbles again and used the space domain. It swam to the top of Thunder Whale Island Master's head, and the huge body slowly began to oppress. What? Leijing Island insisted that De Wu would not let him go, and also roared hysterically, I fought with you, all the jade and stones are burned, even if I die, I will pull a few backs. Fight? Who are you scaring? Zhu Fengfeng said disdainfully. You. Thunder Whale Island Master trembled with anger. He really wanted to scare a few people and forcibly tore a way out, but he didn't expect that no one would take him seriously. He, a master of the 5th level of the false god, who can occupy a place in the entire 5 domains, will be trapped here. In other battlefields, more and more masters gathered. Invincible and invincible. The golden hand of the god of war slapped the Thunder Whale Island Master. A wave of terrifying attacks also bombarded the Thunder Whale Island Master like a violent storm. Especially Komi Dao Kuan, its attack is simpler, and it directly uses its huge body to ruthlessly press down on the Thunder Whale Island Master. A bloodline flew by, and in the chaos, Qin Jian once again found an opportunity. His dagger was obtained from the king of Tuzhen. The owner of Thunder Whale Island splits up. I don't want to die like this, I'm not reconciled, Emperor Wu, I won't let you go even if I'm you. Although the head was cut off, but the primordial spirit was not destroyed, he still made a sound of unwillingness. The next moment, with everyone's shot, a huge heaven and earth oven involved his head and body. Remember the mobile version URL. #C2895dragons. The Thunder Whale Island Lord died terribly and was absorbed by the heaven and earth oven, leaving no bones left. Some people burst into tears when they saw such a terrible scene. They were really scared. They were really scared. The few remaining false gods gathered together and made a desperate voice. I beg Emperor Wu to spare our lives. It was because we were short-sighted and angered your majesty. Your majesty has a large number of people, so don't bother with us little people. God has the virtue of good life. Although we are useless, we are still false gods. I am willing to serve your majesty. Kill. But this is the hell of these false gods begging for mercy, and it is useless. Soon all the false gods in the Eastern Islands were beheaded. The pirates on the Eastern Islands were also bloodily cleaned. For a time, there were a large number of pirate corpses floating on the sea, feeding the fish. 6th level of divinity. At this moment, after Chu Yuan and Wuqing absorbed the aura of the false gods such as Thunder Whale Island Master, he broke through to the 6th level of psychic power. He spent 15,000 fate points to let Zhu Fengfeng and the others break through to the false god. This time they led the troops to destroy the false god of the eastern region, leaving him in Wuqing and directly breaking through the 1st level realm. King Zhongyong, lead the troops to the islands at sea, and let them come to Wuqing to meet me. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Commander Feng, you and Komi Daokuan go to the Sea Dragon Palace under the sea, and let the few dragons come to see me, and conquer the sea beasts in one fell swoop for my use. Chu Yuan's imperial decree was issued continuously. This time, he not only wants to destroy the eastern islands, but also wants to annex all the forces in this sea area into Dao. The sea is vast, and although there are not as many false gods in the Dongxian region, there are still some false gods added up, especially on the bottom of the sea, and the Sea Dragon Palace, the sea beast force, must be swallowed up. Wuyu is the place of origin of Dao, and there can be no problems at sea. Especially sea beasts, surviving on the bottom of the sea, can provide a lot of information. Follow the decree. After cleaning up the eastern islands, Lu Qianfu and Zhu Fengfeng went to their respective missions. Luling Island. The area is not small, the resources above are rich, and it is also a fertile land. The island owner, Luling, is the false god eye level, and he is considered a little famous in this sea area. But at this moment, the arrival of the sky warship broke the calm of Luling Island. Lord Luling Island, you are limited to go to Dongguanyue Wuqing to meet the Holy Master in 3 days. If you dare not obey, the island will be destroyed. Lu Qianfu stood on the sky battleship overlooking Luling Island Master. Is His Majesty Wudi trying to force us to submit? The owner of Luling Island is also trembling and frightened. It is impossible for him not to know that the Battle of the Eastern Islands is so big. With his illusory perception, he also knows that the Eastern Islands have been smashed, and all the pirates on it are killed. Swish! His hair was suddenly disheveled. It turned out to be Qinjian's sudden shadow-killing blow. He immediately touched his neck, it was chilly, his head almost fell off, and he knew that he was powerless, his arms couldn't twist his thighs. He knelt down and said, I will go to Wuqing in 3 days to meet the Holy Master. The sky warship left and went to other islands. This time, Xuanhuan wanted to wipe out all the island forces on the seaside of Dongxianyu. Seabed. A completely different sense from the land. Zhu Fengfeng, Kongmi Daokuan took the sky soldiers to the Hailong Palace. The Sea Dragon Palace is the most powerful undersea monster force in the sea area. There are 5 flood dragons, all of them in the false god realm. They are turning clouds and rains in this sea, and don't take anyone in their eyes. These 5 flood dragons really have to regard themselves as real dragons, Sea Dragon Palace? It didn't take long before I saw an extremely bright brilliance suddenly burst out from the dark seabed in the distance. There was a huge crystal palace, which was beautifully built, and there were countless underwater creatures. Ha ha ha, is this a distinguished guest from Dao? It's a pleasure to come to my Sea Dragon Palace today. 5 figures suddenly appeared from the Sea Dragon Palace. They were 5 men. They were not humans, but the undersea monsters. Their bodies were 5 tyrannical dragons. In particular, the one headed by him is the Grand Palace Master of Hailong Palace, Jiao Wukong. He seemed to be smiling, but he also let out a cold snort in his heart. He had also heard that they were fighting against the Eastern Islands, as the overlord of this sea area. But that's on land, and under the sea, they don't have power on land. Sage Xian Dao is instructed that the 5 flood dragons of Hailong Palace will go to Dao in 3 days to meet the Holy Master, without delay. Zhu Fengfeng said directly. What if we don't go? A Jiaolong sneered. Don't go, kill without mercy. Zhu Fengfeng's voice was extremely cold. What a killing wuxia, it's ridiculous that you dynasties on land still want to control my undersea monsters. If Emperor Wu doesn't come, let me, Jiao Wushan, grab you directly and tie it up. Look at that. What can Emperor Wu do? A young man sneered again and again. He is the lord of the 5th palace, and his strength has reached the 2nd level of false god. He suddenly turned the clouds over the rain, and a long shadow of a black flood dragon traversed, killing Zhu Fengfeng directly. Great Nirvana technique, immortal Nirvana. Originally, the bottom of the sea was full of water, and there should be no flames, but when Zhu Fengfeng burst out of his immortal nirvana, the phantoms of the undead god Phoenix were everywhere, reflecting the dim bottom of the sea red. The sea has boiled. Boom! Shi and Jiao Wushan fought fiercely against each other. The sea swayed violently. Although the realm of Jiao Wushan was 1 tier higher than hers, he still did not take advantage of it. Instead, a layer of immortal fire burned quickly on his body. Into ashes. The Emperor of the Divine Beast, the undead Divine Phoenix. The Grand Palace Master Jiao Wukong said in shock, you actually come from the Phoenix family, and you are still the undead Phoenix. The Phoenix family also has strengths and weaknesses, but the undead Phoenix is obviously the most advanced one. However, his face quickly calmed down, and he said with a smile, although you are the undead Divine Phoenix, my Jiaolong is from the true dragon family, and the Phoenix has nothing to do with us, and this is the bottom of the sea. Our territory. I came here with Emperor Wu's decree this time. Zhu Fengfeng said coldly, and how many Jiao dare to say that they came from a real dragon? Roar. It turned out that Kongmi Daokuan let out a roar. The Kuan family, the overlord of the void. The 5 flood dragons looked at Kongmi Dao Kuan, who roared, and their expressions changed. "No wonder your majesty has such ambitions, and even subdued a Kuan. Is this the overlord in the sea and the void? But I think this Kuan is still far away, it didn't grow up. He is not worried about Zhu Fengfeng." But seeing Kongmi Dao Kuan's mood was gloomy. He is a sea-bottomed flood dragon, and even if the ordinary dragons come, they will not give face, but Kuan is different. This is the overlord in the sea. He pondered for a moment. "I promise that I will not do anything to any of Dao's ships at sea, and I can also provide various information to Emperor Wu. If the undersea race needs to be sent by Emperor Wu, what do you think?" He took a step back. "Not enough, Jiao Wukong. I want you to take refuge in the Sea Dragon Palace." Suddenly, a sacred light penetrated from the bottom of the sea, and then a powerful avatar was condensed. Remember the mobile version URL. #C290 Your Majesty Xingming. Emperor Wu. Seeing this incarnation, the expressions of the 5 sea eagles changed greatly at the same time, but then Jiao Wukong stared at him and said, "Emperor Wu, do you just want to suppress my 5 brothers with one incarnation? Are you too confident? Although the incarnation has infinite mana, these 5 dragons are not afraid. Follow me." Boom. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the avatar's body. Although this is not Chu Yuan's real body, it is Chu Yuan condensed with the national fortune of Dao, and it contains his powerful spirit and spirit, which is unstoppable. He didn't bother to talk nonsense with these 5 sea dragons, and directly suppressed them. When he started to move out, the death wheel of all life was extremely powerful, and it turned into a huge compass to pull the 5 sea dragons. What a powerful breath! The strength of this great Wu Emperor is the most terrifying. Our 5 brothers shot together and broke this roulette. As soon as he saw the death wheel of the heavens turning towards them, Jiao Wukong let out a stern shout, and a false god 5th layer of power also erupted from his body. "Kill it." But the 5 sea dragons were killed at the same time, and they were easily disintegrated by the death wheel of all days. These days, the wheel of death is shrouded in. The terrifying force that would change life and death ripped apart the sky, turned it into the force of death, and pulled them all over, and then they saw 5 people being attracted to the huge and mysterious roulette. There was a terrifying color in the eyes of the 5 flood dragons, and they only felt that their lives were passing quickly, and they were about to die. Unable to maintain his human form, he turned into 5 sea-bottomed black flood dragons. What? It was just an incarnation, not the real body, so they couldn't hold it, which made Jiao Wukong extremely frightened and roared, "The Holy Emperor is eternal. I didn't have long eyes before, and I offended your majesty, please forgive me. Sin, my 5 brothers are willing to give allegiance to Dao." He knew that Chu Yuan had no intention of killing, otherwise they would have died. Others have given them a chance. If they are ignorant, they are courting death themselves. Gather the forces under the sea. 3 days later, the commander of the Phoenix went to Wuqing. The death wheel of all days disappeared, and the incarnation also dissipated, leaving only Chu Yuan's voice echoing on the bottom of the sea for a long time. Too horrible. Jiao Wukong has lingering fears. Just now he experienced the feeling of almost dying. But he didn't feel any humiliation either. Kongmi Daokuan and Undying Divine Phoenix, whose bloodlines are even more advanced than him, are both ministers of great martial arts. He is nothing more than a flood dragon, but only because of his advanced realm. What is he in front of Emperor Wu? Pack up and head to Wuqing in 3 days. At this time, Dong Guanyueu was shocked. Dao sent troops to the eastern islands, directly destroying all false gods. This kind of terrifying strength has frightened many forces in the Dongxian region. They knew that Dao was not weak, but they never thought that Dao was so powerful that it was so terrifying. Even the Dongxian dynasty was shocked after learning about it. That Dao, which they didn't take seriously, turned into a giant in an instant, and it was so terrifying that it even directly threatened their strength. They even immediately contacted the nemesis Xuanhuan to discuss ways together. No one dared to test Dao's strength at will. Because of the battle to destroy the Eastern Islands, they all knew that Emperor Wu did not take action, and Emperor Wu's strength was still extremely mysterious and unimaginable. If you don't know the strength of Emperor Wu, the more people are afraid. Regardless of other people's thoughts, after 3 days, a large number of strong people arrived at Dao. Dao Wuqing. Many beings came to Wuqing, and looking at Dao's luck, the crimson red as fire, the fear of Emperor Wu's might that shocked everyone, made them all take a deep breath. Xuanhuan enter the hall. A voice resounded. Meet my emperor is immortal. In the Wuqing hall, this group of people knelt down directly in front of the great being on the throne in the attitude of courtiers. The aura of the holy emperor even made them dare not raise their heads to look directly. I, Lu Ling, would like to be loyal to my emperor. The Lord of Luling Island made a statement. My 5 brothers in Hailong Palace are also willing to follow my emperor. The 5 dragons did not dare not to come. Compared with the island owners at sea, they were more in awe of Chunyuan. 3 days ago, Emperor Wu used the Wheel of Life and Death to suppress them all at once, making them unforgettable for eternity. The 5 monster overlords of the Sea Dragon Palace also took refuge in Emperor Wu. These people looked at the 5 dragons one after another. They know that these 5 dragons have dominated the seabed for thousands of years, and they are unruly. The people of the Dongxian dynasty also wanted to recruit them and control the power of the seabed, but they were unsuccessful. Unexpectedly, they actually took refuge in Emperor Wu. If the Dongxian dynasty knew this, his face would definitely be very exciting. Not only the island powers at sea, but also the powers of more than a dozen palaces near Dao have taken the initiative to join Dao, and there are 2 false gods among them. There is no way, although Dao has not yet moved troops against them. But Dawu's destruction of the Eastern Islands was too shocking. In front of Dawu, they were ants. Instead of waiting for the big martial arts to come to your door, it is better to take the initiative to join in while you still have value, and maybe you will have a good end. They will obediently join Chunyuan and will not refuse. These people are wise. And Chunyuan was on the throne, his eyes swept, this time to destroy the Eastern Islands. Many island forces took refuge. There are as many as 12 false god powerhouses, and there are 13 false god monsters under the sea. Suddenly, Dao had 25 more false gods. There are even more people at this level of enlightenment. This made everyone know that Dawu's strength was so strong that both the Dongxian dynasty and the Xuanqing sect were afraid. I am very pleased that you have taken the initiative to join us. Our great martial arts have built the country with military merit. If you want to get better resources, you must make enough contributions. Today, your surrender is also considered a merit, and you can be rewarded by me. With a wave of Chunyuan, dozens of jade bottles fell into the hands of those false god powerhouses. Wang Pin Shindan. After a little smell of the medicinal pills in the bottle, these false gods looked happy. They could smell that these medicinal pills were 10 times different from what they had eaten before. Of course, Chunyuan asked Zhao Linger to cultivate a batch of magical medicines for false god for him. It is only available in Dao. It does not supply the Qianquan Chamber of Commerce, and even money cannot buy it. They were able to cultivate to the point where the false gods knew that since they had already taken refuge in Dao, they absolutely could not go to Qin Muqiu. Today, Emperor Wu can reward them with medicinal pills. This Emperor Wu looks very gentle now, but he was able to wipe out the Eastern Islands and kill countless pirates, which is enough to see how fierce Emperor Wu is. Your Majesty Xingming. They shouted in unison. Chunyuan looked at them. Giving pills was just the beginning, and then they had to be incorporated into various armies. Suddenly there were so many false gods, and there would be great changes in the formation of Dao. Your Majesty, I have something to report. That Jiao Wukong looked at Chu Yuan, and immediately said, I know a treasure place, and I came to present it to your majesty today. Remember the mobile version URL. #C291 Lost City. Jiao Wukong is a monster, and his thoughts are simpler than others. That is, since he has taken refuge in Chu Yuan, he can't have two hearts, otherwise he will feel that he is going to die when he thinks of the terrifying round of death. He immediately expressed his allegiance. Say. Chu Yuan said. At the bottom of the sea, I found a city buried under the sea, and I came here to dedicate it to your majesty. Jiao Wukong said respectfully. A city buried under the sea? Someone frowned and said, since it's a city buried under the sea, why haven't you explored it, Jiao Wukong, and it will stay until now. Where there are people, there is a fight. Obviously, someone saw Jiao Wukong expressing his loyalty and made a questioning voice. The sea is turbulent, the years change, and there are more treasures on the seabed than you think. This Dongguanyueu was still buried under the seabed in ancient times, and the seabed may have been a land before countless years. Although Jiao Wukong is a monster, but not stupid, he glanced at everyone coldly. I am a monster under the sea living on the bottom of the sea. Naturally, I know the place that you don't know. I have also explored that city of ruins, but there is a smell there. Terrifying power, even I can't get close. I will tell your majesty about this. Since there is an ancient city under the sea, this point has to be checked. You can't even get close to Jiao Wukong, so I have to see it myself. Chu Yuan slowed down, and he exercised a power without God. Naturally, he knew that Jiao Wukong was not lying, and said, if you discover something that is beneficial to Dao, you will be the first. Thank you, your majesty. Jiao Wukong said quickly, I will lead the way for your majesty. Suddenly, many rays of light went to the bottom of the sea. Deep under the sea, the pressure is extremely terrifying, but there are also some special seabed creatures here. Your majesty, it's right there, you can't get close to that ancient city for 10 miles, otherwise it's like walking into a labyrinth. Jiao Wukong reminded. With his reminder, Chu Yuan saw that on the dark seabed, there was an ancient city buried in the mud on the seabed. Except for the unknown years, it looked like an ordinary city, which was not surprising at all. I can't get close. Jiao Wukong continued. What a powerful space force. He is extremely sensitive to the power of the void. I noticed that there was an extremely terrifying void force surrounding the ancient city. After a moment of thought, he took a step forward. Immediately in the sight of everyone, he was not far from the underwater city, but his appearance changed in front of Chu Yuan. In front of his eyes, there were countless terrifying turbulent voids, and the ancient city could no longer be seen. It seemed to have formed some kind of maze in an instant, and it would change countless shapes in an instant. It seems that no matter where he goes, he can't find his way back, and he will be trapped here forever. He walked around casually, keenly aware that he was actually still in place, but the changes in the void made him not remember the terrain. Humph! Chu Yuan snorted softly. As soon as he pointed, the void in front of him was cut open, as if countless layers of walls were broken, but in an instant the void returned to its original shape. It's really weird. Chu Yuan felt it. It is the power of the void that has formed a very chaotic realm. If it wasn't for too long, you wouldn't even be able to see this ancient city. It's not difficult to crack. Chu Yuan smiled and said, Xiao Kuan, it's your turn to play. He let the Medeo Kuan come out and patted its huge head. He has such a void divine beast. Kong Mi Dao Kuan was extremely disdainful of the chaotic void in front of him, its mouth suddenly opened, and in an instant, the countless rolling void torrents were swallowed by it. As expected of my emperor beast, I know great swallowing techniques, and you can also swallow space. Chu Yuan smiled. Kong Mi Dao Kuan heard this, and proudly shook his fins. With the swallowing of Kongmi Dao Kuan, Chu Yuan could keenly feel that the power of space chaos was weakening. After a few moments, the chaotic void in front of him returned to normal. You can pass. Chu Yuan suddenly said to Jiao, Wukong and others. Is it going to be over like this? Jiao Wukong was stunned. In the past, he tried countless methods and knew that there were treasures here, but he could not get close. But who would have thought that Chu Yuan only appeared for a while and broke the Jedi? At this moment, he admired Chu Yuan even more. He walked over first, and as expected, the strange power disappeared. This city is just a corner, and all that is in the sight of everyone is only the tall city wall and some ancient buildings. The real whole picture is still buried in the deep seabed. Give me to dig out this city. Chu Yuan ordered. The people who came with him are all false gods, who can move mountains and reclaim the sea. At this moment, they also burst out with their own mana, turning into big hands and digging towards the ancient city. Gradually, the whole picture of this ancient city appeared in front of Chu Yuan's eyes. The ancient city is extremely huge, and the architectural style is extremely ancient. I don't know which era it is. Although it has been soaked in the sea for a long time, there is no trace of corrosion in this city. Kongmi Dao Kuan spit out a huge bubble, shrouding the ancient city inside, blocking the entry of sea water. Go in and have a look. Dead silence. There are streets and ordinary houses in the city, and it seems that this place has prospered hundreds of millions of years ago. Who of you can tell which ancient country this city came from? I can't see it. Although there are some traces of words here, they are twisted, and some of them have been erased. These words are too old, and I have never seen them. The eternal great world is too old, even the ancient times closest to us are too long to calculate, but I can be sure that this is not the ancient city, because there was Dongguanyueu in ancient times, and the terrain has not changed too much. Then it looks older. The vicissitudes of life, who can tell which ancient country this is left behind? Everyone looked at the ancient city, and they all shook their heads. If it was written in ancient times, that is, the period when the 5 emperors dominated, they would still be able to recognize it, but these characters are indeed too ancient to be distinguished. Although the virtual god's lifespan has 10,000 years, but in front of the years, it is like a drop in the ocean, too small. Even the gods are only 1,000,000 years old. Who can truly achieve immortality? Seeing that this ancient city was excavated, they all had a sad mood in their hearts. Eternal eternity, this is the goal of many people. But if there is not much chance, false god is already their limit. This is a lost city buried under the sea for countless years. Chu Yuan didn't have so many emotions. He saw that there were still bones in this ancient city. However, these bones are the original owners of the city, but the people trapped inside after being involved in it for countless years. There are also false gods among these people, but it is a pity for Chu Yuan that their king-rank magic weapons have been corroded and cannot be used for sacrifice. There is. When Chu Yuan walked to a place, he suddenly saw countless stone statues appearing in front of him. Remember the mobile version URL.